Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to hide 3 divisions of troops behind an empty water glass.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him right in the middle of a big deal, as usual.
Oh, Steve.
Commissioner?
I hope it was a square deal.
She didn't look square to me.
What have you told him so far, Ruth?
Only that you wanted him to go looking for a woman. I figured that was the best bait I could use.
Well, don't tell me it isn't true.
No, it's true, all right, but I'm afraid your association with this particular woman won't be a very pleasant one.
I might have known.
I'll have your passport and credentials ready when the commissioner's through with you, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Vienna.
Vienna? Long time since I've danced a Strauss waltz.
You can leave your ballet slippers home, Steve. Here's the setup. With the situation what it is, we have to increase our armed strength on all fronts. Naturally, our consulates are kept informed as to proposed increases of strength in their respective areas.
So?
So, 2 days ago, a document containing information regarding troop movements in Europe was stolen from our consulate in Vienna. The troops have already embarked, and with these unidentified subs around, we can't take chances.
I see. Any idea who swiped the document?
Yes, a janitor named Joseph Bildner.
Well, that doesn't sound so tough. Find Bildner.
We've already found Bildner in an alley in Vienna last night, murdered.
I see. Well, that sort of puts a new light on things.
The document wasn't on his person. Just before he died, he mumbled the name Eva Loesch.
Eva Loesch? Hey, that name rings a bell.
A siren, you should say. But I haven't time to go into her background now to fill a book. Manville Olson can tell you all about her.
Who's Olson?
He's with the consulate in Vienna. You'll arrive there early tomorrow evening. Go to the Imperial Bar at 8 o'clock. Olson will be waiting for you.
Why meet in the bar? Not that I have any objection.
Well, this investigation has to be kept undercover, particularly the part about Eva Loesch. Olson will tell you why. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to Olson. Find Eva Loesch. And most important, get those documents back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Ever think of this? You wait longer for breakfast than for any other meal of the day. From the time you go to bed until you eat breakfast is the longest period there is between 2 meals. So, breakfast has to be good, to do the most good for you, at a time when you really need food. Which is why I say start breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. It's a pleasant way to get protein, vitamins, and minerals, and just plain whole wheat energy, in a hurry, without a lot of fuss. Wheaties supply energy when you need energy, because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, breakfast of champions. See for yourself. Have some. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Find a girl named Eva Loesch and get a stolen document from her. Ordinarily, there's nothing I like better than to chercher la femme. But from what the commissioner has told me, I've got an uneasy feeling that this is going to be all chercher and no femme. Well, it's Friday evening when I get to Vienna. I check in at the hotel and then head for the Imperial Bar. Over at a corner table, a guy gives me the nod. I head over there.
You're Mitchell, aren't you?
Yeah. Olson?
That's right. Have a seat.
Thanks. Look, the commissioner back in the States told me that you could give me the background on this Eva Loesch.
Well, I can tell you all we know over here at the consulate, which isn't enough. Eva Loesch was a red-hot Nazi. She was killed in the Berlin Blitz.
What?
We thought. Now it looks as she's been very much alive and in hiding all this time. And worse yet, it looks like she's up to her old tricks.
You mean a new Nazi party?
No. You know, some of these ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
I get it. Now, according to what the commissioner told me, this document concerning our troop movements was stolen from your consulate by a janitor named Bildner. He was found murdered in an alley and mumbled Eva Loesch's name just before he died.
That's right. We believe Eva killed him and has the document. But, of course, we've kept all that under cover. We don't want Eva to know we know she's alive. Here. This ad I spotted in the afternoon paper. Take a look at it.
What? Will the cab driver who picked up a woman passenger at the plaza last Tuesday night at 8:30 please come to 37 Bergerstrasse? Hey, Tuesday night. That was the night that Bildner was murdered, wasn't it?
Yes, in an alley about half a block from the plaza.
Huh. This could tie in all right. 37 Bergerstrasse. Okay. I think I'll answer that ad, Olson. I'll check with you later.
Yes?
Are you the one who put that advertisement in the paper this afternoon?
Come in. Yes, I'm the one. Why?
Fräulein...
Frau Denise Manescu. Who are you?
I'm the cab driver you're looking for.
Oh? Describe this woman you picked up.
What? Oh, well, she's about... medium build, dark hair.
You're lying.
Huh?
I do not know who you are, but you are not a cab driver.
Now, look.
Yes?
You are the one who put the notice in the paper.
Oh, great.
Why, yes.
I would like to talk to you, please.
Just a minute.
I am the cab driver in question. Who is this man?
This man is about to leave.
No, I do not think so.
What?
Oh, well, come to think of it, you may be right. How come the gun, Buster?
You will stay right here, both of you.
You are not cab drivers, either of you.
In my case, you are quite right. As for this other man, I do not know who he is. I will find that out presently.
Well, as long as we're going to play guessing games, maybe you wouldn't mind if I start guessing who you are.
You do not have to guess, my friend. I will tell you. I am Lieutenant Oscar Segal of the police.
The police?
Well, that takes a load off my mind.
Does it?
Yeah, but I can't say as much for Frau Manescu here. She seems to be real upset at the news.
Frau Manescu?
The name seems to mean something to you, Lieutenant.
You are not by any chance related to George Manescu?
Yes. I'm his wife.
But this is completely mystifying. Why would the wife of George Manescu be implicated in such an unsavory affair as this?
Somebody mind telling me who George Manescu is?
What is your interest in this matter?
Maybe these credentials will answer that question, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I see. They have indeed answered that question, Herr Mitchell.
Now, how about filling me in on this George Manescu?
Oh, a local politician of high character who has worked in close cooperation with your government here.
I see. Well, in that case, Frau Manescu...
There is no use holding back anything more. I did not want the police brought into this. But, well, here you are.
Here I am indeed. I must strongly impress upon you the wisdom of making a full explanation at this time.
Yes, But you see, Eva Loesch is my sister.
What?
I believed, as did the rest of the world, that she was dead. I believed that until Tuesday night, when she came here to see me.
What did she want?
She said she was in trouble and wanted to hide here. I refused. And then she said I must help her.
In what way?
She said that a man was killed, but that she did not do it. That there was a cab driver who could clear her if she could only find him.
So you ran that ad in the paper?
I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't go to the police. I know what damage would be done to my husband's reputation if it were learned that the notorious Eva Loesch was his wife's sister. So I ran the advertisement, hoping it would help clear her. And then if their relationship were to be revealed later, at least it would be not quite so bad for my husband.
I see. Well, that all leads us up to the big question. Where's Eva?
I do not know.
Frau Manascu, it is my duty to warn you that withholding information...
I'm telling you the truth. I swear it. I've no idea where Eva's hiding. She said that she would contact me in a few days, but I've not heard from her.
Look, sisterly love is a wonderful thing. But I hope that you realize unless we locate Eva in a hurry, there's going to be a lot more damage done than just to your husband's reputation.
Sisterly love. You think that is what I feel for Eva? As far back as I can remember, we've hated each other. My only regret is that she was not killed in Berlin.
Then we have your promise that you will communicate with us at once if she contacts you again.
Yes, at once. And rest assured, gentlemen, it will be a happy day for me when I can turn my dear sister over to you.
Well, it sounds like quite a surprise party you ran into last night, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was, Olson. And, of course, the biggest surprise was finding out that Mrs. Manescu is Eva Loesch's sister. Incidentally, what information have you got on the Manescus?
Well, he seems to be our white hope in local politics around here right now. He's very pro-United States. As to the background, George and his wife Denise apparently were anti-Nazi right from the start, which must have made it a little tough on them in Germany.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I believe they were married just before the fall of Berlin and managed to get out of the country. Would you like to meet George Manescu, Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. Can you arrange it?
I'm playing golf with him in an hour. Why don't you come along?
It's a deal. Let's go. That last shot of yours was a honey, Mr. Manescu. Looks like you're only about 2 feet from the pin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. But I wish you to know that from now on I believe nothing you say.
Oh?
When the three of us started this game, you were full of apologies about your bad golf. We are now approaching the 7th green, and you are 3 strokes over par.
Yes, I'm afraid Mitchell makes most of his apologies before he makes his bets.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying to get good odds.
Indeed you cannot. Well, here we are, gentlemen. And I must say this is the part of golf I enjoy the most.
Putting?
Yes.
Well, it's the part of the game that pays off.
Perhaps it is because putting is so helpful to me.
How so, Manescu?
Well, I practice it constantly, even when I'm at home. Particularly when I'm thinking about something, putting relaxes me, helps me to think clearly. Mr. Olson, I believe you are aware. Your putt.
Oh, sorry. Downhill putt, too. Just the kind I don't like.
Well, in your case, practice sure pays off, Mr. Manescu. Your putting is very sharp.
Oh, thank you.
Too bad, Olson. Rimmed the cup on you, huh?
Yeah. Well, that gives me a 6.
Well, looks like I'm next. Little break to the right, it looks like.
Not quite as much as it looks.
Thanks for the tip.
Nice putt.
I had good advice.
Maybe you can return it sometime.
Be glad to, except I don't think you'll need any on this putt of yours. Can't be more than 2 feet.
I need this for my par.
This is a lot more pleasant way to spend time than roosting behind a desk.
Yeah, but it isn't helping us find Eva Loesch. Missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Manescu. I didn't realize you were set to putt, or I would have kept still.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Mitchell. Your voice did not bother me. I don't know what went wrong.
Well, it looked like you tightened up all of a sudden.
Yes. Well, it is no matter. Come, the next tee is right over there.
I'm really sorry about that, Manescu.
Oh, but I assure you I was not even aware you were talking, Mitchell. For the life of me, I can't understand why I should miss a 2-foot putt. But that is what makes the game of golf so unpredictable, I suppose.
I think they call it the human element.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, let's see. I believe you're still up, Manescu.
Oh, yes.
You know, Steve, it seems to me that you raised your voice a little when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch.
Did I? Wait, we mustn't rattle Manescu anymore. He's ready to drive.
Oh, miserable.
Yeah, quite a slice.
I must have cut across the ball. Gentlemen, I hate to say this, but I seem to have a headache. I wonder if perhaps you would excuse me from continuing with our match.
Sure, matter of fact, I've had enough. How about you, Olson?
Sure, anytime. We can cut back towards the clubhouse through this grove of trees.
Oh, please, I don't want to spoil your game. Why don't the two of you continue?
No, it seems to be getting a little too warm for comfort anyway. Olson!
Mitchell, he's been shot right through the head.
Quick, Manescu. Let's get into that grove of trees. I think it'll be a little safer there.
But where did the shot come from?
Who knows? Here, in here. was from a rifle, which means the sniper could be behind 100 different trees and bushes on the golf course.
But I do not understand why anyone would want to kill Olson. He had no enemies.
That's what I was thinking, Manescu, and it gives rise to a few assorted, interesting thoughts.
What do you mean?
Maybe that bullet was meant for somebody else.
Somebody else? Do you mean yourself?
Yeah, maybe me. Or maybe you, Manescu.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I've played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheat is about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions. Thank you, Ed Prentice and Luke Appling. And as for a breakfast of champions, friends, sure, they're for men who go to bat for a living, but confidentially, they're for us, too, you and me. We need whole wheat energy same as the champions who play ball for their paychecks. Don't forget your own breakfast of champions. Wheaties, get yours.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, I have been expecting you.
You uncovered anything new, Lieutenant Siegel?
Indeed, I have. You told me that when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch on the golf course earlier today, Manescu reacted visibly.
That's right. I dangled a little bait under his nose, and he snapped at it like an undernourished barracuda.
Huh.
Of course, to be fair to the guy, he probably knows that his wife is Eva's sister. It could have been that.
I am positive it was much more than that.
Oh?
I have done a considerable amount of investigation into Manescu's background, and I am sure it will be of interest to you to learn that in the old Nazi days in Germany, Manescu and Eva Loesch were, shall we say, extremely friendly.
Oh, yeah? Well, that kind of puts a different light on things.
Yeah, indeed it does. After Eva's death, Manescu married her sister Denise and made his escape from Germany with her.
And now Eva's popped up again. You know, that gives rise to an interesting possibility.
Yeah, the possibility that Manescu has been seeing Eva again and knows where she is.
Which means he either has those documents or knows where they are. Well, I've got to hand it to him for the big act he's been putting on about being such a friend of the United States.
If our suspicions of Manescu are correct, one cannot help feeling sorry for his wife, though.
Yeah. It must be a pretty rough spot for Denise if she has any idea what's going on.
Oh, excuse me, please. Lieutenant Segal speaking.
May I speak to Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, one moment, please. It's for you, Mitchell. The lady in question.
Oh? Hello?
This is Denise Manescu, Mr. Mitchell. Something has come up. I must see you at once.
Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Well, it could be that Denise is starting to smell a rat, Lieutenant. I'd better get over there and see if it's the same rat I think it is. So, I head for the Manescu's house. Manescu, with a preoccupied look and a putter in his hand, lets me in the front door. Then he disappears into his study. Denise is waiting for me in the living room.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sure. You said something had come up, Denise?
Yes. First, let me ask you, did you say anything to my husband when he let you in the front door?
No, he looked like he was in another world.
Yes, he seems to be worried about something. I'm afraid I know what it is.
You think maybe he's been seeing Eva Loesch lately?
Yes, I think he has.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. When my sister died, I thought that part of his life was over. It is not a very pleasant thing to realize that you have been married on the rebound, Mr. Mitchell. I told you that...
What's the matter?
Steve, there is someone on the roof of the house next door.
What?
Wait. Whoever it was saw me watching and disappeared.
Come on.
Here, we can go out through these French doors.
Nowhere in sight. Did you recognize him?
All I could see was a trench coat, a slouched hat, and a gun.
Look, you stay here. I'll circle around this house and try to climb up and nab him. I circle around the house next door, and I spot some vines running up the wall. I start climbing, but 10 feet from the ground, I hear a sound that stops me cold. I drop to the ground, run back to Manescu's house. The study window is shattered, and in front of it stands Denise, staring inside, half hysterical. Denise, what happened? Denise!
Too late. I tried to warn him.
Warn who?
Look, in the window.
Manescu, on the floor. Tell me, what happened, Denise?
After you went around to the other side of that house, the person came back to the edge of the roof.
That the door to the study?
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Suddenly I knew what was going to happen. I started running to the study window to warn my husband, but then the shot.
Here we are.
George.
Bullet entered the top of his head. Must have come from the roof, all right. Wait a minute. What's that water glass doing on the floor?
But I don't know.
He must have knocked it over as he fell. Well, the man who shot him is probably a few blocks away by now.
Steve, I do not think it was a man.
What do you mean? You told me before the shot that he was wearing a trench coat and a slouch hat.
Yes, but just before the shot, I got a quick look at the face.
A woman?
I think it was my sister, Eva.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell. First, the janitor, Joseph Bildner, murdered. Second, the American, Olson, murdered. Third, George Manescu.
Murdered. But at least we know who's behind it all, Eva Loesch. So the big problem is finding her in those documents, Lieutenant. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Why is Eva hanging around town if she already has those documents?
Mitchell, have you considered the possibility that Manescu might have been shot by his wife, Denise?
Sure, I've considered it. She had a motive, too. She knew her husband had been seeing Eva, but there's just one little item that sort of knocks that theory into a cocked hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are right. You are referring, of course, to the angle at which the bullet entered Manescu's head.
Yeah, from the top of his head down.
Which would indicate that the bullet was fired from some distance above him. That his wife was out on the terrace at the time, slowly below him. As a matter of fact, below
All
him.
of which brings us back to our friend Eva.
Excuse me, please. Are you Lieutenant Segal of the police?
Yeah.
Then perhaps you would be good enough to tell me what this is all about.
Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me your name and what is all about.
Excuse. I'm Anton. I drive taxi cab.
So
today, a newspaper stands an advertisement.
Wait a minute. You mean the one about the cab driver who picked up a woman at the plaza last Tuesday night?
Yeah, you put it in?
No. Go on.
I answer the ad. I go to the address. There is policeman there. And over in one corner, a woman sitting with her head in her hands, crying.
That'd be Denise.
So I tell policeman that I picked up a woman last Tuesday night.
Probably Eva Loesch.
I did not know her name. I picked her up at the plaza, and she stayed in my cab only 2 blocks. She kept looking back over her shoulder, and then she made me pull over to the curb and got out. All this I tell policeman. He takes down my address and tells me to come over here to Imperial Bar and report to you.
Very well. Thank you for your information. You may go now.
Go, he says. Still, nobody tells me what this is all about.
Well, that was a big bunch of nothing.
Mitchell, this case is giving me a headache. Murders, stolen documents, political intrigue. And every time we think we have a fresh lead, it disappears into thin air. Poof. Poof.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it would appear my gestures are a little too much. Waiter.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, Siegel, you knocked the glass off the table just now and it broke.
This is not a very profound observation, Mitchell.
But I found the glass lying on its side in Manescu's study after he got shot, and that glass wasn't broken. Yet the table there is about the same height as the table here.
What are you getting at?
Manescu's glass wasn't knocked off the table. It was placed on the floor.
So?
So we've been a couple of prize jugheads.
I still do not understand what...
The whole thing has just fallen into place, Lieutenant. There's just one big thing wrong right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, we could be just about 5 minutes too late.
Mitchell, there's the cab driver's house just ahead.
Okay, let's stop here, Lieutenant. We'll circle around to the back of the house. He probably keeps his cab there.
Mitchell, I still do not understand why this taxi cab is suddenly so important to us.
Look, remember what that cab driver said? When he picked up Eva after she'd killed that janitor, she only stayed in his cab a few minutes, then got out.
Yeah, she hid the documents there. That is why she had Denise put that ad in the paper. She wanted to find that taxi cab driver.
That's right. Wait. Yeah, there's the cab in that little lean-to back of the house. Okay, let's take it as quiet as we can now.
Mitchell, a flashlight. Someone is in that cab.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Come on.
Oh?
Found those documents yet?
Denise Manescu.
No, Eva Loesch, Lieutenant. It's one and the same person.
What?
No, that's a lie.
Save it, Eva. The real Denise got killed in the Berlin Blitz, didn't she?
No.
You figured it'd be a neat scheme if people thought it was you who were killed. You posed as Denise, married Manescu, and got out of town.
Lies. All of them lies.
I guess Manescu was the right guy after all. He probably figured you'd reformed when he found out that you hadn't. You were afraid he'd expose you. You tried for him once on the golf course and got Olson instead. Then you rigged this little scheme for my benefit at your house this afternoon and killed him.
Mitchell, watch out.
Yeah, I see the gun. Your aim isn't as hot as it was, Eva. Drop it. That's better. And thanks for giving us the one piece of evidence we needed. This gun of yours. 5 will get you 10. We can prove that the slug that killed your husband came from this gun.
I will kill you.
Temper.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
This is all very nice, but there's one thing that we may have difficulty in proving.
What's that?
The angle of elevation of the bullet that killed Manescu.
That's right.
How could it have been fired by Eva here, who was standing on the ground outside the window?
That
see?
brings us back to the empty water glass, which was lying on its side on the floor in Manescu's study. I should have figured it sooner.
Figured what?
Look, when Manescu let me in the front door, he had a putter in his hand. He'd already told me that he practiced putting at home whenever he had a problem. And along about then, he had a big problem. What to do about Eva.
Putting?
Yeah. How do you go about putting a golf ball, Lieutenant?
Why, one takes the club in his hand, bends over the ball, and...
You can stop right there. That's what Manescu was doing. That's why the bullet entered the top of his head. Right, Eva?
I have nothing to say.
You don't have to. You know, you never want to underestimate anybody's golf game, Eva. You probably thought your husband's putting practice was a big joke. Well, maybe you were right. Yeah, I guess you could call it a joke. A real funny one. It'll kill you.
Well, we certainly enjoyed that assignment, Brian. Your usual sterling performance.
Thank you, Frank. I had an extra bowl full of Wheaties this morning. Maybe that helped.
Well, I'm sure it did, Brian. Seriously, you know, Wheaties can make a difference.
Oh, I agree. Less of a letdown.
Oh, more of the old up and at 'em.
That's right, but I have something to confess, Frank.
You have what?
The real reason I eat Wheaties is I like them.
Well, good for you. Best reason in the world. It's fine, the whole wheat, vitamins and minerals and proteins in Wheaties. But it's just the plain goodness you go for, huh?
That's right, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the words of an honest man. Get your Wheaties tomorrow. Work better all morning for it. But most of all, eat 'em because you like 'em. Right, Brian Donlevy?
Right, Frank. Good night.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. Steve Mitchell is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with my having to decide whom to hand my gun to, the guy who's trying to help me or the guy who's trying to kill me. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, have a seat.
Thanks.
Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner?
Steve's here. How are you doing with this plane reservation?
All set. And tell him I've even got a bottle of mosquito lotion for him.
Mosquito lotion? Sounds like I'm going to get stung in more ways than one. Where are you sending me?
Africa.
Oh, great.
Steve, you know how vitally important Africa is to most of the world as a source of raw materials. Well, we have positive evidence that certain interests have sent a man to Africa to conduct a hate campaign against us with the tribal witch doctors.
Witch doctors? Now, look.
Sure, it sounds fantastic, but unfortunately it's true. And you know how much influence those witch doctors have with their tribes. If they ever form into a block against us, the entire position of the United Nations in Africa will be in serious jeopardy. And most of the vital raw materials we get from there will be cut down to a trickle.
Mm-hmm. Who is this visiting fireman who's stirring up the trouble?
We don't know his name, but according to our information, 2 British agents have caught up with him and have him in their custody. At present, they're somewhere in the interior, heading for the Gold Coast.
You want me to meet them there?
Yes, at Port of Secondi. Your plane will get you there the day after tomorrow. Now, Steve, it's vital to us to find out all we can about the organization behind this man. We're depending on you to get the whole setup out of him.
Lucky me, right in the middle again.
When you get to the Port of Secondi on the Gold Coast, go to the Black Ivory Bar. You'll be contacted there. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to this man. And get enough information on his organization so we can smash it to pieces. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Begin a great day with Wheaties. Yes, if you've got a morning full of work tomorrow, get a breakfast full of Wheaties. Stride through the morning high, wide, and handsome with breakfast of champions. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit, and see if it doesn't make a difference. See if you don't work better, work easier, and finish feeling fine with Wheaties to help. Because, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. A whole golden kernel rolled out flat and toasted. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Whole wheat energy Wheaties have for you. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. No wonder they can help make a difference. You try it. Try it tomorrow. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's the nice thing about my job. The commissioner always tries to make it sound so easy. All I have to do is drop over to Africa and talk to a guy who's been stirring up trouble among the witch doctors. Sounds like a cinch. But I've got an uneasy hunch that before it's over, some of those witch doctors will be stirring up plenty of trouble for me. It's Wednesday night when I get to Secondi on the Gold Coast, and I head for the Black Ivory Bar. It's almost deserted. But down at one end, a girl raises her eyes at me briefly over her glass. But this is working hours, so I slide onto a stool at the other end of the bar, and pretty soon a fat little gent eases up to me.
I have been expecting you, Mitchell.
Oh? Who are you?
Ralph DeGidio, the one who was to contact you with. Come.
Where to?
To a deserted warehouse at the waterfront. The 2 British agents are holding the man you seek there.
Oh, why all this hocus pocus?
This whole thing must be, how you say, undercover. The prisoner has many friends who would like very much to know where he's being held.
Okay. Well, how do we get there? I don't feel like walking much in this heat.
But this is but a short distance.
Hello.
Oh, hi. You decided you liked this end of the bar better, huh?
I decided maybe you'd buy me a drink.
I'm sorry. I already have a date.
You could do better, you know.
I don't doubt it, but this is business.
Suit yourself. All work and no play, you know.
Friendly little town, isn't it, Egidio?
Indeed.
Well, come on, let's go. Hey, how much further is this place, Egidio?
See the small building we're approaching at the end of the pier?
I don't see any lights in it.
But of course not. The windows have been boarded up. Here we are. The door is around this corner. Come.
There's no door here.
No, indeed, Mitchell.
Yeah, I kind of figured this could be a trap. Drop the knife.
One more inch and you will be...
Drop it before I break your arm. That's better. Now, you and I are going to have a little talk. He brings his knee up into my stomach, and I jackknife. By the time I get my wind back, he's halfway down the pier. There's an old freighter tied up, swaying in and out with the tide, and just as he gets opposite, his foot catches on a coil of rope. He loses his balance and falls between the pier and the end of the ship. Oh, brother.
Too bad.
What? Oh, the girl in the bar.
The girl in the bar, otherwise known as Alice.
Well, thanks for that warning you gave me in the bar, Alice.
I'm glad it registered, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah. The look you sent my way when you told me I could do better than Egidio sort of started me wondering if he was the right guy. So I was ready for him when he tried to spring the trap on me.
If you got my message, why did you leave it?
Well, I figured I could get a little information out of him, but by the look of him down there, he's not going to do much talking. Look, where's this guy I'm supposed to talk to, the one the two British agents are bringing in?
I'm afraid that's going to be up to you to find out, Mr. Mitchell.
What? I thought it was all set up.
You're right. It was all set up. But they've run into trouble. And it looks like you're going to have to go into the jungle after them.
Oh, great. What happened to them?
Lieutenant Ted Vance can tell you that. He's waiting for you now at headquarters.
Who's Lieutenant Vance?
In charge of the local police. Come along. I'll take you to him.
Well, Mitchell, looks like you're in for a bit of hoop-de-doo.
What's the setup, Lieutenant?
Well, as you know, two chaps from our intelligence picked up this blighter in the interior and were bringing him down here to Secondi. Well, this afternoon, their native guide staggered in here, more dead than alive. He lasted just long enough to tell us that their party had been attacked in the jungle.
By natives?
No, although it could have been, the way that blighter has the witch doctor stirred up. No, the party was attacked by some, let us say, friends of this chap.
I see.
According to the guide, one of our agents was killed and the native bearers ran away. That leaves our other agent Withers somewhere in the jungle with his prisoner. His friends are probably scouring the area for him right now. That's why there's a bit of a hurry-up necessary. Now, if you'll look at this map here.
Righto.
Here's the area where the attack took place. It's about a day-and-a-half hike from here through some thoroughly nasty country.
And you think Withers and his prisoner is somewhere between here and there, heading this way?
No, I don't. I think Withers realizes his chances of making it alone with his prisoner are pretty slim. I think he's holed up in that same area waiting for help.
I see. That's a lot of jungle there. What do I use to find him? Radar?
Well, before their guide left to come here for help, he told Withers the best place to hide. Now, you see this bend in the river, the little point of land that sticks out there?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a natural vantage point and a lot of natural concealment there. With luck, you may find Withers and his prisoner at that bend of the river.
Yeah, with luck. Well, I better get started right away. How many men can you give me?
Well, that's the embarrassing part, old boy.
What do you mean?
I'm undermanned here as it is, and with the threat of uprisings, I've been ordered to keep every available man ready for action here.
Oh, this is sounding peachier by the moment. So I'm supposed to sally forth into the jungle alone?
Well, not quite. I can give you a native guide.
Gee, thanks.
I'm sorry. Orders are orders.
Yeah. Hey, look, I've got an idea. How about lending me a few of your men just for a few hours?
Lending you? I don't quite follow you, old boy.
Look, I wouldn't have much chance in that jungle alone against those 4 rescuers, but if they weren't in the area, then it wouldn't be so bad.
Oh, I see. You want my men to draw them off in another direction.
That's right. We could all start out together, and then at the right point, my guide and I could get lost. The rest of the party would keep going in another direction. The rescuers might follow them. That would give me a little more time. At least it's a chance.
Yes. Well, we'll do it. I'll get 3 of my men, and I'll give you the best guide I've got, a chap named Mungo. We'll start in an hour.
It wouldn't take a very sharp knife to cut this heat, Vance.
Quite.
And I can't say I care for these mosquitoes.
Your aim is terrific, old man. But these little fellows are nothing. Wait until you run into the kind that try to lift you off the ground.
Swell.
We're coming to the river. This is the jumping-off point, Mitchell. Halt!
Well, at least we've made enough noise for those 4 guys to be following us, if they're in this area at all.
Yes. The rest of us will keep straight on along the river for 2 hours. Then we'll start a wide circle back towards Secondo. Mungo!
Yes, Buona.
Take your orders from Buona Mitchell. Guide him to the bend in the river.
Yes, Buona.
We'll stay under cover here until we're sure the coast is clear. Then we'll ford the river and go up along the other bank.
Right. Well, cheerio, Mitchell.
Yeah, pip, pip, and all that.
Come along, men.
Here. We'll roost under these bushes on the riverbank for a few minutes. There we are. This ought to do.
Buona.
Yeah.
I hear footsteps.
Where?
Listen.
Yeah, coming along the trail.
See, there they are.
Yeah, the rescue party. Brother, 6 of them. That's even worse than we figured. Shh. They're following Vance's party, all right. Good. By the time they realize they're on a wild goose chase, I hope we'll be heading back with Willard as a prisoner. Okay, Mongo, let's go.
We can cross the river here, Buona. It will not come above our hips.
Lead the way. And kindly avoid all crocodiles and snakes. How long you figure it'll take us to get to that bend in the river, Mongo?
We'll not get there before morning, Buona.
Oh, well, it's getting too dark to go any farther tonight.
Yes. I'd better camp here for night.
Okay.
We stay in these bushes.
Yeah, looks like as good a spot as any. Okay, put our gear here and wait a minute. Hey, what's that?
Drums of tribe.
What tribe? Friendly, I hope.
Not friendly drums. Death drums.
Oh, great. Probably one of the tribes this guy I'm after's been stirring up. Where are they coming from, can you tell?
No can tell. Sometimes near, sometimes far. No can tell.
Well, needless to say, they'll probably keep it up all night, too.
Hongo hope so.
What do you mean you hope so?
When drums go, is not bad. When drums stop, is bad.
Yeah, well, they can stop any time as far as I'm concerned. We better figure out a watch schedule.
Mongo watch first.
Okay. Call me in a couple of hours. Try sitting in the jungle at night, listening to a few assorted animals and tribal drums, knowing there are 6 armed men gunning for you. It's great for the nerves. But at least I've got Mongo, and knowing he's out there on watch is a big help. Finally, I get drowsy enough to doze off. Suddenly, I snap out of it. At first, I think it's a noise that wakes me up, and then I realize it's the lack of noise. The drums have stopped. There's not a sound. The whole jungle is quiet. Too quiet. Mongo, I head for the scream. It's bright moonlight now, but there's no sign of Mongo. Then I round the tree trunk, and there he is. He's lying on his back, and his throat has been cut from ear to ear.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Well, sir, I'm all for it. I'm all for you waking up to breakfast of champions. Wheaties milk fruit. It's a combination to help you breeze through your morning's work with pep left over. It's Wheaties, the crisp way to get your whole wheat. Because, yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Got it? There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder it's Wheaties for folks with big things to do and places to go. No wonder Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try them. Get vitamins and minerals for stamina and vitality. Get them in Wheaties. Get protein. Get it in Wheaties. Get energy, whole wheat energy. Get it in Wheaties. Yes, tomorrow morning, shake out a bowl full of the crisp flakes, the golden flakes, Wheaties flakes. Pour on the milk, put on the raspberries or the bananas or whatever you like at your house, and then dig right in and know you're getting up-and-coming nourishment for an up-and-coming morning. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
So, Mongo's lying in front of me dead, and I'm on my own. Who killed him? Hostile natives or the rescue party? Suddenly I realize I'm making a pretty good target of myself standing in the moonlight. I dive for the bushes just in time. There's my answer. The natives don't carry rifles. That means the rescue party has figured out advances in my decoy scheme, and they're back on my trail again. I head for the river and wade upstream a couple of hours. I don't want to leave a trail for them if I can help it. Dawn comes and I climb out of the water. The bend in the river's just a couple of 100 yards ahead of me. I wait a few minutes, but no sign of anyone following me. Maybe I've given them the slip. Now my big problem is finding Withers and his prisoner. But it turns out to be no problem at all. I get to the bend of the river, and there are two guys in torn clothes fighting on the riverbank in front of me. Hey, stop that fight.
What?
You heard me, both of you. Cut it out. That's better. Now get your hands up in the air, both of you.
I'll see here, old man.
Oh, shut up and do as I tell you, unless you'd like me to let a little daylight into you.
Oh, very well, but you're making a mistake.
You let me decide that, what? Well, you must be the two guys I'm looking for. Okay, which one of you is Withers?
I am.
Well, now, look.
I'm Withers.
You're lying. I'm Withers.
I tell you, I'm
Shut up.
Withers.
So you're both Withers, huh?
No, he's lying.
Well, it ought to be easy enough to prove one way or another. Withers is a British agent, and they always have identification papers. You say you're Withers. Let me see your papers.
Why, yes, certainly. Well, that's strange. I don't seem to have them. Now, wait. This other man stole them from me.
I did not. Those papers are mine.
Okay, Buster, suppose you show them to me.
Of course,
So you don't have them either.
They must have fallen into the river during the fight.
Oh, sure. Now, look. For the time being, I'm going to call you guys Pat and Mike for the lack of anything better. Now, you're Pat.
I say Mitchell. I don't mind being called Pat, but my real name is Withers, and I think this is all pretty silly.
So, you know my name, huh?
Well, of course. You're Steve Mitchell, and you're supposed to meet me and my prisoner here.
I see.
You don't see Mitchell. This bloke heard me and my partner mention your name before his friends jumped us.
That's not true. I heard it.
Look, save it, both of you. Mike.
I gather that's the name you've selected for me.
That's right.
Well, that's your privilege, of course, but I prefer my own name, Withers.
Yeah, but you're Mike for the time being. Hold it.
What's the matter?
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's the point. Those birds stopped screeching all of a sudden. Yeah, someone coming. Okay, drop to the ground in those bushes, both of you. Now freeze. The first one of you lets a peep. Gets a hole in his head.
What, Mitchell?
Shut up. Yeah, the rescue boys. Quiet. Nice try, Pat, but it didn't work.
What do you mean?
Breaking that twig to try and attract their attention.
Well, that was an accident.
Was it?
But of course
I
wouldn't do
no
anything.
accident. He did it deliberately. Those men out there in the brush are his fellow agents.
That's a lie.
Keep your voices down, both of you. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Just a minute, Mitchell. We can clear this up right now. This chap claims it's me. Very well. Let me ask him a question.
Okay.
You claim your name is Withers, old boy. That you're a British agent. All right. Who's your superior officer?
Major Summersby in London.
Huh. Sorry. Your information is a little obsolete. Summersby was promoted 3 weeks ago. Major Holcomb's in charge.
Well, Pat.
Why, I've been out of touch with the Home Office for some time, but I can...
No, quite.
All right. Two can play at that game, my friend. Oh, you say you're Withers. What's your wife's name?
Helen.
It's Edith.
Now, see...
You see here, both of you. This is no time to be sitting around the jungle playing guessing games. Look, one of you is Withers, a British agent. The other one is an agent for another outfit, and he's been stirring up trouble with the witch doctors. Now, whichever one of you that is, has got friends beating the bush for him. Well, right now, we're heading for the coast before those friends catch up with us.
That's a good idea, Mitchell.
And get this through your heads. Right now, I don't know which one of you is which, but sooner or later, I'll figure it out. And in the meantime, I'm not taking any chances. The first one of you tries anything gets his head blown off. You got that straight? Okay, get moving. So the three of us start heading down the river for the coast, with me playing a little game of who's who in my mind and getting nowhere. Night comes and we camp by the river. The drums start in again, which doesn't help my peace of mind any. The three of us sit there eyeing each other like hungry vultures. I sit there holding a gun on them, fighting sleep. Mike finally rolls over and dozes off. Right now, I'd give my eye teeth to do likewise.
This has been a pretty rough go for you, Mitchell.
Save the sympathy act, Pat.
Oh, no, I mean it. It's pretty rough on a chap beating his way through these jungles without any rest.
Yeah, rest. Oh, brother, could I do with about 12 hours of sack time?
Yeah, nothing like sleep.
You said it. Sleep. Aye.
Mitchell?
Mitchell! Mitchell, watch out!
What? Get back, Pat! Back!
Very well.
I just wanted to see if I was comfortable, I suppose. Well, that was too close for comfort. Come on, both of you. You're going to sit back to back against this tree with your arms around it, and it's going to tie you that way. Now, come on over here, Pat.
I guess you know who's who now, Mitchell.
I'm beginning to get the idea, Mike. Thanks for warning me.
I think this is a lot of foolishness.
I thought you would. Sit down here. Okay, stick your hands out behind you, both of you. There. Now, a couple of turns of rope, and I think you'll both stay put a while.
Listen.
Yeah. No drums. The last time they stopped, a guy got himself killed.
What was that?
I don't know. Sounds like it came from over near the river. I better have a look. I ease over towards the river. Nothing in sight. I start to turn, but just then, a guy drops out of a tree on top of me. He's got not a native either. I knock him off. Then I spot his gun, but too late. Blood creases my leg. He aims again, but this time I beat him to it. He slumps over. Then I spot another guy slithering through the brush with a rifle pointing in my direction. I limp back to Pat and Mike as fast as I can.
Mitchell! Mitchell, what happened?
It's bleeding.
Sure is. Come on, I'm untying you.
But who were they?
Oh, a couple of scouts from the rescue party. We gotta get out of here fast and quiet. Okay, come on, get moving.
Look, Mitchell, can't we rest a bit? Been walking all night.
Guess we'd better stop.
Well, that's the best news yet.
It's not good news to me, gents.
What do you mean?
Climbing up to the top of this plateau took what little strength I had left in my leg.
Oh, so now we have to carry you, I suppose.
Wait a minute. Look, down there, the rescue party. They're just starting up the plateau. Great. So they picked up our trail after all.
Well, what now, General?
It took us an hour to climb it. It won't take them that long. It's still about 3 hours to the coast. The way I'm limping, it won't take them long to catch up with us. Well, looks like I've got to make a decision.
What do you mean?
I've got to decide which one of you is with us and give my gun to him so he can get to the coast with the other guy.
What about you?
I'll try and find a place to hide until help gets back to me. Okay, I think I know which one of you is which. Pat?
Well, congratulations, Mitchell.
Mitchell, are you crazy?
As I started to say, Pat, you're the wrong guy.
What? No.
Well, you had me worried for a moment. Mitchell!
Pat, stop or I'll drill you. Come back here. That's better. Okay, Mike. There are 3 slugs left in this gun. One's for Pat if he gives you any trouble on the way to the coast. Here's the gun.
Thanks, Mitchell. And congratulations. You picked the wrong man.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Put the sun in the sky and have a great morning. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties. That's right. You can feel well, look well, work well when you begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. Whole wheat energy, whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. High-stepping nourishment for a high-stepping morning. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder we say Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Try it tomorrow. You're eating good to be feeling good. You're getting breakfast of champions. Try it. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yes, you're not quite as clever as you thought, Mitchell. I must say you're very obliging, turning your gun over to me.
I must say you put us in a bit of a pickle, Mitchell.
Maybe not such a pickle, Pat. You see, I had you pegged as the wrong guy right from the start.
Of course. That's why you gave me the gun. Sorry, but your bluff won't work. Stand back, Mitchell. No, wait. I want you to be nice and close. There, that's fine.
Close enough?
Close enough. You said there are 3 slugs in this gun. One's for Pat, one to spare, and one for you in the stomach. Takes longer that way. So long, Mr. Mitchell. What? Empty!
Sure is, Buster.
You did have it figured out.
That's right.
Let go of me!
With pleasure.
Ah!
Well, you just put back the 10 years of my life you took away a minute ago, Mitchell. When you started to give that gun to Mike there, I knew my only chance was to make a run for it.
Yeah?
You know, there's one thing I'm curious about.
What's that?
This bloke was so clever with his answers, I began to find myself wondering whether I really was with us. How did you find out about him?
Want to know a little secret? I didn't.
What?
Right up until the time I handed him that gun, I didn't have the slightest idea which of you was which.
But you told him you'd figured it out.
Sure, these guys operate a lot on bluff, so I thought I'd toss one back at him. So let him think I'm smarter than he was. What he doesn't know won't hurt him.
All right, old boy. I can assure you I'll be the last chap in the world to put him straight about it. I say, we're still not out of trouble. That rescue party's gaining on us.
Yeah, we better get going.
Your leg, man. You can't walk fast enough.
I know. That's where our friend Mike here comes in. Come on, let's bring him around.
Mike? I don't understand.
Oh, I've got a special deal lined up for Mike. He'll love it, I'm sure. He gets to carry me piggyback. Come on, let's saddle him up and get out of here.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, listen for The Falcon on NBC. It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties present Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize it's going to involve my trying to hold Western Europe together with 2 mirrors, a book of matches, and a rusty razor blade. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're flying to Paris. But don't get any ideas.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
I'm afraid this dream's going to turn into a nightmare.
Oh, swell. What's the deal?
Tell me, what do you know about Aristide Reynal, Steve?
Reynal? Oh, sure. The Swiss Sherlock Holmes. A sleuth of the old school, complete with a derby hat, umbrella, and false faces. But a very right guy, even if he is left-handed. And also one of the sharpest little detectives in the world.
That's right. But I see you don't know the latest about him.
What's that?
Last night in Paris, Aristide Reynal was murdered.
What? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I really like the little guy. Who did it?
We think it was our old friend Lupac, Steve.
Lupac? Is he still on the loose?
More than ever. Now, Steve, I don't have to tell you about Lupac. He's a hired killer and the cleverest man we've ever had in our hair. I'll tell you how clever he is. He's been operating 5 years that we know of. We're fairly sure he's implicated in at least a half dozen assassinations, and yet no one even has a description of him.
Yeah, I know that. Look, Commissioner, Aristide Reynal was a sort of a friend of mine, but I don't think you'd be sending me over to Paris to find Lupac for that reason.
No, there's a lot more to it than friendship, Steve. You see, representatives of several European nations have been trying to hold top-secret conversations in Paris for the last week.
What do you mean they've been trying?
Every time they schedule a meeting, one of the representatives meets with a fatal accident, and I don't mean accident.
I see.
We think Lupac is responsible for those murders, that he's been hired to hamstring those negotiations. Now, Steve, they're going to try to meet again next Monday. Lupac's got to be caught before then. Get over to Paris, work with Inspector Murat of the Sûreté, and find Lupac. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Say, friends, are you celebrating proper? It's National Wheaties Week, you know. National meaning everybody coast to coast. Wheaties meaning the whole wheat flakes with a wholehearted energy. And week meaning 7 big days for you and me to buy 'em, try 'em, and tell the neighbors. I'm eating 'em. My family's eating 'em. How about you and yours? Get Wheaties yourself and get with America. Come on, it's National Wheaties Week.
That's what I like about my job. The commissioner's always so nice to me. He gives me a whole weekend in Paris, and all I have to do is find a killer nobody's ever lived to describe. I should be so lucky. Well, it's Friday when I get to Paris. I go to the headquarters of the French Sûreté, and Inspector Murat is waiting for me.
Mitchell, all of us here at the Sûreté feel we have lost an honored colleague in Monsieur Aristide Reynal.
What facts can you give me about Reynal's murder, Inspector?
Unfortunately, very few. We know only that Reynal's body was discovered yesterday morning in the apartment of a man named Belog.
Belog? Who's he?
We have no idea, Mitchell. This Belog has dropped completely out of sight.
Do you have any description of him?
We have managed to piece together a slight description by questioning the other tenants. Belog is a small man, dark, with a mustache and a Van Dyke beard. He customarily wears horn-rimmed glasses and a beret.
Great. That description could fit 1,000 guys in Paris.
True.
You know, there's a little idea pecking at my brain, Murat.
I should not be surprised if it were the same idea that occurred to me, Mitchell. Namely, that this mysterious Monsieur Belog might be the hired killer we seek, Lupac.
Yeah. You got a key to this Belog's apartment, Commissioner?
Yes, we have left everything untouched for the time being.
Good. Come on. I'd like to take a look at it.
As you can see, it is quite a simple apartment.
Yeah, pretty bare. You spot any items of interest here?
A rusty razor blade in the bathroom.
Oh, well, let's take a look. Yeah. And some whiskers in the wash bowl.
It is possible that Baylog, after the killing, decided to shave off his mustache and beard.
So now we're looking for a little man with horn-rimmed glasses, with or without mustache and beard. You know, we're getting less to go on by the minute. Funny?
Indeed. I do not see any humor in it.
No. I mean, this guy Baylog must have been a pretty vain gent.
How do you mean?
He's got 2 mirrors in here.
Oui, I noticed that.
One of them here over the wash bowl on the left side of the room in the corner, and another one in the middle of the wall.
Perhaps he needed more light.
There's as much light here as there is there.
You are right. It is strange.
Well, anything else, Inspector?
There on the table in front of you.
This matchbook?
Yes. Note that there are but 2 matches remaining on the right side.
Well, right now, I'm more interested in noting the name on the cover. Hugo's. What's that?
A small restaurant on the Boulevard de Clichy.
Well, when you don't know where to start, I guess one place is as good as any other, Inspector. Besides, I'm hungry anyway. I'll see you later. So I head for Hugo's. And, of course, every other guy I see on the way there answers Baylog's general description, which gives me a good idea what a sweet job it's going to be finding him. Inside the restaurant, a mournful-looking little gent is circulating from table to table, sawing away at a fiddle for the benefit of a few moonstruck couples. Then a tall, skinny gent spots me standing in the doorway and comes up to me.
Welcome to Hugo's, monsieur.
Are you the official greeter?
I am Hugo.
Oh, good. I'd like to talk to you. Where can we sit?
Why, at this table right here. But if you are selling anything, I am not in the market. Business, it stinks.
Don't worry, I'm not selling anything.
Oh, my friend, I now have much warmer feeling toward you. In that case, I would like to sell you something. A dinner fit for royalty.
Later, but right now I'd like a little information. Did you ever hear the name Baylog before?
Baylog? Baylog?
What are you doing, memorizing it?
Oh, but of course, Baylog, a steady customer, noble soul. At least he was.
Was what? A noble soul or a steady customer?
In Hugo's mind, there is no difference, my friend. But to be brief, I have not seen Monsieur Baylog in here for the last few days.
I don't wonder. But before that, he used to come in regularly, huh?
Now you're making me slightly uncomfortable, monsieur.
Mitchell. Why?
Mitchell. Very simple. When inquiries are made about my steady customers, sometimes makes them very nervous. Then they become unsteady customers. And then Hugo's nerves become unsteady because it means he's losing money.
I get it. You think $5 American would steady your nerves, Hugo?
Would be interesting experiment. Place the bill in my hands.
Here you are.
Uh-huh. The experiment worked? See, my fingers, they are not quivering one bit.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Now, about filling me in on this guy Baylog.
Of course. He came in here regularly, usually in company of another man.
What did this other man look like?
Oh, he was small, about Baylog's size. Very inconspicuous-looking man. Let me see. I believe he usually wore a derby hat and carried umbrella with him.
Derby hat? Umbrella? Hey, wait a minute. Look, here, take a look at this picture. This isn't the guy by any chance, is it?
But, of course, the very man.
And you say that he and Baylog were in here together all the time?
Yes. You know the man in this picture?
I knew him. His name was Aristide Renal.
Well, the two of them seem quite friendly.
I don't get it unless...
Don't get what, my friend?
I'll skip it. Well, thanks for the information, Hugo.
Oh, but there is more.
Huh?
Indeed. Let us say that you have paid only for the main course of the dinner. There remains dessert.
You know, I don't see why you bother serving food in this place. You seem to do pretty well without it.
One must live, my friend.
Okay, steady fingers. Here's another 5 spot. Now, how about the dessert?
You see, over that corner table, alone.
The girl?
Who else?
Well, you said dessert, and you weren't kidding. French pastry yet. Who is she?
Celeste. A, shall we say, friend of Baylog's?
That gives me 3 good reasons for talking to her.
3? What are the other 2?
Her eyes, of course. Oh, I'll see you later, Hugo. Hi.
Hello.
Mind if I join you?
Why not?
Good question.
I am drinking Pernod in case you want to buy me another drink.
Sounds like an open and shut in case. Waiter, Pernod and scotch.
Oui, monsieur.
You're a friend of Baylog's, aren't you?
Why?
You seen him lately?
Why?
Your needle is stuck. I owe him some money.
Give it to me. I will give it to him.
No, thanks. Not that I don't trust you. I just don't trust you. I'd rather give it to him myself, Celeste.
Suit yourself. I have not seen him lately.
I see. Did you ever hear him use any other name beside Lebuck?
Other names?
Lupak, for instance.
For instance, no. But why do we talk about Baylog? He bores me. I know something much more interesting to talk about.
What's that?
Celeste and,
Steve.
Celeste and Steve. Sounds nice.
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation at that. Where do you think it would lead us?
Maybe to 36th Rue St. Anne.
What's there?
My place.
Oh, well...
Here are your drinks, monsieur. Scotch and Pernod.
You're a little late, Buster. We're leaving. There you are.
Merci, monsieur. But the drinks, what shall I do with them?
Well, you might... No, just drink them. Come on, Celeste. We drive up and stop at her place and start in. Then I catch a glimpse of a figure standing in the shadows of the alley across the street. Could be Baylog, alias Lupak. Celeste promises to wait, goes inside, and I walk down to the end of the block. Then I cross over and circle around that block. I came up the alley behind the guy, but when I get into the alley, there's enough light to tell me that no one else is in there. I come out across the street from Celeste's apartment, and still no one in sight. I start to turn for another look back down the alley, but just then an arm swings down out of the doorway beside me, and something awfully hard connects over my right ear. Knocks me to the ground. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but just as I do, I get it again. I grab for the legs in front of my bleary eyes, but this guy must be enjoying it. The third time is the charm. Out I go.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. It's National Wheaties Week.
Hello, this is Frank Martin, the family man. Yes, sir, a family man with a wife and a son and a home like yours. Pretty much like the man around your house, I'll bet. I wake up hungry, and I do mean hungry. But my wife, bless her heart, has a cure for that. She has Wheaties ready with bananas sliced and the cream right handy. You know, that sure is a wonderful way to treat a man. So why don't you try it on yours during National Wheaties Week? If he's anything like me, he'll go for those Wheaties. Yes, and they can help keep him going, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Not bad, huh? A whole kernel. So I'm asking you to try Wheaties once during National Wheaties Week, won't you? Try 'em.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell!
Oh.
Mitchell!
What? Oh, Inspector Murat.
Oh, you are not so bad off after all.
Don't take any bets on that.
Oh, I'm glad.
Brother, my head. What happened anyway?
Oh, well, one of my patrolmen heard a commotion. He saw a man dragging you into this alley. The man fled. When the patrolman saw your identification papers, he called me, and here I am.
Looks like I was about to get taken for the well-known ride.
Who hit you?
I wish I knew. Could have been Baylog. Hey, that reminds me. Come on, Inspector. We should have a talk with Celeste. No answer.
She may have gone. On the other hand, she may be hiding in there.
You got a pass key?
Oui.
Let's find out.
Very well. Here it is.
Now, watch it. Baylog may be inside, too.
That possibility has also occurred to me.
I'll get the lights. Huh, empty. You know, there's something that bothers me about this whole setup.
What is it?
That's the trouble. I can't put my finger on it. It's like listening to a pretty little tune and hearing a discord every now and then. Like, for instance, Hugo told me that Baylog and Aristide Renal were regular customers at his restaurant and that they seemed very friendly.
Monsieur Renal was what we might call a detective of the old school. I am sure the idea of assuming another identity and befriending Baylog would have appealed to him.
Yeah, like I say, that could be it. And if that was the only discord, I wouldn't pay any attention to it.
There are others?
Just little ones, like why the two mirrors in Baylog's bathroom?
You think there is a significance there?
Right now I'm having trouble thinking at all with this lump on my head. Look, I'm going back to Hugo's and see if he can give me any more leads on Celeste. I'll check with you later at headquarters.
Good evening, Monsieur Mitchell.
Hello, Hugo. Hey, looks like you're doing quite a business.
No, these are not customers. They are would-be waiters. Wages. Today I need a wager. I put in paper advertisement, and they pour in a flood. Oh, but I do not think that you come back here to talk about wages. Did you find your friend Belov?
No, I can't even find Celeste.
No.
Hey, there's $10 in it for you if you let me know the next time she drops in here.
$10?
$10. Is it a deal?
My friend, for that I will not only let you know, I will have her here waiting for you in chains.
Mitchell, were you able to find out anything more at Hugo's?
Only that he's having employment troubles.
Tell me, are you still hearing little discords in this tune we are listening to?
Yes, I am. I'm beginning to think that the discords could add up to a whole new tune.
But anyway. Hello? Oui? What? Hello, Kiko. Very well. The trail is warming up, Mitchell.
How so?
At your suggestion, I have had one of my men watching Celeste's apartment. He reports that a man answering Belog's general description just went inside.
Okay. Well, that sort of knocks my new tune into a cocked hat. Come on, let's go. Better stop here, Inspector. Celeste's apartment is just ahead.
Oui.
There's a small open car parked up there in front of the apartment house.
Yes, that is the car the suspect arrived in, according to the report my man gave me.
Look, here he comes out the door.
He's getting into the car. Mitchell, we must not let him escape.
Hold it. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. He's just sitting in the car. Huh. He's a little guy, all right. And Hugo said Belog was a little guy.
He is not wearing glasses, however, and he is clean-shaven.
Don't forget those whiskers in Belog's wash basin. He could have shaved his beard off.
What are you going to do?
Have a little talk with him. I'll be back in a minute.
Be very careful, Mitchell.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, what is it?
You got a match?
Why, of course. Here.
Thanks. Say, I wonder if you could help me.
Help you?
Yeah. I'm a tourist here, and I need a little information.
Oh, yeah. I'm rather in a hurry, and...
Well, this won't take a minute. Here. This is a timetable for the Underground Railway, but I can't seem to figure out where the nearest station is.
Oh, very well. Excuse me. I must put on my glasses. So, now let me see it. Oui, your nearest station is just off the Boulevard de Montparnasse.
How do I get there?
Let me see. You go down this street, 2 blocks, then over 1, and then you turn...
No, not so fast. Look, here's a piece of paper. Would you write it down for me?
Oh, certainly.
Sorry to put you to the trouble.
Thanks. Oh, it is quite all right. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Well?
I don't know. Could be Belog, all right. He had to put on glasses to read the timetable.
In that case, perhaps we... Mitchell, look!
Yeah, Celeste just jumped into his car. Come on, Murat, get this baby started. We don't want to lose him now. So, for the next 30 minutes, we chased them down a dozen assorted side streets and alleys, but we can't seem to gain on them. Finally, we spot the car pulled up in front of a 4-story warehouse. Neither the little guy nor Celeste is in the car. We pull up behind it.
They must be somewhere in that building, Mitchell.
Yeah, but where? This is a lot of building, looks like.
One of us had better go to the rear entrance, the other take the front.
Okay, you, Murat, get back!
Mon Dieu.
Brother. Well, this is the guy we were chasing, all right, or what's left of him.
No identification on him, but that does not surprise me. Well, Mitchell, the case is closed. Our little friend, Belog, realized he was cornered. He preferred to administer justice to himself.
Did he?
I know what you are thinking, that perhaps he was pushed off the building. Well, perhaps he was. It is no matter. Either way, it would appear our case is closed.
Yeah, you're right. That's just the way it would appear.
Marcel Mitchell, international cooperation is a wonderful thing, and it has been a privilege to work with you in this affair. But I must say I am becoming increasingly annoyed at your present attitude.
Sorry.
It is true we have identified the body as that of Harold Pravda, an unemployed waiter. But to me, this means nothing. If Belog was Lupak, as we believe him to be, he was quite capable of assuming a dozen different identities.
I know all that, Inspector.
But I tell you, the whole thing fits into place. Observe. First, we know that Aristide Reynal was on the trail of the notorious Lupac. Second, Reynal is murdered in the apartment of a mysterious little man named Baylog. Third, we know that Celeste is a friend of Baylog's. Fourth,
we chase Celeste and a little guy to a warehouse. The little guy takes a dive or gets pushed off the roof.
Exactamo. And furthermore, this little guy, as you call him, answers Baylog's description, even to the horn-rimmed glasses which he put on to write directions for you when you approached.
Hey, hold it right there.
What?
You just said something, Inspector. I remember now. That little guy wrote out the directions for me right-handed.
Is this so unusual?
It's unusual enough to take us back to Baylog's apartment right now.
Baylog's apartment? But surely if Baylog is dead...
Baylog is dead, all right. But if my hunch is good, there's something a lot more important than Baylog in his apartment.
But what could it be?
The answer to this whole deal. Inspector, one of the things you showed me when we were here in Baylog's apartment before was this matchbook on the table.
But of course, that led us to Hugo's restaurant.
Yeah, and that's all I was paying attention to at the time. I should have paid more attention to the fact that the remaining matches were on the right-hand side of the book. That means the person who was using those matches was left-handed.
Granted, he picked off the matches with his left hand.
Aristide Reynal was left-handed.
Of course he was, Mitchell. We both know that. But what does that prove? We believe that Reynal was posing as a friend of Baylog's. They ate dinner together. Reynal obviously visited this apartment. As a matter of fact, this is where his body was discovered, if you will remember.
Yeah, Reynal was left-handed. He probably used those matches. Now, come on into the bathroom.
Very well.
Now, this is the part I couldn't figure out before, Murat, but it sure makes sense now, the two mirrors.
But I still do not see...
Look, the regular mirror is over the washbowl right here in the left-hand corner of the room.
True.
Now, pretend you're Baylog and you're going to shave. And also pretend you're left-handed.
Well, no, all right. I would simply take a razor in my left hand and then... Mitchell.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. There's not enough room between the mirror and the wall on the left side for a left-handed man to shave.
Yes.
You'd probably cut your nose off.
That is why Baylog set up the other mirror farther along the wall.
Yeah. Inspector, doesn't it strike you as a pretty big coincidence that both Reynal and Baylog happen to be left-handed?
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that Reynal and Baylog were one and the same man.
What? But that is impossible.
Is it? Look, we know Reynal liked to adopt various disguises. I think he grew a beard, rented this apartment under the name of Baylog, and went after Lupac. Then, when things got too warm, he shaved off his beard, but it was too late. Lupac killed him, and his body was correctly identified as Reynal.
But Hugo himself told us he had seen Reynal and Baylog dining together frequently in his restaurant.
That's the point, Inspector. That means that...
That means that Hugo was lying.
Wait.
Hello, Hugo. I figured you'd be pretty close on our trail at this point.
I had to be sure you were convinced that the little man who, shall we say, fell off the roof was Baylog. Unfortunately, you're not convinced, that's all.
Then Hugo is Lupac.
That's about the way it adds up.
I have that honor indeed. Inspector, the hand away from the pocket, please. I admit there are more artistic ways of killing than with this gun of mine, but I am a practical man. I always suit the weapon to the occasion.
You were pretty smart in this deal, weren't you, Hugo?
Up to a point.
When you found out that we believed there was a guy named Baylog and that he'd killed Reynal, you decided to keep the story alive. You even went so far as to hire a little waiter who might pass for Baylog. You made a deal with him to take us on a chase through town. Then you shoved him off the building, hoping that would close the case and take the heat off of you.
Stay where you are. So it did not work. However, you are the only two who know it did not work. And you can be easily disposed of. Mitchell, stay where you are.
Don't worry, Hugo. I'm not getting any closer to you. I'm just walking sideways.
Stop.
You know, Hugo, for the first time in your life, you're going to have to make a choice.
I said stop.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Up to this point in your illustrious career, you've always been told who to kill. Now you've got to choose, me or Murat.
I shall kill both of you.
Oh, no. We're on opposite sides of the room now, and you're right in the middle. Whichever one you shoot, the other's going to jump you, and you won't have time to get us both. So, which one of us it is going to be, Hugo? Hugo licks his lips, jerking his head first towards me and then Murat. My plan is working. I'm almost to the light switch. Hugo takes another quick look at Murat, and I grab the switch and drop to the floor. I know Murat's got his gun out by now, like I have, but I also know Hugo's too smart to stay in one spot. I listen. No sound. I've got to figure out a way to trap him. Then I think of the small shaving mirror on the bathroom wall. I'm about 2 feet from the door. I ease into the bathroom flat on my stomach and get the mirror. Then I prop it up against the inside of the door so it'll reflect from behind the door out into the living room. I get behind the door and stick my gun through the crack. Then I take my cigarette lighter, reach back behind me, and light it. He takes a shot at the reflection, and I've got his location pegged. You're at.
I am all right, Mitchell.
Okay, I got the right guy then. Get the lights.
Oh, indeed, you did get the right man, Mitchell.
Huh. He's still alive, but I don't think for very long.
Your mirror device was most effective.
Well, I guess it was pretty fitting, Inspector. That mirror was what tipped us off to the whole deal anyway.
It would appear the old superstition about breaking a mirror is true.
No, you're wrong there, Inspector. This proves that superstition is all wet.
Hmm? How do you mean?
Well, breaking a mirror is supposed to bring 7 years bad luck, isn't it?
Well, yes, I guess it is.
So it sure isn't true for Hugo anyway. He should live that long.
You have just heard the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
It's National Wheaties Week.
That was my wife. Sure, it's National Wheaties Week. So the Wheaties people asked her if she'd come to the studio tonight and tell the truth about me and Wheaties. Our little boy would have come, but he's only 3.5, and it's about time he was in bed. My wife's name is Maud Lee Martin, and she comes from Kentucky. Maybe you can tell her when you hear her talk.
Thank you, honey. Well, I'm surely glad to have a chance to celebrate National Wheaties Week because we're really fond of Wheaties at our house. Our little boy Jeff eats them right out of the box. Your Wheaties announcer, my husband, eats Wheaties too. And I'd like to tell every wife listening, I really do think Wheaties make a great deal of difference in a man's work. I have a real nice feeling when I put Wheaties on the breakfast table because I know I'm giving my family a wonderful lot of real nourishment. If you haven't had Wheaties lately, pick up a package when you're at the store tomorrow and join the Martins at breakfast, won't you?
Sure, do that. It's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 weeks from tonight, the great Gildersleeve returns to NBC.
It's National Wheaties Week. Yes, it's National Wheaties Week, and Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentation. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce, but they all spell the same thing, trouble. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, ever done any snake charming?
Well, I've tried my hand at charming, but I think they'd resent being called snakes. Why?
You're leaving for Bombay, India on the next plane.
To study snake charming?
There's a snake somewhere in this deal. How you get him out of his basket is up to you.
What's the deal?
An American named Carter went to the Indian province of Kwalani to sell farm machinery. But when the Maharaja's inspector staged a surprise inspection of some of the crates, he found guns and ammunition there instead.
Gun running. What some guys will do for a buck.
The case against Carter was based on the testimony of a man named S. Gouda. He testified he'd seen Carter dealing with a native agitator, that Carter had opened a crate of guns in his presence and had been paid for them.
Pretty convincing testimony.
Yes, but right after the trial, this Gouda disappeared. Yesterday, he got word to us that he was hiding down in Bombay. He wants to talk to one of our agents secretly. You're the one he's going to talk to.
I say, you got his address?
Yeah, here it is. Steve, for obvious reasons, this has to be done undercover. You can't reveal your identity, and you've got to get Gouda before the outfit he lied for does. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in just a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Here are the simple rules for a happy National Wheaties Week at your house. Go to your grocer, buy some Wheaties, and start your breakfast with them every morning. See if you don't honest and truly feel a difference. See if the vitamins and minerals whole wheat has to offer don't add up to energy the Wheaties way. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake, you know. A whole kernel. So, won't you join us? Get Wheaties, the whole wheat flakes with the naturally sweet whole wheat flavor. Wheaties. Try them at least once during National Wheaties Week.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Going to be a friendly little race. Whoever gets to Gouda first wins. It's Friday night when I get to Bombay. I register under a phony name at a hotel near Gouda's rooming house, and then I go over. Down the street, there's a small building on fire, but nobody seems to be paying much attention to it. Inside the rooming house, a bored-looking clerk is lazily sketching on a piece of paper.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Hi.
May I help you?
No, thanks. I know the room I'm looking for. Say, you people take your fires pretty calmly around here, don't you?
I beg pardon, sir?
That building on fire down the street. Back home, there'd be a crowd a block thick around it.
Oh, that. A man died of the bubonic plague there. That's why they're burning the building.
Plague? Huh. No wonder there's no crowd around.
Oh, such things are not unusual here, sir.
Pleasant thought.
But you have given me an idea. The burning building might be a good thing to sketch.
Room 7, yeah.
Who's there?
The guy you wanted to see.
How can I be sure?
Well, you might try opening the door.
You alone?
Yeah. Come on, open up, Gouda.
You must not mention my name. Come in, quickly. Now, your credentials, please.
Here they are.
So, did anyone follow you here?
Not that I know of. Why?
I had to go out for a while this evening. I believe someone was following me, but I managed to give them the slip.
Look, what is this that you want to tell me?
I was paid to give false testimony against the American, Carter.
I see. Who paid you and why?
They only gave me half the money they promised me.
Who's they?
The ones who really smuggled the weapons into Kwalani province. They said if I tried to betray them, they'd kill me. But I will have my revenge. If I tell you their names, you must protect me from them.
Oh, I'll do what I can.
Very well. There are 2 of them involved. The closet!
My back's to the closet. I start to whirl around, but something hard connects over my right ear. And a million comets explode in my head. The floor comes up at me fast. Very fuzzily, I make out something on the floor beside me. A man's heavy identification bracelet with a peculiar crest on it. I fight to get up on my hands and knees, but I get another clip on the head, and that does it. Gouda is dead when I come to. The gun is in my hand. The bracelet's gone, and the police whistles are splitting the air. I hear steps pounding down the hall. So I jam the gun in my pocket and head for the window just as the door opens.
Here he is, out in the alley.
The clerk, you would have to be out here.
Please, quick!
Shut up.
Please, here he is. Here he is.
Sorry, Buster. 10 minutes and 5 alleys later, I'm back in my hotel room, thinking about the spot I'm in. So the race to get Gouda has turned into a dead heat. Gouda's dead, and the heat's on me. It's a neat frame. The U.S. agent bumps off the key witness in a case against the U.S. citizen. Well, morning comes, and I get hungry, so I go downstairs. A little beady-eyed gent in a turban is sitting in the lobby, but when he spots me, he jumps to his feet.
There he is! The men police are after help! Police!
So I'm on the run again. I go out the back door and down the alley, wondering how Beady Eyes was able to identify me. I slip into a little Chinese restaurant down the street.
Good morning, sir.
Hi. How about a little breakfast?
Oh, but of course. Tea and rice.
No, ham and eggs.
Oh, so sorry. Tea and rice.
That's all you got?
Dried fish?
I'll take tea and rice.
Oh, here is newspaper. You like to read about big excitement last night?
Excitement?
Oh, please, sit down. We'll wipe off table.
What excitement are you talking about?
Oh, it's all in newspaper. We'll turn back to first page. Killing last night only short distance from this place. Man got away. But I know what he looked like.
Huh? How do they know?
Oh, clerk at rooming houses, artist student. He draw good picture of killer.
What?
See, big sketch of killer's face. You see, he looks like his face. Oh, please do excuse me 1 moment. Must see what's going on in the kitchen.
I get out of there fast. This is just great. Every paper in Bombay has my picture on page 1. I'm about to throw away the paper when a small ad catches my eye. Bandara, consultant. But under the name, there's a crest. And it's the same peculiar crest that was on the bracelet I spotted when I got slugged. I don't know what kind of a consultant this Bandara is, but he's the one guy I want to consult right now. I go to the address in the ad, but before I have a chance to knock, the door swings open. I can hear music. The room is heavy with drapes and incense.
You are now in the realm of peace. Your problem will be solved.
The voice seems to be coming from all over, but the room is empty.
I am with you.
Huh? Hey, right behind me.
Bandara comes from everywhere and nowhere.
Well, wherever you came from, I want to talk to you.
Of course. You are impelled to visit me.
Sorry. No sale, Bandara. What I need is information. That crest in your ad, is that your trademark?
It is the symbol which identifies Bandara in the spirit realm.
Yeah? Well, right now I'm more interested in the bracelet realm.
The consciousness of Bandara is so elevated that the significance of your remarks passes beneath me.
Well, then come on back down to earth for a minute. Now, look. Do you own a bracelet with that crest on it or not?
Earthly possessions are of such little significance to Bandara that sometimes he loses the memory of them.
I see. It sounds like Bandara's got quite a convenient memory. I suppose you've also lost the memory of where you happened to be last night.
I do not seem to recall. I may have been in a trance.
Yeah, and you may have been putting me in a trance with a gun barrel over the ear.
Bandara's only weapons are words of wisdom. You are now in the realm of peace. Your problem will be solved.
Brother, with the props you've got, you could make a fortune in Hollywood.
Thank you.
Oh, Bandara, I didn't know you were occupied.
Mrs. Trevelyan, if you will wait in the other room, I will be with you shortly. I believe this gentleman is about to depart from the realm of Bandara.
Righto. And how's the little romance coming along, Bandara?
Earthly attachments are but symbols, Mrs. Trevelyan.
Oh, of course. It's frightfully difficult to realize that at times.
I believe you were about to...
Yeah, depart from the realm of Bandara. But don't be too surprised if I return to the realm soon. Outside, there's a girl coming along the sidewalk reading the newspaper. She glances at me and hesitates and gives me another look. Then her eyes flick back to the newspaper. She speeds up and turns into the shop next door. I catch up with her just as she reaches the telephone.
Oh!
Hang up.
Get away from me.
I'm not kidding. Hang up. That's better. All set to call the cops, huh?
What do you think?
Come on, we're going to walk.
Where are we going?
I don't know. Come on.
What good do you think this is going to do you? Pictures plastered on every paper in town.
You're an American, aren't you?
So what?
So am I.
So what again? Look, brother, you might as well kill me now, because you're never going to shut my mouth any other way.
Why?
You're not another American to me. You're just a trip home. I'm tired of this stinking place, and I'm broke. There's a reward out for you.
I know that. I can't go back to my hotel. You live alone?
Yeah. No.
I think you were right the first time. Okay, come on. We'll go to your place. Nice place you have here. Make yourself at home.
Oh, thanks a lot. Now what?
Well, I've got to stay on the loose until I find out who framed me.
Oh, sure. You're just an innocent little bystander who got framed. Put on a new record, will you?
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Look, like I told you before, you're a trip home as far as I'm concerned.
What's your name?
Carol.
Steve is mine.
Delighted.
So you're not interested in helping me?
Are you kidding?
Would it make any difference if you knew that I really was innocent?
Look, everybody knows you killed that guy in the rooming house.
No, Carol. I didn't kill him.
Who did then?
I don't know. I've got one possibility in mind, if I can ever get the guy down off a Cloud 8 long enough to find out a few things.
Oh, you sound real convincing.
Now, look.
Forget it.
Okay.
What good's it going to do you to stay here?
This is the safest place in Bombay I can think of for me right now.
Okay. Go ahead and sit there. But you can't stay awake forever. And the second you doze off, you're a dead pigeon.
Say, did I tell you folks, it's National Wheaties Week. And your grocer will sell you just as many packages of Wheaties as you want. Any day, every day. Now, isn't that nice? You can celebrate all you want to. And believe me, backstage here, we're sure taking advantage of the privilege. Just to prove it, here's Bob Reif, the talented young man who writes the thrilling stories you hear on Dangerous Assignment. Pull up a Wheaties bowl and join us, Bob.
Thanks, Frank. I'll pick up that cue. Sure, I'm a Wheaties man, but isn't everybody?
We sure hope so, Bob, especially during National Wheaties Week.
National Wheaties Week. What a week. All the Wheaties you can eat just waiting to be bought at the grocery store. Wonderful, isn't it? Seriously, folks, I do think Wheaties are swell, and I hope you're getting yours, because when you buy a package of Wheaties, it tells us you like our show, just like that. So, if you want us to know, don't write. Just take home a box of Wheaties from the store. How about that, okay?
It certainly is, and thank you, Bob Reif.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
What time is it?
A little afternoon. Brother, no sleep for 30 hours.
You know, you're a strange guy. I don't get you.
What do you mean?
I should think you'd be trying to figure a way to get out of town.
That's just what I would be doing if I were guilty.
If you were...
Isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know what I mean.
Oh, boy, that sunlight feels good. You know, when this deal's over, I'm going to hit the sack for about a week.
I guess you've been through a lot, haven't you?
Yeah. Believe me, it's not habit forming.
Well, you're safe for the time being. Just relax.
Yeah, I'm so relaxed right now anymore.
Steve. Steve.
Hey, come back here. Almost, but not quite.
Let go of me.
Let go of that door.
Okay. Well, you can let go of me now.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can.
No. No, don't. Oh, Steve.
Well,
I'm so mixed up.
you didn't seem to be a moment ago. You were trying your best to get out that door.
I'm glad you stopped me. You didn't kill that man, did you?
No.
I tried to make myself believe you did. I thought I was being so tough about it. I thought I could get enough money out of the reward to get home on.
So, what happens now?
I guess that's up to you, Steve. I'm not going to try to call the police anymore. You can stay here if you want to.
Look, there's nothing I'd rather do right now than stay, believe me. But I'm not going to get this deal figured out sitting here.
Where are you going?
To the realm of peace.
Huh?
Oh, skip it. I'll tell you about it when I get back.
Okay. We can talk about it over a drink.
Yeah, maybe I'll have something to celebrate by then. I take the side streets to Vandara's place. On the way, I spot a guy following me. I've seen him before, then it registers. He's the little beady-eyed gent who identified me in my hotel lobby early this morning. I walk by Bandara's front door and turn into the alley. Then I wait. Looking for me, Buster?
Let go of me.
We're going to have a little talk. Now talk. You're the guy who was sitting in my hotel lobby this morning. Why?
Why, I was waiting for a friend.
Who are you?
I am Ahmed. Please.
Why were you following me just now?
But I was not following you. I was just taking a walk.
Yeah? How come you were able to identify me this morning?
Your picture was in all the papers. I saw it just before you came downstairs. I read about the reward.
Yes, again. The newspapers weren't on the streets then. You couldn't have seen my picture. Come on. Open up or I'll...
No. I will tell you how it all came to be.
I'm listening.
Well, you see, I have a cousin who lives here in Bombay. I came to visit him for the weekend.
Quit stalling.
But I am telling you the truth.
Hold it. What was that?
And now this cousin of mine wanted me to...
A car full of cops out in the street. So that's why you were stalling.
Police, here he is!
Okay, you're looking for a reward, huh? Here it is. I duck around to the back of Bandara's place and find the window that's unlocked. I open it and ease myself in. I'm in Bandara's bedroom. It's empty. I start tiptoeing through the room. Then I freeze. There's a painting on the wall. I take a long look at it.
Good afternoon.
Huh? Well, you specialize in popping out of nowhere, don't you, Bandara?
Most people who seek my help specialize in entering through the front door.
You must have an electric eye on these windows, too.
Those who seek to enter the realm of peace by stealth do not find peace.
Well, maybe not, but sometimes they pick up a little information.
A little information is a dangerous thing.
Well, it's better than none.
Strange. I have no consultations at this hour.
Who is in charge here? This is the police.
Hey.
Police? Bandara has no traffic with the police. What do they want with me?
You go find out. I'm leaving. I go out the same way I came in, the back window. I know they're closing in on me. Unless I think of something fast, I'm a dead pigeon. Then I spot a battered delivery truck down the alley. The driver's just sliding in behind the wheel when I get in with him.
I recognize you.
I thought you would.
No. Do not get back there.
Too late. I'm already back here. Get this jalopy started.
Very well.
Okay, let's go.
Look.
What?
Down the end of the alley.
Cops swarming all over the street. Okay, we're going through.
But they will stop my truck.
Don't let them look back here.
But what will I tell them?
That's up to you. So you better think of something real convincing. Because I'm going to be lying here beside this box in back of you. And my gun's pointed right at the back of your head.
Halt!
Okay, pull up.
Get out. We're going to search your truck.
But why?
We're looking for a fugitive. I said get out.
No, you cannot search this truck.
What's that?
I said you cannot search this truck.
So, Then the fugitive is here.
No, I am carrying a dead man.
Let me inspect this dead man.
Very well, but this man died of the bubonic plague.
What? Get your truck out of here at once!
Boy, that was close.
Where do you want me to take you?
Oh, down the street away. You know, that was fast thinking, dreaming up a yarn like that on the spur of the moment.
Oh, that was not fast thinking.
How come?
But is the truth.
What?
In that box beside you is the body of one who died of the plague.
Oh, great. Hey, stop this jalopy. You just lost a passenger.
Steve,
Hi, Carol.
I'm so glad you got back all right. Here's that drink I promised you.
Thanks, Carol. Well, I've been doing a lot of running and dodging the last hour. I could use some fresh air. There. Oh, boy, that's better. I needed that.
Hey, you're a fast drinker. You want another?
No, thanks.
Were you able to find out anything?
Yeah. It looks like the deal's starting to fall into place.
Oh, I'm glad. Where's this realm of peace you said you were going to?
A place owned by a guy named Bandara.
You think he's involved in the killing?
I did think so, but I don't anymore. I guess it goes together something like this, Carol. Suppose an outfit wanted to smuggle some guns into an up-country province.
Smuggle guns?
Yeah. Just bear with me. I'm thinking out loud. So these gun runners smuggle them into the province in crates of farm machinery. When the plot is discovered, it's a pretty easy thing to frame Carter, the owner of the company, who doesn't know what's been going on.
Oh, you're leaving me way behind.
Yeah. The gun runners pay a guy named Gouda to testify against Carter, but they don't pay him enough. He tries to double-cross them, so they kill him, right while I'm talking to him. Then they frame me, and on me, the frame looks good. A U.S. agent knocks off the key witness against a U.S. citizen.
You're a government agent?
Yeah. Gouda told me there were two people involved in the gun running. I think I know who one of them is.
Who?
A little gent named Ahmed who's been following me around, trying to sick the cops on me. And the other...
What's the matter?
What's this on your dressing table?
Why, a jewel case. Why?
That's what I thought it was.
Steve, don't.
Well, what do you know? A heavy bracelet with Bandara's crest on it.
I guess I should have thrown that away, shouldn't I, Steve?
Yeah.
I thought you were unconscious when you hit the floor. I didn't think you'd seen it then.
It broke when you clipped me, didn't it?
How'd you find out about me, Steve?
I saw a painting of you in Bandara's bedroom. Then I remembered one of his suckers kidding him about a romance. I put two and two together, and they added up to you. Bandara gave you his bracelet. You were wearing it last night when you killed Gouda and slugged me.
I'm sorry you found out, Steve. I knew you had. I saw it in your eyes when you walked in a minute ago. And I'm sorry. I wasn't kidding about liking you.
I guess I kind of liked you, too.
That's why it was so hard for me to do what I did.
What do you mean?
That drink I just gave you. I poisoned you, Steve.
You didn't really poison me. You're kidding me. I'll bet... Oh, no. You're not kidding me.
Steve?
My stomach. Carol, you did poison me.
I had to.
Carol.
Steve!
It is all over, so.
Yeah. It's all over, Ahmed.
You had to do it, Carol. He got away from me at Bandara's before the police could get there. But now it is simple. I'll take his body somewhere and notify the police. We're in the clear.
Yeah.
So, he is very heavy, this Steve Mitchell.
Let me give you a hand.
Steve!
I mean a fist. Oh, no, Carol. You're not leaving.
Let go!
Sit down.
The poison. I saw you drink it.
No, you didn't. I had you pegged when I walked in. I wasn't about to accept any hospitality from you. I poured the drink out the window when my back was turned to you.
Then why the fake collapse?
To nab your partner, Ahmed.
You still don't have any evidence.
Oh, Ahmed's the jittery type. I'm sure I can make him spill the whole story to the police.
Steve, Steve, you've got to listen to me. I didn't know what I was doing. Give me a break, Steve. Let me go away. Maybe later we
Save it, Carol, save it. I'm taking you both in. You know, we could have made beautiful music together, but now it's Ahmed who'll do the singing. And I bet his notes are going to sound real sour to you.
A fine National Wheaties Week performance. And here's the man who made it so, our star, Brian Donlevy.
I stayed to ask you to buy Wheaties this week. If you enjoyed Dangerous Assignment, it would give me a lot of pleasure to know it. And I will know it if you'll get those Wheaties. Will you do that?
Thank you, Brian. And folks, let's all buy Wheaties for Brian Donlevy, just to let him know we think he's great on this show. Let's get to that grocer in the morning and tell him we're there about Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake, you know. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder I keep saying, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Breakfast of Champions.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Friday night to Dimension X on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then. And remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
We can prevent the overwhelming number of forest fires which each year blacken vast areas of our precious woodlands. Full 9 out of 10 forest blazes are man-made, caused by carelessness. Only you can prevent forest fires. When traveling in the woods, crush out all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two before throwing them away. Carefully douse campfires twice before leaving them. Another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce, but they all spell the same thing, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve an innocent little picture postcard that almost turns out to be my death warrant. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had something for me.
I do. Here it is, Steve. A plane ticket.
Oh, no, not again so soon.
How soon can you get packed?
Look, the way you've had me hopping around the world lately, I don't even have anything left to pack. I've got a dirty shirt in practically every city in the world.
You're flying to Dublin, Ireland.
Oh, fine. I don't even have a necktie there, but why Dublin?
You'll be looking for an object about the size of a walnut.
I'm flying to Ireland to look for nuts. Look, I can find plenty of them right here at home.
This is the size of a walnut, but it's a whole lot more valuable. A roll of microfilm, Steve, containing the complete plans of our latest and most improved guided missile.
Oh, stolen, huh?
Yes, and we think we know who smuggled them out of the country. A man named Ernest Weber. If so, he's got a 2-day start on you. He left by plane the day before yesterday. Here's his picture and all the data we have on him. It isn't much, Steve, but we're depending on you to get that microfilm. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
If you've got a job to do tomorrow, folks, get your Wheaties. Sure, Breakfast of Champions is for you, just like it's for Ralph Kiner, pride of the Pittsburgh Pirates. You may not play ball for a living, but whatever your job is tomorrow, you can do it better on a better breakfast. And it's a better breakfast you're starting with Wheaties. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, whole wheat, good, sound whole wheat. Plump and ripe and bursting with vitamins and minerals and protein for your vitality, your energy, your working power. So tumble the Wheaties out of the package, pour on the milk, put on the fruit, pick up the spoon, and smile. You're eating good to be feeling good. Breakfast of Champions for people who are going places. Are you ready? Triumph. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, that's my little cinch assignment. Just catch up to a guy who's got 2 days start on me and isn't going to slow down any. It's Sunday when I get to Dublin. It takes me 6 hours to trace Weber to a hotel, only to find out he's left for London. In London, they give me a lead that sends me to Brighton. There's a lot of seacoast there, but no Weber. I tickle a cab driver's memory with a few bucks, and he tells me he took Weber to the depot 2 days ago to catch a train back to London. By now, I know this guy is really trying to cover his trail. I also know I'm losing time fast. For lack of any other leads, I go back to the rooming house in London where Weber had stayed before.
Ernest Weber? Why, yes. Yes, he returned here yesterday.
Is he here now?
Yes, he's in room 2, right up front here, just through those drapes.
Thanks. Don't bother to tell him I'm here. I want to surprise him.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't see you in the dark.
Looking for somebody? Old boy?
Yeah, room 2.
Well, no. Quite a coincidence. That's the door I'm standing in front of.
So I see. You mind getting out of my way? There's a guy in there I want to see.
Weber? I wonder why.
It doesn't happen to be any of your business.
Oh, I think you're mistaken there, old boy. Quite.
Yeah? Look, old boy, if you don't get out of my way...
So you want to see Weber?
I get it. You stand out here and stall me while he goes out the window. Now, look.
Why don't you look instead? Here.
Huh?
I'll turn on the light for you.
Hey.
Go ahead. Take a good look.
Brother, from ear to ear.
Quite. Which brings me back to my original question. Why did you want to see Weber?
Before I answer that, I want to know who's asking it.
Name's buried. Inspector, that is.
I see. Well, as long as we're getting official, you better take a look at my credentials.
Huh? What ho? Washington?
Yeah. Weber smuggled some microfilm out of the States.
You know, that throws a little more light on it.
How so?
A chap named Sutherland turned up dead this afternoon down the coast in Hastings. We found a couple of postcards on Sutherland's body. Decided to take a look at the chap who'd been sending them, so I ran up here and found Weber dead.
Could I see those cards?
Righto. The postcards themselves look innocent enough. Here they are.
Thanks. First one was mailed from Dublin. Just arrived. Will keep you posted.
Right. And the second was mailed to Sutherland from London. Like it here, but I'm moving on. We'll let you know when and where I settle down.
That sounds like there should be a third card.
We found only these two on Sutherland's body.
You gave this room a going over.
Quite. No microfilm either on Weber's body or in the room, if that's what you mean.
Either Weber's already sold the film, in which case I'm too late, or else he's got it hidden somewhere. I'll have to take my chances on it being hidden.
I don't envy you your search, old boy. A little like the proverbial needle in the haystack, you know?
Yeah. You say this other guy, Sutherland, was killed in a town called Hastings?
Right, it's south of here, on the coast.
Where was he staying there?
A spot called the Sea Cliff Inn.
Okay. I think I'll take a run down there and see what I can find out on that end.
Good evening, Governor.
Hi. Brother, that fog is really thick outside.
Oh, it's not really so bad, Governor. I've seen it a lot worse. Cooper's my name. At your service. Would you like a room?
I'd like a little information, Cooper.
Information? What about?
The guy who got himself killed here today.
Mr. Sutherland? Oh, poor bloke. Well, there's not really much I can tell you about him, Governor. You know, on a job like this, you can't help picking him up little things here and there, but I never heard this bloke Sutherland say nothing, and to the best of my knowledge, he had no visitors. Oh, hello, Harry.
Bit of a thick one outside, Cooper. Here's the afternoon mail.
Just put it on the desk there.
Righto.
Well, sorry I can't help you more about your friend Sutherland, Governor. But if you excuse me now, I'll be sorting the mail.
Okay. Wait a minute.
What's that?
You've got a picture postcard in that stack of mail. Let's see it.
Now, see here, I can't have you reading the guest's mail.
Let me have it. Yeah. From Weber, and it's addressed to Sutherland.
Oh, sorry, Governor. I didn't realize it was sent to your friend. Let's see. Well, it was sent from Brighton. Yes, that's a picture of the Empire Hotel there. Quite a nice spot, too.
The Empire Hotel, Brighton, as seen through the trees from Providence Point. Good-sized place, isn't it?
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Just looking at the picture.
Oh, that blinking switchboard again. Excuse me, Governor.
Oh, sure. Take your time, Governor. I slipped the postcard into my pocket and eased quietly out the door while Cooper's on the phone. This is the postcard I've been looking for. The message reads, "Like it here. Guess I'll stay." And on the picture of the hotel, there's an X over one of the windows. So now I'm pretty sure where the microfilm is hidden. Outside, the fog is swirling thicker than ever. I can't see 3 feet in front of me. I head in the direction the depot's supposed to be, and then I hear steps. I stop. The steps stop. I start again. So do the steps. But in the fog, I can't tell where they're coming from. I stop again. The steps keep coming. Suddenly, a figure looms up, something shiny in his hand. I hit the sidewalk. The knife hits the door behind me. I scramble to my feet, take off after him, but he just melts into the fog. I can't tell which way he went, but I try about 3 different directions. I spot nothing. Finally, I give up. I managed to find the depot and take the train along the coast to the Empire Hotel in Brighton.
Good evening, sir. You wish a room?
Yeah.
Just sign the register, please.
Okay. There's one room in particular I'd like to have.
Oh?
I stayed here once before several years ago in that room and liked it very much.
Well, now I'll do my best to arrange it, sir. What room might that be?
I don't remember the number, but it's the 3rd room from the north end of the hotel on the 3rd floor.
Yes. That'd be 317.
Yeah, that's it. How about it?
One moment, sir. Now I'll check. Yes, here we are. I'm sorry, sir, but that room is taken.
I see. Who has it?
Miss Sheila Moore from Dublin.
Dublin? You mind telling me how long ago she checked in?
Why, no. She checked in only yesterday. I don't know how long she's planning to stay here at the Empire, sir. But if you really would prefer that room, well, now, perhaps you could talk to her and see if she'd be willing to exchange it for another.
You know, that's a good idea. See you later.
Yes?
Well, Miss Moore?
Yes. And who are you?
Steve Mitchell. I'd like to talk to you if I could.
And what about?
Your room here.
Oh, it's quite comfortable, thank you.
You don't understand. I'm not working for the hotel. Could I come in for a moment?
Well, I was just leaving for a little walk.
Okay, I'll ride down in the elevator with you.
All right. And just what is it you want to talk about, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, I was wondering if you'd mind taking another room.
Oh, and why would I want to do that?
Well, you see, I had the room you're staying in a few years back, and I liked it very much.
So do I. There's an excellent view from it.
Would you consider trading rooms with me?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that room seems to mean a lot to you.
Strange. I was just thinking it must mean a lot to you.
After you. You're from Dublin, aren't you?
Yes.
On a vacation here?
My, but you're a nosy one, aren't you?
Yeah, sort of.
I've always wanted a holiday in Brighton, so now I'm taking one. And will there be any other questions, Mr. Mitchell?
Well, the reason I was asking about Dublin, A friend of mine passed through there a few days ago, and I thought you might know him, Ernest Weber.
Dublin's a large city, Mr. Mitchell.
Weber had an accident in London this afternoon.
Serious?
Fatal.
I'm sorry.
Maybe that isn't exactly news to you.
Now, if I don't even know the man, it would have to be news, wouldn't it?
Well, here we are. You know, if you should reconsider about the room...
I don't expect I will.
What's the matter?
It's a little embarrassing.
What I'd like to know
What
is,
is?
are we
The man and his wife talking to the clerk.
A fine thing when a man and his wife can't come down to the shore for a holiday without having a beastly thing like this happen.
Well, no. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chumley. I can't understand it. We haven't been troubled by burglars for quite a while.
But we have very little of value. Why would burglars pick our room? I can't... Oh, Miss Moore.
Hello, Mrs. Chumley.
But I thought you had a headache, my dear.
I did, but it's better now. I thought I'd just get a little breath of fresh air before bed.
The most dreadful thing has happened, my dear.
What do you mean?
Well, you remember right after dinner you said you had a headache.
Yes, a splitter.
And Mrs. Chumley and I had a bit of a stroll along the coast. But when we came back to our room just a few minutes ago, we found it completely ransacked.
What room are you staying in?
I don't believe I had the pleasure, sir.
Oh, this is Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Chumley. Mr. Mitchell just arrived.
No. Well, I can't quite see what concern it is of yours, old boy, but we're staying in room 217. That is, we were staying there until this beastly thing happened.
We'll have your room put back in order immediately, Mr. Chumley.
Very well. Come along, Martha. We may as well have a spot or something while we're waiting.
Room 217. That's the room right under yours, isn't it, Miss Moore?
I suppose so. Why?
Oh, just wondering.
Hey, were you able to effect an exchange of rooms with Miss Moore, Mr. Mitchell?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, well, very well. Now, I have another nice room for you, sir. 224. I've taken the liberty of having your luggage sent up there.
Okay, I guess that'll have to do. You care for a drink, Miss Moore?
No, thanks. I think I'll be getting back to my room.
Oh, change your mind about taking the walk?
Yes.
Well, I'll see you around, Sheila. Sheila heads for the elevator, and I fish the picture postcard out of my pocket and take another look. The Empire Hotel, seen through the trees from Providence Point. Up to now, I'd thought the X on the card was on the window of room 317. But now I see that a branch of a tree on Providence Point partially covers the window of 317 and that the X is under the branch. So the X could be either under 317 or over 217. And whoever else is looking for that microfilm apparently thinks 217's the room. I go up to my own room, still thinking about it. Reach for the light switch, and just then somebody lowers the boom on me.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
You know, the world isn't so tough to face when you've got a good breakfast under your belt, and it doesn't matter what part of the world you're facing either. Farmers can farm better, salesmen can sell better, sawyers can saw better on a better breakfast. And that's what you start when you start with Wheaties. Because here are flakes of whole wheat. Whole wheat. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why I say Wheaties can give so much. The vitamins, the minerals, the wonderful energy of whole wheat. And that's why I say, pull the chair out at the table tomorrow at breakfast time, sit down to a meal that starts with Wheaties, and see if you don't feel the difference in smoother work all morning long. It's the whole wheat nourishment that helps. Now, of course, it's no fun getting up in the morning to just a batch of vitamins and minerals. Wouldn't that be dull? But it's fun, you bet it is, to lay spoon to crisp, flaky little flakes called Wheaties. Pour on the cold milk, put on the fruit you like best, and eat happy. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you. Come on now, you try it. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell. Steve.
Huh? Oh, Sheila.
Are you all right?
No, but I guess I'll live. What are you doing here in my room?
Well, when I got down to my own room, it was all torn apart.
What?
Yes, and I remembered you'd been so anxious to get that room, and I thought you might have had something to do with it.
Look.
So I came down here to your room, and the door was partway open. I saw you lying here on the floor.
Speaking of rooms getting torn apart, take a look at this one.
Yes. I noticed it as soon as I turned on the light. What a mess.
Yeah. Looks like somebody's doing their best to remodel this hotel. First Mr. Chumley's room, then yours, now mine.
What's it all about, Steve?
That's a good question, Sheila. Maybe I can give you the answer before long. After she's gone, I start putting my room back together again. Then I remember the postcard. It's not in the pocket I put it in. I go through my other pockets, and I find it in one of them. So whoever clouded me on the head a few minutes ago took a look at it then. Well, at this point, I don't know where the microfilm is or who has it. All I'm sure of is that I don't. And then I think about Sheila. Quite a girl. She's either real innocent or real smart, and I've got to find out which. The next morning when I go downstairs, I spot Mr. and Mrs. Chumley having breakfast.
Drive down the coast today, my dear. The sun's out for a change, and,
Good morning.
Huh? Oh, Mitchell, isn't it?
Yeah, we were introduced last night in the lobby when you reported your room ransacked.
Of course, Mr. Mitchell. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Care for a spot of breakfast with us, old boy?
No, thanks, but I would like to ask you a couple of questions about Sheila Moore, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Rather taking your fancy, eh?
Yeah, sort of.
By Jove, I don't blame you. If I were 10 years younger myself and, weren't, of course, already married to the loveliest person in the world.
You got that in just in time, Arthur. She does seem to be a lovely girl, Mr. Mitchell. What is it you wanted to know about her?
How long have you known her?
Matter of fact, we just met her yesterday afternoon. Rather amusing circumstances, come to think of it.
What do you mean?
We were just returning to our room from a stroll when we found her trying to unlock our door.
Oh?
Yes, you see, her room is directly above ours, and I suppose she'd got confused.
Yeah, sure.
We struck up a conversation with her, and it ended by agreeing to have dinner together. But she developed a headache and left us early.
And when you returned to your room after that, it had been torn apart?
That's right. I say, you don't think that she could have had anything to do with it?
There's probably no connection at all, Mr. Chumley.
I beg your pardon, Governor.
Huh?
Could I have a word with you?
Yeah, excuse me, Mrs. Chumley.
Of course.
Expect we'll be seeing you later, old boy.
Yeah.
Hope I'm not disturbing you, Governor. But you see, I have...
You're the hotel clerk I talked to in Hastings yesterday afternoon, aren't you?
Right you are. Cooper's the name.
Yeah. What are you doing here in Brighton?
Well, you remember I told you then I was coming up here on a vacation.
Oh, yeah.
But, to tell the truth, Governor, I've been looking for you.
Why?
Well, like you told me yesterday, a hotel clerk who keeps his eyes and ears open is liable to pick up things here and there.
I get it. What's the bite?
Now, I'm not a greedy chap, you know, and how much it's worth is up to you.
Oh, wait a minute.
But I haven't told you yet, Governor.
Save it until I get back. What yanks me into motion is a glimpse of Sheila Moore with a dressing case under her arm just disappearing out the side door. When I get to the sidewalk, she's down the street renting a bicycle. She starts pedaling down the road that leads along the coast. So I rent a bicycle and climb aboard. Great way to be chasing a suspect. Well, it's 20 years since I've ridden one of these contraptions, and all the dogs in town seem to agree that now is no time to break the spell.
Get out of there. Oh, wait. Get out.
I finally get out of town with both legs and both wheels. I can see Sheila up ahead of me, and she turns towards the coast, but when I get to the spot, she's disappeared. Then I see her bicycle tracks leading down towards a clump of bushes. I park my velocipede and ease over.
Well is right. Can't a girl even change into a bathing suit without you poking around?
A French bathing suit on an Irish girl in England. You know, that's the kind of international cooperation I like, Sheila.
You followed me here.
Uh-huh.
Quite flattering. You are the persistent type, aren't you?
I'm glad I was. I didn't realize what a beautiful view there is around here.
Oh. Well, I don't really have any complaints about the view from where I stand, either.
You know, two nature lovers like us ought to have a lot to talk about.
We might at that.
Maybe over a drink and some lunch.
I would like a swim first, though.
Go right ahead. Don't mind me.
As a matter of fact, I don't. It's been a wonderful day, Steve. Swim, lunch, bicycle ride.
Yeah. My legs are killing me.
And now it's sunset already. Just look out the window. Isn't it beautiful? Water, sun slipping down behind that point over there.
Providence Point. Yeah, you do get quite a view from your room here.
So now we're talking about views again.
Yeah, so
It's a nice day, Steve.
you know, the view's getting better by the moment.
View out the window, you mean?
Sure.
Now you see why I didn't want to give up this room?
Sorry you mentioned that, Sheila.
Hmm?
Look, this is all very pleasant, but if you're trying to pull a little razzle-dazzle over my eyes, you'd better give up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know just where you fit into this deal, but it's time we found out.
What do you mean?
I think you know I've been looking for something.
Well, now, it's fairly obvious.
That's not what I mean. Yeah, it could have been you right from the start.
What could have been me?
You figured it was hidden in this room. That's why you wouldn't change rooms.
What?
But you couldn't find it here, so you thought it might be in the room directly below, Chumley's room. You tore it apart looking for it, but it wasn't there.
Steve!
And you tore your own room apart as a cover for yourself. At this point, you figured I might have gotten it, so you slugged me and searched my room.
Look, if there was something of value hidden here, and I had gotten it, do you think I'd still be staying around here? That would be stupid.
Stupid or awfully smart.
I don't know what this is all about, Steve. But all I can say is you certainly seem to have the wrong point of view about me.
Yeah. I guess so, Sheila. But if I've got the wrong point of view about you, that means I'm fresh out of Leeds and I'm licked.
What's the matter, Steve?
Wait a minute.
What's wrong? Why are you staring out the window?
Yeah. I guess I've had the wrong point of view right from the start. See you later, Sheila. I go outside, get on my trusty bicycle, and pedal around the shoreline to Providence Point. It's dark when I get there. I fish the postcard out and take a look, and then I find the right tree. It's on the edge of the cliff over the ocean. I start climbing, but the second branch I grab starts to break. I grab another one just in time to keep from taking a long dive. I climb a few feet more, and then I stop and sight along the tree towards the lights of the Empire Hotel across the water. No, just a little higher. So I climb some more. Then I spot it, taped to a branch of the tree, the roll of microfilm.
Good work, Governor.
Huh?
Just toss it down to me, Governor.
Cooper, the hotel clerk from Hastings.
What's your Governor? Now just toss down a little bundle down to me, if you will, please.
So, your story about having information from me was just a cover to explain your presence here in Brighton.
Partly that, Governor. Of course, I did have some information, didn't I?
Yeah, I guess it all fits. You found out Weber and Sutherland were involved with the microfilm.
That's right.
You knocked off both of them to get it, and then you realized the clue was in the postcard that I had swiped. You followed me to Brighton, ransacked a couple of rooms, and then decided to let me figure out the postcard. I did. I realized the X on the card meant this tree, not a hotel room. So you let me lead you to the film.
Well, you've got it a bit twisted, Governor. I just stepped into the deal in the middle, you might say.
And it's time you stepped out.
Chumley.
No!
Now, Mitchell.
How's your charming wife, Chumley?
Packing at the moment. We'll be leaving as soon as you give me the microfilm.
Looks like I made a little mistake in who was really behind this deal. You tore your own room apart just as a cover.
Right. This blighter Cooper made a big mistake sticking his nose into the deal. But he's safely out of the way now. Toss that film down to me, Mitchell.
Sorry, no sale.
Now, look, old boy. Let's not be stupid. That film will bring me about £25,000 on the open market. I've already killed 3 times to get it. And I'm quite capable of picking you out of that tree with one shot. It's a long drop down to the briny, you know.
So it is. But if I take the dive, this microfilm goes with me. Where does that leave you?
I see. Mitchell, perhaps in that case we could work out some sort of financial agreement by which we could both benefit.
There's only one agreement I'm interested in. If you want this microfilm, come up and get it.
Oh. Determined to play Tarzan, eh? Well, I think this gun of mine is more than a match for your muscles. Very well. I'm coming up, Mitchell. And this gun will be pointed at you every inch of the way.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Well, tomorrow's Thursday, and you can breeze through your work right up till noon with Wheaties to help. Sure, what Wheaties can do for you every morning, every morning. Wheaties with milk and fruit at breakfast can help send you striding through the morning high, wide, and handsome. Because, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Think of that. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's a lot of vitamins and minerals and protein for a Wheaties flake to be carrying around, but it's true, just as sure as Wheaties are crisp and sunny and naturally sweet. That's why Wheaties have so much. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. So get the energy there is in Wheaties. Have some tomorrow. Breakfast of champions. Yourself, see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
It's my only chance. The weak branch that almost broke when I climbed the tree. Chumley starts climbing. He reaches the first branch, still holding the gun on me. Then he grabs for the second branch. I dive at him. You can't aim when you're off balance.
Get off me!
Sorry. I'll take the gun. Here's a hammerlock for you.
Yeah!
There. I think that'll keep you nice and neat for a while.
What are you going to do?
We'll go back and help your wife pack. Of course, your destination will be changed slightly, but most jail cells have some kind of a view from them, and speaking of views, that reminds me.
Remind you of what?
Of a pretty gorgeous hunk of scenery I want to resume my study of. Come on.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Dramatic portions were transcribed.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Coming up, The Falcon. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with me trying my best to blast myself right out of existence. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Steve.
Well, what kind of a deal are you sending me on this time, Commissioner?
Steve, ever hear of chromite?
Chromite? Sure, that's the mineral they use in manufacture steel, isn't it?
Yes, and right now we need all the chromite we can get. Take a look at this map, Steve. See this small country in the Balkan area?
Yep.
There's a large chromite mine there near the small village of Dravna, up in the mountains near the border, right beside this pass into the next country. These 2 countries, incidentally, are pretty unfriendly right now.
Oh, great. One of those deals, huh?
Yes, but the point is, we've made an agreement with this small country permitting us to operate that mine. We get chromite, and our money helps put them back on their feet.
Oh, sounds like a cozy little arrangement.
It was, until things started happening recently.
What kind of things?
In the last week, 2 mine workers have been found hanging at the end of a chain.
Oh, sounds like somebody doesn't want us to operate that mine, Commissioner.
Steve, there's more to this story than I've told you, but I want you to hear it firsthand.
Who from?
A man named Getnick. He's the mine foreman, and he's waiting for you in the city of Larno. That's where your plane lands. Now get over there, Steve. Find out who's behind all this, and then smash them. We've got to keep that mine operating. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Making beds or making money, get your energy when you need it. First thing in the morning. You know you do most of your day's work before noon. Most people do. That's why you want to try Breakfast of Champions and see what a difference it can make in your morning. Wheaties and milk and fruit. Have some. Because here's whole wheat energy to help work go smoother, faster, easier. Here are whole wheat vitamins, minerals, and protein, too. Here's generous nourishment, because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties have so much for folks with things to do and places to go. That's how Wheaties can do so much for you. Tomorrow morning, get yours. See yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Sure. I've got my assignment. All I have to do is fly to a trouble spot in the Balkans, talk to a mine foreman named Getnick, and find out why a few assorted mine workers are winding up with chains around their necks. I get all the easy ones. Well, it's Tuesday when my plane lands at Larno, and I head for Getnick's house.
Yes?
Oh, are you Mrs. Getnick?
Yes, what do you want?
I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States. I'd like to talk to your husband.
Why?
Why, I understand he's the foreman of a chromite mine up in the mountains near the village of Dravna. I'd like to talk to him about the things that have been happening up there lately, the men that they've found hanged by chains.
I'm afraid my husband cannot tell you much about that, Mr. Mitchell.
Why not?
This morning he was found hanging from the end of a chain, dead.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
You are sorry. That is nice. I am sorry. And Anton? He is dead.
Mrs. Getnick.
He did not believe in the curse of the castle. He found out too late. It is true.
What do you mean, the curse of the castle?
Above the mine, right on top of the mountain, stands a deserted castle. The legend is that one day, hundreds of years ago, the baron who lived there was found hanging from a chain. There's been a curse on those mountains ever since.
Oh, I see. Look, Mrs. Getnick, that kind of a legend is something that superstitious mountain villagers like to scare each other with on winter nights. But you, living here in the city, surely you don't believe...
I was born in those mountains, Mr. Mitchell. Those are my people. I tell you, that curse still lives. If it were not for Lubo, they would have all moved out of the village by now.
Who's Lubo?
A brave man, yes, and a good one. It is he alone who has been able to keep the other villagers from fleeing.
Oh, thank you very much for your information, Mrs. Getnick. I think I'll go up to the village in the morning and see what I can find out from Lubo.
I see. You're like the others, Mr. Mitchell.
What others?
Those who did not believe in the curse. Like my husband. So go ahead. Go to the village of Dravna. Laugh at the curse of the castle. And then one morning they will find you, too, dangling from the end of a chain.
And on that cheerful note, I leave Mrs. Getnick. The next morning, I rent a car and head up through some rolling hills toward the village of Dravna. 2 hours later, I come to the top of a rise. In the distance, perched on top of a mountain peak, I can see the castle and the village below it. I start down the rise, enjoying the peaceful view, and then things stop being peaceful all of a sudden. The shot blows out a front tire, and the car starts careening down the grade. I fight for control a few seconds, but I'm getting nowhere. Then I spot a bank, and I plow into it. I dive out of the car and start running across a meadow for cover. There's a clump of trees 100 yards away. If I can make it, I'll be okay. Then another slug kicks up the dust 2 feet ahead of me. I try another direction. Again, a shot ahead of me. I start running back to the car. This time, the slug hits only a foot in front of me. The sniper's got me zeroed in, and by this time, I've got a healthy respect for his aim. So I stand still and wait. Pretty soon, a slender figure starts down the hill toward me, wearing heavy boots and a leather jacket and carrying a rifle with a telescopic sight.
Don't move.
What? Hey, you're a girl.
Don't let that give you confidence. I shoot straighter than most men.
You're telling me. What's this all about?
Turn around.
Look, I've got no longing to be shot in the back.
I said turn around. If you don't, you'll get shot in the face. Maybe you'd like that better.
Brother, you're a determined little lady, aren't you? Okay, turn around it is.
All right. Now, walk.
Where to?
Straight ahead. You will see where when the time comes. Move.
So I moved. She marches me up the road toward the village, much to my surprise. An hour later, I'm walking down the one and only street with the little sniper shooter's rifle still in my back, and all the villagers lining the street staring at me. I don't like what I see in their faces either. Fear and suspicion. Finally, we get to a blacksmith shop at the end of the street. Inside, there's an old gent whacking away at a piece of metal, and sitting on a crate in a corner, there's another man, younger and very rugged-looking, and right now he's giving me a very cold stare. The old gent stops hammering as soon as he spots us.
Oh, Magda, where have you been? I have been worried about you.
I have been on watch in the hills, Grandpapa. And see what I have caught.
Who is this man, Magda?
Look, I don't know what this is all about, but...
Silence. Let Magda speak.
He is a stranger, and he was approaching the village.
Oh, this is a crime? Brother, you folks are really short on hospitality, aren't you?
Evil things have been happening here in our village, stranger. We want to know about everyone who comes here and why.
So you send your granddaughter out to have a little target practice, huh?
Magda went without my knowledge.
My fiancée is devoted to the preservation of our village. Unfortunately, her zeal sometimes is greater than her sense.
But, Lubo, you yourself told me that...
Wait a minute. She called you Lubo?
That is my name. Why?
And you're the guy I came here to see.
So? Who are you?
Steve Mitchell.
I do not recognize the name.
Well, maybe you'll recognize these credentials of mine. You better take a look at them.
Yes. Indeed, I do recognize them. We owe you an apology for our rudeness.
Lubo, I don't understand what...
Mr. Mitchell is a representative of the United States, my dear. He is here to help us. I am sorry for the reception Magda gave you, Mitchell. With what has been happening here, our entire village is on edge.
Well, no harm done. Only I'd hate to have your fiancée shooting at me if she really meant to hit me. I'll bet you're one guy who'll never step out of line.
Please,
Yes, I'm afraid I would not last long. But come, Mitchell. We will have a drink, and I will tell you all I can about our trouble.
So the whole village is pretty panicky, huh, Lubo?
Yes, I think they would all like to leave, but as long as there is an ounce of strength in my body, they will not.
Well, from the looks of you, there's more than an ounce. You're the one boy who's holding them together right now, I take it.
Well, they seem to look at me as a sort of leader, perhaps because I'm one of the few villagers who's been away to school.
Look, what's your theory about what's happening? These guys getting hanged by chains. I've heard the curse of the castle, but...
Mitchell, I think that someone is using that legend, that curse, for his own purposes.
I see. Any idea who that might be?
Well, our relations with the neighboring country just over the mountains are not what one would call friendly. We believe in freedom. They do not.
I get it.
That mine is the symbol of our strength. I will keep it operating if I have to.
How are you going to operate it if you don't have enough workers?
I will continue to do as I have done for the last month. Each time there is a murder, some of the mine workers quit and leave the village. So I go down to the city and bring more workers up here. Men who are unafraid.
Well, that's a good plan, as long as you can keep finding new men. You know, I'd like to take a look at that castle. How do I find it?
Follow the trail up to the top of a mountain. You cannot miss it.
Okay, I'll check with you later, Lubo. I head along the trail up the mountain to the castle. It perches there on the ridge just like a giant vulture overlooking the mountain pass between the two countries. I push open a creaky metal door and go inside. There are cobwebs all around the place, and a couple of bats make passes at my head. From the looks of the place, it isn't hard to see why the villagers think it's haunted. I start outside, then I freeze. There's a faint sound, like a clank of metal. The pleasant picture of me hanging at the end of a chain suddenly flashes through my mind. I try to shake it off. Then I hear the clank again. And this time I know it isn't my imagination. I whirl around, but just then something hard wraps around my throat. I try to get my hands up to it, but I can't. It keeps getting tighter. Everything's swimming in front of my eyes. I try for one more breath, but I don't make it. The floor comes up at me fast and hits me right in the face.
Steve
Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
You know, tomorrow can be a real nice day. The sun can seem shinier, the air can seem crisper, the grass can seem greener. And you can get more enjoyment out of living if you want to. Break into that day with a bowl full of Wheaties. That's what I said. Wheaties with milk and the kind of fruit you especially like. Or Wheaties with milk and no fruit. Or just Wheaties. You think that's going pretty strong on Wheaties? Well, now, really it isn't. Because Wheaties are whole wheat. And what a powerful lot of whole wheat Wheaties are. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why a bowl full of Wheaties pops with so much high-stepping, day-brightening energy. Energy right after you get up from the breakfast table. Energy all morning long. Wheaties have it, and it's for you. Whole wheat goodness. Of course, you don't have to think about vitamins and minerals when you eat those Wheaties. Just pass that milk, fill that bowl, pull up a spoon, and get Wheaties happy. It's the easiest thing in the world to do, spooning into sunny, whole wheat Wheaties. Try 'em for an awfully nice start on that nicer day I've been talking about. Tomorrow, see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Breakfast of champions. And that's a promise. Indeed it is.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Dimitri, drag his body over here behind the wall.
Very well.
So. Oh, he is starting to recover.
Here are some papers I found in his pocket.
Let me see them. Steve Mitchell, United States agent. What? Dimitri.
What? How could we have known in the dark?
Oh, my throat. Mr. Mitchell.
What? Who are you?
Lieutenant Siska of the military.
Military?
Yes. My men and I are the border patrol here.
Wait a minute. Are you the guys who choked me a few minutes ago?
A regrettable incident for which I apologize.
Oh, great. Not again.
Again?
You people really make a guy who's trying to help you feel right at home.
I am indeed sorry, but you must understand that we are right on the border here. And with this situation as it is, we can take no chances. Everyone found in the vicinity of the pass is under suspicion.
Well, instead of half strangling me, you might have fired a shot over my head or something. I'd have been very happy to cooperate.
No, a shot fired on the border is not good. From such things as that, an incident can be manufactured. An incident which might be used as an excuse for an attack upon us. But, come. In order to show you hold no grudge against me, please, you must come back to the village and we drink together, eh?
You know, that's a real quaint custom you've got in this country. First you half kill a man and then you buy him a drink. Well, I'm in favor of the second part of it anyway. Let's go. The village looks pretty deserted, Lieutenant.
Yes, with this talk of the curse of the castle, everyone keeps to their own house at night, Mr. Mitchell.
Lieutenant Siska!
Oh, it is Lubo.
And Magda.
Come quickly.
Where to?
Grandfather's blacksmith shop.
What is the matter, Lubo?
I do not know, Siska. A moment ago, a small boy ran through the street screaming.
Screaming what?
The blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop. That's all he said.
Here we are.
All dark. Hey. What's that sound?
Here, I have a flashlight. There.
There is no one here. Where is Grandpapa?
Mitchell, look. Overhead.
What? Brother.
Ooh, hanging from the rafter by a chain.
Grandpapa. No, Grandpapa.
Lubo leads Magda away, and Siska and I get the body down. By the time we get outside, the whole village is turned out. By torchlight, Lubo is trying his best to hold them together. But it's easy to see he's fighting an uphill battle.
Who will be killed next?
You superstitious fools, listen to me. Whoever is murdering our people is doing it to disunite us. So we will not be able to operate the mine.
We are leaving now. We are leaving.
No, do not go. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Well, I suppose we
we are beaten, Mitchell.
Most of the villagers took a powder, huh?
Yeah, as you saw.
How many men do you figure are left in the village?
As far as I can tell, only those which I have brought to replace the villagers who fled after the other murders. Well, in the morning I will go back down to the city and find more replacements.
You're really all out on this deal, aren't you?
Yes, I am, as you say, all out.
Why?
That is a good question. Why, indeed? Sometimes I wonder, how much is a dream worth?
A dream?
The dream of a small boy who grew up in this village, who saw great possibilities for a happy, peaceful, prosperous life for this village. A boy who went away to study, to learn, then came back here to help make that dream come true.
I see.
But what is the good of burdening you with my dreams? I want to go
Lubo!
on...
Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, Lieutenant Siska. What's the matter?
Trouble.
What could be more trouble than we have already had, Siska?
This. One of my men just returned from across the border on a scouting mission. He reports a large column of troops heading toward the pass.
What?
Yes. Yes, they should reach their entrance to the pass in 2 hours. And further, he says they are setting up artillery at the foot of the mountain on their side. The thing we have all feared has happened at last. We will be attacked, invaded.
No. We may be attacked, yes, but invaded, no. Have you radioed the colonel in the city, Siska?
Yes, just now. He is dispatching a brigade of troops. They should arrive shortly after dawn.
Then I will round up what men and weapons there are in the village. We will try to hold the pass and the castle against the enemy until our troops arrive.
How much further to the pass, Siska?
100 feet ahead of us is a point from which we can look down into it.
Brother, it really gets cold up here.
Yes. What time is it, Mr. Mitchell?
4 a.m.
Already it is starting to get light. The enemy troops will probably arrive at their side of the pass in another hour.
Yeah. And your troops from the city won't be here for 2 more hours. I still don't see how Lubo and his boys can hold the pass till then.
Stop here and I think you will see. There. Now observe the pass. Anyone attempting to come through from the other side must pass through the narrow part directly below us. A handful of men stationed here and in the castle above us can prevent that passage, or at least delay it for several hours, with luck until our troops arrive.
Yeah, I see it now. But speaking of the handful of men, where are they?
Lubo must have taken them all to the castle. Come. He's probably giving them their orders. Then we will send some of them to the pass and keep the rest in the castle, which will serve as an observation post.
You know, you boys seem to have this deal pretty well worked out.
Oh, Lubo has rehearsed it many times.
Well, here we are. You know, this castle gets gloomier every time I see it.
Here are Lubo and his men.
Siska, Mitchell, I've been waiting for you.
Hey, you got a lot more weapons here than I figured. Rifles, machine guns, grenades. You got the works.
I've been collecting them for some time.
Yes. Even I did not realize you had so much, Lubo.
What is the matter, Siska?
You have made a mistake.
Have I?
Yeah, the machine guns. They're pointing the wrong way, towards your end of the pass.
You're quite right. But let me assure you, this is no mistake.
What? Lubo, what do you mean?
I'm afraid I get it. Too late.
Too late indeed, Mitchell.
5th columnist. Then all this time you've been working with our enemies.
Your enemies, Siska. My friends.
You dirty, traitorous dog.
Well, it's a pretty neat deal, Luba. Every time you murdered a villager, several of them left in a panic. Then you went to the city and got your own stooges to replace them.
Exactly.
You will not last long when our brigade of troops get up here, Lubo.
You underestimate me. Up in the tower of the castle is one of my men with radio equipment. He's in contact with artillery on the other side of the mountain and will spot for them. As your troops pass, Siska, they will be cut to pieces by artillery fire.
Got it all figured out, haven't you, Luba?
Completely, even to the fate of Siska and yourself.
What do you mean?
Observe the 2 lengths of chain on the floor near you. After you have had the dubious pleasure of watching a complete victory for my cause, both of you will be hanged from those chains, the curse of the castle, you know. Quite fitting, isn't it, gentlemen?
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
If you're a mother or a father with a warm spot in your heart for pink-cheeked, happy-eyed youngsters, here's something you should know. Good food builds good health, And Wheaties are good food. Now, I don't know what you've been doing about the breakfast for the kiddies, but did you know there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake? With a sunny, wholehearted goodness of field-grown wheat in every flake? With a full strength of whole wheat vitamins, minerals, proteins in every flake? Well, it's true. Whole wheat in all its richness. That's what you furnish when you fill the cereal bowl with Wheaties. Don't slip up. See that they get Wheaties. Crisp, sunshiny, good. Pour on the milk, but on the fruit, and know the youngsters are getting all that whole wheat can give. Do that now. Wheaties. Breakfast of champions.
Well, along about now, I'm looking like a real poor insurance risk. According to Lubo, as soon as his artillery finishes blasting Siska's troops out of existence, Siska and I are due for the wrong end of a chain. Luba and his boys are lined up at the windows waiting for the first sight of the brigade, leaving an armed guard stationed in front of the door, which leads up to the tower. And one look at that guard's face tells me he'd like nothing better than to give that itchy trigger finger of his a workout in our direction.
Mr. Mitchell, what can we do?
I'd sure like to get to that radio up in the tower.
Yes, so we could warn our troops. But how can we do it? The door is 10 feet away from us, and that guard would shoot us down the minute we started for him.
Yeah, I know. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Those lengths of chain on the floor near us. The one Lubo's reserved for us.
What about them?
One of them's only a couple of feet from me. Look, try to shield me from the guard's eyes while I get a hold of it.
You think you can hit the guard with it from here?
You got any better ideas?
No, but
Look, Lubo and the others have their backs turned to us. It's our only chance. Did the guard see me take that step?
No.
Okay, I've got hold of the end of the chain now. When I yell, flatten yourself against the wall, and I'll whip it at him. If it works, we dive for the door and bolt it behind us. Then we head for the tower.
Very well. I'm ready.
Now.
You got him.
Me too.
Quick, inside the door.
Yeah.
Let's get it bolted, quick.
All right. Please, sir, open this door.
Come on, up the stairs. We've got to work fast.
Yeah. Lubo and his men will break down the door.
Yeah, I know. It'll take them a little while, though. Those doors are thick. Good. There's another door at the top here.
I will close it.
What is it? What is the matter?
Mitchell, the radio operator.
Yeah. Wait, you're not to be here.
Hand over that walkie-talkie, Buster.
No.
Maybe this hammerlock will convince you.
No. Stop.
That's better.
Now we can warn our troops.
I got a better idea. What's the code name of your artillery, Buster? Come on, open up before your arm turns into a pretzel.
No. This valley.
Valley, huh? Okay, what's Lubo's code name?
Hilltop. Please, my arm.
Okay.
Now! Mitchell, he's trying to smash the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, I got him. Oh! Okay, get on that walkie-talkie and call the artillery. Use the code names, Valley and Hilltop.
I don't understand.
You will.
Very well. Hilltop to Valley. Hilltop to Valley. Over.
Valley to Hilltop. Go ahead.
Now what?
They've probably already got an initial range and deflection set on the guns. Tell them to fire one salvo.
What?
That's right. I want to see where it lands.
Oh, I hope you know what you are doing, Mr.
So do
Mitchell.
I.
Hilltop to Valley. Fire one salvo at initial setting.
Listen, Lobo and his boys must have broken down the first door. They're heading up the stairs.
Yes.
Take care, open up.
I'm sorry, Lobo.
What are you doing in there?
There's your answer, Lobo.
The salvo landed just below the pass on our side.
Okay. Give him this correction, Siska. Down 1,000 yards, left about 3 mills.
Down 1,000, left 3. Oh, Mr. Mitchell, do you realize what you are doing?
Sure, I'm zeroing in that artillery onto this castle.
I can hear you, Mitchell. You are just bluffing.
Am I? Send the correction, Siska.
But we may be killed if the salvo hits the castle.
We're going to be dead anyway as soon as they break down that door. This is our only chance to scare them away. Send the correction.
Hilltop to Valley. Down 1,000, left 3. Over.
Valley to Hilltop. Down 1,000, left 3. Receive.
Listen, Luba's heading downstairs. I guess he got it through his head. I wasn't bluffing. Okay, get down on the floor, Siska, and try to shield that walkie-talkie as much as you can.
Mitchell, this is insane.
You're telling me.
But just lying here waiting for the salvo to land.
You might try a few prayers while you're waiting. Hold it! Hold on!
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah, just shaking up. I'm going to take a look out the window. Salvo hit the base of the castle, Siska, and it sounds like it hit a few of Lubo's boys, too.
Look, there goes Lubo running for that jeep.
Yeah, I guess he's the only one that didn't get hit.
Mitchell! He's heading for the road which leads down the other side of the mountain.
Yeah, and us without even a slingshot.
He will get away.
Hey, a rifle shot.
Lubo is hit.
Oh, brother. Right over the side of the mountain. Well, I guess that's the end of Lubo.
Yes, but where did the shot come from?
Look, kneeling beside the pass down there. There's your answer.
Why, it is Magda.
Yeah, Lubo's girl. Or I should say ex-girl. Looks like she finally tumbled to him.
Yes, he killed her grandfather and betrayed her country. She killed him.
Pretty fitting.
But Mr. Mitchell, we're not out of trouble yet.
Well, I think with us spotting for that artillery, there's not much chance that they'll hit your troops. Matter of fact, if you wanted to be real cruel about it, you might arrange to have them drop a few shells on their own troops. I think that'd slow up the advance until your boys get to the pass.
Yes, I think that might be arranged. So, the traitor Lubo did not have the victory he planned.
No, I guess not. You see, Lubo thought he had everything figured out, but he ran into one thing nobody can figure out.
You mean your strategy?
No, I mean a woman.
Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Dangerous Assignment will again be heard Wednesday, September 20th at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Gildersleeves here with more good times on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with me smashing a spy ring because a trained SEAL gets a bad case of the blues. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're leaving for Istanbul, Turkey on the next plane.
Turkey? Oh, great. Last time I was there, as I remember, I got stabbed at, shot at, and beaten up in that order.
Well, maybe you'll be lucky enough to change the order of events around a little this time.
Oh, swell.
You'll probably need to take a large rubber ball and a dead fish with you.
Let's have that again.
You're to contact a character named Lefty over there.
So what's a rubber ball and a dead fish got to do with it?
Lefty is a trained SEAL.
You know, for a minute I thought you said a trained SEAL.
That's just what I did say. More particularly, you're to talk to his owner, a vaudeville entertainer named Sam.
Now, just a minute, Commissioner. I'm a pretty patient guy. You send me to a lot of strange places to do a lot of strange things. But if you think I'm going to fly clear to Turkey to audition a trained SEAL act, you'd...
Why, Steve, I thought you always fancied yourself as a sort of talent scout.
Well, in certain fields, maybe, but trained SEALs yet.
All kidding aside, Steve, we're up against a tough proposition.
You mean the SEAL wants more dough for his act?
I mean, there's been a very clever spy ring operating throughout the Middle East. Its entire operation seems to depend on one person. Quite a bit of confidential information from this country seems to have been transmitted by this ring. That's why it's vital to us that it be smashed, that the ringleader be caught.
Well, what's all this got to do with a SEAL? Don't tell me you think that
I'm
he's
coming
the
to
one...
that. Steve, as you probably heard, Yusuf Tokat, head of Turkish intelligence, was murdered the night before last. There was a bomb rigged in his car. When he stepped on the starter, he was blown up.
I see. You think Tokat was on the trail of the head of this man, this spy ring fellow?
Definitely.
But where do the trained seal and his owner figure in the deal?
That's for you to find out. All we know is that they're apparently involved in some way.
Well, that's a nice handful of nothing to go on.
You'll work with Lieutenant Balik of the Istanbul police, Steve. Now get over there. Talk to Balik. Talk to the seal's owner. Talk to the seal if you have to. But find out who that spy ringleader is and grab him. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
NBC is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just talk to a trained seal named Lefty and find out who's heading a spy ring in the Middle East. Yeah, a real cinch. Well, it's Thursday when I get to Istanbul, and I head for Lieutenant Balik's office.
It is a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Mitchell. I hope you will be able to help us get to the bottom of this mystifying affair.
Well, I'll give it the old school try, Lieutenant.
First, I would like you to meet Dalmud.
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Dalmud?
Dalmud is Tokat's assistant. I arranged for him to be here to give you such information as he possesses.
I see. Now, as I understand it, Dalmud, your boss, Joseph Tokat, was head of intelligence here and was on the trail of the leader of this spy ring that's been operating throughout the Middle East?
That is correct. It is our theory, of course, that he was getting close to this person and was blown up in his automobile for that reason.
Yeah. Did he give you any indication as to who he thought he was after?
Not much. Tokat was a very brilliant agent, but very close-mouthed. He preferred to operate alone. He did mention to me that he was not sure whether this person was a man or woman, but that is all he said.
Which, unfortunately, does not give us much to go on.
No, it sure doesn't, Lieutenant Balik. Look, Dalmud, how about Tokat's files? Did you find anything there that might give us a lead?
Unfortunately, no. In his confidential files is a folder pertaining to the investigation he was undertaking at the time of his murder. But it is just general information. One sheet of paper had been torn out, however.
Probably the sheet that pegs the killer. Well, looks like we're getting nowhere fast. Incidentally, can either of you tell me how this guy Sam and his trained seal figure in this deal?
We know only that Tokat's car was parked 3 blocks from the theater where the trained seal performs, and that Tokat is supposed to have attended the performance the night of his murder.
So what? That isn't much of a tie-in.
But since the murder, Mitchell, there have been several attempts on the life of this Sam, the seal's trainer.
Oh, well, maybe that throws a new light on things. Where do I find this guy Sam?
He has an apartment not far from here. Simply show this pass to the guard, and he will admit you.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'll check with you later, gentlemen. Outside Sam's apartment house, there's a rugged-looking guard who lets me by after looking at my pass. I knocked on Sam's door, and after a long pause, it's opened by a little withered-up-looking gent with a towel on one arm.
So, what's the deal, Jack?
You, Sam?
Sam it is. What's yours, Jack?
Steve Mitchell from the States. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah, they told me you were coming. Come on in, Jack.
Steve.
Sure, Jack.
Go ahead. Finish washing up. We can talk later.
Washing up?
Yeah, your arms. They're all wet.
I'm giving Lefty a bath, Jack.
Steve. Oh, you mean that seal?
Sure. Come on, we can talk while I'm finishing up.
Okay.
Here's Lefty. Ain't he a beaut?
Brother, in the bathtub yet.
Where else, Jack?
Steve. You really take good care of him, don't you?
He's my bread and butter, Steve.
Jack, I mean... Oh, skip it.
This is Steve, Lefty.
Not impressed.
Don't worry about that. Lefty's always suspicious of strangers at first.
Well, maybe I should show him my credentials.
You know, Jack, I'm worried about Lefty.
What do you mean?
Well, he hasn't been himself the last few days. Acts real depressed. I wonder if he could have eaten something that didn't agree with him. Oh, now, easy, Lefty, easy. I got to get the little flipper whippers clean.
Look. Now, right now, I'm more interested in what you know about Tokat's murder than I am in Lefty's diet.
Oh, sure. It's a funny thing about that. Nah, come to think of it, it ain't funny. I'm scared. At first, I don't think there's any connection. But about the time of the second attempt...
Wait a minute. Let's start at the beginning, huh?
Okay. You see, Jack, I'm playing at the theater just down the street. They got an English language movie there, a newsreel, then a couple of vaudeville acts, 2 baggy pants comics, a dancer, and Lefty and me.
And according to your story, Josef Tokat was in the theater the night that he was murdered?
Oh, he sure was.
How do you know?
Because that night, Lefty got depressed. And when he gets depressed, I got to cut his act short. So I fill in the time by going down into the audience and giving them a few magic tricks. You know, pulling pigeons out of their hats, picking their pockets, stuff like that.
Go on.
Well, so I pick out this one guy in the audience, and it turns out to be this Josef Tokat who gets himself killed a few minutes later.
You sure it was Tokat?
Well, sure I'm sure. I got to look at his name on his wallet. And if that ain't enough, the next night I spot him in the newsreel. Then I hear the guy got himself knocked off. And then, Jack, then things start happening to yours truly.
What sort of things?
Well, first it's a sandbag falling on me backstage. Then some joker throws a shot at me from an alley.
Wait a minute. You say you pulled Tokat's wallet out of his pocket. Could you have taken anything else with it?
I don't get you, Jack.
A piece of paper, maybe. Or could Tokat have slipped you the paper without your knowing about it?
Well, I don't see how. Hey, what are you getting at?
There's a very important piece of paper missing from Tokat's confidential files and could contain information about his killer. And if you had it without knowing about it, it could explain why the killer might be after you.
Nah, it don't boil, Jack. I empty my pockets every night. There was nothing in them after the performance the night Tokat was there.
Incidentally, does Lefty here stay on the stage while you're doing your act?
You see how he knows his name?
Sensational.
Oh, he's a doll. Nah, he follows me through the audience. The people get a charge out of petting him.
I see. Well, I guess all of this leaves me just about where I was before.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't be any more help, Jack. But I hope you'll get this guy off my neck, whoever he is.
Yeah. Well, see you later, Jack.
Sam.
I go back outside, nod to the guard who's standing over in the shadows, and get into my car. So far, what I've got is a big hunk of nothing. About a block away from Sam's apartment house, it starts raining, so I reach into the back seat for my trench coat. But what my hand hits isn't a trench coat. It's a body. I jam my foot on the brakes. Turn my flashlight into the back seat. It's the body of the guard who was on duty when I went into the apartment. Then it hits me. I didn't get a good look at the guy in the shadows when I came out. Now I know he wasn't the guard at all. He's the killer. I head back to the apartment in a hurry. The door's unlocked, Lefty's honking frantically, and Sam's on the floor with a cloth capped over his face. As I bend over him, I get a strong whiff of a sick, sweet smell. Chloroform. Sam. Come out of it, Sam. Come on, Sam.
Oh, hiya, Jack.
Yeah, Jack. What happened?
You tell me. Right after you left, I hear a knock on the door. I think maybe you've forgotten something. So I open the door and I get belted right between the eyes.
You didn't see who hit you?
Oh, I was too busy gazing at all those stars. Oh, brother, it was sure convenient you came back when you did.
Yeah, it sure was, Sam.
Look, Jack, would you mind taking me and Lefty to the theater? My act is on in about an hour.
You sure you feel like going on?
Yeah, I'm still a little groggy, but I'll be okay.
You're pretty quick on the recovery, aren't you, Sam?
Sure, that's me, Jack. Snap right back into shape.
Okay. I'll call Lieutenant Balik and tell him what happened, and then I'll take you over to the theater. Balik meets us at the theater, and he and I stay to watch the show. In case there's another attempt on Sam's life, we sit through the feature, and then comes the newsreel Sam told us about. It's a shot of some Turkish army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abura.
That's how Sam knew Tokat was in here the night of his murder, Balik. He saw his name on his wallet, and then he spotted him in this newsreel shot the next night.
Yes, see, there's Tokat standing by the tank.
After the newsreel comes the stage show. We watch Sam and Lefty go through their act. Lefty's still depressed, so Sam has to fill in by pulling pigeons out of people's pockets. Balik and I are on the edge of the seats waiting for something to happen, but nothing does. Sam finishes his act, and the feature starts. Balik and I head backstage for Sam's dressing room.
Yes?
Oh. Well, looks like we got the wrong dressing room. I'm looking for Sam.
This is his dressing room. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sam's in the next room trying to get Lefty to take a nap or something.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Doris.
Steve Mitchell, Doris, and this is Lieutenant Bollock.
I am honored.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You're a friend of Sam's?
I've been working for him the last few days.
Oh?
Sort of helping him run his act. Taking care of Lefty, stuff like that.
You say you've only been with him a few days?
Yeah, I'm a dancer out of a job. Got to make a living some way, you know.
A dancer? Ballet, perhaps?
Not exactly. On the late show the other night, I threw my sacroiliac out of joint. Maybe that'll give you a clue.
I see.
Oh, hiya, fellas.
Good evening. We would like a few words with you.
Sure thing, Jack.
Balik.
It won't do you any good, Bollock. Skip it.
Let's go out in the hall to talk, though. I finally got Lefty to sleep. Hey, stay with Lefty, huh, Doris?
Sure.
Well, nothing happened during the act tonight.
So we noticed.
Oh, I'm glad you guys were there. I was really jumpy.
You saw no one in the audience looking at you in such a way as to arouse your suspicions, Sam?
Well, a couple of them aroused my suspicions, but they might be critics. You can't please everybody, I guess.
Just one thing more. This girl, Doris.
Oh, not bad, huh?
No, not bad. Well, how long have you known her?
Oh, I seen her knocking around in this neck of the woods for quite a while.
But she only came to work for you a few nights ago, is that right?
Mm-hmm. She lost her job.
So she told us. One bump too many.
Well, so I knew she was down and out, and I put her to work for me. Let's see, it was the night before Tolcott was bumped off, I think it was.
Okay, that's all, Sam. I'll pick you up after the late show and take you back to your apartment.
Hey, some service, huh? A personal bodyguard yet. See you later, Jax.
Brother, this deal is making less sense by the moment.
I'm afraid you are right.
Why would Tolcott's killer be trying to knock off Sam unless Sam had something incriminating in his possession?
You are thinking of the missing piece of paper from Tolcott's confidential file.
Yeah. That's the only way it makes sense, Lieutenant, but Sam swears up and down he doesn't have anything like that.
Mitchell, you seem quite interested in this girl, Doris. Not that I blame you, but I don't see...
Remember when I first arrived here in Istanbul, we were talking in your office with Dalmut, Tolcott's assistant?
Of course. Dalmud told us that Tolcott had mentioned he was not sure whether this person he was after was a man or a woman.
That's right.
You think perhaps that...
It's just a thought, Lieutenant, and right now it's about the only one I have. In fact, I'm running out of leads. How about you?
I have only one left, and Dalmud is investigating it right now.
What do you mean?
He is searching Tolcott's house in the hope that he might find that piece of paper somewhere.
Well, sounds like a pretty slim chance, but any chance is welcome right now. Come on, let's go on over.
Tell me, have you been able to find anything, Dalmud?
Oh, not a thing, Lieutenant. I have turned this house upside down. I have slit every cushion, pulled up every rug, tapped all woodwork. That piece of paper is not here.
Great. That just about does it.
Without it, what can we do?
Well, right now, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question, Dalmut. I'm beat. I go back to the theater, pick up Sam and Lefty, and take them to Sam's apartment. Sam fixes up a bed for me on the couch, and we all turn in. Try letting a depressed seal with indigestion sing you to sleep sometime. Oh, it's great. But I finally manage to doze off, and then...
Mitchell! Wait! Mitchell!
Sam's shout brings me out of it fast. I jump off the couch and pull open his bedroom door. The lights are off, but I spot a glint of metal near the window. A gun. I take a dive just in time. But on my way down, my head crashes into the corner of the dresser. And that puts me to sleep fast.
Mitchell. Steve. Hey, Jack. Atta boy, Jack. Atta boy.
Sam.
Yeah. Oh, brother, you really collected yourself a lump on the head.
Yeah, right now I'm not sure which is my head and which is the lump. Hey, what happened?
Well, I'm just dozing off when I hear someone easing my window open. So I sit up. There's a guy crawling in with a gun. I give a yell. He whirls and starts out the window just as you come charging in. So he throws a shot at you and beats it.
Did you get any kind of a good look at him, Sam?
Yeah. It was pretty dark, but there was enough moonlight coming in the window so I could spot his face.
So you'd recognize him if you ever saw him again?
Jack, I've already seen that guy before.
What?
Look, remember this Yosef Tolcott?
Sure, the guy who got murdered. Why?
Guess again, Jack.
What do you mean?
The guy who came in the window. That was Yosef Tolcott.
Mitchell, I tell you this cannot be. Yusuf Tokat is dead.
Look, all I'm telling you is what Sam told me a few minutes ago in his apartment, Lieutenant.
But it is impossible. Tokat's car was completely demolished by that bomb. Apparently, when he stepped on the starter.
Well, how about the body in the car? Are you positive it was Tokat?
We have no reason to believe otherwise. The signet ring on one finger was identified as that of Tokat. Also the wristwatch. Of course, the clothes and the papers were burned when the car exploded. And
there wasn't enough left of the body to make a complete and positive identification, right?
Well,
that's what I thought.
But, Mitchell, this whole thing is preposterous. If Tokat is alive, whose body was in the car?
There you've got me.
And above all, if Tokat is alive, why is he in hiding?
Dalmat told us that Tokat liked to operate alone and undercover. Maybe he figured he'd have a better chance to nab the leader of the spy ring that way. Look, let's suppose for a moment that Tokat is alive and try to reconstruct what might have happened that night.
The night he was supposedly murdered.
Yeah, let's say that for some unknown reason, Tokat wanted to make it look like he was dead. He plants the body in his car with a time bomb, then slips into a darkened theater to get out of sight for the time being. But he's trapped by the stage show. He can't get up and walk out with all the lights on. Then Sam comes down into the audience and lifts his wallet, and then...
Then what?
I don't know. It doesn't seem to track quite right.
Indeed, it does not. It leaves too many questions unanswered. Whose body was in that car? And why is Tokat trying to kill Sam?
Wait a minute. There's one possible answer. I'll admit it's fantastic, but this whole deal's fantastic.
Well, what is the answer?
Look, we know Tokat was trying to get the leader of a spy ring. Now, why would he be going after Sam?
Mitchell, that means that...
That means that I'm going back and have a little talk with our friend Sam right now.
Oh, Mitchell. Come on in. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Jack. I was getting a little jittery.
Were you?
Well, sure. You think I like this routine of nearly getting killed 3 times?
Yeah. Nearly getting killed is right. But it never seems quite to happen, does it, Sam?
Hey, what's the pitch? What are you getting at?
You've been in vaudeville quite a while, haven't you?
Longer than I can keep track of anymore.
You've probably done a little acting in your time, too.
Well, sure. Until I met Lefty.
Yeah. But maybe you've been doing some pretty convincing acting in this deal, Sam.
Acting?
Acting scared. Acting like somebody's been trying to kill you.
Acting like somebody's trying to kill me, he says. Jack, have you blown your cork?
You told me somebody tried to bean you with a sandbag backstage the other night. Anybody see it happen?
Nobody else was around.
And you said somebody threw a shot at you from an alley. Anybody else witnessed that?
Well, I don't think so. Now, look,
and
Jack...
And tonight, you said Yosef Tokat crawled into your bedroom window trying to kill you. But you were the only one that saw him.
He took a shot at you, remember?
Somebody took a shot at me. I'm beginning to wonder if it was you.
Me? Look, Jack, I'll tell you what. You've been working pretty hard lately. Now, why don't you just sit down on that couch and take it easy? And I'll show you a new trick I worked on for my act.
You could have killed Tokat with a time bomb.
Oh, sure. He didn't like my act, so I killed him. Look, Jack, I don't know what kind of a kick you're on with this thing, but if I've killed this character, Tokat, would I be pretending he's alive and after me? I wouldn't want to be linked to him at all, would I?
I was afraid that point would pop up sooner or later, Sam. Now, I guess it doesn't add up that way.
You've just been thinking too hard. Come on, Jack, let me show you my new trick. It'll take your mind off things. You see, I got a little red ball and a little white ball.
Look, I'm in no mood for tricks, Sam.
But it only takes a second, and it's a good one. Since Lefty's been depressed, I got to keep coming up with new tricks to fill out the act. So I want to try this one on you.
Wait a minute.
What now?
Sam, if you are in the clear, that means you still must have some piece of incriminating evidence.
Oh, no. Now we're back on that piece of paper routine. Yeah. For the last time, Jack, I don't have it.
I don't mean you. I mean your seal.
Lefty?
You say he follows you through the audience. You also told me that he's been acting like he ate something. It didn't agree with him. Where is he?
Well, he's asleep in the next... Oh, no.
Now, look. Somebody could have slipped that paper to him.
Well, you look. I'm a member in good stand of the Anti-Vivisection League. You go cutting into Lefty's dead body, and it's going to be over mine of the same name.
Yeah, but there's a chance that if maybe...
Oh, are you kidding? If somebody did feed that paper to Lefty, it happened 4 days ago.
Yeah. You're right. All of which leaves me just where I was before. Nowhere. Brother, what a headache. And things used to be so peaceful in the Navy.
All right, now, you ready?
Ready?
The trick.
Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Now, what color ball am I holding in my left hand?
Red.
And in my right hand?
White.
A red ball and a white ball, right? Now, I mix them around a little, then I take one of them in my fingers. Which one is it?
Red.
I put it under this hat. There.
Some trick.
Ah, wait till you see the snapper. Now, which ball does that leave me here in my fist?
White.
So I slip this one into your pocket. There. Now, where's the red ball?
Under the hat.
And the white one?
In my pocket.
Lift up the hat.
Yeah? Okay. The white ball.
Now pull the other one out of your pocket.
Yeah. Red.
It's pretty neat, eh? The red ball travels from the hat to your pocket and the white ball vice versa.
Yeah, pretty neat. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I haven't told you how to do it.
Okay, so how do you do it?
Well, you thought you were looking at the red ball when I slipped it under the hat, but you weren't. That was just a little cellophane shield that made it look red. Actually, it was the white ball. I palmed the red cellophane when I slipped the ball under the hat. Then, when I put the other ball in your pocket, you didn't even look at it. You were sure it was white because you thought you seen me put the red one under the hat.
Okay, so now I know how to do it. I'll be a while with it back in the States. Well, I'll see you later, Sam. And give my very best to Lefty. Hey.
Well, what's the matter?
Just a minute. Let's go over that trick again.
I know it. It grows on you,
It sure does. Now, as I get it, you look at the white ball and think it's red, but it's really only a piece of red cellophane over it.
That's right.
Then you don't pay any attention to the real red ball because you're convinced you've already seen it.
Hey, you got it down perfect.
Sam, you just showed me something.
Oh, sure, my new trick.
You showed me a lot more than that, a lot more than you realize. Come on.
Wait, where to?
Get a babysitter for Lefty. You and I are going to theater. I get the manager out of bed and make him open up the theater for us. Then I have him run the newsreel. I plunk Sam down in the seat to watch it. Pretty soon comes the shot of the Army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abula.
That's it. Stop the projector.
Military.
Now, that's the shot in which you picked out Tokat the night after you lifted his wallet here in the theater, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, take a good look at that picture and point out Tokat to me.
Hey, that's him right there.
Where?
The guy sitting in the Jeep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on.
Well, say, what is this anyway? A cook's tool?
Yeah.
Well, where are we going now?
Down to police headquarters. Come on, get in.
Oh, look, Jack, if you're still trying to involve me in this setup,
Don't worry about that, Sam. They may pin a medal on you.
A medal?
Sure. You just solved the case with that red ball, white ball trick of yours.
I still don't get it.
That doesn't matter. I get it. And I'm sure Lieutenant Balik will get it, too, when I tell him.
You will never tell him, Mitchell.
What?
Mitchell, a guy in the back seat with a gun. Hey, it's Tokat.
No, not Tokat, Sam. It's Dalmud, Tokat's assistant.
Keep driving straight ahead, Mitchell. Remember, this gun is pointed at the back of your head.
Okay, Dalmud. Where to?
Out of the city. You can guess the rest. But I tell you, this is the guy who tried to kill me earlier tonight.
That's right.
And he's the guy I saw in the newsreel after he's been in the theater.
Sure, that's the point, Sam. Dalmud killed Tokat, planted his body in the car with a time bomb, and then took his wallet and slipped into the theater to get out of sight. He figured that in that wallet might be the slip of paper which put the finger on him as the head of the spy ring. Right, Dalmud?
It's a pity you did not solve the case until too late, is it not?
So when you pulled Tokat's wallet out of Dalmud's pocket, you naturally figured Dalmud was Tokat. Then, the next night, in the newsreel, you spot the guy who was in the theater sitting in a Jeep, and again, you naturally figure it's Tokat, but instead it was Dalmud here.
Jack, you figured that out from the trick I showed you?
Sure. Tokat's wallet was just like the red cellophane that makes the white ball look red. It made you think Dalmud was Tokat.
But let me assure you that your sleight of hand will do you no good now.
Well, sleight of hand's a funny thing, Dalmud. Sometimes the hand's quicker than the eye, and sometimes even quicker than the hand is the foot. Off balance, huh? You can't aim when you're draped over the front seat.
Well, let go, they got.
Sure, right now.
What? Oh, Jack, that's what you call a clip.
Well, I guess it'll keep him on ice until we get him to police headquarters.
You know, this all goes to show you how smart Lefty is.
You mean that seal of yours?
Well, sure. He's the guy who pulled off this whole deal.
Oh, really? Well, just how do you figure that?
Well, if Lefty hadn't gotten depressed, I wouldn't have thought up that new trick.
Huh?
And if I hadn't thought up that new trick, you wouldn't have tumbled into the deal. You see how easy it figures?
Okay. So I suppose Lefty and I should trade jobs.
Oh, now, Jack. That would never work.
Oh, well, thanks for giving me a little credit.
No. What I mean is, you could never learn to balance a rubber ball on your nose.
The NBC chimes will be ringing soon for the return of the irrepressible Bob Hope. Hope returns Tuesday, October 3rd, with more laughs and timely satire in his inimitable manner. Wednesday evening chime listening includes that master of the ad-lib and clever quip with rapid talk and that international walk, Groucho Marx. Groucho begins his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life, on Wednesday, October 4th, 2 weeks from tonight. Remember, Bob Hope, October 3rd, Groucho Marx, October 4th. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. On NBC. On NBC. On NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with me trying to preserve my life with a can of embalming fluid.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Good. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, it was all very innocent this time. Matter of fact, I was walking a baby in the park.
What?
Honest.
Yeah, some baby.
And that's what I thought.
I have your plane ticket at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Thanks, Rose. Well, where to this time, Commissioner?
Your plane leaves for Latin America in 1 hour.
Latin America? Good. I can polish up my rumba.
That's a good idea. You'll probably need it when the bullets start coming your way.
You always make things sound so dandy. Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, you know a man named Slaga?
I don't know him, but I sure know the name. Foreign agent, isn't he?
Yes, he's tough and tricky.
What about him?
He wants to give himself up to us.
Are you kidding?
No, apparently he double-crossed the boys he's working for, and now they're out to kill him.
Look, since when have I been playing bodyguard to foreign agents?
Steve, we stand to gain a great deal out of this situation.
How so?
We've been after Slager for a long time. As you know, he used to operate here in the States. We managed to pin a minor charge on him that meant a 2-year jail sentence, but he flew the coop on us. Now he's willing to come back here and serve his sentence, and more important, he's willing to give us complete information on the Latin American organization of the outfit he's been working for.
Sure, I see his point. That way he gets protection from the boys who are trying to kill him.
Right. All you have to do is get him out and bring him back here.
Get him out of where?
Take a look at this map of Latin America. See this country here?
Oh, that's where he's hiding?
Yes, in the capital of that country.
Oh, so all I have to do is get him out of there, huh?
Yes, their dictator doesn't seem to like us much, and that makes it tough on you. You'll be bucking the local law.
To say nothing of the outfit that's trying to kill him. Lucky Mitchell. Right in the middle again.
Slager's gotten word to us that he'll meet you at the Rio Gordo Bridge outside the capital tomorrow night at midnight.
Just a minute, Commissioner. After I meet Slager, how am I supposed to get him out of there? Do I carry him piggyback, stuff him in a suitcase, or what?
Your plane will get you to the capital city tomorrow afternoon. At 8 tomorrow night, be in the Juarez Bar. You'll be contacted there by a man who can make arrangements for a small plane. Or, Steve, it's vital that we get the information Slager's willing to give us. Get down there, contact him, and get him out of the country. Yeah, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Meet a guy named Slager in a slightly unfriendly country, then get him out of there before he gets killed. I've got a strong hunch that the same guys who are after him will be tossing more than bouquets in my direction, too. It's Wednesday afternoon when the plan leaves in Latin America, and already I've got a reception committee of one waiting for me at the airport.
Senor Mitchell.
Mr.
Holt.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Eduardo Escobar of the military.
Oh, well, I guess I don't have to introduce myself. You seem to have me pegged already.
Indeed, I have, Senor Mitchell.
You don't sound like you're here to extend me the key to the city.
No, but I am here to extend what you may call an official greeting.
What is it?
It is known why you came to this country.
Is it?
You're after a dangerous and subversive agent named Slager, who is rumored to be hiding in or near the city. Is this not true?
Well, you seem to be doing most of the talking, Escobar. Why don't we keep it that way, huh?
I see. In that case, although we do not see fit to forbid your presence here...
Gee, thanks.
I warn you, stay out of my way in this matter.
Just a minute. Does that warning come from your government or from you personally?
It is not for you to ask. To me has been granted the high honor of tracking Slager down.
I see. It'd be quite a feather in your cap, I suppose.
I am not thinking of personal glory, but of the welfare of my government.
Oh, sure. Well, Escobar, looks like we're both hunting the same pigeon, but with one important difference.
And what is that?
I gather you don't much care whether you take Slager dead or alive.
I would prefer him dead.
That's what I thought. What does that get you, a headline or maybe a promotion, huh?
You're being impertinent.
Sorry, but you see, I want Slager alive. He's got information that would benefit all of us. I want to get that information out of him.
Senor Mitchell, I am not here to discuss this with you. I am here to...
Here to warn me to keep out of your way. Okay, Escobar, so you've warned me. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Where are you going?
Look, what is this information, please? I'm going to a hotel if it's okay with you.
And then what?
Well, I tell you. That's for you to figure out.
Let me assure you, you will regret your attitude, Mitchell.
Yeah. See you around, Escobar.
Indeed you will, Mitchell. Frequently.
This is your room, senor. The best in a hotel.
Brother, I wonder what the worst looks like.
I can show you that. It's just down the hall. It's lousy.
Never mind. Say, I didn't realize it gets this cold down here. You got any heat in this room?
Sí, a gas heater. I was just about to light it.
Yeah.
There. Now, will there be anything else? Huh?
Yeah. Where's the Juarez Bar?
2 blocks down the street.
Okay, I've got to be there at 8 tonight, so give me a call about 7:30. I'm going to get a little shut-eye in the meantime.
Shut-eye?
Siesta.
Oh, you mean sack time, huh?
Yeah. I see you've spent a little time in the States.
Oh, nada, senor. No. But my brother up there, he write to me letters. He has made me, how do you call it? Happy. Hey, sweet dreams, senor.
It's just about dark when I stretch out on the rickety bed. I check over the timetable for the evening in my mind. At 8, go to the Juarez Bar and be contacted by somebody who'll tell me how to get Slager out of here. Then, at midnight, meet Slager at the Rio Gordo Bridge outside of the city. And in between, try to keep Lieutenant Escobar out of my hair, to say nothing of the outfit Slager used to work for. Sounds like a nice, peaceful evening. Well, fine, I doze off. I don't know how long I've been asleep when a sound registers. A window. A sudden warning flashes across my brain. I try to snap awake, but I have a hard time coming out of it. I get my eyes open, but the room's swimming in front of them, and my chest hurts. Then it registers. Gas. The whole room is full of gas. A sudden whip of fresh air hits me, and my eyes clear for a second. The window. There's a guy in the window with a knife. I manage to roll off the bed just in time. The knife plunks into the headboard. I stagger to the window, but the guy is gone. At this point, I don't care much. I'm more interested in filling my lungs with fresh air. My head starts clearing. I turn off the gas heater and head for the door. And there, standing in the hall, is the bellboy.
Senor, what's the matter?
You come back to see whether you've done a good job on me?
I heard a noise. Hey, there's gas. Your room is full of gas.
Yeah, don't tell me that surprises you.
No, caray, don't surprise me at all.
What?
These haters, you can never depend on them.
Oh, so your story is it was just an accident, huh?
Huh? What do you mean, senor?
You said you were a pretty hep kid. Yeah, maybe you're more hep than I realized at the time.
I do not understand you. You saw me light the heater.
You knew I was going to take a nap. You could have sneaked back into the room and blown out the flame.
Well, senor, I have not been near your room. These gas pipes, they're all clogged up. This happens a lot, that the flame goes out. Yeah, we lose more gas that way.
Okay, so that's your story, and I suppose it's very hard to prove anything different.
Hey, indeed it would be, senor. Of course, there's always the possibility that somebody entered your room. I would not know about that.
Okay, for the time being, we'll leave it that way. Maybe you're telling the truth, maybe you're lying. Sooner or later, I'll find out which.
Sí, senor, sí. I'm quite certain that you will.
I head to the Juarez bar thinking about the deal on the way. I never thought I'd be glad to see the day when two different outfits are trying to kill me, but I am now. One outfit tries to gas me, and my life is saved because the other outfit sends a guy to open my window and throw a knife at me. Safety in numbers yet. Well, the bar is pretty deserted when I get there. A fat little gent is wandering around, picking away at his guitar. I don't have any idea who's supposed to contact me, so I sit at the corner table, and pretty soon a girl sidles over to my table, and she could be the contact.
Hello.
Hi.
I could sit down.
Sure.
You are an American?
Yeah, that means something to you?
Si.
You've been waiting for me to come in?
Si. All evening.
Good. You got a message for me?
Si.
What is it?
I am nice girl, Felicia. You are rich American. So I think you buy Felicia a few drinks.
Oh, great. Wrong party. I think we've been talking about two different things. Look, maybe you just better run along.
Okay. It is your loss, not mine.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Well, good evening, Senor Mitchell.
Ah, Lieutenant Escobar. What are you doing here?
I was about to ask you the same question, Senor.
Me? I just dropped in for a drink.
Very well. I hope you will enjoy your drink, because I intend to make certain that it is the only reason you came in here.
What do you mean?
You see the table in the center of the room?
What about it? It's vacant.
It will not be vacant for long, because I intend to sit there, Senor Mitchell, with my eyes on you. And that way I am quite certain you will not be meeting anyone here.
Well, suit yourself, Escobar. Now, isn't that just dandy?
Good evening, senor. Huh? Would you like for me to play a little song especially for you on my guitar?
No, thanks.
But I play good.
No.
Come on. For $1 I play anything you want to hear. Something to bring romance into your big heart. A tear into your eyes.
Ah, some other time.
Oh, but just listen to a sample of my playing.
Look, will you beat it?
Okay, I beat it right to the bar. Pretty good, huh?
Hey, you knocked my drink over into my lap.
You're enjoying your drink now, Mitchell.
Drop dead, will you?
Oh, senor, I am so sorry. I was carried away by my playing.
You sure were, Buster.
Here, let me help to dry you in my handkerchief.
Look, just let me alone, will you?
But they're on the pocket, senor. Here, let me dry you.
Take your hands. Oh.
There. Now, everything is all right, senor?
Yeah. Everything's fine all of a sudden. I'll see you later. I slip out of the bar in a hurry, and what's made everything fine all of a sudden is that the little guitar player slipped a piece of paper into my pocket while he was drying me off. I get down the street, stop under a street light, and take a quick look at it. It's the map of a cow pasture outside the city where a small plane will be waiting for me tomorrow. Good. Then I see Escobar come out of the bar. So I duck into an alley and take a few assorted side streets out of the city to the Rio Gordo Bridge. Slaga is due there at midnight. I get there 5 minutes before and spot the meeting place, a clump of bushes underneath the bridge. I wait there a couple of minutes, and then I hear a rustle. I step out. But just in time, I see the glint of moonlight along a gun barrel, and I dive back.
Sunday afternoon means mystery and action with the chimes over most of these NBC stations. Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon, brings his suave and romantic touch to a perilous mystery each Sunday, followed by the widely acclaimed dramatic series High Adventure. Then the big guy steps in. The big guy who likes to tell stories of mystery and intrigue, only the big guy's stories are not make-believe. And then a new kind of private eye. Charlie Wilde concludes your Sunday mystery lineup with a few casual homicides. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
The shots keep whistling over my head, so I know the guy can't see me. I inch backwards up the slope and start circling. Pretty soon, I spot the sniper hurrying up the slope, too. I wait until he's about 4 feet away, and then I jump him. A girl! Okay, drop that gun, sister.
No,
I said drop it.
No!
That's better.
Who are you?
The guy you were just shooting at, lady.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But I thought that was Slaga.
What?
So, he's gotten away from me again.
Wait a minute. What's this about Slaga?
I thought you were Slaga. Is he I want to kill?
Brother, you too, huh?
Oh, what do you mean? You also wish to kill Slaga?
No, but right now it looks like I'm the only guy who doesn't. Escobar, the outfit Slaga used to work for, and now you. What's your beef with him, and incidentally, who are you?
Maria Peralta. I used to think I was in love with Slaga until I found out what kind of man he was. Then I stopped seeing him. I met a good man, I married him. But when Slaga found himself trapped in this city, he came to me for help.
I see, and you refused?
I say, of course. Then Slaga started hitting me. My husband, he came in just then and tried to stop him. Slaga killed my husband.
I see.
Tonight I followed him here to the bridge. Then I lost him. When you step out of those bushes, I thought you were Slaga.
Well, it's a cinch if Slaga was around here. He's not now. Those shots probably scared him away. And speaking of shots, Maria...
Oh, see, I know. When I think I almost killed you. Oh, senor, you can forgive me?
Yeah, well, I guess the only thing left for me to do is to head back to town and wait for some word from him.
Senor, I have spoiled some plan of yours.
You sure have, Maria.
Well, can I in some way make up for it?
You got a car?
See, parked down the road.
You can drive me back to the city. That'll make up for a lot. Because I'm not hankering to walk all that distance again.
See, of course, I will be glad to drive you. You come, huh? There is the building where I am stop up ahead, Senor Mitchell. However, I can drop you anywhere you like.
No, that's okay, Maria. I'll get out here. Hey, this looks like a mortuary.
The body of my husband is here.
Oh?
I must make the final arrangements. You see, in the morning, I take his body back to the little town where he was born. He will be buried in the family graveyard.
I see.
Senor Mitchell, I am afraid.
What of?
Slaga, he probably knows I tried to kill him. I'm afraid he may come after me.
Well, I doubt it. Slaga probably realizes he's pretty hot by this time. The only person he'll be coming after is me, so if you'll just go back home and lock yourself in, I'll probably have him on ice by morning.
But if you should not... Senor Mitchell, I know I have no right to ask your protection almost after shooting you, but if you could meet me here at the mortuary tomorrow morning and then stay with me until I leave with my husband's body, I would feel ever so much safer.
Come to think of it, that's not a bad idea. If Slaga does decide to come after you, that would be his last chance, wouldn't it?
See... Once the mortician drive me and the coffin to the railroad depot, I'm sure I'd be safe.
What time are you due here in the morning?
At 8.
Okay. If I haven't grabbed Slaga by then, it's possible that he may turn up here at the mortuary in the morning. If he does, I'll be here waiting for him. Okay. Yeah?
Mitchell?
Yeah, who's this?
Schlager.
Slugger. Hey, why didn't you show up at the bridge at midnight?
I heard shots.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Where are you?
I'm safe for the time being, but these interests I used to work for, they are closing in on me.
I don't doubt it.
Mitchell, listen to me. You must hide me, protect me. Get me out of the country.
Look, Slugger, that's why I'm here. I've got a plane waiting for us in a cow pasture, but before I can protect you or get you out of here, I've got to get with you.
Very well. It is 3 a.m. In 1 hour, be on the Santo Tomas Highway outside the city, exactly 1 mile past the bridge. Park your car there and wait, and come alone.
I slip 5 pesos to a sleepy cab driver outside the hotel, and he lets me borrow his cab. I head out Santo Tomas Highway and arrive at the rendezvous spot 20 minutes early, which is just the way I want it. I climb out of the cab and into the bushes, and then I wait. 5 minutes later, a car comes poking along the road and stops. A man gets out and pokes a flashlight into my car. At first, I think it's Slugger, and I start out of the bushes. Then I see it's Lieutenant Escobar. This is just great, a fat chance I've got of contacting Slugger with Escobar hanging around. Suddenly, another car rounds the bend and comes down the highway fast. Then I get it. This whole deal is a trap. Escobar! Get down, quick!
Where are you?
I said get down!
Mitchell, what is the meaning of this?
Get out of the car, get down!
That car?
Yeah, bristling with machine guns. If I hadn't made with a flying tackle, you'd be looking like a Swiss cheese right now.
Oh, indeed? And how do I know that this whole thing was not arranged by you?
Oh, sure. I arrange an ambush, and then I run out into the firing line to grab you. Look, Escobar, this is the 3rd time I've been shot at in 11 hours. I'm in no mood.
You have only yourself to blame, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I warned you to remain out of this affair. Next time, perhaps you will heed my warning.
I'll tell you one thing you can count on, Escobar. Next time, I'll stay in the bushes and let you collect a few more holes in the head than you've already got, if that's possible. I head back to my hotel. By now, I've just about had it. Not only is Escobar sticking to me like a mustard plaster, lousing up my chances of contacting Slugger, but the outfit Slugger used to work for is now thinking up quaint little traps to kill me, too. Obviously, they were the ones who rigged that fake rendezvous on the highway. I know now my only chance of contacting Slugger will be if he comes after Maria at the mortuary. She told me she'd be there at 8 in the morning, so I'm there 10 minutes early. The door is partly open. I walk in, but the joint is deserted. No mortician, no hearse, no coffin, and no Maria. I head for the back room. A whiff of embalming fluid almost knocks me down. There are cans of it spilled all over the floor. The whole room's torn apart. Then I hear a sound. It's coming from the closet. I unlock the door. Inside, there's a guy trussed up with rope and a strip of tape across his mouth.
Thank you. I heard you come in, but I was afraid you would not hear me pounding on the door.
Who are you?
The mortician's assistant.
Here, let me get you untied.
Yes, please.
Brother, that embalming fluid is killing me. Even in the closet here. What happened?
I am not certain. I opened up a little earlier than usual this morning because we were expecting Senora Maria Peralta to come at 8 o'clock for the body of her husband.
There, that unties your legs.
Yes.
Brother, no wonder that fluid smells so strong in here. You've got some of it on your shoes. Go on with your story.
Yes. A few minutes before 8, a man walked in with a gun. He tied me up here in the closet.
What happened after that?
I know only what I could hear through the door. The mortician and the senora must have arrived at the same time. Apparently, this man with the gun was hiding behind the drapes. When he confronted the senora, I heard her scream, Sla something.
Slugger?
Yes, that's it, Slugger.
Oh, great. Well, you're untied. Come on, let's get some windows open and air out the joint.
Good.
What else did you hear?
Well, there were the sounds of a fight, furniture overturned, and cans of embalming fluid spilled. Then Slugger must have gotten the upper hand again. He laughed and said a very strange thing.
What do you mean?
Something about a coffin being a very convenient place to travel.
I see.
Then he ordered the mortician and the senor into the hearse and told them to drive out to the Santo Tomas Highway. Apparently, his plan is to escape in that coffin.
Sounds like a pretty neat plan, too. The whole deal.
They left but a moment or two before you arrived. If you hurry, you may be able to overtake them.
You know, I've got a better idea.
What do you mean?
I'm about to take some advice that was given to me earlier.
I do not understand.
Lieutenant Escobar speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Who is this?
Your old friend, Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, where are you?
Yeah, I know. You've been looking for me, as usual. Lieutenant, I'm about to give you that headline that you've been bucking for.
What do you mean?
I'm down at a mortuary. The assistant here tells me that Slaga is heading along the Santo Tomas Highway in a hearse.
What? I'll throw up a roadblock. Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Escobar? Don't you know a good break when you see one?
Why are you giving me this information, Mitchell?
You've told me several times to keep out of your way in this deal, haven't you?
So, you have finally gotten smart.
Yeah. You hit it right on the head, Lieutenant. I've finally gotten smart. I'll see you around.
But, Mr. Mitchell, I do not understand.
What don't you understand, Buster?
As soon as you gave your name over the phone just now, I recognized it. When Maria was here last night making the final arrangements about her husband's body, she mentioned meeting you. She said you were very anxious to get to this Slaga.
That's right.
Well, then why aren't you chasing him right now? Why did you call the police?
Escobar wants me to stay out of his way, and I also want him to stay out of mine.
What?
You happen to know anything about this guy, Slaga?
How could I? I never saw him before this morning.
And let me tell you a couple of things about him, and I think you'll see my point. You see, Slaga's a pretty sharp boy, sharper than I realized.
I do not follow.
It could go together, something like this. Slaga double-crosses the outfit he used to work for, so they're after him. He gets in touch with us, and he tells us he's willing to give us information and serve a prison sentence in the States if we'll come down here and fish him out.
Oh, but what has all this to do with...
Just let me finish. Yeah, that's the deal that Slaga presents to us. And it sounds good, but this is where Slaga gets sharp, or thinks he does. He has no intention of coming back to the States with me. He's just playing both ends against the middle and using us to get himself out of the hole he's in here.
You mean that is why this Slaga is escaping in the coffin?
I mean, that's why Slaga isn't in that coffin.
What? But I do not understand.
Don't you?
It works, Slaga. They're all chasing the hearse.
Maria, you fool!
It doesn't matter, Slaga. I had you pegged right from the time I untied you. That's why I kept hanging around here. I figured your little partner would be doubling back to meet you.
Oh, so you had me pegged. Then be sure you have this pegged.
Yeah, I figured you were holding that gun on me in your pocket the whole time.
Slaga, shoot!
In a moment.
It was a pretty neat deal, kids. Maria comes to me with a fake story about you killing her husband to set up this coffin gag. Then the story you give me this morning about Slaga driving away in the hearse. I'm supposed to fall for that and go chasing after the hearse while you and Maria leave for parts unknown.
Quite right, quite right. But you were not convinced, Mitchell. May I ask how you found me out?
Sure, it wasn't too tough, Slaga. When I untied you, you told me that after you'd been put in the closet, you heard a fight in the other room with cans of embalming fluid being spilled. But there was some of the fluid on your shoes. Probably got there when you were making the room look like there had been a fight.
I see. Rather stupid of me, wasn't it?
Yeah. Look, Slaga, you're not quite as sharp as you figure in this deal.
What do you mean?
You can't get away with it. The outfit you used to work for is all out to kill you, so is Escobar. One of them will get you sooner or later.
So? You paint a discouraging picture, Mitchell. What would you suggest as a solution?
My offer still stands. I'll get you out of here and back to the States. You'd be smart to take me up on it, Slaga. I've got a plane waiting in a cow pasture north of town. We can still make it.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Mitchell. I intend to take you up on part of your bargain.
What do you mean?
The part about the aeroplane. You see, I intend to leave this country with your help.
That's better.
Only without you.
Oh?
Where exactly is that plane, Mitchell?
Sorry?
Very well. I will count 3. If you have not told me by then...
Look, Slaga.
1.
You can't get away with it.
That should not concern you. You will be dead. 2.
Okay.
That's much more sensible.
Looks like I lose all the way around.
Someone has to. It could not very well be myself. Now, the location of that plane.
Here's a map telling you how to get there.
Thank you, Mitchell. You have been most cooperative.
He and Maria take their eyes off me a second to look at the map. It's my one chance. There's an open can of embalming fluid on the table in front of me. I get one hand on it.
And now, Mitchell, I'm afraid you have outlived your usefulness.
You can't shoot without eyes. The slug whistles past my ear. By the time Slag can get his eyes open again, I'm...
Get back, Mitchell!
I got a better idea. You get back.
I will...
I'll take that gun, Maria. Let's have it.
No!
Now, sit down.
You...
Sit down.
No! What are you going to do?
This is what I came here for. I'm going to take Slogger back with me.
Oh, he will never go. He will never tell you anything.
No? You think he'd rather I turn him over to Lieutenant Escobar?
Oh, no. No, you must not.
You see? That's just what Slogger's going to say when I put it up to him. And that's why he'll give me all the information I want. You know, some people sing for their supper. But just think how hard Slogger's going to sing for his life.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. This week, friends of Dangerous Assignment get a bonus in good listening, for Dangerous Assignment will be heard again Friday. That's day after tomorrow, Friday, September 29th at 8:30 New York time, when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me staking my life on a bluff, and then finding out, much to my surprise, that I wasn't bluffing at all. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
Steve, last night 3 men landed in Miami by plane. They were picked up in a limousine. The local police chased them, and the car crashed, killing all 3 men.
So, what's all this got to do with us, Commissioner?
One of those men was a well-known foreign agent.
Oh, I see. How about the other 2?
The check was made on their identities. Phony, both of them.
Oh, you mean they were carrying phony identification papers?
No, the papers were legitimate enough, but they didn't belong to the men who were carrying them. We believe those papers were stolen from U.S. citizens who were traveling abroad, and in each case, those citizens were traveling alone and unattached.
5 will get you 10 that also, in each case, those U.S. citizens are dead right now.
Exactly. Well, Steve, it looks like we're up against a clever and vicious scheme to get foreign agents into the States.
Yeah. They grab one of our tourists, bump him off, take his papers, and then slip one of their boys into the States with those papers.
We've got to work fast. We don't know how many times they've pulled this trick so far, but we've got to keep them from continuing. Get down to Miami, Steve. Backtrack their operation until you find out who's behind it. Then smash it once and for all. Well, I said, you've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, ordinarily, there's nothing I'd like better than a trip to Miami, but from the look on the commissioner's face, I've got a strong hunch I won't be spending my time water skiing through a blue lagoon with a beautiful doll perched on my shoulder. My plane lands there on Friday morning, and I head for the immigration office.
Oh, Mitchell, we've been expecting you. I've got some luggage here you might be interested in looking through.
This stuff here?
Yeah, just help yourself. Huh? This is the stuff that originally belonged to the tourists that we think these foreign agents murdered and then impersonated.
Routine stuff. Clothes, curios.
Yeah, that suitcase that you're going through now belonged to a Harold Davis.
Yeah, according to my information, 3 guys landed here in Miami and were whisked away in a limousine.
Yeah, that's right. When their car crashed, they were all killed. And that's where we recovered this luggage and those identification papers. But it didn't take us long to discover that the men in the car didn't belong to this stuff.
Oh, what kind of a plane did they land in?
A regular passenger plane. Caribbean Airlines from Trinidad. Well, what is it?
Hey, this picture here in the suitcase. Is this the real Davis?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Davis, all right. Well, maybe you should say it was Davis. That girl with him in the picture, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. You say the guy who was impersonating Davis flew in from Trinidad, huh?
Yeah, that's right. You think that this picture was taken there?
I know it was. I recognized the hotel in the background.
Oh. Well, in other words, this picture shows that the real Davis was in Trinidad. But the man who flew up here from Trinidad wasn't Davis. Well, that means that...
That means that Trinidad is my next stop. So the trail's warming up. At this point, it looks like Trinidad is the spot where the switch has been taking place. I realize I've got to operate undercover and fast. So far, we've managed to keep that auto crash in Miami a secret, but it's only a question of time before the outfit that's running the racket finds out we're on their trail, and when they do, they'll drop their quaint little habit of bumping off tourists and concentrate on bumping off the guy who's after them, namely me. My plane lands in Trinidad the next afternoon. As usual, it's hot, but I've got an uneasy feeling that before I wind this one up, it's going to get a little hotter. I scout around to find the office of the Caribbean Airlines. Back of the counter, a tall, skinny gent is sleepily fanning himself with a travel folder.
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Are you the ticket agent here?
Yeah. What charming and delightful spot in the Caribbean do you want to fly to?
You sound bitter.
Well, this morning I didn't get a job I was counting on back in the States, and I also didn't get a raise here. Instead, I got a heat rash. I should be happy.
Courage, Camille.
Thanks, old man. Now, where do you want to go, or did you just want to browse through some rare travel folders?
I'm checking on a friend of mine, a guy named Harold Davis.
Oh? What about him?
Oh, I owe him some dough, and somebody told me he left Trinidad by plane the day before yesterday. I thought you might be able to check it for me.
Okay. Davis. Yes. Harold Davis took off for Miami night before last, flight 17.
Wonder why he decided to leave here.
This is something we don't ordinarily ask our customers.
Well, you make the reservation in person?
Well, no, it was handled through Interocean.
Interocean?
Mm-hmm. Travel agency here in Trinidad.
I see. You happen to have their address?
Yeah, here's their card. It's just down the street.
Thanks,
What's the matter?
Nothing. I won't keep you up any longer. So long. What snapped me into action is a girl walking along the sidewalk outside the airline office. I only get a brief glimpse, but it's enough to tell me that that's the same girl who posed with the real Davis in that picture I found in the suitcase. I go outside and follow her down the street. A few doors down, she turns into an office, and that's where I get my second surprise, because there's a sign on the door, Interocean Travel Agency, the outfit that's been booking passengers on Caribbean Airlines. Now I know the trail's heating up. I follow her inside.
Hello.
Hi.
What can I do for you?
Well, that's what I came in here to find out. You run this travel agency?
Sort of. I'm Miss Gray. Susan Gray. You a tourist here?
Yeah, sort of.
Sounds like you're a little at loose ends right now.
Matter of fact, I am. Maybe it's just that I'm running out of places to go and things to do.
Can't your wife suggest something?
I'm not married.
I see. Traveling alone?
Yeah.
Well, I'd be very happy to suggest any number of interesting little side trips.
Good.
That is, if you're not on any fixed schedule. What I mean is there anyone in the States who's expecting you back at any particular time?
No, I'm what you might call completely unattached.
Oh? Well, in that case...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I could sure use someone to show me around Trinidad. That is, if you happen to have any spare time.
I think that could be arranged.
Steve Mitchell.
Okay. Tell you what, Steve. I'll try to line up a little trip for you. Then we can talk about seeing some of the sights around Trinidad. Where can I reach you?
Hispaniola Hotel. I'll be hearing from you then, Susan.
Yes, you will, Steve. And very soon.
I start back to my hotel. So I dangle a little alone and unattached bait in front of little Susan's nose, and she snaps it up like an underfed cobra, which is all very fine, except that what it boils down to is that I'm setting myself up as a grade A clay pigeon. Then, as I'm walking down the street, I pass a bar, and I hear a very familiar voice. I shove open the door and go in. It's my old friend, Lord Byron, the calypso singer.
So come to the Trade Winds Bar for your drinks. The price is right and the food, it's good too.
And Lord Byron spots me at the bar, and his face lights up like a neon sign.
Once was a brave man, Steve Mitchell, he, the best ever came to Trinidad colony. He made a friend of Lord Byron, that's me, and both of us went sailing out to sea. We ran into bad men in diving suits, and had much trouble, you can bet your boots. But when all the fighting was over and done, the bad men had lost and Steve Mitchell had won. Steve Mitchell.
Hello, Lord Byron. Hey, look, thanks for the free publicity, but I just assumed that nobody knew I'd ever been to Trinidad before.
But why, Steve?
At present, I'm making like a typical tourist.
Oh, you're after someone again, Steve?
That's right.
Why don't you give it up, Steve?
Huh?
Always you look for bad men. Why don't you forget it? Now, me, I'm a happy man. This is the life here. To go fish, to go sail, to lie in the sun, to be happy.
That's nice work if you can get it.
There is more to life than this?
Well, I guess there shouldn't be, but
What's the matter, Steve?
That girl who just came in.
Girl? Oh, sure. She's nice looking, Steve. You want to meet her?
I've already met her. Susan Gray works for a travel agency. Does she come in here often?
Oh, yes. She comes in here almost every night. The tourists, she's always with them.
I see. Well, that checks. Okay, I think I'll go have another talk with her.
Be careful, Steve. No trouble.
No trouble. Hi.
Well, hello, Steve. I was just thinking about you.
How was it?
The
thinking.
Nice.
When do we start seeing the town together? Tonight, maybe?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have plans tonight, but we'll make it real soon.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'm trying to line up a little trip you might be interested in.
Oh, good evening, my dear.
Oh, hello, Carlos.
I do not believe I have met this man.
Well, you couldn't have very well. I just met him a couple of hours ago myself. Steve Mitchell, Carlos Gelder.
Hello.
This man is perhaps bothering you, my dear?
Of course not.
He seems to be presuming upon a very short acquaintance.
Look, Buster, is there any law against talking to a girl in a bar?
In this particular part of the world, there are many unwritten laws covering various subjects.
Oh, what subjects, for instance?
For instance, you.
Carlos, please.
Just a minute, Susan. Okay, Gelder. Just what are those unwritten laws covering me?
The same which apply to anyone who seeks to tread on forbidden ground.
I could take that either of two ways.
You may choose whichever you like, but just be certain that you do take it.
Okay, for the time being.
And I can assure you I am not talking in terms of the time being.
Yeah. See you later, kid.
Steve, I'm sorry. I'll get in touch with you later.
So, Steve, she's a popular young lady.
Too popular, Lord Byron. Who's that little gent in the white suit I was just exchanging gay repartee with?
Oh, he's a bad man, Steve. Stay away from him.
Oh?
Carlos Gelder. He's a very powerful man.
What's he do?
No one knows. But in Trinidad, his name means trouble.
I see. He and Susan seem pretty thick. One trouble plus one trouble.
Is double trouble.
Hey, wait a minute. They're leaving together.
No, Steve.
Yeah, I know. No trouble. See you later, Lord Byron. By the time I get outside, Susan and Gelder are nowhere in sight. I start along the sidewalk, and suddenly there's a guy walking beside me. A grinning native. I speed up. He stays with me. I stop. He throws a shoulder into me and sends me lurching into the alley. I whirl around. There's another guy in the alley waiting for me, also with a big grin on his face. And in his hand is a wicked-looking knife with a spring blade. He edges towards me quietly, the knife held low and pointing up. The first guy is somewhere behind me. I flatten myself against the wall and wait, watching the knifer's eyes. He starts to jab. I swing my butt, the knife goes flying, but the guy just keeps grinning and moving in. I dive for the end of the valley, but the first guy jumps on me. I give him a left, but too late. They're both swarming all over me. One of them pins my arms. The other starts working me over. He's doing a good job on me. Body punches, enough to hurt, but not enough to knock me out. After what seems like an hour, I guess he gets tired. He winds up and lets fly with one to my face. And that does it.
Here's a word about another NBC chime favorite returning to the air this fall. It's Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix in the hilarious Life of Riley. Riley will be back over most of these stations just 1 week from today. Chester may not be the combination of lady killer, star athlete, and mental giant he thinks he is, but Mom, Babs, and Junior love him anyway. And you'll love them all, even the friendly undertaker, Digger Odell, when The Life of Riley returns just 1 week from tonight. The chimes are your invitation. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Steve. Oh. Steve. Come on, Steve. Steve.
Oh, Lord Byron.
What happened, Steve?
Oh, I wasn't playing tic-tac-toe. I don't know.
Steve, it's no good. Someone was giving you a warning. Oh, come on back into the bar with me.
I could use a drink along about now. Look, did Susan and Gelder come back into the bar after I left?
No, I didn't see them. Steve, Lord Byron is your friend. He gave you good advice.
Yeah, I know. His trouble. I'm afraid it's a little late in the game to back out now. Come on, let's go on over to the bar.
So just then this other guy sticks his head out and says, now get this. He says, okay, wise guy, how are you gonna get back? Yeah, don't you get it? How are you gonna get back? Yeah, that's the trouble. You guys just don't appreciate a good American joke.
Scotch and soda, bartender.
Hey, another American.
Huh? Oh, yeah, another American.
Clay's the name, friend. Abner H. Clay. Put her there.
Aye. Mitchell's mine.
Here, let me buy you a drink.
Thanks, but I...
I insist, friend, I insist.
Okay, thanks.
Well. It sure is good to run into another traveler from the blessed land.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, friend. I'm having a whale of a lot of fun on this trip, but I just haven't seen anything that compares with a little old hometown, good old Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yes, sir. Say, I got a great idea. Why don't you and me do this town up together?
Thanks a lot, but no thanks.
Oh, come on. Say, I can show you places you never even dreamed about. And girls?
I suppose you've even got a chicken inspector badge, too, huh?
What?
Skip it.
Oh. Come on, friend. Let's make a night of it, huh? What do you say? After all, it's my last night here for a few days. I want to make the most of it.
What do you mean, your last night?
Well, gonna take a little boat trip around the islands. We shove off first thing in the morning.
We?
Just small party. About 3 others, I think.
Just a minute. Are you, by any chance, traveling alone, Clay?
Alone? I sure am. You know, tell you how it happened. I was sitting there in my office in Milwaukee 3 months ago, and I suddenly said to myself, Abner, my boy, what you need is a vacation. So, here I am.
I see. And this little boat trip you're leaving on in the morning, mind telling me who arranged that for you?
Not at all, my friend. Inter-Ocean Travel Agency, right here in town. Hey, there's a little lady there who is just...
Susan?
Yes. You know her?
Slightly.
Oh, she's sure been mighty sweet to me.
I don't doubt it.
Oh, come on, friend. Why don't you change your mind and make the rounds with me tonight?
I just did change my mind. Let's go, friend.
Oh, brother, is this someplace, huh, Steve?
Well, it looks about the same as the last 5 bars we've been in, Clay. Look, this boat trip you're taking in the morning.
Yeah?
Have they told you where you're going?
Oh, they said we'd poke around a few little islands in the out-of-the-way places.
I suppose you're taking all your luggage and papers with you.
Well, that's right. Matter of fact, they told us to be sure and bring them.
Oh?
Well, they said we might stay longer than we expected if found places we like.
I see. Look, Clay,
What's the matter, friend?
Somebody just walked in.
Huh? Oh, it's Susan. Hey, Mitchell, I got a great idea.
Why don't you come along on this trip, huh?
Well, I don't know. It's pretty short notice.
Well, Susan? Susan?
Oh. Well, it's Mr. Clay and Steve.
Hello, Susan.
I'm glad I ran into you again.
Where's your boyfriend, Gilder?
Oh, we had a quarrel. I'm awfully sorry about that scene he caused at the Tradesmen's Bar.
I collected a few lumps in an alley right after that.
What?
But I don't suppose you or Gilder would know anything about that.
Of course not. I don't understand, Steve.
I'll skip it.
Oh, say, Susan, I just had me a great idea.
What is it, Mr. Clay?
Well, Steve and me, we gotten to be old buddies, and I was wondering, why couldn't he go along on this boat trip in the morning?
I was working on a trip for Steve a little later on. I'm afraid the one tomorrow is pretty well booked up.
Oh, well, I'll bet you could change that, little lady. Yeah. Now, couldn't you?
Well, I suppose I could make some last-minute arrangements.
I'd sure appreciate it.
All right.
There, that's my girl. That's my girl, all right. Yeah, how about that, Steve? Isn't that swell?
Yeah.
All right, now I'll tell you what. Meet me down at the dock at 7 tomorrow morning, okay?
All right, Clay, I'll be there. Well, things are turning out a little differently than I'd bargained for. I'd figured on having more time to find out a few things about the Inter-Ocean Travel Agency before I took one of their little trips. But now here I am, scheduled to sail in the morning. I'm not sure I like it, but I don't have any choice. To back out would probably arouse their suspicions, and besides, looks like I'm stuck playing nursemaid to the happy American tourist, Clay, who's looking for all the world like the pigeon of the same name right now. The next morning, I take my luggage down to the dock at 7 o'clock. Susan and Clay are already there beside a small motor launch.
Morning, Mitchell.
Hi.
Come on board, Steve.
Okay. Now, where are all the other passengers?
They should be along any minute.
How many are there?
3.
Oh, great morning for a trip, huh?
Yeah, but how about this boat? It doesn't seem to look big enough for much cruising.
Oh, this is just a launch that'll take you to an island down the coast away. You'll pick up the cruise boat there.
I see.
Oh, here comes one of the other passengers now. No, I guess it isn't. Hey, it's that Calypso singer.
Huh? Hey, Lord Byron.
Oh, Steve.
What's the matter, Lord Byron?
Nothing. I came down to give you a goodbye serenade.
Oh?
Well, you really get service, Steve.
Yeah, so it seems.
Now, where else could you find atmosphere like this, huh, friend? Okay, let her go, Lord Byron.
Oh, Steve Mitchell came down to Trinidad and met a girl who sure made him glad. She worked for a travel agency and arranged little trips for a modest fee.
Well, thanks for the plug.
Then Steve met a tourist in the bar last night who took him around and showed him the sights. But poor Steve Mitchell, he doesn't see that the tourist owns a travel agency. Well, a happy trip, Steve.
Lord Byron, come on back here.
But you see, I've got to...
You're not going anywhere, friend. Come on,
Right.
get in the boat. Move.
Very well.
Well, thanks for the try anyway, Lord Byron.
Sure, Steve.
Okay, Susan, shove off.
What about the other passengers?
We can't wait for them now. We'll take care of these 2 birds first and then come back with the others. Get going.
All right.
You've been the big boy in this deal all along, Clay, huh?
I sure have, friend.
Well, I guess congratulations are in order. That's quite an act you put on, being the great American tourist.
Not bad at all, is it?
And with Susan giving them the come-on, I don't suppose you have much trouble getting all the unsuspecting tourists you need.
We haven't had much trouble so far, and that's the way we're going to keep it.
You mind telling me where we're going?
Not at all, friend. Tobago Island, a little way down the coast. But you know, really shouldn't matter much to you where you're going. Because I'll tell you something. You and Lord Byron aren't coming back.
Oh, Steve and Lord Byron got big troubles now. They're locked up in the cabin of a little scow. The bad man tell them they're holding the sack. They go to an island, but they don't come back.
Hey, look, will you lay off? It's bad enough being cooped up in here waiting for the axe without you making a musical comedy of it.
All right, Steve. But why is he taking us to Tobago Island?
That's probably where his agents are hiding out, waiting. It's probably also the tourist graveyard. Incidentally, where is Tobago Island?
We've been cruising about 2 hours. There's another hour left to go.
Well, wait a minute. We're turning and slowing up. I'm going to take a look out the portal. Hey, I thought you said it was another hour to Tobago Island.
That's right, Steve.
Well, don't look now, but there's a little island right in front of us.
What?
Yeah, and we're heading toward what looks like a little abandoned dock.
Let me see. It's not Tobago Island. It's San Miguel.
Wonder why the switch. You familiar with this island?
Sure, Steve. Deserted island. I was here once.
All right, friend. I'll on deck.
I thought you said we were going to Tobago Island, Clay.
We were. But Susan and I got to figuring. Maybe you were a little wiser to our operation than you've been letting on.
I still don't get you, Clay.
Maybe you already knew Tobago Island was our rendezvous point. Maybe before you came down to the dock this morning, you arranged to have a little help show up there. All right, come on ashore.
Seems to me you're giving me a lot of credit, Clay.
Well, I figure it's always safer to overestimate the opposition than underestimate them. So Susan and I spotted this little deserted island and figured it'd be a convenient place to stop for a while.
I will lead the way. There is no trail.
Just don't get too far ahead of us.
You've got the whole deal figured out, haven't you?
I sure have, friend.
Look, it seems to me you're taking care of Lord Byron and me the hard way. You could have tied us up and thrown us overboard.
No. There's always the chance your bodies would start drifting around and be discovered. Much better to have you safely buried in the ground.
I see. Just like you did with the other tourists, huh?
You catch on quick, Mitchell. This underbrush is pretty thick.
Follow closely in my tracks and you will have no trouble.
Hey, he's an obliging guy all of a sudden, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't get it. Well, here's a little clearing.
Yes, sir. This is where we stop.
All right, it's as good as any.
So this is the last stop, huh?
For you and Lord Byron.
For all of us.
What do you mean?
This San Miguel Island is a very bad place.
What are you talking about?
Steve, you've heard the legend of San Miguel, haven't you?
Legend of it? Oh, yeah, why, sure. It's supposed to be a pretty bad place, isn't it?
Yes, a very bad place.
Look, bluffing's not going to do you two any good now.
It's no bluff. I'll tell you the story of San Miguel. Oh, once came a man to this island here. He built a house and he built a pier. Then he walked into this jungle so nice and green, and never any more was he seen.
Look, what are you giving us anyway?
It's the truth, Susan. I remember it all now.
The ground opened up and down he went. The earth closed over him without a dent. But on some nights you can still hear him say, from San Miguel Island, stay away.
All right. That's enough of your silly song.
It's not a silly song, Clay. It's truth. All over the island, quicksand.
Quicksand?
Sure, that's it. Quicksand. The whole place is quicksand under it. Every once in a while, the crust over it collapses.
All right. I said cut out the fairy tale.
It's no fairy tale. Look, Lord Byron's the only one who knows where to walk safely. You kill us, and you'll never make it back to the beach.
Clay, what if he's telling the truth?
They're not telling the truth. I tell you, they're bluffing.
Oh, what was that?
Probably a hunk of ground collapsing.
Shut up, Mitchell. It's just an animal of some kind.
Was it?
There it is again. Where did it come from?
Came from right over there.
Thanks for turning your head away.
Let go of me, Mitchell.
Drop that gun before I break your arm.
So, the quicksand story was a bluff.
Sure, it worked. Lord Byron's sharper than I figured. Now, drop that gun. That's better.
I'll get it.
Oh, no, Susan, I'll take the gun. Clay, come back here.
Let him go, Steve.
Let him go, are you crazy? Clay! Now he's out of sight.
You will not go far, Steve.
What?
Oh, Clay.
What happened?
Don't move anyone.
But what happened to Clay?
He's gone. Quicksand.
What? Quicksand, but I thought...
I was telling the truth. Is San Miguel very bad place?
Oh, brother. All this time I thought we were just bluffing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Lord Byron very happy to do just that.
Look, you can't leave me here.
Don't worry, you've got a date with the jail, Susan, and I imagine the Harbor Patrol will be happy to head for Tobago Island to pick up Clay's boys.
Well, let's go back to the beach, Steve.
Okay, but just one thing now. Oh, Steve's friend Lord Byron has saved the day, and under the quicksand you'll find Clay. Now 2 more words and then I'm through. My dear Lord Byron, after you.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday night chimes mean Dennis Day and Judy Canova. Dennis Day will be back on Saturday, October 7th, just 1 week from tomorrow, with more songs and merry, mischievous mix-ups. The Judy Canova Show returns on the same day, and when Judy and her pals get together, it's 30 minutes of mountain-style music and mayhem. The chimes are your invitation to Dennis Day and Judy Canova. And now, stay tuned for Dimension X on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve my racing to crack a case before the killer pulls the trigger on me. Then having that race end up in a dead heat. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to talk to me.
I do, Steve. About your love life.
My what?
You heard me.
Well, now, look, Commissioner, I hardly think that comes under the heading of dangerous assignments.
You sure, Steve?
Well, on second thought, maybe some of them do, but even so...
Seriously, Steve, remember Martha Gelber?
Martha Gelber? Brother, you seem to be specializing in making me squirm this morning.
Why, Steve, seems to me I can remember a time when that name was sweet music to your ears.
Sure, pre-war Vienna. Just a sweet young doll, I thought. It wasn't until later that I found out she was a red-hot Nazi, but what's the point in opening old graves, Commissioner?
This grave isn't old, Steve.
What do you mean? Marta dropped out of sight after the war. We all figured she was dead.
I know, but she's very much alive, Steve. One of our agents spotted her in Tokyo 3 days ago.
Tokyo? What's she doing there?
Steve, as you know, there are 2 things that always go together. Martha Gelber and trouble.
Trouble? What kind of... Hey, wait a minute. There's been a lot of sabotage in Japan recently.
Exactly. Trains derailed, bridges blown up, the works. And it's hampering our efforts in Korea.
You think Marta is mixed up in the deal?
That's exactly what you're flying to Tokyo to find out. You know how some ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
Now, look, Commissioner, wouldn't it be better to send another agent? After all, Marta and I were kind of friendly in those days, and when I found out about her, it sort of left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, Steve, you ought to know by this time that personal feelings can't interfere with assignments. That's precisely why I'm sending you. In the first place, Marta was interested in you. In the second place, in those days, you were a foreign correspondent. That's probably all she knows about you.
Okay. What's my contact in Tokyo?
The agent who spotted Marta, a man named McCluskey. He's staying at the Kura Hotel. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to McCluskey and try to get a line on Marta Gelber. And if she's behind this operation, smash her. The sabotage has got to be stopped. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment, and on the surface it sounds great. Take a little trip to Tokyo and renew my acquaintance with an old flame. But I've got an uneasy feeling that before the deal is through, that old flame is going to turn into a grade-A blowtorch. It's Thursday when my plane lands in Tokyo, and I head for the Kura Hotel and McCloskey.
The situation here isn't good, Mitchell. Whoever's behind the sabotage that's been going on has been running the deal real smart. They've apparently got up-to-the-minute information on troop and train movements. They're causing a lot of trouble for us.
You think Marta Gelber could be behind the deal, McCloskey?
Well, that's a good guess. But the trouble with guesses is there's never any proof. You know the way Marta operates, when she operates.
Yeah, slightly.
Well, I'll give you all the dope I have on Marta, but it isn't much. She's apparently been living here in Tokyo for about 2 years. But last week was the first time any of us had spotted her here. She lives in a very swank apartment.
Yeah, that would be Marta, all
Always
right.
has 2 or 3 guys on the string.
Likewise.
And according to my information, has been throwing plenty of dough around.
Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit.
Well, lately she's been hanging around the racetrack quite a little.
Racetrack? Hey, that might be a good place for me to bump into her. You know, accidental-like.
Speaking of people who haven't changed a bit.
Who, me? Well, you never can tell. I might pick up a long shot out there.
Yeah, you might. But just one thing.
What is it, McCloskey?
Well, now, you know Marta better than I do, Steve. You know she can be about the most dangerous thing on wheels, so be careful. And just be sure if you do pick up a long shot, it's a horse, not a slug.
Cheerful guy, McCloskey. So I mosey out to the racetrack, and it isn't 15 minutes before I spot Marta. She's got an expensive fur draped around her neck, a racing form in one hand, and a wad of bills in the other. And she looks better than ever. I bury my nose in my racing form and start walking towards her.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Why don't you look? Stephen Mitchell.
Why, Marta.
Oh, Stephen, darling.
Hey, that's what I call a welcome home.
Oh, darling, it's been so long. I can't believe it's you. Oh, how wonderful. Let me look at it. No, you have not changed one bit.
Neither of you, Marta.
Oh, I almost forgot. I am furious with you, Stephen. Go away.
After 8 years, you're furious with me. Oh, that's great. Well, what did I do?
It is what you did not do, Stephen. That night in Vienna. Remember? You promised to come back later, and you never did.
Oh, that. Well, I got called back to the States all of a sudden.
Well, it will take me at least 5 more seconds to forgive you. You're still writing for those silly newspapers?
Oh, after a fashion. What are you doing in this neck of the woods, Marta?
Oh, that is a long story, Stephen.
Well, I'm a good listener.
Well, right after the war, I met one of your GIs in Europe, and I married him.
Met him and married him. Sounds like a real fast deal.
It was just one of those silly things, Stephen. It lasted quick.
Oh?
Yeah. But there I was, married to him. So I came with him to the United States and later here to Japan with the occupation forces.
Look, I didn't realize you were complete with husbands these days.
Oh, no, don't let go of my hand, silly. I'm not married anymore.
Oh, how come?
A few months ago, he died in an accident.
Oh.
Yeah, poor boy, he was nice.
I see.
Listen.
And the winner is a Nippon Jack. Oh, excuse please. Not seeing correctly. G.I. Joe is the winner. So sorry.
So now I work for importing firm here. But Steve, all these things about me. What do they matter, man?
I guess they don't, Marta.
Nah, of course they don't. Because now we are together again. Stephen, we have so much to say to each other, and this noisy racetrack, it's no place to say those things.
Maybe you've got a point, Marta.
Here is my address, Stephen. You will come to see me tonight?
Okay. I'll be there.
I'm sorry I'm late, Marta. I had... Oh, I didn't realize you were occupied.
Oh, this is a very old and dear friend I wanted to meet, Bill. Stephen Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent. Stephen, this is Sergeant Bill Duncan. He's a very nice boy.
Thanks for the build-up, Marta. Glad to meet you, Mitchell.
Sergeant? Well, I better be getting along.
Oh, no. Don't leave, Steve.
Marta, I thought that we'd plan on having a drink together.
Oh, did we? Oh, yes, we did. But I see you later, Stephen.
Sure. Well, glad to have met you, Sergeant.
Yeah, thanks. Come along, Marta.
Sergeant.
One moment, please.
What?
Very important information for you. Yes?
Who are you?
Suki have information of great value.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, too crowded here to talk. Please to come.
Okay. Who sent you?
I am messenger from heaven.
What?
So, is better here. You bet.
Now, what is this important information you've got for me?
Oh, big killing. You bet.
Killing? Where?
Soon. Big sweeper.
Sweeper? Look, I don't... Oh, wait a minute. You mean sleeper?
Yes, sweeper. Next race. You bet. Horse named Konichiwa.
Oh, great. Even in Tokyo, they've got touts. I'm sorry, Buster.
Oh, but cannot lose. Positively sure cinch. Absolute. You bet.
Sure. You bet.
Got a match, mister?
Yeah, I have a... Oh, McCloskey.
Yeah. Light me up while we talk, huh?
Sure.
I see you spotted Marta, okay?
Yeah. Who's the sergeant?
Oh, Duncan. He's one of the boys she's got on the string. He's been seeing her quite a lot lately. Maybe a little too much. Thanks.
You said whoever was behind this sabotage was apparently getting inside information?
That's right. This Marta Sergeant Duncan business. It could add up to something pretty nasty. Well, I better shove.
I've got a date with Marta tonight.
Oh? Didn't waste much time.
Neither did she. Is there some place I could meet you afterwards? I may pick up some information from her.
Yeah. And there's a little rundown bar not far from my hotel, Watanabe's. I'll be there at midnight.
Okay, see you then.
As always, you are late, Stephen. Come in.
Thanks. Well, quite a place you've got here, Martha.
It is nice. Is it here, Stephen, beside me?
Hey, looks like I get the complete treatment.
Treatment?
Well, soft lights, sweet music.
Oh, yeah. Soft lights and music. For us, they were always good, darling. That little tune, you remember it?
Well, yeah, I remember it.
Oh, Stephen, it is so good to have you close to me once again. Who could that be?
Great timing.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Very well, yeah.
Well, as I remember, you were right in the middle of some pretty interesting conversation, Marta.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Something the matter?
Oh, I suppose it is just the excitement of seeing you again, Stephen. It must have gone to my head.
Headache?
Oh, a little one, I'm afraid.
I see. Well, in that case, maybe I'd better shove off and let you get some sleep. Huh?
Oh, darling, would you mind?
No, of course not, Martha.
I hate to have you go, but I suppose you had better. Perhaps tomorrow night?
Yeah, perhaps. See you later, Martha. I leave Marta's apartment, go across the street, and wait in the shadows. I don't need a crystal ball to tell me that telephone call she got had something to do with her sudden headache. Pretty soon, a guy comes hurrying down the street and turns into the apartment house. As he enters, I get a look at his face. Yeah, Sergeant Duncan. At this point, I figure I'd better see what kind of a line I can get on this Duncan, so I go over to Army headquarters.
Well, evening. What can I do for you, mister?
You holding down the fort here, Sergeant?
Yeah. Lieutenant's out somewhere.
Well, I'd like a little information, Sergeant.
Might just well call me Tennessee. The rest of the boys do.
I wonder why.
Sticks out all over me, don't it? Just what kind of information you looking for, mister?
About one of the men attached to this command, Sergeant, Bill Duncan.
Oh? Well, I tell you now, we got a little rule around here. Somebody starts asking questions about one of our boys, we just kind of like to know who's asking.
That's a good rule, Tennessee. Here's my credentials.
Yeah, they sure enough are. All right. What you want to know, Mr. Mitchell?
Anything you can tell me about Sergeant Duncan?
Well, for one thing, he's attached to intelligence.
Oh?
Filing clerk or something.
He ever mention a girl named Marta to you?
Why, sure. Duncan used to be a friend of Marta's husband. Fellow who got himself killed in an accident a couple of months ago.
I see.
Lieutenant ought to be back in an hour if you want to wait to talk to him.
Thanks, but I've got to meet a guy in a few minutes. I'll check with the lieutenant later. I head for Watanabe's bar, where I'm to meet McCloskey. It's a beat-up-looking joint, but McCloskey's nowhere in sight. Only 3 rugged-looking gents sitting in various corners. I wait an hour, and then I get a little fidgety. I look around the bar, and it seems to me that 3 gents are a little closer to me than the last time I noticed. Suddenly, I smell a trap. I take my drink in my hand and saunter over to the jukebox. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see them closing in. Just before they jump me, I flip my drink into one's face, heave a chair into another. The third one lunges at me. I give him a lift. Then I dive for the door and out onto the sidewalk. I duck into the alley beside the bar. But the hoods are on my trail. I look back over my shoulder as they reach the entrance to the alley. One of them's got a gun. Just then, I trip over something and fall flat. The slug whistles over my ear, and I know the fall I took saved my life. Then they must figure they got me, because they jump in a car and dig out. I get to my feet and light my lighter to see what I tripped over. A body. I roll it over. It's McCloskey.
Here's a word about another NBC chime favorite returning to the air tonight. It's Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix in the hilarious Life of Riley. Riley will be back over most of these stations later tonight. Chester may not be the combination of lady killer, star athlete, and mental giant he thinks he is, but Mom, Babs, and Junior love him anyway. And you'll love them all, even the friendly undertaker, Digger O'Tell, when the Life of Riley returns later tonight. The chimes are your invitation. And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Well, evening, Mr. Mitchell. Back again, huh?
Yeah, back again, Tennessee. Is that lieutenant here now?
Yeah, here I am. Oh, Lieutenant Ames, Mr. Mitchell. Lieutenant, this is a government agent I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah. Look, Mitchell, could we talk later? I'm in a hurry right now.
Lieutenant, you've got a sergeant named Duncan who looks to be up in his ears. It's a very nasty deal right now.
Duncan? Matter of fact, I'm on my way to see him right now.
You mind if I go with you?
Well, not at all.
I'd like to question him with your permission.
Afraid he couldn't give you much in the way of answers, Mitchell.
Why not?
I just got a call. Duncan's in a staff car down at the railroad yards with a bullet in his head. Those are the railroad yards just ahead, Mitchell.
Yeah. How well did you know Duncan, Lieutenant?
Oh, pretty well. Why?
Because it looks like he was mixed up with a pretty dangerous girl named Martha Gilbert.
I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree, Mitchell.
How so?
Duncan was all right. And he wasn't mixed up with Martha. He was out to get her.
What do you mean?
We've had our eye on Martha for quite a little while now. Duncan's been working on the case. He had a personal motive, too. He was convinced Martha killed her husband, Duncan's friend. He was trying to prove it.
I see. That sort of puts a new light on Duncan.
Yeah.
Then this ought to be an open and shut case, Lieutenant. Look, Duncan went to Martha's apartment house around 9:30. She probably had gotten wise to him. They drove down here to the railroad yards, and she shot him.
Well, that's the logical explanation, all right, Mitchell. There's just one thing wrong with it.
What is it?
It's impossible.
Huh? How do you know?
Well, as I told you, we've been keeping our eye on Martha for some time now, figuring she could be the brains behind this sabotage that's been going on.
So?
So, this afternoon, a train coming up here from the south was derailed, delayed for 3 hours. Just got in half an hour ago, as a matter of fact.
Well, what's all this got to do with it?
I figured it might be time to do a little questioning, so I dropped in on Martha.
Tonight?
Yeah. I got there about 5 minutes after 10 and stayed until about 11.
I still don't see...
They told me over the phone that Duncan's time of death had been fixed at 10 o'clock. These yards are a good 20 minutes drive from Martha's apartment. She couldn't have killed Duncan at 10 and have gotten back to her apartment by 5 after when I arrived.
Oh, great. Our case against her blows up right in our face.
Sure does. Oh, here we are.
That must be the staff car over near the freight train.
Yeah.
Who's the guy standing beside the car?
It's probably the yard watchman. I told him to keep the car under guard.
Brother, railroad business must be bad. Only one train in the whole yard.
Now you begin to see how effective the sabotage has been.
Who is it, please?
Lieutenant Ames.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody been near this staff car since Duncan's body was discovered?
Only the doctor. I've no one else.
Oh, good. Come on, Mitchell. Let's take a look.
Right. Huh. Still seated beside the wheel.
Bullet hole in his chest. Close range. Look at the powder burns.
Yeah. Another slug creased his skull and then went through the windshield right here. Yeah. From there, yeah. Look at the caboose of that freight train. It's right in line, and the window of the caboose is shattered, too.
Good thing there was nobody in the caboose at the time. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe there was.
What do you mean?
Maybe that's where the killer was. No. That wouldn't explain the powder burns on Duncan's chest and head.
That's right. And look at this windshield. From the way it's shattered, it's obvious the slug traveled from inside the car out.
Well, guess that's about all there is to see here.
I suppose the car's been checked for fingerprints.
Yeah, none. Probably all wiped clean.
You know, I can't get rid of the idea that Marta killed Duncan.
Sure, it's the logical answer, all right. But like I told you before, it just happens to be impossible. She couldn't have.
Well, let's check over the times involved again.
Okay.
I saw Duncan go into Marta's apartment at 9:30, and then I left for Army headquarters.
Right. Duncan's time of death was fixed by the doctor at about 10 o'clock. But at 5 after 10, I arrived at Marta's apartment.
And the railroad yard here is a good 20 minutes drive from Marta's apartment.
All of which means she couldn't have killed Duncan at 10 and gotten back to her apartment by 5 after when I arrived.
When did you leave Marta's apartment?
It was about 11:15. I got back to headquarters at
And
11.
when was the body discovered?
The night watchman makes his rounds here every 2 hours. At 11:30, just half an hour ago, he spotted the staff car and Duncan's body. I got the call just before you walked in.
Well, it sure looks like Marta's in the clear, all of which leaves us nowhere. What time is it now?
5 after midnight.
I guess it's not too late.
Too late for what?
To drop in on Marta again.
You still think she did it, don't you?
Yeah, but thinking it and proving it are two different things.
They sure are. Particularly when it so happens that I'm Marta's alibi.
Yeah, that makes it tough. Well, won't hurt to pay her a visit anyway. See you later, Lieutenant. So I head back to Marta's apartment, not really knowing why. The whole deal has all the makings of the proverbial stone wall. It's my hunch against an airtight alibi, and at this point it looks like I'm going to come out second best.
Why, Stephen.
Hello, Marta.
Welcome in.
Thanks.
This is a surprise.
Yeah, I know it's a little late to be calling, but...
I'm glad you came back, Stephen.
How's the headache?
Much better, thanks.
Sit down.
Okay. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you, Marta.
Oh? Oh, your newspaper's not sending you away again so soon.
No. I mean your friend, Sergeant Bill Duncan.
Bill? What about him?
He's been murdered.
Murdered? Bill? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, Stephen, I cannot believe it. When did it happen?
About 10 o'clock tonight.
Well, that must have been right after Bill left here. But who did it and why? Who would want to kill Bill?
That's what the Army's trying to figure out, Marta.
Poor Billy was such a nice boy.
Funny. That's what you said about your husband, too, wasn't it?
Stephen, what do you mean?
Skip it.
No, wait. You surely do not think I had anything to do with this?
Why should I?
Well, there's no reason for you to, but... Another thing. Lieutenant Ames of the Army came to question me this evening. He arrived shortly after Bill left. He wanted to talk about all this sabotage which has been going on lately.
That's strange. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
No, of course not. This frightens me, Stephen. That anyone should even think I could be involved in such a thing.
Well, probably doesn't mean a thing, Marta. Just routine questioning.
Let us not even talk about it anymore, huh?
Suits me.
Yeah, I fix us a nice drink. And we forget all about this and we talk about the times there were in Vienna, huh, Steve? You know, maybe there can be times like that again. For you and me. Soda or water? I said soda or water. Stephen?
Oh, soda.
Oh, my. You were 1,000 miles away.
No, not that far.
Perhaps I should not have interrupted your train of thought. Huh?
Oh, it doesn't matter. That's one train that's getting nowhere right now. Matter of fact, you might say it's been derailed.
What is it, Steve?
Nothing. Look, Marta, why don't we find a bar around here somewhere and have our drink there?
A bar?
Yeah, is there one near here?
Well, yes, but why go to a bar, Stephen? It is
so much cozier here.
Well, this place kind of depresses me a little.
Well, you told me earlier you liked it.
I know, but I suddenly feel like doing the town. How about it?
Well, it's pretty late.
Not too late, is it?
Well, right, Stephen. It is never too late with you. There's a very quaint little bar down the street. I get my coat. star, Stephen?
Yeah, a lot of atmosphere. Here, this table all right?
Oh, yes, fine.
Wait a minute, Marta. I just happened to remember I've got to make a telephone call.
No, darling. I ordered some drinks for us, but you hurry back.
Well, it may take a few minutes, but I'll cut it as short as I can, Marta. Be with you soon. I go down the back hall and out the door into the alley. Then I head for Marta's apartment. I'd slipped the catch on her door when we'd left, so it's unlocked. I go inside and start looking. I know what I'm looking for, but I don't have much time to find it. It isn't in the front room, so I go into her bedroom. There's a chair that looks a little out of place. I move it, and there it is, a little hole in the wall. I take a knife out of my pocket and start digging into the plaster, and what I pry out of that little hole in the wall doesn't surprise me at all. A bullet.
I'm sorry you came back here, Steve.
Well, hello, Marta.
You really should not have, you know.
If I hadn't, how could I have made sure it was you who killed Bill Duncan?
Oh, that is a very dangerous thing for you to say, darling. Particularly when I'm holding a gun on you.
It's the truth, isn't it?
Is it?
Sure. You also had McCloskey killed because he was getting too warm. You're also the little lady who's been organizing all the sabotage.
Perhaps what you are trying to say, Stephen, is that you're not merely a newspaper correspondent.
That's right. I was sent over here to Tokyo to find out who was responsible for the sabotage. Right from the start, I figured it was you. Now I know I'm right.
And that is why you made the excuse about the phone call. To come back here and find that bullet which seems to mean so much to you.
Yeah. But you got a little suspicious of me and followed me back here.
Stop where you are, Stephen. It will do you no good to try and circle around me. I said stop.
Okay.
Stephen, I think you know I must kill you now.
You've done it before. It shouldn't be any novelty.
And the difference is, this time I must kill someone I'm almost in love with.
Oh. So now we go into the hearts and flowers routine. I can hear you now. Poor Stephen. He was nice.
And I will mean it. I am sorry, Steve. Would have been nice for us.
Are you kidding? You think I'd have any ideas about making sweet music with a cobra?
Thank you for that, Stephen. It makes it so much easier for me. Goodbye, darling.
Well, knocked the gun right out of her hand. Nice shot, Lieutenant.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Lieutenant Abe!
I spotted you at the window. I was circling to get out of your line of fire.
Well, that's what I figured. It looks like you and I tumbled to that train gag about the same time, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, this is all a mistake.
It sure is, Marta, and you made it.
Lieutenant, you must listen to me. You know I could not have killed Bill Duncan. He was shot at the railroad yards at 10. You came to see me here 5 minutes later.
Sorry, Marta. It's no use. Bill Duncan was shot at 10 o'clock, all right, but not at the railroad yards.
No, that is a lie.
Bill came to see you at 9:30. You know he finally had the goods on you as head of the sabotage ring. You maneuvered him into your bedroom and shot him twice. Once in the chest, and the second slug grazed his head and plunked into the wall. That's the slug I just dug out of the wall.
It is not true.
Then before you had a chance to dispose of the body, I showed up. All the time I was talking to you, Duncan's body was right in the next room.
You are insane.
When the lieutenant left, you drove the body down to the railroad yards. There was already a bullet crease in Duncan's skull, and you wanted to make it look like he'd been killed at the yards. So you fired a slug past his head, through the windshield, and through the window of the caboose standing near the car.
I will not listen to this. You have no proof that Bill was not killed at the railroad yards.
You want proof? Okay, I'll give it to you. The lieutenant told me that on the way to the yards that another train had been sabotaged and had just arrived. That was 11 o'clock, Marta.
Well,
that's right. We weren't paying much attention to that fact then. I guess we both tumbled to it about the same time.
I'm sure you get it, Marta. There was no train there at 10, the time of Bill's death. No caboose for that slug to plug into.
And to think I once thought I loved you.
Oh, save it, Marta. You know, it's pretty funny.
Huh?
We didn't trap Marta. She trapped herself.
What do you mean?
You figure it out. You get hooked because the train wasn't on time. It wasn't on time because your outfit had sabotaged it.
It's pretty fitting at that. Marta wrecks a train, the train wrecks her.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you might call it cooking your own caboose.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday night chimes mean Dennis Day and Judy Canova. Dennis Day will be back tomorrow night with more songs and merry, mischievous mix-ups. The Judy Canova Show also returns tomorrow when Judy and her pals get together. Hear Night Beat and later William Bendix on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with me dangling from the wrong end of a rope.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Steve, I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, it was all very innocent this time, Commissioner. Matter of fact, I was down at the rifle range improving my marksmanship.
What?
Honest.
Alone?
Well...
From where I stood, it looked like he was closing in on a target for tonight.
That's what I thought.
I have your plane ticket at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, where am I going this time, Commissioner?
To Munich. Your plane leaves in 1 hour. You'll be looking for the memory chain.
Memory chain? No relation to the daisy chain, is it?
I'm afraid not.
Good. I'd have a pretty hard time passing myself off as Queen of the May.
Seriously, Steve, this is the toughest proposition we've ever been up against. It's a skillfully organized pipeline through which vital information is leaking out of this country to Eastern Europe.
I see.
There are no documents involved. It's all done by a system of runners. Each runner memorizes the information and passes it on to the next one by word of mouth. And right now, a vital chemical equation is somewhere along that pipeline.
Uh-huh. Any idea how far along the chain it is by now?
Yes. We caught up with the first runner in Lisbon, but 2 days too late. He'd already passed the message on. We then traced runner number 2 to Paris, but we were 6 hours too late there.
Sounds like we're running a poor second all along the line.
Yes, and I'm sending you over there to come in first for a change. We now have reason to believe that the next transfer point is Munich. And we have a tip that a woman named Eva Schaefer may be one of the runners. One of our agents is in Munich now, Kurt Allison. Now, Steve, get over there and work with him and then go anywhere and do anything you have to keep that equation from getting through. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of running over to Europe and trying to guess who's got a vital secret locked up in their head. This would be a great spot for a mind reader. Well, it's Thursday when my plane lands in Munich. I check around and learn that Allison is registered at the Königsberg Hotel. I head for his room.
I've been expecting you, Steve. Commissioner told me you were coming.
Yeah, how about this Eva Schaefer, Kurt? Any idea where she is?
Sure. Right next door.
What?
Yeah, I spotted her at the depot when she arrived from Paris 6 hours ago. I heard her give a cab driver the name of this hotel, so I broke a few speed laws and got here ahead of her.
You had the desk clerk give you this room right next to hers, huh?
Yeah. Then I had the clerk stall her down in the lobby long enough for me to slip a couple of microphones in her room.
Brother, you work fast.
Oh, I had to. Oh, here are the earphones. Take a listen.
Okay.
Anything going on?
No. What's she been doing since she got here?
Filing her nails, mostly. You know, that sound gets awfully annoying after a while.
Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like somebody's knocking on her door.
Yeah? The evening paper, Fräulein. But I ordered no paper. It is a service of a hotel. Yeah, very well. Danke.
Who was it, Steve?
Bellboy brought her the paper. Could have been some sort of a signal. Hey, wait a minute. She's leaving.
What? Yeah, she just went by our room. Probably heading for the stairs.
Wait a minute. Let her get down the hallway. Okay, let's go. Yeah, heading down the stairs into the lobby.
I got a car outside if we need it, Steve.
Good.
Hey, Hey, watch it, Steve. We better go single file. The stairway's getting crowded.
Hey, brother, is that all one man coming up at us?
Yeah, how about that?
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Sorry to crowd you.
Oh, that's okay.
If you'll just allow me to squeeze by. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Squeeze is the word, all right.
Yeah, come on. There she is, sitting in that chair on the other side of the lobby. Let's just sit down here.
Oh, okay. And she may contact somebody here in the lobby, Steve.
Wait, she's getting up.
Yeah. Hey, she dropped something on the far side of her chair.
Huh?
Hey, see? She's picking it up now.
Yeah, looks like a pencil. I wonder what...
Oh, she stopped at the cigarette counter.
Come on. I want to take a look around that chair where she was sitting.
There was no one near her, Steve.
I know. Here we are. I still want to know what she was doing with a pencil.
She must have been holding it in her right hand. On this side of the chair, out of our sight.
I get it now. Look. This pipe running up the wall beside the chair. It goes right through the ceiling, probably to the second floor hall above us.
Yeah. And there are pencil smudges on the pipe near the floor.
Yeah, she could have been tapping that pipe with her pencil, sending a message.
Steve, she's heading out the door.
Stay with her, Kurt. I'm going to see what I can find out upstairs. I head upstairs, 2 at a time. The second floor hall is dark, but I spot the pipe running up the wall, and then I hear a door close at the far end of the hall. I head in that direction fast, but when I get there, I see it's a door to the back stairway. I pound down the stairs and out into the alley, but there's no one in sight. So now I know a message has been passed on, and the runner's gotten away. I head for the street. A block and a half away, I see Kurt tailing the girl. He turns into another alley. I speed up then, as I'm half a block away. The shots are from the alley. I get there and turn in. And there's Kurt, lying on the ground in front of me.
Oh, it's my own fault, Steve.
Come on, Kurt. I'll get you to a doctor.
No, it's too late. Check on the girl, Steve. The girl.
You know where she went?
She should be down there at the end of the alley.
Huh?
I think I got her. I think...
Kurt. But he's gone. I go down to the end of the alley, and the girl is there, all right. One look at her, I know she won't be transmitting any more messages. So now we've gotten 3 links to the chain. One in Lisbon, one in Paris, and one here in the alley in Munich. It leaves just one more, the most important one of all, the guy who's carrying the message right now. I head back to the hotel, and the desk clerk.
Yeah, Herr Mitchell, what can I do for you?
You can tell me if anybody's checked out of the hotel during the last few minutes.
Has anybody checked out, he asks. There has been a regular exodus, 4 people.
Who were they? And where did they go?
3 of them left for the Bauerbach Inn.
Bauerbach Inn? Where's that?
East of here, in the Alps, near the border.
I see. 3 of them.
Yeah. Fräulein Kent, most attractive young woman, I might add. Also, Herr Grippo. And finally, Herr Godel, the stout gentleman. You may have seen him around the hotel here. One cannot help noticing.
Wait a minute. He must be the boy who was coming up the stairs when I was coming down. And that message was sent to the second floor, too.
Upstairs, downstairs messages. I do not understand.
Never mind. I think I do. Okay. Thanks. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You said 4 people left this hotel, but you only gave me 3 names. What about the 4th?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. The 4th one was a woman. She left the hotel in quite a hurry.
Oh?
It was a very close thing.
What do you mean?
She went to the hospital. And this bird you talk about was not far behind.
What bird?
The stork.
Oh, great. I'll see you later. So I head east toward the Alps. 6 hours later, I arrive at the Bauerbach Inn. It's perched up on a mountainside, and there's snow all around. The whole place looks like a Christmas card, except that I've got a strong hunch that whoever I'm going to find here, it isn't going to be Santa Claus.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Bauerbach Inn.
You the proprietor?
Yeah, Kreutz at your service. If you will sign the register here, I will fix up for you a nice room.
Okay. Looks like sort of a slack season for you, Kreutzer.
Yeah, only 2 guests.
Both of them from Munich, I see. Carlos Grippo and Helen Kent.
Are you a friend of hers, Herr Mitchell?
Well,
I will be glad to tell her you are here and to...
No, never mind.
Why not?
Huh?
It's really quite flattering to be inquired about.
Well, you see, I've...
Oh, but I thought you two were friends.
Well, not exactly.
The evening's young yet, though.
Oh?
I know. You used to know another Helen Kent and thought I was the one.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the trouble with having such a common name. Disappointed?
Not exactly. You going to be staying here long?
Well, that depends. I like excitement.
Well, maybe you came to the wrong place. Doesn't look very exciting around here.
It wasn't.
Oh?
Funny how the atmosphere can change all of a sudden, isn't it?
Yeah. Might be an interesting topic of conversation over a drink in front of the fire.
Might be at that.
I'll be down as soon as I get unpacked. I'll wear a red carnation so you'll recognize me.
That really won't be necessary. I'm sure I'll remember you.
I go up to my room and stretch out on the bed, trying to add up the deal in my mind. At this point, I'm pretty sure that the person I'm after, the last link in the memory chain, is either Helen Kent, Carlos Grippo, or Gordell, the fat boy. But what's worrying me is that Gordell hasn't shown up at the inn. I start downstairs to have that drink with Helen, and then I see I needn't have worried, because waddling up the stairs towards me is a very familiar hulk.
Excuse me, sir. If you will allow me to squeeze by you, But wait. I believe I have already squeezed by you earlier today, have I not, on the stairway in Munich?
That's right. You've got a good memory.
A photographic one. I pride myself on it, sir. Godell is my name.
Steve Mitchell.
Delighted, sir. I look forward to making your acquaintance properly a little later downstairs under less cramped conditions. Until then, Mr. Mitchell.
Until then, Mr. Gordell. Hail, hail, the gang's all here.
Steve.
Oh, Helen.
Over here, by the fire.
Okay, I didn't know you were with somebody.
This is a friend of mine, Carlos Grippo. Carlos, Steve Mitchell.
Hi.
I am honored, Senor Mitchell. Helen, I thought we were to take a walk around.
I'm really too tired. Carlos, be a dear and bring us all a drink.
Well, look, I can get my own.
Well, you don't mind. Do you, Carlos?
Of course not, Helen. We'll be back shortly.
Looks like your boyfriend isn't too happy about things.
Carlos? Oh, he means well, but he's a little boring at times.
You've known him long?
Not very. He's frightfully rich, I understand. Comes from some part of South America. Seems to have made a hobby lately of following me around.
Oh, well, I can think of worse hobbies.
You know, I can think of much more interesting things to talk about than Carlos.
Yeah, for instance?
For instance, us.
You on vacation here?
No, I'm working. I take pictures for a European feature syndicate.
I see. Well, that probably means you do a lot of traveling.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Steve? What brings you here?
Vacation, mostly.
Going to stay long?
I don't know. That depends.
On what? Whether the atmosphere gets exciting or not?
So now we're talking about the atmosphere again?
Mm-hmm. Maybe this one could get exciting, Steve.
I don't doubt it. Maybe...
Fräulein Kent.
Well, looks like the atmosphere will have to wait.
The innkeeper told me you wished to see me. I'm August, the guide.
Oh, yes, August. This is Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell?
August?
I wanted to find out if all the arrangements had been made.
Yeah, we leave early in the morning.
Good.
Leave?
Mm-hmm. We're going on a hike.
Oh, where to?
Oh, look, out the window there.
You mean that mountain?
Yeah, to the top.
Brother, you've got ambition.
Well, I think I can probably get some good shots along the way. Like to come, Steve?
Me climb that thing? Oh, no, thanks.
Well, it might be fun.
Fun yet. You break your neck getting to the top, and what do you do when you get there?
Well, then you're on top.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You look on the other side, and you come down again. The climb, that is the thing.
Not for me, it isn't. Wait a minute. You say you look over on the other side. What's on the other side?
Another country.
I see. Who all's going on this hike, anyway?
Carlos and I, with August here's guide, of course.
You know, I just changed my mind. I'd like to come with you.
Wonder.
What?
Carlos, you dropped the change.
See, it was clumsy of me.
I didn't even hear you come up.
You were all so busy talking.
Oh, what's the matter, Carlos? You disturbed at the thought of my going along on the hike? Probably no whiz at it, but I think I can hold up my end of things.
We shall see, senor. Helen, may I speak with you for a moment?
Yes, all right. Maybe later, Steve?
Maybe.
Helen.
Coming, Carlos.
Well, Mitchell, I suggest you get a full night's sleep. It'll be a hard climb tomorrow.
Good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, hello, Gordell.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you the guide?
Yeah, I'm August.
I've just learned of the proposed climb up the mountain in the morning. I would like very much to accompany the party, if I may.
What? You?
I don't know, Herr Gordell. A man of your size might find it a little difficult.
I think you will find me surprisingly light on my feet.
You really must want to get up that mountain bad, Gordell.
On the contrary, Mr. Mitchell, I delight in acting upon the slightest whim. The more unpredictable, the better.
That's an interesting way of looking at things.
I'm quite certain our trip tomorrow will be equally interesting, Mr. Mitchell.
Gardell and August head upstairs, and I go out on the terrace for a cigarette. The night is dark and cold. I finish my smoke and turn to go inside. Then I hear a sound behind me. I whirl around. Something's flying through the air at me. I hit the deck. Something plunks into the wall over my head. A mountaineer's ice axe, the kind they use in climbing Alps. I scramble to my feet, but whoever chucked the axe is gone. So now the trail is heating up. I'll be climbing up that mountain tomorrow. I've got a strong hunch one of the members of the party will be doing his or her best to make sure that I come back down the mountain the hard way.
In a short while, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X over most of these NBC stations. It's 30 minutes of intrigue and danger in the far corners of the world as the man called X tracks down the enemies of his country wherever they may be hidden. He lives by his wits. His business is danger. He's the man called X. For top listening tomorrow night, it's Hedda Hopper with the latest news of Hollywood and show business, plus famous guest stars. Miss Hopper's popular column comes to life tomorrow on the Hedda Hopper Show. And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Are we all here?
See, let us get started, August.
Ready and waiting.
This is a great time of morning to be starting a hike. It isn't even light yet.
Oh, we must reach the top by noon if we're to get back before dark.
August, can you get my camera and my knapsack?
Yeah. There.
Oh, thanks.
Now, before we start, let us check the equipment. Mitchell? Yeah, you have everything. Oh, Herr Grippo? Yeah, you have... Oh, wait. Your ice axe is missing.
What?
Why, so it is. It must have slipped from my pack.
Oh?
Oh, it's no matter. Here's a spare.
Thank you.
Pretty careless of you losing a thing like an ice axe, Grippo. Or maybe it was more than carelessness.
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Oh, skip it.
All right, everybody. Let us start.
We'd better stop here for a rest. I could use a bit of a breather.
Yeah, suits me, too.
Where are the others?
Grippo and Helen, around the bend.
Here they come. Now, from now on, we will use the ropes.
Yeah, been getting many pictures, Helen?
No, I've been too busy trying to get my breath. Carlos here. He's an old hand at it, though. Doesn't seem to bother him a bit.
Funny, an old hand at mountain climbing should lose his ice axe.
You seem quite concerned over its disappearance, Mitchell.
I was quite concerned with one last night, Grieple. I was just wondering if it could have been yours.
I have not the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Of course not.
Wait a moment. There's a wonderful shot of the valley below from right over here. I'll just be a moment.
You're quite taken with Helen, Mitchell.
Am I?
So it would appear.
I suppose it would also appear that you don't like it much.
I, senor? But why should I object?
I was under the impression that you followed her here from Munich.
I assure you it was quite the other way around.
What?
Mitchell, I have a considerable amount of money. I go where I like, I do what I like. I like to climb mountains, so here I am. But I do not follow women. They follow me.
Oh, well, that's nice work if you can get it. It's also very interesting.
Steve?
Yeah?
Come here a moment, would you?
Okay.
And who is it who follows women?
Like I say, it's nice work if you can get it.
Steve, I wonder if you'd stay to me a little while I take this picture.
Okay.
Just hold on to me a moment. That's it.
That was quick. Maybe too quick.
Well, I could take another. Or why don't I just save the film?
Well.
Glad you came, Steve.
I don't know yet.
Maybe you'll find the first part's the most difficult. After that,
You're talking about the mountain, of course.
Yes, of course. Steve,
Hey, we're getting sort of close to the edge.
So we are.
I mean the mountain.
You sure?
Yeah, Mitchell.
Yeah.
We are ready to move on.
Okay. Come on, Helen.
You know, maybe sometime we won't be interrupted at the wrong time.
Yeah, we'll probably faint from shock.
Be a pretty poor time to faint.
We will have to use the rope for this next part of the climb and go single file.
Okay, Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Don't tell me that's the next part of the climb.
Oh, yeah. That's the Devil's Chimney, they call it.
Brother, just like a tunnel and it goes straight up.
Don't tell me you are afraid, Mitchell.
Okay, I won't tell you, Griepo, but I am.
You will see. It's not so bad as it looks.
It couldn't be, August. How do we climb it?
August has just been explaining it to me. It's called the back and knee technique, Mr. Mitchell. One puts his back against one wall, wedges his arms and knees against the other, and works himself up that way.
All right, now snap the rope onto your belts, all of you. I'll lead the way. Herr Grippo is next, then Fräulein Kent, followed by Herr Gordel. Herr Mitchell, you will bring up the rear.
August inches his way carefully up the chimney to the ledge above. Then he signals to Griepo, who wriggles up like a snake. Helen makes it without any trouble. Then Gordel starts squeezing himself up. I wait until he's almost to the top, then I wedge myself in and start. It's slow, tough work. Halfway up. I look up just in time to see Gordel's feet swinging loose and a rock as big as a football coming down at me. I duck my head. The rock grazes my shoulder and hits the bottom. Hey.
You all right, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, but it's not your fault that I am.
Please accept my apology for a most unfortunate accident, sir.
Accident, huh?
But of course. My foot slipped and dislodged a boulder. Here, let me give you a hand to the ledge.
I thought you were the gent who was so light on his feet, Gordel.
I am, but there is always the possibility of a slip, Mitchell.
There sure is, and... Helen, what's the matter?
Oh, when Herr Gordel slipped, the rope jerked Fräulein Kent against the rocks.
Yes, I think I've sprained my ankle, Steve.
Oh, great.
She can't climb with a sprained ankle.
No.
So, what do we do now?
Well, things are not so bad. We are within an hour of the top. Just across the border up there is a little hut with medical supplies. We can get a basket stretcher there in which we can let the Fräulein down the mountain.
We?
Those of you who are left behind must stay right here. You cannot get up or down the mountain without my help. But I will need one man to accompany me.
I will go with you, August. I'm the best climber.
Since I am responsible for Miss Kent's accident, I think it right that I should go.
No, senor. I am the logical one. I insist.
So Griepo and Gordel both want to go with August to the top, to the border. At this point, it looks like one of them is the runner in the memory chain. The question is, which one? I don't know, and that means I've got to prevent either one of them from reaching the border. August said the party which was left behind can't move from the spot without him. That means there's only one guy who should make that climb with August. I'm your boy, August.
Yeah, you're the one I'll take, Herr Mitchell.
But why? I am a better climber.
And the obligation is mine.
I say I will go with you, August.
Herr Grippo, Herr Gordel, allow me to remind you that I am the guide. And I will take whom I choose. I choose Herr Mitchell. Come.
Hurry back, Steve.
I hope I don't come back in too much of a hurry.
Around this bend, Herr Mitchell.
Okay.
You're probably wondering why I selected you to accompany me.
I'm glad you did, August.
Well, to tell the truth, I do not trust either of those men. I don't know why. I just do not trust them.
You've got company there.
Stop here and fasten the rope to your belt. So, now we must work our way across this open face of rock. It'll be a short climb, but a difficult one. There are enough crevices in the rock for handholds. I will go first.
Okay.
I'll tell you when to follow. Observe where I place my hands and use the same handholds.
Right.
All right, come ahead.
Oh, brother. This is like crawling across a bare wall.
Proceed slowly. Keep your body flat against that rock. Do not look down.
Hey, it looks like 1,000 feet straight down.
2,000 feet.
Thanks. Hey, look, aren't we doing this the hard way?
What do you mean?
That little ledge about 15 feet below us. Isn't that the same ledge we were on at the top of the chimney?
Yeah, but it would take us too long to reach the top by following the ledge. This is a shortcut. Now, stay where you are a minute.
What are you doing now?
See that little perch on top of the rock above us? I'll work my way up to it and anchor myself. Then I'll help you up there with the rope. So, there's one spike, now another.
Brother, remind me never to do this again.
All right, Mitchell. I'm up on top of the perch and I'm well anchored.
Okay, I'll get going.
Yeah, Mitchell, indeed you will.
Hey, you pulled me loose.
So I did. Now you are just dangling in the air at the end of that rope.
What? Oh, great. So you're the last link in the memory chain.
Yeah. And with you out of the way, I will carry the message to its final destination on the other side of the border. It'll do you no good to try to swing back and forth, Mitchell. You cannot pull me down with you. By leaning back, I can hold you until I choose to cut the rope.
That's why I'm swinging. I saw August reaching for his knife, and I've got to keep both his hands occupied on the rope. He leans well back and grins down at me. Then I spot my only chance. At the end of each swing, my body is carried under an overhanging rock out of August's sight. The ledge is about 15 feet below. I get my own knife out, and each time I pass under the rock, I take a whack at the rope.
You tired of swinging yet, Mitchell? You ready for that big drop?
August has his knife out now, and this is it. I swing under the rock again and cut the last strand. I fall to the edge of the ledge and hang on. It works. August isn't prepared for the sudden release of the strain. Oh, brother. Right over backwards.
Mitchell! Mitchell!
Huh? Oh, Grippo.
Mitchell? I followed the ledge around to here just in time to see August trying to cut the rope. What you beat him to?
Yeah. By about one slash of the knife.
But why? Why was he trying to kill you?
He was the last link in the memory chain. Looks like I owe the three of you an apology, Grippo.
Apology? A memory chain? I'm sorry, Mitchell. This I do not understand.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore, because the last link in the memory chain just lost his memory. You might say he got amnesia the hard way.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jonto, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next Saturday when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's action with the chimes next when Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X. The Man Called X is a man without a name who travels to the far corners of the earth on missions of intrigue and danger, protecting his country. So, for timely and exciting drama, stay tuned for The Man Called X. And a reminder, Bob Hope stars tomorrow in The Big Show, along with Tallulah, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, and many more. And now, join Herbert Marshall and the exciting Man Called X on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with my saving 3 lives by calling the right football play. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. Your plane leaves for Indochina in 1 hour.
Indochina? Look, can't you send me to some nice, peaceful place sometime?
You'd probably die of boredom.
Or shock. Well, okay. What's the deal?
Think back 3 months ago today, Steve.
3 months ago? Yeah. She was the redhead. What about her?
What a memory. For certain things. But that's not what I mean.
Oh.
I'm talking about Paul Savage. Remember him?
Savage? Sure. One of our government clerks who was discharged 3 months ago on suspicion of being connected with a spy ring in this country. What about him?
At the time, Savage claimed he was innocent.
Don't they all?
Last night, we found out Savage was right.
What?
Last night, one of those witnesses in the cases suddenly felt like talking to us. He arranged a secret meeting with one of our agents, but on the way to that meeting, he was shot. He lived just long enough to tell us that he and the other witnesses had been paid to say what they did. But the whole case against Savage was a frame.
Brother, this is a great time to be finding that out. Who framed Savage and why?
You remember, at the time, Savage claimed he had complete information on the spy organization in this country. He was framed to discredit him and shut his mouth.
I still don't see where I... Hey, wait a minute. You said I was flying to Indochina. You mean that's where Savage is now?
Here. Take a look at this European newspaper picture, Steve.
Prisoners of the guerrillas in Indochina. Hey, one of those prisoners looks like Savage.
We think it is Savage, Steve. We know he went to Indochina. We also know he signed up with the French to fight the guerrillas.
Looks like he got too close to them.
And now he's in a guerrilla prison camp somewhere in Indochina. It's up to you to find him and get him out of there.
Are you kidding?
Aside from making proper restitution to him, he's got information that's vital to us, Steve.
So I'm just supposed to walk up to the guerrilla prison camp, knock on the door, and say I want Savage, huh?
How you do it is up to you, Steve. If those guerrillas realize who Savage is, they'll probably get the word to kill him quick. You've got to get him before that happens, Steve. Now get over to Indochina. Talk to Major Correa of the French Army in Saigon. Then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to get Savage out of there alive. And, incidentally, try to stay alive yourself. Well, I said, you've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. A real breeze. All I have to do is plunk myself down into no man's land and into China and rescue a war prisoner before the guys who've got him find out who he is. Yeah, it's going to be a race. Whoever gets to Savage first wins, and I've got an uneasy feeling the race is going to turn out to be a dead heat. It's Friday when my plane lands in Saigon. I head for French Army headquarters and the commandant, Major Correa.
I do not envy you your assignment, Mitchell.
Neither do I, Curry.
As you know, a large part of northern Indochina is now in the hands of these so-called guerrillas. They seem to have unlimited manpower and equipment.
You any idea where they're holding this guy Sarvich a prisoner?
Oh, oui. I have been studying this newspaper picture you brought to me. As you know, it shows a group of prisoners at work repairing a damaged river bridge. I recognize the bridge. It is slightly to the east of Dondang, near the Chinese border. I think you will find your man Savage in a prison camp in that area.
I see. How many men can I have?
That is the unfortunate thing.
Huh?
I can only spare you one.
One? Oh, great.
Oh, rest assured, I would like to cooperate with you to the fullest extent. But we have too few soldiers as it is, and with a constant threat from the north.
Okay. Any ideas on how this two-man army is going to invade northern Indochina?
Oui. Sergeant Luca.
Yes, Commandant.
Come in here for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Luca is one of the best native non-commissioned officers we have. He knows the northern country like the palm of his hand. He will be your guide.
Hello, Luca.
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Luca will brief you on the plan to get in, Mitchell. As for getting out again...
You know, I was sort of wondering about that. I want to keep this deal a round trip, you know.
At midnight, the night after tomorrow, one of our torpedo boats will approach the coast at this point on the map.
North of Haiphong, huh?
Oui. The boat will come close into the beach and remain exactly 20 minutes. No more.
Sort of cutting it close, aren't you?
And now, if you will come into the next room with me, Mr. Mitchell, I brief you on our arrangements for the trip north.
Okay, Luca. Well, thanks for everything, Major Curry.
I only wish I could do more.
Well, I'll see you in a few days, I hope.
Well, let's face it, Jack. This is going to be a rough deal.
Hey, you don't sound like you'd lived in Indochina all your life, Luca.
No. I grew up here, then went to school over in the States for a year. I was going to be a big career man. Public health, welfare. Might as well have majored in bird calls.
Or jungle fighting.
You can say that again. Well, here's the setup. After dark tonight, we'll be flown up the coast. North of Haiphong away, we'll turn inland, make parachute jumps.
Swell.
Then, if we're lucky, we'll make our way to a little farmhouse near there. After that, we'll just see what turns up.
Okay, well, I'll see you at the airstrip at dark. You know, you don't sound very bitter, Luca.
Bitter?
Yeah, getting ordered to an assignment like this.
I volunteered for it.
Volunteered?
Sure. As soon as I heard you were handling the job.
Look, I must have a better press agent than I thought. I didn't realize my reputation.
No, that's not what I mean. It's just that I've been dying to talk to someone like you, someone who could tell me.
Tell you what?
What happened to Notre Dame this season?
Well, we sure picked a nice dark night for this little leap.
Darker the better.
Hey, we're turning, Luca.
Yeah. Heading inland. Just a few seconds more now. When that light over the door goes on, we get off. Be sure keep your hand on the ripcord.
Don't you worry, you couldn't pry it off with a crowbar.
When you get down a little way, you'll spot the clearing. Work the shrouds, try to land it.
Okay. Hey, there's the light.
Okay. I'll go first. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
Well, sitting bull.
You mean Geronimo.
To each his own, Jack. Stay on the ground.
Luca dives out head first. 2 seconds later, I follow. It's like plunging into a bottomless black pool. The air rushes by me a mile a minute. I jerk at my ripcord. The chute billows out behind me and snap open. Almost jerks me apart. I start floating now, swinging back and forth. I spot a clearing below and try to work my way toward it. Then, too late, I see a tree coming up at me fast. I land right in the middle of it with the shrouds of my chute snarled around me. Great. A fine time to be trussed up like a moth in a cocoon. Suddenly I hear voices. They're coming from the clearing. I manage to fish my knife out, cut myself loose, and drop to the ground. I work my way quietly to the edge of the clearing and look out. 2 guerrillas are holding machine guns on Luca. I get out my gun, but I don't want to shoot. The noise might bring the others. Okay, boys. Drop the guns and keep it quiet. One of the guerrillas swings his machine gun around. I hit the ground. Luca does too, but the other gorilla isn't so lucky. First catches him in the middle and he folds. Luca grabs his gun on the way down and clubs the gun out of the hands of the first boy who starts sprinting for a jeep 20 feet away.
Oh, you never make a chump?
No, Luca, no! Oh, brother.
What's the difference, Steve? We already made enough noise to wake up Reba and Winkle.
Yeah, I guess so.
Come on, let's grab a jeep.
Yeah. Hey, you know the roads around here, Luca?
What roads are?
Well, we better get on one in a hurry. That gunfire will probably bring some more guerrillas.
Oh, we go as fast as we can in a jeep, then we'll ditch him.
Hey, this is a road?
Well, this neck of the woods is practically a highway. Hold on. We'll make sharp turn left.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that ahead of us?
It's a roadblock. Well, got any bright ideas, Steve?
Just one. Not too bright, but it'll have to do. Slow down like you were going to stop at the roadblock. Then, when I give you the word, speed up again. We'll try to bust through.
Okay.
Brother, half a dozen of them. Okay, step on the gas.
Hold on. We made it, Steve.
So far, they're all on foot, too. That's good. Get down as low as you can, Luca.
I can't get any lower than I am right now. Look, Ma, no hand.
Hey.
Didn't know I could drive with my feet, did you?
Oh, boy, they hit a tire.
Watch it, Steve. We're going into brush.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Okay. We've got about a quarter of my head start on them. We can lose them easy.
I don't care how we do it. Just start losing them, Buster.
Yeah, that's a farmhouse just ahead.
Who's there?
Malani.
Who's Malani?
My girl.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me we're breaking our necks to get there just so you can pay a social call.
Not exactly. Malani and her grandfather Taka run underground escape route for prisoners of guerrillas. Come on.
This ought to be a safe place, then.
For us, safest place in northern Indochina.
That's good. We've already had enough close shaves to suit me. I guess you don't get to see Malani very often, then, huh?
Not as often as I would like, believe me. I guess after this trouble's over, we settle down and get married. Well, here we are. Our troubles are over for the time being. Malani take care of us. That's a signal.
Coming, both of you.
A gorilla?
Yeah, with a gun.
I said coming.
So, this is the safest place around.
But, Steve, Malani.
Hello, Luca.
Malani, what does this mean?
It means you have finally been trapped, Luca.
Trapped? Then, all the time you've been working with them.
But of course.
Where's your grandfather?
Here, Luca.
It is true what she says, Tucker.
As you see.
Well, you said Malani would take care of us, Luca. She sure did.
Oh, sorry, Steve. Just call me prize sucker of all time.
Get over against the wall, both of you.
Hey, you see, darling, I told you Luca would fall into our trap if you just waited patiently.
Yes. I did not believe you at first, but I do now.
So, what happens now, Buster? I suppose you got ideas about making it pretty warm for us.
No, I make it cool for you both.
Cool?
50 bullets in my machine gun. That lets in a lot of air. 25 holes in each of you.
Herbert Marshall stars as Ken Thurston, the man called X, in a short while over most of these NBC stations. Battling intrigue and espionage in far-off corners of the world, the man called X lives by his wits, and his business is danger. Tomorrow night, NBC brings you another broadcast of radio's greatest spectacle, The Big Show. Tallulah is your hostess once again, and tomorrow's stars include Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, Jack Carson, Ed Gardner, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. It's an hour and a half every Sunday of the best in comedy, music, and drama. It's The Big Show. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Well, at this point, I'm looking like a bad risk for a long-term loan. My chances of getting Sarvish out of that prison camp alive are nil. Matter of fact, it looks like my chances of staying alive are equally nil. The gorilla is giving us a big, nasty grin over the barrel of his machine gun, and Milani, Luca's ex-girlfriend, is hanging all over him.
Darling, kiss me.
You could have spared me this, Milani.
Shut up, Luca. Kiss me, darling. Ah, there. That is it. Yes!
Hey, she knifed him.
Quick, get it, come.
I got it.
Well, looks like we had you pegged all wrong, Milani.
I should not have doubted you.
It was the only thing I could do.
What was the gorilla doing here?
We do not know. Apparently his suspicions were aroused. We have escaped prisoner hiding in next room. Milani and I both knew if guerrilla search house, he would find prisoner and kill us. So Milani pretended to be on his side to keep him from searching.
Look, you say you've got an escaped prisoner here?
Yes, a man named Kali.
Where did he come from?
He told us he escaped from the large prison camp near here.
That could be the camp where they've got Sarvish. I'd like to talk to this collie.
Very well. Kali,
Yes.
come in.
What do you want, Milani?
This man is one of us, Kali.
Oh?
He wants to talk to you.
I want you to take a look at this picture, collie. Is this man in the prison camp you just escaped from?
Yes. I saw him there.
Good. Now all we've got to figure out is how to get over a few assorted barbed wire fences past
It will
the
not
guard.
be necessary to enter prison camp.
Huh? Why not?
All the prisoners are working on River Bridge 2 miles from camp.
Even at night?
Yes. About 2 hours' journey from here. I will take you to it.
But, Kali, you have just escaped from that place. You would risk recapture by going back?
I know what life in prison camp is like, Milani. If I am able to help someone else escape, the risk is worth it.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I'm ready to leave right now.
Yes. The sooner we get started, the better.
I will stay behind and get rid of Gorilla's body.
All right, grandfather. We should be back before dawn.
Yeah.
With luck.
And without luck, we'd be working on a bridge, too. Come on, let's go.
See? There is a bridge ahead of us.
They have floodlights all around.
We better stop here.
Okay. Brother, this isn't going to be any cinch with the joint all lit up and swarming with guards.
Steve, maybe we...
Wait a minute. Look, that prisoner over there with the pick. That's Sarvish.
What do we do now? Drop our hankies to attract his attention?
I will get him.
How, Collie?
As you see, I am dressed like other prisoners. I can work my way to him without attracting attention. I will tell him you're waiting for him here, in the underbrush.
You will be taking a big chance, Kali.
I know, but it is the best way.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But take it easy now.
That Kali, he's real eager, isn't he?
He sure is.
Look, Steve, if there should be a ruckus and we get separated, there's a big fallen tree about a quarter mile from a farmhouse.
Yeah, I remember it.
We'll meet there, huh?
Okay.
Hey!
Look at Collie out there.
He's not heading for Salvage. He's heading for one of the guards.
And he's pointing in this direction.
Steve, cut him!
Luca, put down that machine gun. You and your itchy, tricky finger.
Local prisoners all scattered.
Come, we must get out of here.
Sarvish!
Steve, get down!
Sarvish! Take care of that guard, Luca.
You said it!
Over here in the brush, quick. Hurry it up.
Get down, Salvage! Who are you?
Steve Mitchell from the States. I was sent to bail you out.
Suits me fine. Let's go.
Hey, how much farther to the farmhouse, Luca?
Just a couple 100 yards.
Brother, you'd never know it in this jungle.
Look, how about a breather? That prison camp diet isn't conducive to endurance.
Okay, Sarvish.
Milani, as soon as we get to the farmhouse, you and your grandfather must pack up and leave.
Yes. Kali was obviously sent there to get information on us. The guerrillas may know more about us than we think.
I'm pretty sure they do.
What do you mean, Sarvish?
This morning, I overheard a couple of guards talking in the prison camp. They said something about a farmhouse they were keeping an eye on.
Come. I would like to get back there as soon as possible and get grandfather.
Hey, you make it? Okay, Sarvish?
Yeah, I'd crawl if I had to.
Hey. What's the matter, Luca?
Look up in the sky ahead.
Huh?
It's all red all of a sudden. A fire.
The farmhouse. Come.
Hey, not so fast.
But I must find out.
Hold it, Milani. We don't want to go busting out into that clearing.
Steve is right, Malani. We just ease up to an edge.
Oh, look. It is the farmhouse. You can see it burning. Oh, look.
Oh, take it easy, Malani. We don't know yet whether...
We better hold it right here. Look, half a dozen gorillas with torches in their hands.
Wait. By the light of the flames over there, a body. It's...
Grandfather.
Malani.
Dead.
Brother.
Don't look, Malani. Turn your head away. I want you to...
No. I want to look. I want to remember the faces of those gorillas. I will see them again.
Steve, this isn't good. If they're in on this deal as so much as...
Yeah, that means they'll be scouring this jungle for us. It also means we better get started for the coast right away. Sarvich, I guess it's up to you.
What do you mean?
It's about 30 miles to the coast. 30 miles through some pretty rough jungle. We'll be traveling in daylight, and there'll probably be about 3 gorillas per square foot all the way. We've got to get there by tomorrow midnight, and it's almost dawn now.
Sounds jolly.
Yeah, and that prison camp hasn't left you in very good condition. You think you can make it?
I don't know, Steve, but I told you once I'd crawl if I had to, and I may end up doing just that. But as long as there's a crawl left in there...
That's good enough.
Steve, behind you, gorilla!
Get him! Where'd he get you, Sarvich?
The gorillas at the farmhouse. They heard the shot. They're coming.
Crank up that machine gun, Luca.
It's all cranked, Jack. 1, 2.
Wait, the other 3 are running away.
Good. That'll give us a few minutes anyway. Come on, let's get started.
But my leg, I can't walk on it.
Okay, so we play piggyback.
No, Steve, no. You can't carry me all that way. You'll all be caught and killed.
Look, this is no time to hold a debate, Sarvich. I was sent over here to fish you out. You've got information we need back in the States, and you're going back there.
Steve and I take turns carrying you, Sarvich. We can make it.
It's sure worth a try anyway. Now, come on, let's go. If you don't think you can have nightmares in broad daylight, you should try inching your way through a steaming jungle with a wounded man on your back, a blazing sun beating down on you, and several assorted gorillas scouring the brush for you. Twice we hug the ground while their patrols come so close I can count the slugs in their guns, but we keep going. Luke and I trade off carrying Sarvich. Malani just keeps plodding along, saying nothing. The hours drag by, but they're not dragging any more than I am at this point. Finally, it gets dark again, and we try to speed up. It's a race against time now. We've got to get to the coast by midnight. 9 o'clock comes. 10 o'clock. By this time, we're on the ragged edge. 11 o'clock. We keep stumbling along, and then after what seems like 3 years, we come out on a little bluff overlooking the ocean.
Steve, this is it. We made it.
Okay, Sarvich. Down you go easy now.
Oh, I could not have gone another step.
Steve.
Yeah?
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
I didn't think we were going to make it.
You know something, Sarvich? Neither did I. What time is it, Luca?
So, 2 minutes before midnight.
Brother, that's really cutting the margin close.
A torpedo boat should be along any minute. We have to wade out to it.
Yeah, that'll be a pleasure, believe me. Wait.
What's the matter?
Down there on the beach below us, I saw a glint of metal.
You sure, Steve?
Yes. Look, some figures.
It's a guerrilla patrol.
They must have found out about a boat somehow.
Oh, this is just great. We break our backs getting here and then find them between us and safety.
Listen.
Eh?
I hear the boat.
Yeah, I can see it in the moonlight. It's coming in close.
The gorillas see it, too. They're waiting for it. Steve, how are we going to get to the boat?
You answer that one, you'll hit the jackpot, Luca. Oh, wait. Where's the flashlight?
Here it is.
What are you going to do, Steve?
Send a message to that boat. We've got to head it off. Maybe we can arrange a pickup at some other point.
But, Steve, some of these gorillas understand English. They could probably read a message. And as for arranging another rendezvous, you know we could never make it to anywhere else.
Yeah, I guess you're right, brother. If I don't call the right play now, we're all cooked. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Luca, the first time we met, you asked me what happened to Notre Dame this season.
Oh, sure, but what's that got to do with
it? It means that some of the boys in this neck of the woods are football fans.
Oh, yeah? Some of them?
Including the French?
Oh, sure, particularly about Notre Dame, but...
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I just hope that French torpedo boat skipper is a fan, too.
What are you sending? Notre Dame? Look, I still don't see what you're trying...
Good. Use more reverses.
Notre Dame should use more reverses. What kind of message is that?
Hey, the boat's turning.
It is heading up the coast. Or maybe it is leaving.
Oh, Steve, I get it now. You want a skipper to try a reverse of his own. But you think he'll understand?
I don't know. That's what we've got to wait to find out. The boat keeps going slowly up the coast, and the guerrillas on the beach start following it in the same direction. I still don't know whether the skipper understood my message, but it's our only chance. Then, when the boat gets about a mile up the coast, it suddenly turns around and heads back under full throttle.
Steve, it worked. He drew the guerrillas away from here.
Yeah, let's get down to the beach, quick. Get aboard, Savage. Come on.
Okay, Steve.
Come on, Milani.
I am not going.
Why?
I will stay behind. There is much work for me here.
Are you crazy? Your grandfather's been killed, and you stand a good chance of the same thing. Now, come on.
No. It's no use, Steve. She and I have already talked about it. I want her to come, too. So much. But she said that she's staying.
Go quickly, all of you, while there's still time. I will be all right. And Luca, it will work out for you and me. After this is over, it will work out for you and me.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Steve.
So we head for the beach, leaving Milani standing there on the bluff. The boat is coming in at us now. It stops about shoulder deep, and we wade out to it. The skipper is wearing a natty little mustache and a big grin.
Come aboard, gentlemen. Come aboard.
A pleasure. You on okay, Savage?
Yeah.
Let me go, Luca.
Okay. Mark in your hand, Steve.
Thanks.
Oh, the reverse, it worked perfectly, no?
Skipper, the reverse, it worked perfectly, yes. Now, I suggest a wide end run and pour the coal to her.
Oui.
Well, it's hard to believe. I guess we're finally in the clear.
Hey, look. Back on the bluff, somebody's signaling with a flashlight.
It must be Malay.
G-O-O-D. Good. L-U-C. Hey, she quit signaling.
Steve.
Oh, well, maybe she had to duck in a hurry, Luca.
Yeah. Or maybe they got her.
Yeah, maybe they got her, Luca.
You know, I learned a lot of wisecracks in the States, but I can't seem to think of any of them right now.
There aren't any.
What's going to work out for her and me? That's what she said, wasn't it, Steve?
Yeah, that's what she said, Luca.
So now I'll maybe get a few extra ones for her. But it'll go on and on.
Yeah. It'll go on and on. I guess we all know that, but there's something else we can know, too.
What's that?
As long as there are people like Milani, we've got a pretty good idea which side's going to come out on top.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over battling the forces of international intrigue and espionage. For mystery every Saturday night, it's the man called X. For music on Saturday night, it's your hit parade, bringing you the top tunes in the land, selected by you and presented by Raymond Scott's orchestra, Eileen Wilson and Snooky Lanson. Now hear the man called X and the big show tomorrow on NBC.
Now, a full hour of mystery adventure, the Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. 30 minutes from now, it's The Man Called X. Right now... Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve a worthless scrap of paper, which almost turns out to be my own death warrant. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, I suppose I pulled you right out of a big deal, as usual.
No, matter of fact, it was all very innocent this time, Commissioner. I was out getting some new furniture for my apartment.
You were what?
Sure. I just bought a coffee table with a lazy Susan.
Really?
Well, on second thought, Susan wasn't so lazy after all.
That's what I thought.
Well, Commissioner, I've finally gotten the jump on you.
How's that?
You're always calling me in here and sending me off into the wild blue yonder, so this time I'm ready for you. I'm all packed up and I've got my passport in my pocket. Now, what wild and woolly spot are you sending me to this time?
Richmond, Virginia.
What?
You heard me, sir. Richmond, Virginia.
Great. That's what I get for trying to be a mastermind. Okay, so I unpacked.
I wouldn't do that just yet, Steve. You start in Richmond. Where you end up is anybody's guess.
What's the deal?
Ekman's in this country.
Ekman? Hasn't anybody done the world a favor by knocking him off yet?
Steve, you know as much about Ekman as I do. He's part-time foreign agent, part-time international information peddler. He's smooth and tough, and he's been in our hair for longer than I care to remember.
What's he doing in the United States?
Can you think of any reason why Ekman would steal an old Civil War map?
Civil War map? Are you kidding?
We know Ekman went to Virginia. We also know he managed to crash a fancy dress ball given by a Colonel Carruthers there. After the ball, this map was missing from the wall of the Colonel's study.
But I still don't see how a Civil War map could be important enough.
Neither do I. That's why you're going to Richmond. Now, Steve, get down there. Talk to Colonel Carruthers. Then go anywhere and do anything you have to get to the bottom of this whole deal. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, I've had a lot of screwball assignments in my time, but this one takes the cake. A Civil War map yet. I suppose the next thing I'll find out is that I'm up against a plot to blow up Chesapeake Bay. It's Wednesday when I get to Richmond. I head for Colonel Carruthers' mansion.
We're delighted and honored to make your acquaintance, Mr. Mitchell, sir. Although I must confess I'm a little puzzled as to why they should send a man from Washington to investigate such a minor theft. But then the things they do in Washington have puzzled me for quite a spell now.
We're interested in the case primarily because of the man who apparently stole the map, Colonel Carruthers. As for the map itself...
The document is of historical value only, sir. As you see, my study here is filled with relics of the Great War. War between the states, that is.
Yeah. And the map had no value other than as a relic, huh?
None whatsoever, no, sir. No, it had to do with the Battle of Fredericksburg. December 1862.
Uh-huh.
Decisive victory for the South, I might add. As a matter of fact, it was merely a rough sketch, but it was actually used by the Confederate Army. That gives it value to a collector.
Do you know this man, Ekman, Colonel?
Ekman?
Yeah, the one who swiped the map.
The scoundrel passed himself off to me as a Claiborne. Fine old Southern name.
Oh?
He claimed to be writing a book on the Battle of Fredericksburg. Matter of fact, I remember thinking at the time it was rather strange.
What was?
Well, that he should be writing a book on the Battle of Fredericksburg. when one was just published last month. One in which my relics and my research appear quite prominently. But to get back to this Claiborne or Ekman, yeah. Well, he wanted to browse through my books and my relics. I was quite preoccupied at the time. I was making preparation for a fancy dress ball. So I gave him permission. And it was after the ball was over that I discovered that the map was missing. Mm-hmm. And the man with it.
I see.
However, now, if you would care to see what that map looked like, there's a picture of it in this book I spoke of, the one that was published last month. That's the one in which my relics and my research appear. I happen to have a copy of that right here. The picture of the map is on page 263, approximately. Let's see. Oh, say, sir, just in passing. Here's a picture of the very sword used by Jeb Stuart himself in the charge of the Battle of
that's
First...
very interesting, but the map, Colonel, please.
I'm coming to the map. Now, here's a picture of a genuine mini ball here.
Mini?
Kind they used to shoot out a cannon.
Colonel, the map.
Now, here's a... Somebody else's relic. Yeah, now, here we are. Yeah, here we are. The map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You were right when you said it was just a rough sketch. I don't get it. Why would a foreign agent like Ekman steal a map like this?
That's the mystery of it, sir.
Of course, we're not completely sure it was Ekman who stole it. Colonel, these guests you were entertaining at the time...
Sir, if you were trying to imply that the people I invite into my home are of the caliber that would stoop to common theft...
I'm not trying to imply anything, Colonel. I'm just... what's this scrawl in the lower right-hand corner here?
Now, I see it, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Well, that is the signature of the man who made the map, a Frenchman named Cartier. He fought for the South during the Great War. A great friend of my daddy's. As a matter of fact, it was Cartier's great-grandson, Bill Carter, who gave me this map. Bill Carter. Comes from a fine old Richmond family.
Cartier?
Yeah, well, family changed the name around a little. I suspect Bill was sugaring me up a little with the gift of that map so the young blade could ask for my granddaughter Juliana's hand in marriage.
I see. Well, thanks for the information, Colonel. I'll see you later. I leave Colonel Carruthers' house still as much in the dark as when I came. Why Ekman would steal a map 90 years old is a way beyond me, but there must be a reason. I've got to find out what it is, which means that first I've got to find Ekman. So I start checking. 3 hours and $25 later, I find a cab driver who remembers taking a man answering Ekman's description to the Colonel's house last night, waiting for him a few minutes, and then taking him to a hotel in Richmond. I try the hotel, but Ekman's just checked out. The clerk remembers, however, hearing him inquire about the sailing time of a ship named the Southern Empress from Norfolk. I get there just as the ship is hauling in her gangplank, but I make it aboard at the last second and head for the bridge and the captain.
No, Mitchell, there's no Claiborne on my passenger list, and no Ekman either.
That doesn't surprise me, Captain. Ekman used the name of Claiborne in Richmond, and he could be using another name now.
You sure he's on this ship?
Pretty sure.
Well, you've written down his description for me. I'll pass it along to the rest of my officers.
Okay, I'll nose around the ship and spread the word among the stewards.
I think that will be your best chance.
Incidentally, where are we heading?
Lisbon, Portugal.
Lisbon?
Does that make sense to you? This man Ekman, I mean, is that where you figured he'd be heading?
Lisbon, Coney Island, what's the difference does it make? Right now, nothing about this deal makes sense. Well, I'll check with you later. I nose around the ship all day, but I don't spot Ekman. None of the stewards I talk to remember noticing him either. By now, I'm beginning to wonder if he's even on the ship. This is going to look just great in an official report. Steve Mitchell, government agent on a wild goose chase across the Atlantic after a Civil War map. Well, towards evening, I head for the bar. Then I spot the girl. When I first notice her, she's 3 stools away. The next time I look, she's 2 stools away. Then, all of a sudden, she's right beside me.
Howdy.
Hello.
I always feel a girl shouldn't sit in a bar alone. Doesn't look right.
Oh, well, now you're not alone.
You probably think it's real brazen of me to talk to a man I don't know.
Well, they tell me life on board ship is pretty informal, Miss...
Besides, my first name's Zoe.
Steve Mitchell.
Now, isn't that one?
What?
I just knew your name would be Stevie. Oh, don't ask me how. I just knew.
Well, you're one up on me there. I didn't just know your name would be Zoe.
You enjoying the boat ride, Stevie?
Oh, not particularly. How about you? Sounds like this is the farthest you've ever been away from the Mason-Dixon line.
Oh, now you're just poking fun at me, Stevie. So I think I have myself a mighty fine boat ride. Sure enough, I can manage to make me some friends. Poor little helpless girl like me, she needs friends wherever she is. I tell you for sure.
You don't look very helpless to me, the way you've been downing those straight shots.
Oh, those are just to give me some courage, Stevie. I'm naturally such a shy little old person.
Yeah, I can see that. You on a vacation, Zoe?
Uh-huh.
How'd you happen to pick Lisbon?
Now, isn't that one? I couldn't in all the world tell you why, Stevie. I just stuck a pen and a map, and it said Lisbon.
I see.
You know, this life aboard the boat, it's all so new to me. Sometimes I wish I'd stayed right at home. Body gets to feeling so helpless.
So now we're back on that helpless routine?
Oh, but I really am, Stevie. Why, you wouldn't believe it, but I can't even get that little old door on my stateroom lock. 35B, that is. That lock just won't seem to work right. Isn't that awful?
Well...
As a matter of fact, I think I ought to go try it again. I just know I won't be able to make it work right. Maybe sooner or later I'll find me some nice person who can help me.
I don't doubt it.
I'll see you later.
You never can tell.
That's quite a number, friend.
Huh?
I say, the little lady, she's quite a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's looking, all right.
Cully's the name, friend. John J. Cully.
Mitchell's mine. How are you?
Oh, well, I've had a little bout with my stomach right after we put to sea, but I'm feeling much better now. See, this is my first boat trip. I've ridden every railroad in the United States in my time, but never out on the Bridie. Yes, it's quite an experience, yes, sir.
You travel a lot?
Oh, yes, sure do. Here's my card, Fred.
John J. Cully, Acme Button Company. Well, you sell buttons?
Well, I don't give them away.
Oh.
Yes, I figure I've sold an average of 2/3 a button to every man, woman, and child of the United States.
Quite a record. But what good's 2/3 a button?
Oh, say, you're mighty quick on the uptake there.
Yeah, I'm a card.
You ought to be shuffled and cut.
Oh, fine.
You know, you and I speak the same language, Fred.
Thanks.
Yes, I've sold buttons in every state there is. Now I'm going over to do the same thing in Europe.
The zipper doesn't have you scared, huh?
Well, sir, that used to be a dirty word to me. But the way I've got it figured out now is this is a big world, friend. There's room in it for the zipper and the button.
Well, that's reassuring.
You know, our president said to me not a week ago, he called me into his office, he did, plunked me down in a chair, and then old S.H. says, S.H., that's our president, says to me, J.J., that's me.
You.
Right, yes. He says to me, go out, J.J., go out and button up the world. It's a great thought, isn't it?
Oh, inspiring.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, Captain. Excuse me, Mr. Cully.
Oh, yeah, sure thing, Fred.
Keep 'em flying.
You mean keep 'em buttoned?
What is it, Captain?
You know that particular passenger you're looking for?
Ekman?
Well, there's a man in 31B who answers the general description, but his name is Pettibone.
Thanks, Captain. I'll pay him a little visit. "31B.
Why, Stevie.
Wow, Miss Magnolia Blossom. I thought your stateroom was 35B.
Oh, it is, but I always feel that a person belongs to get acquainted with their neighbors. And when Mr. Pettibone was kind enough to ask me to step in for a teeny little old drink.
Where is Mr. Pettibone?
He just stepped out for a minute. I'll be right back.
You said you were just on a vacation, didn't you, Zoe?
I sure enough did.
You're sure that's all there is to it? You don't happen to be interested in any Civil War relics, do you?
You mean the war between states? Well, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Steve. Oh, here's Mr. Pettibone now.
Hold it. Let go of me.
You're not Ekman.
Of course, I'm Ekman. Of course I'm not Ekman. I'm Mr. Pettibone, if you please. And if you're a private detective, you can tell my wife.
Private detective? Wife? Oh, great. Thank you and good evening, Mr. Pettibone. I go back on deck and I realize I'm getting nowhere fast. The old feeling that this whole thing is some kind of a gag starts gnawing away at me again. Then the captain sends word to me that the mate has spotted another passenger who answers Ekman's description, a man in 42B. So I head below again, probably another wild goose chase, but I've got to follow it up. I knock. No answer. Door's unlocked. I go inside. stateroom's dark, and I catch a whiff of a heavy Swedish smell. I flick on the lights. The room is all torn up. Then I hear a sound behind me. I start to whirl around, but too late. Something hard connects over my right ear, and I hit the deck. When I come out of it, I know I've finally found Ekman, but I still don't know why he swiped the Civil War map. He's very, very dead.
Have you ever wondered what Hope says to Crosby? Let's listen and find out.
Say, Bob, incidentally, now that you're with Chesterfield, suggestion, please.
Yeah.
Why don't you try and conduct yourself with a little savoir-faire, a little je ne sais quoi, joie de vivre.
Look, Vienna Rose. Don't try to dazzle me with that stale French of yours.
I could dazzle you with English, Bob.
Dazzle be enough out of you.
Seriously, friends, Skinflint and I, we do agree 100% on this. Chesterfields are milder.
And they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. So always buy our cigarette, Chesterfield.
The best cigarette for you to smoke.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always wins first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Any idea who killed Ekman, Mitchell?
None at all, Captain. It was probably the same person who hit me over the head when I walked into Ekman's stateroom.
Well, whoever it was couldn't have gotten very far from Ekman's room.
What do you mean?
Well, I came down the passageway just about a minute after you went into the stateroom. There was no one in sight.
Let's see. Who are some of the passengers whose staterooms are near Ekman's on B deck?
Well, Ekman's stateroom was 42B. There's a Miss Forsythe in 35B.
Yeah, the Southern Fried Chicken.
And a Mr. Pettibone in 31B.
Yeah, I've already met Mr. Pettibone, too.
I believe that most of the rest of the passengers from that area were up on deck when it happened.
Well, so now I'm worse off than ever before. Now I don't know who's got the map.
I wouldn't say that.
What do you mean, Captain?
You have the map.
I have the... Now, look.
Take a look in this envelope.
Hey, the map. Where did you get it, Captain?
The mate told me this Ekman had asked him to lock up the envelope in the ship's safe, so I thought I'd better see what was in it.
Yeah, it looks like the picture of it that I saw in that book that Colonel Carather's placed back in the States.
What's so important about it, Mitchell?
That's the point. It's just a rough sketch drawn by a guy named Cartier almost 90 years ago, so now I've got it. But I still don't know what the deal is all about. Wait, did you lock up Ekman's stateroom after we left?
Yes, I also posted a guard there.
Good. I'd like to examine his papers. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. First, I want to have a talk with the Belle of the South.
Well, I say.
Hello, Zoe.
Now, I just bet you finally came to see if you could help me fix that little old lock on my door.
Well, not exactly.
Oh?
Zoe, the last time I saw you, you were in Mr. Pettibone's stateroom. How long did you stay there after I left?
Only a minute, Steve. And Mr. Pettibone, he was quite disturbed about your visit. He seemed to think you were a nasty old private detective or something like that. I told him I wouldn't pay you no never mind. Why do you ask?
Because not long ago, a man was killed just a few staterooms away.
Oh, me? The things that can happen on a boat.
Yeah, the things that can happen on a boat. I suppose you wouldn't be knowing anything about it.
Well, Stevie, whatever do you mean? What's the matter?
Nothing. You got a cigarette, Zoe?
What? No, shucks, I'm all out.
I see.
Where are you going?
I'll see you later, Zoe.
Well, I do declare if you aren't the strangest man I ever did.
I leave Zoe's stateroom, go up on deck for a smoke. Now I know the trail is heating up. I caught a whiff of the same aroma in Zoe's room that I'd noticed in Ekman's room, and now I've got the smell pegged. It's Turkish tobacco. So, at this point, it looks like Zoe's tied up in the deal. But Before I do anything about her, I've got to find out what the deal is. I head for Ekman's stateroom to meet the captain. On the way, I pass the bar. Cully, the button king, flashes me a big grin and waves me to come over, but I've got no desire to talk buttons at this moment, so I keep walking. The captain and I go over all of Ekman's papers carefully, and finally, I find something.
What is it, Mitchell?
A letter, Captain. Written by a guy named Corelli in Lisbon, and addressed to Ekman. It refers to certain interests who are willing to pay for proof.
Proof of what?
It doesn't say. It also mentions an Ortigue family in Lisbon and says they're willing to add a big bundle of money, too.
You think that the Civil War map is somehow connected with all of this?
I think it is. It could be the proof this Corelli talks about in that letter, but proof of what? I don't even have a glimmer right now. When do we dock in Lisbon?
Tomorrow morning.
You know, I got a hunch that shortly after we dock, this Corelli's going to receive a visit from Ekman's partner.
But Ekman's dead.
I know. That's why his partner has to carry on with the deal.
But do you know who this partner is?
Yeah.
Who?
Me.
Yes?
Corelli?
Who are you?
A friend of Ekman's.
Oh, come in. When did your boat dock?
20 minutes ago.
Where is Ekman?
Somebody caught up with him. He's dead.
Dead? But the map?
Don't worry about the map. It's a good thing Ekman and I both were working together on this deal.
You have the map?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Not so fast, Corelli. I've been thinking. I'm not sure the dough is enough.
What? But it was all agreed. The interests who wish the map are willing to pay $10,000 American, and the Ortigue family is willing to add another $10,000.
Maybe the map is worth more than that.
I would strongly advise you not to try and bargain with them. They are getting restless as it is. Any further delay might ruin the entire transaction.
Okay, I'll call you in a couple of hours, Corelli.
Very well. And if you do not have the map for me by then, I would not be surprised if the parties I represent had something for you.
Something for me? What do you mean?
A bullet.
So, now I've made the contact, but I still don't know why the map's so valuable. But I do know I can't stall Corelli very long. I've got to get a line on the Ortigue family and how they figure in the deal, so I head for the American embassy.
The Ortigue family? Well, sure, they've been a thorn in our side for quite a while, Mitchell. At least Mrs. Ortigue has.
That's just what I'd like to know, Woods. What about them?
Well, Mrs. Ortigue owns some land in the Middle East with a chromite mine on it. You know, the stuff that's used in steel manufacture.
Yeah.
She's leased the mine to the interests on the other side of the fence. We like the lease because we need all the chromite we can get. Her husband's willing to go along with us, but she says no soap. And it's her land, so there we are.
How'd this Mrs. Ortigue get the land in the first place?
Well, we've got a pretty big file on it. She inherited the land from her grandfather. He was the only living relative of his uncle. There'd been a son, but he was lost at sea on the way to America. So the upshot is, old man Cartier leaves the land to his nephew, who in turn leaves it to his granddaughter, Mrs. Ortigue. And...
Wait a minute. Did you say Cartier?
Yeah, Mrs. Ortigue's maiden name. Why, does the name ring a bell?
A fire alarm. Let me check those files. I think this whole deal just fell into place. I go through the files, and 10 minutes later, I've got the answer. I go out and get into my car. And as I'm pulling away from the curb, I smell a very familiar aroma. The same Turkish tobacco I'd noticed in Ekman's room at the time of his murder and later in Zoe's room. But before I can turn my head around, there's a gun barrel pressing against the back of my neck. Well, hello, Zoe. I can't say I'm too surprised to find you in my back seat.
I'm afraid you've got the wrong party, friend.
Cully.
Yes, just call me J.J. Now keep your eyes straight ahead, friend.
So the world's leading button salesman turns out to be the big boy in this deal.
Right you are, friend. Now there's only one thing more I have to button up.
What's that?
You. And I can do that very nicely with just one slug.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Only 6 shopping days before Christmas. But that still gives you time to adopt the RCA Victor plan for 365 Christmases every year. Just hie yourself to your RCA Victor dealers on Monday and acquire that perpetual Santa Claus, the gift that keeps on giving every day, every year to everybody. An RCA Victor million-proof television set. You'll have your choice of 18 different members of the RCA Victor Royal Family of Television. Every one is a superb value. But if you're a real wizard at investment, you'll choose a magnificent combination, which gives you RCA Victor console radio and console phonograph right along with your RCA Victor television, all in one beautiful cabinet, and for far, far less than you'd pay for separate instruments of comparable quality. Whichever RCA Victor set you choose, It'll make every day feel like Christmas for everybody in your family. See RCA Victor Million Proof Television.
Keep driving straight ahead, friend. And remember, I'm sitting right behind you with a gun.
Okay, Cully.
Now reach in your pocket real gentle-like and pull out that map and hand it over.
You know, it took me quite a while to find out why that map was so valuable to Mrs. Ortigue and the outfit she's leasing that Middle East mining land to. The map proves that she doesn't own the land.
Quite an important little piece of paper, isn't it, friend?
It sure is. Old man Carter owned the land years ago, and he thought his son was lost at sea on the way to America, so he left the land to his nephew, who in turn passed it on to Mrs. Ortigue. But actually, that son wasn't lost at sea. He got to America, and among other things, he drew a map with his signature on it. He's got some direct descendants in Richmond, Virginia, who are the rightful owners of the mining land.
Sure. That's why certain people who are anxious to keep the lease don't want the map floating around. Now, come on, hand it over.
It was you who knocked off Ekman on the boat, huh?
Merely increasing the profits, friend. Originally, it was going to be a three-way split, Corelli, Ekman, and myself, but I figured J.J.
That's you.
Right, J.J. I said to myself, why a three-way split?
So you knocked off Ekman to make it a two-way split.
I'm a jump ahead of you, friend. I just took care of Corelli, too. Now it's a one-way split.
You're a real go-getter, aren't you?
That I am.
Well, that explains the smell of Turkish tobacco. You just killed Ekman and knocked me on the head when you heard the captain coming down the passageway. You had to duck into another stateroom, and you picked Zoe's. She was with Pettibone at the time, and that's why I smelled the smoke in her room later.
Look, friend, stalling isn't going to do you any good. Now just trot out the map and give it to me.
Okay, I guess I haven't got any choice. I got it here in my pocket.
Hey, why did you speed up?
I'm sorry, my foot slipped.
Well, unslip it. Mitchell, that parked car ahead of us.
I see it.
You're heading right for it.
JJ. You can't shoot when you're draped over the front seat, JJ.
Let go of me.
Let go of the gun. No. That's better.
Mitchell, maybe we can make a deal. Huh?
Sorry. The deck just got stacked against you, Cully, and a little matter of murder charge staring you in the face, and I'm sure when the Carters back in the States find that they own the mining land, they'll be happy to turn the lease over to our government. You had it all figured out, Cully, but I guess you forgot that fine old Southern proverb.
What are you talking about?
A man who poses as a button salesman sometime ends up getting clipped right on the article of the same name.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Radio City in Hollywood. Now, more mystery on NBC's All-Star Festival. Stay tuned for Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, a full hour of mystery adventure. The Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. In 30 minutes, it's The Man Called X. Right now... Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that combines mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead.
by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with me trying my level best to shoot myself. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Ever been kidnapped?
Kidnapped? Well, I remember a redhead once who claimed we were out of gas.
I'm sure you put up a terrific struggle.
Like a tiger at bay.
Well, that's all very interesting, but I didn't send for you to hear Chapter 33 of your memoirs. You're leaving for Berlin on the next plane.
I'm flying clear to Berlin so somebody can kidnap me?
No, you're flying there to find out who's been kidnapping a few other people.
You know, I think you better start from the beginning, Commissioner.
Steve, apparently there's been a nasty little racket flourishing in our occupation zone of Berlin for some time. It only came to light last night.
What kind of a racket, Commissioner?
A prominent German named Mueller was kidnapped several days ago. His wife received a ransom note telling her that if she didn't raise the required money, her husband would be turned over to interests in the eastern zone of Berlin. Apparently this Mueller had made a few enemies there.
I see. Sort of sell Mueller to the highest bidder, huh?
Yes, his wife raised the money and Mueller was returned. But when he tried to grab the man who returned him, he was shot and killed on his own doorstep.
Look, this is all very interesting, but isn't kidnapping a matter for the Berlin police? What's it got to do with us?
I'll tell you why it's our baby. Apparently the kidnapper was a U.S. government official.
What? Now, look, don't try to tell me you believe that.
I'm just giving you the facts, Steve. What's behind those facts could be another story, and I'm convinced it is. But that's what you're going over there to find out.
But I still don't see what indicates that a government official is behind it.
Here's how the deal was set up. Mueller had applied for a building permit several days before he was kidnapped. Those permits are handled by a special office, which is run under our supervision. A few nights later, a man who claimed he was from that office came to see Mueller. He told Mueller that they needed further information before they could issue the permit. That Mueller would have to come to the office. The next thing his wife knew was when she got the ransom note.
Brother, what a sweet mess that sounds like.
I've been in touch with Jack Fallon, who heads up the office over there. I've got a preliminary plan set up with him. He'll fill you in on it. And, Steve, get over to Berlin. Work with Fallon, then go anywhere and do anything you have to smash this racket once and for all. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, will continue in just a moment. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means, try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a little matter of dropping over to Berlin and trying to smash an innocent little kidnapping racket. And I've got an uneasy hunch that somewhere along the line I'll be running into somebody who'll say drop dead to me and then do their best to arrange it. It's Monday when I land in Berlin and I head for Jack Fallon's office.
It's a nasty mess, Mitchell. My theory is that somebody right here in my office has been putting the finger on the victims.
These applications for building permits, Fallon, do they contain quite a lot of information about the applicant?
Yeah, they do. You see, to do any building in Berlin these days, you got to have a considerable amount of money. That has to be listed on the application. Now, that's the point, Steve. Anybody who has access to those applications could spot the likely kidnap prospects.
But how about this business of threatening to turn the victims over to the Eastern Zone?
Well, as you can imagine, there are a lot of Germans in our zone who have come out politically against the outfit in the Eastern Zone. Now, you take any 10 Germans with money, and you're pretty sure to find 7 or 8 of them who've made enemies there.
I see. Tell me, Fallon, just who in this office has access to those applications?
Well, my office manager can give you a better answer to that than I can. Herr Wittig, I was just going to call you.
I was on my way to see you, Herr Fallon. Some reports for you to sign.
Oh, come in. I want you to meet Steve Mitchell from the United States. Mr. Mitchell would like some information from you, Wittig.
But of course, Herr Mitchell.
I'd like to know how many people in this office have access to the applications for building permits.
The files are available to Herr Fallon, of course, and to myself.
Yeah, who else?
The 3 clerks.
Who are they?
Frau Gunther, a woman of about 60, Fräulein Gottlieb, a younger woman, and Herr Linder.
What can you tell me about them? I mean, have any of them ever acted in such a way as to arouse your suspicions?
That's a hard question to answer, Herr Mitchell. They're all hard-working people. Frau Gunther particularly. She keeps mostly to herself. Fräulein Gottlieb, I have no problem with her, other than to keep her boyfriend from calling for her too early in the afternoon.
Boyfriend?
She's quite friendly with an American sergeant.
Sergeant? I see. What about the other one, Linder?
Herr Linder has notified us he'll be resigning soon. It seems he just inherited some money from the death of his uncle.
Okay. I guess that'll be all, Wittig. Thank you.
Of course. If there's any other information I can supply, Herr Mitchell, do not hesitate to call on me.
I won't.
Well, you know any more than you did before, Steve?
How long has Wittig been your office manager, Fallon?
Oh, about a year, I guess. Hey, wait a minute. You don't think he could have anything to do with it?
Look, anybody who has access to those files could have something to do with it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
The commissioner said something about having set up a plan with you.
Yeah, he thought it might be a good idea to have somebody file a fake application and make it look like he was a red-hot prospect, you know?
A pigeon, huh?
Well, that's what it amounts to.
Then we trail along and see what happens. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. You got a man for the job?
Mm-hmm. Little character named Benner.
Might be kind of dangerous for him, you know.
Oh, Benner will do almost anything if the price is right. Besides, I think he can handle it okay. He's a very cautious little gent. Never takes an elevator if there's a stairway, you know, that sort of thing.
Can we trust him?
Oh, yeah. He's done a lot of jobs for us in the past. Oh, excuse me. Hello. Oh, yes, Benner. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right, yeah. You'll be contacted there by a man named Steve Mitchell. You're to work with him. Well, Benner's on his way to the KRONER Hotel. He's going to register there.
Okay, I'll get on over there myself. See you later, Fallon. I head for the KRONER Hotel and ask the desk clerk whether Brenner's arrived yet.
Benner, yeah. He just started up the stairs. He is registered in room 403.
He's going to climb 4 flights of stairs? Brother, he really is a cautious guy.
Huh?
Skip it. I'm not quite that cautious. I'll take the elevator. I go up to the 4th floor and down the hall to 403. I start to knock on the door, but just then... No! The yell comes from the floor below me. I pound down to the 3rd floor landing. The window at the fire escape is open, and on the floor, sprawled against the door to a broom closet, is a little guy with a few assorted bruises on his face. Benner? Benner! You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
What happened?
Somebody was waiting for me on the landing. Tried to kill me. But when I called for help, he went down the fire escape. Hey, wait. Who are you?
Hey, why the gun?
I demand to know who you are.
Relax, Benner. I'm Steve Mitchell, the guy who's supposed to contact you.
I must have proof of that.
Here, take a look at my credentials.
Yeah.
Brother, you don't believe in taking any chances, do you?
In this business, to take chances might prove fatal.
Yeah, matter of fact, this deal looks like it's a little too fatal for you already.
What do you mean?
We better pull you off the case. It looks like they're on to you.
No, I insist on going on with it.
But you're no good to us if they know who you are.
It would be a simple matter to enter an application under another name, at another address. My sister lives at 35 Gartenstrasse. I can use her house.
I don't know.
Herr Mitchell, a deal was offered to me. I accepted it. I insist that the deal stand.
Even after almost getting killed, huh?
Well, I'm used to such things. I make a good living almost getting killed.
Okay. I'll have Fallon rig up another application for you at 35 Gartenstrasse. Then I'll meet you over there, and we'll wait to see who turns up for you.
And what will be your plan in case someone does turn up?
Well, I'll have a police car with a 2-way radio. If somebody calls for you, I'll follow and contact some other cars, and we'll all converge on the spot where they take you to.
Mm-hmm. Well, very well.
I'll go rig the deal with Fallon. You pack up and get over to the Gartenstrasse address. I'll meet you there in an hour. I go downstairs now to the hotel. Then, 3 blocks away as I'm heading for Fallon's office, I realize Benner forgot to tell me what name to use on the new application. I start back to the hotel. Then I spot the crowd on the sidewalk in front. I speed up. A couple of policemen are trying to push the crowd back. Then I see a body on the sidewalk covered up.
All right, get back here now. Get back.
What happened, officer?
Man fell out of one of the hotel windows.
What? You know who it was?
Yeah. It's not much left of the body, but we found his papers. It was a little man named VIENNA.
Steve, this is bad. It looks like they were on to Benner right from the start.
It sure does, Fallon. He didn't just fall out of that window. He was probably slugged and pushed.
Yeah.
It must have happened right after I left him.
Well, where does that leave us now?
I don't know. I put in a call to the commissioner back in the States as soon as it comes through.
I suppose I could round up another man to take Benner's place.
Yeah, same idea occurred to me. I'll take it. Hello.
Steve?
Commissioner?
What's on your mind?
Huh? Hey, this connection is lousy. Jiggle the phone, will you?
Now, Benner,
Yeah.
I said, what's on your mind?
I want to get married.
What?
You heard me.
You're right in the middle of an assignment. You call me all the way from Berlin to tell me you want to get married?
Well, a fella gets to thinking about those things once in a while, Commissioner.
Now, look.
I wanted you to be the first to know, Commissioner.
All right. So you're going to get married. Who's the unlucky girl?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I want you to pick her out for me.
Steve, are you out of your mind?
No more than usual. Hey, do we have any female-type agents running around in this neck of the woods?
Agent? I get it now, Steve. Let's see. Yes, Martha Kane is just finishing up an assignment in Vienna.
Martha? Hey, she speaks German, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, contact her and tell her to come here to Berlin and go to the Schaft apartment house. There's an apartment there under the name of Schiller. Martha is now Frau Schiller.
All right, I'll contact her. What are you up to, Steve?
Oh, just cooking up a little gag, Commissioner. If it works, I think we can bust this deal wide open.
And if it doesn't work?
Well, if it doesn't work, I'll leave you my best hand-painted necktie. You know the one that lights up in the dark?
I don't like that.
Oh, you ought to be a whiz with it.
Now, Steve...
See you later, Commissioner.
What are you going to do, Steve?
We need another clay pigeon to take Benner's place, don't we?
Yes, but...
Okay, so I've got me the pigeon.
You mean this woman, Agent?
No, I mean me.
In just a moment, Act Two of Dangerous Assignment. Now we invite you to hear from Bob Hope on his recent visit to Hawaii.
Well, here we are on the island of Oahu. We had a very smooth trip over. At first, we flew at an altitude that didn't bother me. But we had to go up higher because the salt water was ruining the tires. Just out of San Francisco, we developed a little motor trouble, and the pilot yelled, "Throw everything we don't eat overboard." A Navy cruiser picked me up about 2 hours later. Now, let's sell Chesterfields. You know, the real test for mildness in a cigarette is as old as tobacco itself. Just open a pack of Chesterfields and smell that milder tobacco aroma. Then light up a Chesterfield and prove what every tobacco man knows. Tobaccos that smell milder, smoke milder. So always buy 'em. Chesterfield, my cigarette.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always wins first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Don't forget to give Crosby for Christmas. I mean the Chesterfield Christmas carton with Bing as Papa Santa Claus.
And now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
You're really going through with this deal, Steve?
What do you think, Fallon?
Well, okay. Tell me what you want me to do.
Fill out an application in the name of Otto Schiller. That's me.
Yeah?
Give the Shaft Department address and make me sound like a nice, juicy prospect.
Mm-hmm.
I just married a wealthy woman. Then stick it in with the other application.
Yeah, that way you won't have to be seen around the office.
Look, another thing. Can we count on the cooperation of the Berlin police?
Sure. What do you need them for?
A radio car.
Oh, I'll arrange that.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it, Fallon. I better get over to the apartment.
Be careful, Steve.
Well, I'll see you when it's all over, I hope. So I go over to the Shaft apartment house and settle down as Otto Schiller, a wealthy German. I'm not kidding myself about the various assorted things that could happen to me, all of them bad, but I know it's our best chance of finding out who's running this racket.
I understand you want to get married, Steve.
Hi, Martha. Come on in.
Right.
You sure got to Berlin in a hurry.
I caught a plane from Vienna as soon as the commissioner contacted me.
Well, make yourself at home. It's half yours.
What's the deal all about, Steve? The commissioner didn't give me any details. Not that I mind being Mrs. Mitchell, but...
You mean Frau Schiller.
Yeah.
Frau Schiller?
Well, it goes together something like this, Martha. Somebody posing as a U.S. government official has been kidnapping wealthy Germans. If the relatives don't pay off, he threatens to turn the victims over to the Eastern Zone.
Where do you fit in?
I'm the next victim, I hope.
So, well, you know, Steve, you haven't changed a bit. You always did manage to figure yourself into the sweetest spots.
Well, if the deal works, somebody will come for me here. You slip out the side door and downstairs to the radio car, follow us, and contact the police.
Okay, when are you expecting the call?
I don't know. Could be minutes or it could be days.
Days? Any ideas on how Herr Schiller and wife are supposed to pass the time waiting?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like I say, you haven't changed a bit. We'd better stick to my ideas.
Oh? Well, what are your ideas?
Canasta?
Canasta? Now, look. Can't you think of any better way to pass the time than... Hey, wait a minute. Sorry, I just remembered we don't have any cards, so I guess we'll just have to...
No.
Hey, where'd that deck come from?
My purse. Be prepared, I always say.
Looks like you haven't changed a bit either. Okay, deal them up. A natural and 5. 3 jacks and I'm out.
Swell. I suppose you know that wins you another game.
So it does.
I suppose you also know that makes 5 straight games. You've cleaned me and broke.
Don't tell me your troubles, lady. Canasta was your idea.
No, I know. Steve.
Better get into the next room.
Right.
Herr Otto Schiller?
Yeah.
I'm Mr. Brown from the office that issues building permits.
Yeah?
Regarding your recent application, Herr Schiller, we need some additional information. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to come to the office with me.
Yeah. One moment. I get my coat.
Well?
This is it, Martha.
Ever see the guy before?
No, but he's probably just the leg man on the operation. Get out the side door and down to the radio car, Martha, and then follow us.
Right.
Herr Schiller.
Coming, Herr Brown.
Be careful, Steve. Remember, I'll be right behind you in that radio car.
Martha slips out the back door of the apartment, and I join Mr. Brown in the living room. We go down the elevator to the street, and Brown motions toward the curb.
Here's my car, Herr Schiller. I sent my driver on a little errand. He should be back in a moment. Here, you wait inside. Get in. Mitchell, you heard me. You can cut out the Ya 9 routine. Inside, you get a slug.
Little surprise party, huh, Brown?
That's right. I've got another surprise for you, too, Mitchell.
I can hardly wait. What is it?
You'll love it. Take a look out the window.
Martha?
Yeah. Your little pal who was going to tag along in the radio car. Get her inside, Fritz.
Yeah. He was waiting for me at the side door, Steve, complete with guns.
Oh, this is just great.
I thought you'd be overjoyed, Mitchell.
Where are we going?
To see the boss.
Oh? Who is the boss?
You'll find out, Mitchell. Okay, Fritz, let's get going.
We take it through it. After more of the ruined section of the city, we finally pull up in front of the deserted warehouse. Martha and I are hustled inside and tied up. Then Brown and Fritz leave.
Doesn't look so hot for us, does it, Steve?
No. I'm sorry I got you into this, Martha.
Well, I've only got one regret.
That you ever left Vienna?
No, that we wasted so much time playing canasta.
Great time to have both hands tied behind me. Hey, wait. I think I can twist my hands around a little. Turn your back to me. Maybe I can work on your ropes.
Okay. Who do you think the brains behind this deal is, Steve?
I'm afraid I know the answer to that now, Martha. Look, they were onto our whole routine about the radio car.
Yeah?
Not many people knew about that. Benner knew, but he doesn't count. He's dead. That leaves just you and me and Fallon.
Fallon? You think he's the one?
Sure adds up that way. Hey, I got one of your ropes loose.
Yeah. Wait, I work my hands around a little now.
Good, keep it up.
But, Steve, if Fallon's behind it...
Hold it. Somebody's coming. Keep your hands behind you.
Okay. Steve, if they take you and leave me, I'll try to get loose and get help.
Well, I brought someone to see you, Mitchell. The boss.
What?
Hello, Mitchell.
Benner. But it can't be. You're dead. You got pushed out of a hotel window.
You're right. The real Benner is dead, Mitchell.
Real Benner?
My name, in case you're interested, is Linda.
One of the clerks at the office.
Quite right.
Yeah, I think I get it now. Benner started up the stairway of the hotel, and you were waiting for him on the landing. You slugged him and started to push him out the window. Then you heard me coming.
True. So I concealed Benner's body in the broom closet. You assumed I was Benner, so I decided to go along with it. After you left, I pushed the real Benner's body out the window.
And I spilled the whole plan to you. That's how you knew about the radio car routine, huh?
Yeah. You have it all figured out now, Mitchell. Too bad it's too late.
Huh? So what happens now?
I was going to kill you, Mitchell, but now I've changed my mind.
Gee, thanks.
Oh, you're quite welcome. You see, it occurred to me that the United States agent undoubtedly possesses much information of value to certain connections of mine in the eastern zone of Berlin.
What?
I think they would pay me a great deal of money for you.
Now, wait a minute.
So I'm going to take you to the eastern zone.
I see. Well, that's a cute little plan, but there's just one hitch in it.
And what is that?
The borderlines of those zones are pretty heavily patrolled. Just how do you plan on getting me out of this zone?
Oh, that's quite simple. I've used the device before.
Device? What device?
You have been posing as a man named Schiller, yeah? All right. We will proceed on that basis. You are a resident of the eastern zone who's had an accident while visiting in the western zone. I'm your doctor, returning you to the eastern zone in an ambulance.
Got everything figured out, haven't you?
Of course. Vaughn.
Yeah?
You stay here and guard the girl. Fritz will drive the ambulance.
Okay.
Look, if you think I'm going to let you stuff me in an ambulance and...
I had hoped for more cooperation from you, Mitchell, but very well. Vaughn.
Yeah.
Now, get him into the ambulance.
In just a moment, the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment. Ladies and gentlemen, the new 1951 Ford, the car which is setting a style trend for the future, is now at your Ford dealers. He wants you to see this car and to check its 43 look-ahead features. The automatic ride control, for example, gives you added comfort by automatically adjusting the ride to the road. New key turn starting and a rear deck lid that pops up automatically are two of the features which give you new convenience. There's new style and beauty both inside and out. New luxury lounge interiors are upholstered with rich Ford craft fabrics in harmonizing shades to complement your choice of exterior color. And there's traditional Ford economy, for the automatic mileage maker matches timing to fuel charges with such accuracy that every drop of gasoline is used, none wasted. Visit your Ford dealer soon. Check all 43 look-ahead features. Then test drive the new 51 Ford. You'll agree you can pay more, but you can't buy better.
When I come out of it, I'm strapped on a stretcher in the ambulance. My head is completely bandaged except for 2 eye holes. There's even a strip of tape over my mouth.
So, you're conscious again. We're almost to the eastern zone, Mitchell. As you see, the setup is complete. I'm your worried doctor, crouching over you. Above you, the bottle of blood plasma, the rubber tube leading along your arm under the blanket. And in your ribs, do you feel this? I see you do. Needless to say, it's a gun. I'm holding it against your side under the blanket. And if you try to give any sign to the border guard, well, I'm sure you know what will happen.
The American guard. He is waiting for us to stop.
Of course, Fritz, the routine examination. An examination that we will pass with flying colors.
He's coming around to the rear of the ambulance.
We're ready for him. Aren't we, my friend?
Okay. What do we got here?
This patient is Herr Otto Schiller, a resident of the eastern zone who had an accident while visiting in the western zone. I'm returning him.
Oh, you his doctor?
As you see.
All right, trot out the papers, Doc.
Here they are. His papers, my papers, and the report of the accident.
Okay, just hold the phone while I look them over, Doc.
Please hurry. You see, the patient's very weak. I'm giving him a transfusion. His life depends on it.
Yeah, I'll speed it up. Won't take a minute.
The sergeant keeps nodding as he checks the papers. They must be pretty clever forgeries. Right now, I feel like a chicken with his neck on the block waiting for the axe. With Brown guarding Martha at the warehouse, she can't get loose and bring help. Then it hits me, a wild idea, but it might pay off. He'd told the sergeant my life depended on a transfusion. I look up at the bottle of plasma hanging over me, then at the rubber tube. My wrists are strapped to the sides of the stretcher under the blanket, but my hands themselves are free. I can feel the rubber tube running along the back of my hand. I twist my fingers around it until I get a good hold of it. Then I jerk as hard as I can.
Hey, the plasma bottle broke.
Yeah.
Got any more plasma in the ambulance?
Why, no, but...
Driver, turn the ambulance around. Wait. No, we got a dispensary back about half a mile. You can get more plasma there.
That will not be necessary.
What? Look, Doc, you just told me the guy had to have a transfusion or he'd conk out.
Yes, what I mean is there's a hospital in the eastern zone. Just 3 blocks ahead. It'll be closer.
Huh?
Yes.
Well, you know.
Sergeant, I warn you, if you delay us further, you may be responsible for this patient's death.
Well, I guess you know best, Doc.
So it didn't work after all. I can feel the gun jam harder into my ribs under the blanket, but I know he won't shoot now. Then another idea smacks me. I may be signing my own death warrant, but it's my only chance now. I twist my hand around and grab for his gun hand. He tries to jerk it away, but I hold on.
What's the matter, Doc? You're getting kind of pale.
It's the strain of this case. Sergeant, I demand you let us proceed, otherwise my patient will die.
Okay, Doc.
The sergeant stands back and starts to close the door. It's now or never. I hope I've bent the gun down enough so the slug will clear me, but I can't wait any longer. I jam my thumb against the trigger.
Hey!
The slug scorches along my back.
Gun! Mitchell, you fool!
Well, what do you know? A doctor holding a gun on his patient.
I will...
You'll do nothing, Jack.
Joe,
grab the driver.
Now, close.
No, we'll just get this tape off your mouth, fella. You sure ain't acting like a sick guy to me.
Thanks, Sergeant, but now give me back my mustache, will you?
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell, government agent.
Ah, getting taken to the well-known ride, huh?
Yeah, how about getting me untied?
Yeah, sure thing.
Got a Jeep I can borrow?
Yep. All right. Gonna take somebody else for a ride?
I'm gonna pick up a guy named Brown and a girl named Martha at a warehouse.
That makes 3 of you. 3's a crowd.
We'll bump Brown real quick.
Huh? Oh, go on. It's getting interesting. What do you do after you dump this guy, Brown?
Well, knowing Martha, we'll probably play canasta.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Now stay tuned for another big mystery program on NBC's All-Star Festival. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to have me asking, when is a friend not a friend? Answer, when he's tickling your ribs with a gun.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I suppose I fooled you right out of a big deal as usual.
No, this time it was strictly business. I was getting caught up on my paperwork.
What?
Honest, I was bringing my files up to date.
Yeah? How many telephone numbers make up a file?
That's what I thought.
I have your papers in my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Thanks, Rose. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Take a look at this map of Eastern Europe, Steve. This country right here.
What about it?
Politically, it's being torn apart. There are two major parties at odds with each other and a well-organized minority who'd like to keep them at odds.
Pretty familiar pattern.
Yes, it is. But right now, it's vital to Western Europe and to us that this particular country be united into a democratic form of government. And there's only one man who can unite that country.
Don't tell me it's me.
No. Dr. Corvell.
Dr. Corvell, but he's no politician.
That's the point, Steve. Dr. Corvell has no political affiliations. He's that country's leading citizen, a scholar, a scientist, a man of stature.
Yeah, he could be just the man for the job.
As you know, he's been living in this country since the war, but now he feels it's time to return to his own country. There's to be a vital meeting of the legislature over there in 3 days, a meeting that could determine which way the country goes. If Corvell could pop up at that meeting, it might turn the trick.
So what do you want me to do, escort the good doctor over there?
He's already left.
What?
Yeah, the day before yesterday.
Well, then I don't get it. Why call me on the deal? What more is to be done?
I'm coming to that, Steve. Dr. Corvell realized that the organized minority would try at all costs to prevent him from reaching his destination. So he's traveling incognito. Plans to reach and enter his country secretly.
But I still don't see...
His plan was to go directly to the house of a friend in the capital of his country. This morning we found out that this so-called friend is actually a member of the minority.
What?
Yes, it's a death trap for Dr. Corvell. Now, Steve, you've got to intercept Corvell before he reaches that man's house.
Brother, have you any idea where Corvell is now?
We know only that he was planning to contact a person named Dravik in the town of Rizma, across the border from his country. Now, Steve, get over to Rizma. Try to find Dravik. And above all, get to Corvell before the opposition does. And remember, from now on, every minute counts double. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of getting to Dr. Corvell before the opposition does, and incidentally trying to keep the opposition from getting to me. A real cinch. Well, it's Tuesday when I get to Rizma. I've got to find Dravik in a hurry, but I haven't any idea where he is. There's only one hotel in town, so I check in, and then I ask the desk clerk about Dravik. He says he's never even heard the name, but he does remember a distinguished-looking man with white hair staying at the hotel overnight a couple of days ago. Probably Dr. Corvell. I turn away from the desk and start across the lobby, and then I spot a very familiar face. It's a foreign agent named Marzak. I've tangled with him plenty in the past, and I've no desire to renew the acquaintance now, so I start to duck into the bar, but he sidles in front of me.
Well, my old and dear friend, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Marzak.
My, such a cold greeting to give to a man who possesses such admiration for you. After all the times we have been together in the past, Mitchell, even though on opposite sides of the fence, I should think that you might be a little more cordial.
Look, you mind getting out of my way?
The man is in a hurry. Such a pity, such a pity. I thought perhaps we might find a quiet corner and talk over old times together.
I said get out of my way.
But what destination could possibly be so important that you could not spare a few minutes for an old, let us say, colleague?
I'm going into the bar, if that's okay with you, Marzak.
Splendid. Thank you for your invitation. I accept with pleasure. Some drinks, much talk, a perfect way to spend an evening.
Look, for the last time, I didn't invite you. I'm drinking alone, and if you don't...
Drinking alone? What a barbarous custom. But then I suppose it is to a certain extent fitting that a man should have a farewell drink in solitude.
Farewell drink?
Yes. I understand you do not like this town of Rizma. I cannot say that I blame you.
Oh?
I understand further that there is a train leaving here in half an hour and that you plan to be on it. So I decided to help you by reserving a compartment for you.
Now, that's real sweet of you, Marzak. But what if I decide I like it here?
In that case, I understand it is quite possible you may remain here permanently.
You're quite an understanding guy, aren't you?
Yes. And I believe you are also. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell. Come again when you cannot stay so long, and please extend my very best regards to your commissioner.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What?
I overheard you ask the desk clerk a few minutes ago about a distinguished-looking man with white hair.
What about it?
I believe you are referring to Dr. Corvell.
Was I? Who are you?
Bisco, a friend of the doctor's. And I am worried about him.
What do you mean?
His return is the one thing which can unite our country. But I feel he is in great danger. You see, he plans to go to the house of a friend of his in our capital. I now have reason to believe that friend intends to betray the doctor.
I see. Yeah, Bisco, you're right.
That is why I crossed the border to Rizma here, to try to intercept the doctor and warn him, but I was too late. He has already left.
Yeah. You ever hear of a guy named Dravik?
Dravik? No. Mitchell, the situation is very serious. We must find Dr. Corvell.
First, I've got to find Dravik. I can't get very far doing that with that character Marzak on my tail.
Yes, I saw Marzak talking to you. I know all about Marzak. He is a dangerous man.
He just invited me to leave town. If there were only some way I could shake him, might give me time enough to locate this Dravik.
Wait. I think I have an idea.
What is it, Bisco?
See, Marzak is across the lobby watching us. He undoubtedly knows you have orders to find Corvell. And also, undoubtedly, Marzak has orders to stop you.
So?
So if we were to conclude our conversation and I were to slip furtively out the side door and get into my car, Marzak might assume I had information concerning Dr. Corvell.
Yeah, he'd probably follow you, all right.
I will make sure he follows me a long way. Long enough to take him off your trail for an hour or two.
Okay, Bisco, it's worth a try. Go ahead. Bisco slips out the side door and Marzak starts after him. So far, so good, but I still don't have any leads on Dravik. I head for the bar to figure it out and where to start, and pretty soon a girl eases over to my table.
Hello.
Hi.
I am sorry. Are you lonely?
No, I'm Steve, but sit down anyway.
Oh, thank you.
You want me to buy you a drink, I suppose?
Oh, a cigarette will do for the moment.
Well, that's a switch. Here.
Thank you.
Waiter, the nice food.
That's very good.
Look, Sari, this is all very pleasant, but as far as making an evening of it, I've unfortunately got something else on my mind right now.
I know.
Huh?
You're looking for Dravik.
What? Yeah, I am. Do you know him?
Oh, yes, I'm quite a good friend of Dravik.
Where is he?
First, let me ask you, why do you wish to see Dravik?
Well, that's something I'll talk to Dravik about.
I see. Well, Dravik is not interested so much in people's motives. Dravik is most of all interested in knowing whether there is money in it.
Okay, you can tell him there's dough in it for him.
How much?
Plenty.
Very well.
You'll take me to him?
No, that is not possible.
What? You mean we've just been making idle conversation?
I would not call it that.
Why can't you take me to him?
Because Dravik is not a him.
Not a... You're Dravik?
Yes. Sorry, Dravik.
Well, what do you know? So I break my back trying to find you, and it ends up with you finding me.
Yes, and I would say it is quite a find.
Oh?
But I still would like to know why you wish to find me.
Well, first, let me ask you, how do you fit in this deal with Dr. Corvell?
Deal? Dr. Corvell? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, unless it has something to do with my rat line?
Your what?
Oh, that is what they call it, the rat line. You see, Stephen, there are many people in countries behind this, what you call iron curtain, who wish to be elsewhere. So, for a considerable price, I smuggle them out.
I see. Does your rat line ever run in reverse, Sari?
You too.
What do you mean, me too?
Most people are breaking their backs trying to escape to the west these days. And now twice in 2 days I find men who wish to go east. I think everybody is suddenly crazy.
Wait a minute. This other man who wanted to go east, was he a tall fellow, distinguished looking, with white hair?
Oh, that is the man.
Dr. Corvell, all right.
He told me he wanted to go to the capital city of the country to the east of here, and he was willing to pay a great amount of money. So I, as you say, reversed my rat line. I took him across the border just before dawn.
Look, Sari, I've got to catch up to him. He's going to collect a bullet if I don't.
I see. Well, there is always the chance you will collect a bullet along the way. But for you...
And for money.
The two most convincing arguments I can think of. Very well, we will try to catch up with this Dr. Corvell. Here's an address. You meet me on the corner in front of this place in 2 hours. We will start then.
I head back to my hotel. Then, as I open the door to my room, I see I've got company. There's a local cop on one side of my room, and on the other is a woman I've never seen before. But right now, she's acting like we were long-lost enemies.
There he is, officer.
Huh?
That is the one. I insist you arrest him at once.
Hey, what is this?
This woman claims you stole her jewels.
Stole her jewels now?
I am
look.
positive of it, officer. This man is Hugo Brisac, the notorious gem thief.
Hugo Schmoogo. I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States, officer, and if you'd care to look at my credentials...
You see, officer, as I told you, this thief frequently poses as an American agent.
I'm afraid you'll have to come with me.
But this woman's mistaken.
Unfortunately, I found her jewels in your suitcase.
What?
So you must come with me.
Wait, I get it now. Anything to delay me, huh? Look, lady, I don't know who you are, but I sure know whom you're working for.
Arrest this man.
You will come quietly.
Sure, officer. Real quiet. Sorry, Buster, but I haven't got any time to waste right now. Oh, drop dead. I run downstairs and dug out the side door. The opposition's gag had almost worked. By the time I could have talked my way out of the frame, it had been too late to catch up with Dr. Corvell, of course. Well, now there'll be the little matter of the cops on my tail. Great. I roost behind a few assorted ash cans in an alley for a couple of hours, and then I go to the address Sari gave me. She's waiting for me in the shadows.
What? The notorious jewel thief?
Yeah. I see the news travels fast, Sari.
I believe the police are quite anxious to find him.
I don't doubt it.
So, I understand now why you wish to escape from this country.
Look, I'm trying to find Corvell. That jewel business was a frame.
Oh, too bad.
What's too bad?
You would make such a nice jewel thief. It gives you color.
Oh, color yet.
I like you, Stephen.
I think you're peachy, too. Now let's get going, huh?
Oh, very well. Come on. Here is my car. We will drive as far as the border.
Okay. What happens then?
Well, when I get you across the border, one of my men will take you the rest of the way.
Hey.
What's the matter?
A guy running across the street at us. Get going. It's Marzak.
Oh? Who is Marzak?
The guy who rigged the jewel frame on me. Hey, he's trying for the running board.
You will not get away, Mitchell.
Yes, Marzak.
Oh, very neat, Stephen.
Listen. Sirens. Marzak must have tipped the cops I'd be around this neck of the woods. This is just wonderful.
Oh, are you always in trouble?
Look, I'm to trouble what honey is to a bear. Now, come on, keep that gas pedal down to the floor. It's no good, Sari. 3 miles out of the city and they're still on our tail.
They are not gaining any speed.
Neither are we, Optimist. And a half a mile's not enough lead. The cops behind me, ahead of me, the border, and who knows what. Lucky Mitchell right in the middle again.
The river is just around the bend, Stephen. Then our troubles will be over.
What do you mean? Hey! The turn!
Hang on, Stephen.
Huh?
Oh.
Hey, what are you stopping for? You crazy?
Get out.
Look, what's the big idea?
I see the river below the road.
Huh?
I place the car in first gear. And then I pull the hand throttle out a little, turn the wheel, and get out. Goodbye, car. Quick. Now, into the bushes. This is fine. Now, we just wait while they go by.
Hey, pretty neat. Looks like you're an old hand at this, Sari.
Oh, it is not hard to learn.
But isn't running a car into the river sort of expensive?
It will go on your bill.
Oh, I see.
Here they come. So, now we go across country to the border. It's only a kilometer or two.
Lead the way. Once we get across the border, how far is it to the capital?
Oh, about 30 kilometers. Just across the border, we will meet a farmer with a horse-drawn wagon. He will take you to the next village. There, a man will be waiting for you in an automobile to take you the rest of the way.
I just hope we get there in time to keep Dr. Corvell from walking into that trap at his friend's house. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Quiet. Somebody heading this way.
Probably the border patrol. Get down.
Yeah, I see them.
Perhaps we had better get closer together.
Yeah, Like I said, you seem to be an old hand at this.
Like I said, it is not hard to learn.
Hey, quiet. Here they come. we can go now.
Do you really want to?
Oh,
Is it not much nicer here?
Much nicer, believe me, but I still have a job to do.
Oh, too bad.
Why?
Oh, I was just thinking we could run such a beautiful rap line together, Stephen.
I don't doubt it. But right now,
Oh, very well, if you insist. The Border Patrol will not be back for half an hour, so plenty of time for us to slip across. Come along. There's the farm and his wagon, Stephen, waiting in the shadows.
Yeah, I see them.
Dimitri?
Yes, Holly.
Well, this is goodbye, Stephen. I wish you were not leaving.
I'll be back.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
I have the strangest feeling I will not be seeing you again.
That's a cheerful thing to say.
You had better hurry.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hmm?
Now go.
After that, you think you won't be seeing me again? Oh, you can count on it.
Goodbye, Steve.
Okay, Dimitri. Shove up.
Get up. Get up.
Hey, where's this village we're heading for, Dimitri?
5 kilometers.
Hey, why are you turning off the road?
This is a shorter way.
Oh. Many patrols in this area?
Not for another hour or two. That will be plenty of time. Whoa!
Hey, how come we're stopping?
Very simple. We're stopping because for you it is the end of the trip.
Look, Well, a machine gun.
Quite right. Now get out of the wagon.
Okay. Well, now I know why Sari figured she wouldn't be seeing me again. She was working with the opposition right from the start.
It's a bad time for you to be talking about the start, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
As soon as I press this trigger, for you it will be the finish.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Eh?
Turn around.
Oh, in the back, huh?
In the back. And right now.
Hello, Stephen.
What? Sari!
In trouble again, I see.
I sure was until you knocked off Dimitri here.
Oh, this man is not Dimitri.
What?
Oh, I thought there was something strange about his voice. Then right after you started in the wagon, I found the real Dimitri's body in the ditch. So I followed.
Well, you just got elected the girl I'd most like to have following me.
Ah, thank you, darling.
So, what happens now?
Well, I seem to remember that
I mean, how do I go about getting to the capital?
Business, always business. All right. I think I better take charge of you myself the rest of the way. Come along, we will go into the village and get a car.
Hey, look, where is this car anyway?
In the garage, just a few doors farther.
Good. I've got no desire to be wandering around these streets any more than I can help. Marzak's boys might spot me.
Stephen, wait.
What?
Some men in front of the garage.
Quick, into the alley.
Did they see us?
I don't think so. Who are they?
I don't know.
That's the garage where you keep the car, huh?
Yes.
They must have gotten tipped somehow. Great. What do we do now? It's too far to walk to the capital.
Oh, Stephen, look. They've started this way.
Must have seen us. Come on, down the alley.
Wait, Stephen, stop.
Stop. Are you kidding?
That door, an empty warehouse.
Okay. Hurry up. Brother, dark in here.
We should be safe here.
Yeah, but it's not getting us any closer to Dr. Corvell.
Steve.
Yeah, steps outside in the alley. Quiet.
Good. They have passed by.
Yeah. Hey, if they're away from the garage, maybe we can get to the car after all. Wait a minute.
What?
Listen.
One of them is coming back.
Just one of them. Good. Stay down behind the crate. Now! Oh.
Steve, he must not call out.
He can't call on a stranglehold on him. A little more. A little more. There.
Speaking of being an old hand at this sort of thing.
Look, his buddies will be back looking for him any minute. We gotta hurry.
All right, go around to the back of the warehouse. I will get the car and pick you up there.
Hop in, Stephen.
Okay. You sure didn't waste any time.
No, of course not. We must get the business over with fast, no?
Well...
Stephen, I have good news for you.
I could use some right now. What is it?
I learned from my man in the garage this Dr. Corbell was delayed getting across the border. He is now less than an hour ahead of us, and he's riding in a truck.
Think we can overtake him before he gets to the city?
It will be fun trying, Stephen.
Hey, there's a car coming up at us fast.
Oh, I see it.
It's Marzak. Brother, what a tough guy to shake. Watch out. Watch out. He's pulling alongside.
This is for you, Mitchell.
Get down, Sari.
Let us make Marzak get down instead.
Huh? Hey!
Just giving him a friendly little nudge.
Oh, brother. Right into the ditch. A friendly little nudge yet. Remind me never to get you mad at me. Now, let's see if we can catch up with that truck. Sari jams the throttle to the floor and holds it there. The minutes tick off. This is the last lap of the race and the lap that pays off. Up ahead of us somewhere, Dr. Corvell in the truck riding innocently into a death trap, and Sari and I in the car trying to catch up with him before the trap is sprung. But at least we've whittled down the opposition. Marzak's out of commission. Also the fake wagon driver who tried to machine gun me. That should leave just the friend whose house Dr. Corvell is heading for. Finally, we get to the outskirts of the city. Then Sari points up ahead.
There's the truck, Stephen.
Yeah. You sure that's the one Dr. Corvell's riding in?
Yes, I recognize it. It is my truck.
Wait a minute. How about the driver?
Oh, he's one of my men. He can be trusted.
Okay. As soon as we get up to the truck, pull alongside it and tell the driver
Stephen,
to...
look coming out of the side street.
Eh? A hay wagon.
Oh, it has stopped in the center of the road.
Oh, brother, the other team's throwing everything at us but the water boy.
I think I can get around it.
Hey, now look, don't try to nudge that hay wagon into the ditch.
No, we will turn here.
Oh, brother, another inch and we'd have lined up with the rest of those tomatoes on that vegetable stand.
No, down the alley.
Hey, watch out, that cart!
Are you still with me?
Yep, I got enough feathers on me to pass for sitting bull.
There. We should be around the hay wagon. Now we will turn back onto the road and catch the truck.
Hey, the truck's nowhere in sight.
Oh, but it could not have gotten far.
Oh, great, to get this close and then...
There, look. There it goes, down the side street.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only a block ahead of us now.
Wait, it's stopping in front of that house up ahead. Dr. Corvell's getting out.
He's going up the stairs. Stephen, we are too late.
If I don't catch him now, this race is going to turn into a dead heat. Jam on the brakes. Dr. Corvell! Dr. Corvell, wait!
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell, government agent from the States. Get away from that door.
No, this is a trick. Let go of me.
Now, look.
My friend Miklos is inside. Let go.
Your friend Miklos has a bullet for you.
Take your hands off me.
Get down.
Miklos!
I've got him. Oh, boy. One more second would have been too many. I hope I never have to cut it that close again.
I cannot believe it. I thought Miklos was my friend. Yet all the while he was planning to betray me.
Well, it's all over now anyway. Come on, Dr. Corvell. Let's get you over to the legislature. We pile into Sari's car and head for the Capitol building. On the front steps are two men. One of them looks like an American. The other is Bisco, the guy who tried to shake Marzak for me earlier.
Mitchell?
Yeah?
Thompson from the legation. We just about given you up.
Me too. Looks like you didn't have much luck in shaking Marzak for me, Bisco.
I tried, but he was too clever for me. So I thought the best thing to do was come back here to the Capitol.
There's been an all-night session of the legislature inside, Mitchell. The whole thing's hanging in the balance. Could go either way.
Then I had better go inside immediately.
Yeah. Good thing you weren't delayed any longer, Dr. Corvell. Might have been too late to do any good.
Dr. Corvell, as an old friend, you must allow me the honor of escorting you inside personally.
What I do
come,
not...
I will take your arm.
Very well.
I'll bet you're glad this deal's over, Mitchell.
You can say that again.
Rough go, hmm?
Well, if it'll give you a clue, I was framed for a jewel thief, shot at 3 times, and given a ride that would put any self-respecting roller coaster to shame.
Sounds like a real picnic.
Well, it's all over now. And hey.
What's the matter?
Funny. Dr. Corvell and Biscoe walked right by the door to the assembly hall.
What?
Hey, looks like I spoke too soon, Thompson. I slipped down the stairs and around into the alley beside the building. There's a car parked by the side door. I hugged the wall. A moment later, the door opens, and out comes Dr. Corvell, followed by Biscoe.
Into the car, Corvell, and remember, I'm holding a gun on you in my pocket.
Well, I guess Corvell's got no friends at all, Biscoe, huh?
Mitchell!
Yeah, Mitchell.
Get your hands off me, I will kill you.
I've got your wrist. You pull that trigger now and you'll... What a hard guy to convince.
He shot himself.
Yeah, trying to do likewise to us.
Who is he? I have never seen him before.
That's what I figured. Come on.
When he took my arm, I could feel the gun in my side.
Didn't leave you much choice but to go with him.
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Corvell. Better get in the assembly hall.
Yes, Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you.
I hope he's in time.
Hey, listen. I guess that's your answer, Thompson.
Yeah, I guess it is all right. Well, I suppose you'll be wanting to get back right away, Mitchell. I can get you a plane reservation.
Well, as a matter of fact, Thompson, I already have my transportation all lined up.
Oh? Oh, you mean over there in the car?
Yeah.
Ah, I see your point.
Oh, no, you misunderstand.
You sure?
Nope, I'm just thinking of my own safety.
Safety? Look, air travel's pretty safe these days.
That's not what I mean. I've already seen what she does to guys she gets mad at. After all, you can't blame a guy for thinking of his own neck, can you?
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear the big show on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with me having somebody take a picture of my own murder. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Your plane leaves for Haiti in 1 hour.
Haiti? Well, guess I'd better brush up on my voodoo before somebody puts the double whammy on me.
Might be a good idea, Steve, because I'm sending you down there to put the whammy on somebody else.
What's the deal, Commissioner?
Have you seen the current issue of this picture magazine?
No, what about it?
They've got a spread on Haiti. Here, take a look at it. This picture in particular.
Native jungle deep in interior of Haiti. So it's a native village. What am I supposed to do? Go down there and check the plumbing?
Take a look at those natives in the background.
Just a bunch of them standing around the huts and... Hey, wait. One of them looks like he's wearing a leather flight jacket.
Right. We got a copy of that picture and had a section of it blown up. Can you read the name on that flight jacket now?
F. Carlson.
F. Carlson it is.
Well, look, Commissioner, I still don't
Remember Operation Fishhook?
I heard the name a couple of months ago, but I never knew what it meant or anything.
2 months ago, a group of scientists left for the Caribbean to conduct research and tests. They were working on a revolutionary theory of anti-submarine warfare, a self-propelled depth charge with a proximity fuse.
That was Operation Fishhook?
Yes, I'll skip the technical details. But what it boils down to is the most effective weapon against a submarine that's ever been devised.
How'd the tests work out?
We don't know. They were conducted in secret over a small island in the Caribbean. The scientists completed their research and compiled all the data. Then they took off for the States in a plane. That's the last we ever heard of them.
Wait a minute. I seem to remember reading about a group of scientists being lost at sea.
The same group, Steve. We suspected their plane had crashed into the ocean, that it had been sabotaged. That is, we suspected it until this magazine came out.
The magazine, you mean?
I mean the pilot of that plane was a man named F. Carlson.
The flight jacket.
Steve, it's possible Carlson or some of the others are still alive, and it's also possible that data they compiled is floating around in Haiti somewhere. I'm sending you down there to get it.
Just like that, huh?
It's quite possible, even probable, that other interests have seen this picture in the magazine, too. That means it's going to be a race.
Sounds real jolly. Any contacts in Haiti who can help me?
Only one. The photographer took the pictures. Her name is Virginia Collins, and we've learned she's still in Haiti at the Hotel Christophe in Port-au-Prince. Now, Steve, get down there, talk to Virginia Collins, and go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to recover that data. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a little matter of poking my way through a jungle in Haiti to find a leather flying jacket, the pilot who used to own it, and some vital data on anti-submarine warfare. And according to the commissioner, I'm sure to have some competition on the deal, which gives me an uneasy hunch that sooner or later I'll run into an amateur voodoo artist who'll be trying his best to charm me to sleep with a slug. Well, it's Thursday when my plane lands at Port-au-Prince. The air's like a hot, wet blanket, and I check in at the Hotel Christophe, but the clerk tells me Virginia Collins has gone out for a while, so I get a drink and go out on the veranda to wait for her. I drop into a seat beside a neat-looking little gent in a Panama suit.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
I believe the proverbial question is it hot enough for you?
I believe the proverbial answer is yes.
Well, you'll be very much encouraged to hear that it gets much hotter than this sometime.
Well, thanks for the good news. You seem to be enjoying the weather.
No, quite to the contrary. I detest it. I wouldn't be here at all if it weren't for my infernal conscience.
Conscience?
Yes. Without that, I could be quite comfortable sitting in my New York apartment writing my books. But no, my conscience tells me I must make them authentic. So, here I am.
You write novels?
Hardly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor Ernest A. Dalrymple.
Mine's Steve Mitchell.
I see my name doesn't mean anything to you, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, it's quite a mouthful, Professor Dalrymple, but beyond that,
You, apparently are not a student of folklore.
Oh, not exactly.
They tell me I am one of the foremost authorities on that subject. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm here now. My next book is to have a section devoted to voodoo. And I've learned that there's to be a very rare ceremony performed in the back country in a few days now. So I'm here to witness that if I can.
I see. That stuff still goes on in the back country, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. And some of the things which happen are completely incredible to most people. For instance, there's one particular ceremony.
Yeah?
More properly, an initiation rite. The Mamaloi...
Mama who?
The Mamaloi, the native priestess. She takes a rooster...
Excuse me, but do one of you men happen to be Steve Mitchell?
Why, yeah, I am. Right now, it looks like a lucky name.
Oh, leave us not be coy. I have a hangover.
Oh.
The clerk said you were asking about me.
Oh, you're Virginia Collins?
Mm-hmm, the same.
I'd like to talk to you.
Could it be done over a Ramos fizz?
It could.
Well,
Lead the way.
Excuse me, Professor. Maybe you can fill me in on Mama Loy and her rooster some other time, huh?
I should be delighted, sir.
You know, Steve, if I don't watch out, I'm going to be feeling almost human again. Now, what was it you wanted to talk about?
You took some photographs of a native village for a picture magazine recently, Virginia.
What about him?
That's what I want to know. Where'd you take them?
Say, what is this, anyway?
What do you mean?
Well, you're the second guy who's asked me about those pictures.
What?
Well, yeah, somebody sidled up to me in the lobby just a couple of hours ago and wanted to know all about them, too.
Who was he?
I don't know. Never saw him before.
Well, they're not losing any time.
What's with the pictures, anyway?
There was a native in one of them. He was wearing a leather flight jacket.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I remember now.
I'd like you to tell me where the village is.
Okay, it's a little village inland near La Chapelle, but I'll do better than just tell you about it. I'll take you there.
Oh, well, that sounds real obliging of you.
Look, I'm Virginia Collins, girl reporter, remember?
Huh?
And if there is a story, I want it.
Okay, it's a deal. I suppose we'll need a guide to get there.
Yeah, and I know a good one. I'll take care of it, Steve. You just meet me out on the terrace a little before dawn, and we'll start then.
It's just getting gray the next morning when I walk out onto the terrace. I start towards the other end where I'm supposed to meet Virginia, and then suddenly I hear a rustle in the bushes. I whirl around. There's a glint of metal, and I hit the ground. The slug whistles by my ear. I scramble to my feet and take off in the direction of the shot. There's no one in the bushes, but I spot a native running across the courtyard. I cut him off as he gets to the other side.
Let go! Let go!
Oh, no. Who hired you to take a shot at me?
Lobo, no, shoot!
Look, don't give me that.
Steve, what happened?
Oh, this joker just threw a shot at me.
No.
Who, Lubo?
Oh, why, Steve, Lubo wouldn't do anything like that.
Wait a minute. You know this guy?
Well, sure, he's our guide, Lubo.
Why?
Oh, he's okay, Steve, I'm sure of it.
Look, if you aren't the guy who shot at me, Lubo, why were you running just now?
Lobo here, shot from bushes. Lobo think maybe somebody shoot at him. Lobo start to run.
And where did the sniper go, I wonder?
There's a lot of bushes around the terrace, Steve. Whoever it was could have worked his way clear around the hotel.
Yeah, he or she could have, all right. I'll skip it.
You know, it looks like somebody doesn't want you to take this trip, Steve.
It sure does, Virginia. Which means the sooner we get started, the better. We go as far as we can in a jeep, and then we take off through the jungle. It's hot and sticky, and after about 4 hours of thrashing around through the brush, Lubo motions up ahead.
Village, just ahead.
That's good news. I've had enough of this jungle for a while.
Ooh, what a girl will do for a story.
Our people go to village, too.
What do you mean, Lubo?
Lubo see marks along trail. Somebody passed this way before us.
Oh, you mean some natives?
No, not natives.
What?
Here is village.
Oh, brother. These villages are well hidden. You don't see them until you're right on top of them.
Looks like the whole town's turned out to greet us.
Yeah. This is the village where you took the picture of the native in the flight jacket, huh, Virginia?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Here, Lubo, take this picture and see if any of the people here know where this guy lives.
Lubo, do.
So what happens if you find the native with the flight jacket, Steve?
Look, I thought you were just along to take some more pictures.
Talk about the proverbial clam.
Well, you never heard of a clam who could keep his trap shut getting killed, did you?
Maybe you've got a point.
Wait a minute. Lubo's beckoning to us. Did you locate that native, Lubo?
People say he lived with a white plant man.
White plant man?
Yes, in house over there.
I don't see any... Wait. There is a small house back behind those trees.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is. Funny, I didn't even notice it when I was here before.
What did they mean by white plant man, Lubo?
Lubo do not know, but they say native works for this man.
Oui?
I take it you're the white plant man.
Well, I am a botanist, if that is what you mean. Henri Valder.
Oh, my name's Mitchell. This is Miss Collins.
How do you do?
Mademoiselle, please to come in.
Thank you.
Visitors to my house are most infrequent, but always welcome. How may I serve you?
Well, first, I think you'd better look at these credentials, Monsieur Valder.
So, a government agent.
Well, you're full of surprises, Steve.
Next, I'd like you to look at this picture.
Why, it is a picture of Bala.
He worked for you?
Oh, oui. As I told you, I am a botanist. Bala knows this country like the palm of his hand. I sent him into the jungle for botanical specimens, and he never fails me.
He takes a lot of trips into the jungle, huh?
Oh, to be sure. And would you believe it, monsieur? I simply described to Bala an Opuntias picardi, and voila, he brings me back a specimen.
Well, right now I'm a little more interested in another specimen Bala brought back here a while ago. A leather flight jacket.
Oh, the leather jacket. Oh, oui. He brought that back a month ago, I would say.
You happen to remember where you'd sent him the time he brought it back?
Quite well. Observe on this map.
Uh-huh.
This village is here.
I see.
To the east, this large plateau.
That could be where he got the jacket, then. Somewhere on that plateau.
Oui, it is a most wild country.
Okay, I'd like to talk to Bala, Monsieur Valder.
I am sorry, Mitchell, but I fear it is impossible.
What do you mean?
Well, not 1 hour ago, Bala left for the plateau country.
Oh, great. Alone?
No, 2 men came here to the village and hired him as a guide.
Looks like you've been running a poor second all the way, Steve.
Yeah, and I've got to make it at least a tie. Could I borrow this map of yours, Valder?
Why, certainly.
Thanks. Come on, Virginia. Let's get Lubo and start moving.
You think we're gaining any on Vala and the boys who hired him, Steve?
I'm beginning to think we're not supposed to be gaining any on them, Virginia.
Well, what do you mean?
Stop here.
But Luba will get too far ahead of us.
Let him go for a moment.
Well, what's the matter, Steve?
Look at this map I borrowed from Valder.
Well, what about it?
There's the village where Valder lives, and over here, directly to the east of the village, is the river we're supposed to cross before we get to the plateau.
Well, so what?
So we should have been traveling east since we left the village 3 hours ago. Now take a look at the sun.
Uh-huh.
It's setting on our left. Unless they've changed things pretty recently, the sun sets in the west.
Steve, that
It means we're going north.
North? Well, Steve, you think Lubo's trying to get us lost?
I don't know. Here he comes. I guess I better have it out with him right now.
Be careful, Steve.
No, follow Lubo. Something is wrong?
Yeah, Lubo, I think something is wrong. That surprise you?
Lubo, do not know what you mean.
No? You sure somebody didn't pay you to take us in the wrong direction and delay us?
Lubo, guide you good.
Oh, sure, you guide us great, except all the while we've been going north instead of east.
Lubo go north on purpose.
Yeah, that's the point. Now look.
Because of river.
River? What do you mean?
River big with rain. Too hard to cross at usual place. So we go north to narrow place. Then we cross it.
Oh. Just how much farther is this narrow place?
Not far. Maybe 1 hour.
Okay, Lubo. We'll go along with you for 1 hour. Get going, but just remember, I'll be right behind you, watching you every foot of the way.
Oh, Steve, we've been going at least an hour, and there's no sign of a river.
Yeah, it's starting to get dark, too.
Look at Lubo walking along ahead of us. He's probably just waiting until it does get dark enough, and then he'll...
I thought you were the one who told me Lubo could be trusted, Virginia.
Well, I thought he could be, Steve. When he brought me to that village to get the pictures that time, he seemed all right. That's why I hired him for this trip. It's obvious he's just trying...
Hold it, Virginia. Quiet. Well, what do you know?
Steve, it sounds like a river.
It sure does.
River here.
Okay, Lubo. Come on, Virginia. Looks like I had Lubo pegged all wrong.
See, narrow crossing here.
It sure is.
Well, Wait. What's that?
Voodoo drums.
Voodoo? Oh, great.
Oh, do not be afraid. Drums tell of ceremony in village tonight.
How much farther to the village, Lubo?
By sound of drums. He's not far.
Well, you better get started.
Oh, look, my feet are killing me. How about me just dunking them in the river a few minutes, huh?
Okay, but hurry it up.
I'll just be a minute.
We save much time by coming this way.
Yeah. I gotta hand it to you, Lubo. I guess you know this country pretty well, all right. Of course, you made a trip as far as the last village only a couple of weeks ago, didn't you?
Yes. Lubo guide the woman who take pictures to village.
Yeah, Virginia.
Lubo did not know her name.
I mean Virginia Collins, the woman who's with us now.
No. He's not the one.
What?
This woman with us, she's not the one who took the pictures.
You sure about that?
Lobo, sure.
Then who is she?
Lobo do not know. She come last night in city, ask Lobo to guide her and you up here. Lobo never see her before in his life.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, at this point, the whole deal is turned into a game of who's who. First, I think that Lou goes in with the other team, but he turns out to be okay. Now, it looks like Virginia Collins, or whatever her name is my grade A suspect. Well, we cross the river and head for the village, and the drums keep getting louder.
Village very close now.
Oh, good. I don't have any desire to be wandering around this jungle in the dark.
Think it's too dark to take a picture, Virginia?
Picture?
Yeah. Isn't that what you do for a living, take pictures?
Well, sure, but
Why don't you take a picture of me?
You? Now?
Why not?
Well, it's pretty dark.
Oh, don't you know how to use a flash bulb?
Say, what is this anyway, Steve?
Nothing. I just want to have my picture taken.
But you... Okay. Wait till I put a bulb in. All right. Smile pretty. There. That make you happy?
You know, you handle that camera like an expert.
I make my living at it, remember?
Yeah. I wonder if my picture will turn out as good as those you took for your magazine.
Look, Lubo's leaving us behind. Hey, we'd better catch up.
Yeah, sure.
Those drums give me the creeps.
Well, you better get used to them. They'll probably be going on quite a while.
Oh, look, there's a village in the clearing.
Yeah. Wonder who that native woman is that Luba just talked to.
Whoever she is, she sure looks official.
Everything all right. I've arranged with Mama Thibault for us to stay overnight.
Mama who?
Thibault. She's Mama Loy here.
Oh, whatever that means.
The Mama Loy is the voodoo priestess. Funny, you wouldn't know that after all those pictures you've taken in Haiti.
Mamaloy, schmamaloy. Do you have to be a student of voodoo to take pictures?
Mama Thibault say there are other guests in village.
Yeah, I see them standing over there. 2 men.
Steve, wait a minute. Isn't one of them the man you were talking to back at the hotel when I first met you?
Yeah, Professor Dalrymple, the folklore king.
Yeah, but who's the other one?
I don't know. Never saw him before.
You think they're the ones who hired the native boy in the leather jacket? What's his name? That
Bala. I don't know.
Mama Thibault say hut over there is for you, miss.
Okay. Might as well go and take a look at it. See you later.
Okay, Virginia. Lobo.
Yes?
Circulate around the village. See if you can locate Bala and tell him I want to see him secretly.
Lobo, do.
Mitchell! Oh, Mitchell!
Hello, Professor Dalrymple.
Well, I thought I recognized you and Miss Collins as you entered the village. This is my guide, Brissac.
Hi.
I am honored, Monsieur Mitchell.
Well, I didn't realize you two were interested in voodoo, Mitchell.
I'm interested in quite a few things, Professor.
Well, you've certainly come to the right place. The ceremony in honor of Damballa is to start any moment.
Who's Damballa?
The principal voodoo god. It's quite a fascinating spectacle. Mama Thibault has kindly given me permission to witness it, which is quite a rare privilege, I might add. Would you care to be my guest?
Sorry, I'm afraid that's a little out of my line.
Perhaps it is just as well. Such ceremonies often have an undesirable effect on spectators.
Oh?
I'm going to get something to eat, Mr. Dalrymple. I will meet you later.
Yes, very well, Brissac. Very strange fellow to be sure.
Brissac?
Yes. Yes, he's the one disappointment on an otherwise rewarding trip.
What do you mean?
Well, back in Port-au-Prince, I tried to hire the native guide I've had for these trips in the past, but he was unavailable. And this chap, Brissac, introduced himself to me and prevailed on me to hire him as my guide.
Oh?
But soon after we started, I realized he knew very little about this country. Then, when we reached the village where the French botanist lives, Brissac was quick to hire this Bala as another guide. He seized upon Bala as soon as he saw him. It was almost as if he recognized him.
Well, that's very interesting, Professor.
Monsieur Mitchell.
Oh, excuse me, Professor.
Sure.
What is it, Lubo?
Bala at voodoo ceremony.
Okay, thanks. I've changed my mind, Professor Dalrymple. I'd like to witness that ceremony with you.
Well, splendid, splendid. Come, it may have already started.
The professor and I start walking through the village. On the way, I spot Virginia standing outside her hut talking to Brissac, which doesn't surprise me much at this point. The two of them could be in the deal together. Well, we reach the clearing where the ceremony's being held, and it's quite a sight. The natives are squatting around in a circle, and in the middle of them, Mama Thibault is whirling around and around. Professor Dalrymple eagerly starts taking notes.
Mitchell, just look at her. Isn't she magnificent?
Oh, hardly what you'd call ballroom dancing.
I dance it ever. Now comes the incantation. See the native who just stood up.
The chant drones on. One by one, the natives jump up and start dancing, if you can call it that. Then I spot Bala, the boy in the leather jacket. He's whirling around, kicking up his heels, and in general having himself a time. I catch his eye a couple of times and jerk my head for him to come over, but he doesn't pay any attention. Just keeps whirling around faster and faster. Then my eyes slide past Bala to a figure on the other side of the clearing. It's Brissac, and he's watching Bala like a hawk. This is just great. How am I going to get to Bala without Brissac knowing about it? Finally, Bala keels over in a trance, and a couple of other natives drag him away. The dance continues. By now, I've had it. My one chance of talking to Bala is gone. I think I can see a grin on Brissac's face. After a few minutes more, I go back to my hut, and I've got a visitor.
You wanted to see me?
Bala, I thought you were in some kind of a trance.
Bala saw your signal. Pretended to be in trance so could talk to you.
Well, you're a really cagey character, aren't you?
All of a sudden, everybody wants to talk to Bala. Bala think maybe you pay more money than other men who hired him.
You mean Brissac?
Not know his name.
Yeah, I want to talk to you, all right. Look, you're wearing a leather jacket with the name F. Carlson on it. Where'd you get it?
In small village, 2-3 hours from here. A white man there with broken legs.
What?
Natives caring for him.
But he's still alive, huh?
Still alive.
Will you take me to him?
For money?
Okay, for money. Let's get going. We've been going at least 2 hours, Bala. We should be getting close, huh?
Not more than 1 hour or...
What's the matter?
Somebody follow us.
You sure?
Bala sure.
Could be Brissac in Virginia.
Bala fix.
How?
You follow river. Lead you straight to village and white flyer man. Bala go other direction.
And lead them away, huh? Okay, go to it, Bala. I'll see you later. Bala disappears into the brush, and I start following the river towards the village ahead. Then, as I'm walking along, I notice all of a sudden there's no sound in the jungle. No birds. Nothing. It's all quiet. Too quiet. The scream comes from my left. I take off in that direction. I pound along, round a tree trunk, and then... There he is, on the ground in front of me. Bala. Now I know why he stopped screaming so suddenly. How can you scream when your throat's been cut? Now I know that whoever's following me is way too close for comfort. I duck back into the brush and take off to the village on the double. Half an hour later, I'm there. I manage to make the natives understand I'm looking for a white man. They point to a small hut. Inside, there's a guy lying on the floor with both legs bandaged.
Hi.
Carlson?
Yep. What's left of me?
Steve Mitchell, agent from the States. I traced you here by your flight jacket.
Oh, brother, my glad you did. I was beginning to think I was going to rot away in this
Carlson,
jungle.
what happened?
I was piloting some scientists back from a small island in the Caribbean. Something went wrong with a plane.
Sabotage?
Could be. We crashed into a mountain not far from here. The others were all killed. Some natives found me, brought me here. They've been taking care of me ever since.
Look, those scientists were bringing back some valuable data about a new underwater explosive.
Yeah, I managed to get the whole file out of the wreckage.
Good.
Been using it for a pillow.
I'll take it and...
Just in time to give it to me, Mitchell.
What?
Hand that over, please.
Well, the old professor himself.
Yes, precisely.
Quite an act you put on about being an authority on voodoo, Dalrymple.
Amazing the things one can learn out of a book.
And throwing suspicion on your guide, Brissac. That was pretty neat, too.
Mitchell, Do not attempt to stall. Hand over that file at once. Patient man.
Suddenly, I spot somebody standing in the shadows outside the hut. It's Virginia with her camera over her shoulder. She acts like she's trying to keep out of sight. This I don't get at all. If she's working with Dalrymple, why the hide-and-seek act? Then an idea hits me, a wild chance, but my only one.
Did you hear me, Mitchell? Give me that file.
You know, this would make quite a picture, Professor. Me handing over a file of secret information to a foreign agent. Quite a picture indeed.
Mitchell, I warn you. I will count 3. If you have not given me the file by then,
Virginia gives me a puzzled look. I don't know whether she's gotten the message or not.
1.
She looks at her camera, then slips it off her shoulder.
2.
Dalrymple starts swinging the gun towards me just as Virginia presses the shutter.
What?
The blinding flash startles the professor. He jerks his head towards the door, but before he gets back to me, I get to him with a right hook. A little too late, Professor.
Steve, are you okay?
Yeah. Thanks for the assist with the flash bulb, Virginia.
Oh, sure. It ought to make a great picture.
Not that I'm not happy to see you, but how'd you get up here?
Well, I had Lubu bring me when I discovered you'd left. You know, you just can't shake a girl reporter that easy, Steve.
Glad I couldn't. One thing still puzzled me. Are you really Virginia Collins?
Well, certainly.
But according to Lubo, you're not the one who took the pictures for the magazine.
Oh, that. Well, just between us two, Steve. I was in Cuba when I got the assignment to Haiti, but, there was a guy in Cuba. I ended up by missing the boat. So I wired ahead to my assistant, who was already in Haiti, to take the pictures for me. But don't you tell anyone about that.
Okay.
Now, how about giving me the whole story?
First, we got to get Carlson back to civilization.
But after that?
Sure, I'll give you the story, but of course it'll take some time.
What do you mean?
You do somewhere else on another assignment?
Well, yes. I should be on my way to Trinidad in the morning.
Where's your assistant?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's in Trinidad right now.
You better send her a wire, Virginia. I got a strong hunch you're going to miss that boat again.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo. The music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Next, The Man Called X on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to give me a lesson in etiquette. I'd always thought it was rude to turn down a free drink. Now I know it can be fatal. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Ever done any bullfighting?
Bullfighting? Well, I've shot a little in my time, but never fought any. Why?
Your plane leaves for Madrid, Spain in 1 hour.
I'm flying to Spain to do some bullfighting? And me without even a cape.
Steve, ever hear of Dr. Wiecek?
Wiecek, sure. He's the greatest European scientist alive today. What about him?
Right now, we're not so sure.
That he's the greatest European scientist?
No, that he's alive today.
What?
Steve, Dr. Wiecek's field, as you probably know, is electronics. He's developed a new theory that could result in a revolutionary type of radio tube. A tube which does the work of 3 ordinary tubes. You can see how important that would be in the manufacture of radar and all other electronic devices.
Yeah, but what's this business about Wiecek not being alive?
Dr. Wiecek agreed to come to this country and turn over his research to us, to work with us in the development of this tube. He and his assistant, a man named Minescu, We're due 2 weeks ago, but he hasn't shown up.
You said I was flying to Spain. You think Dr. Wiecek is there?
We've traced him to a villa outside of Madrid, the home of La Avispa.
La Avispa? Hey, that means the Wasp.
Yeah, that's what they call her in Spain. She's a lady bullfighter.
You kidding?
No, she's very famous. A friend of Dr. Wiecek's. But shortly after he arrived there, we lost track of him. We've sent several cables, and a man from our embassy in Madrid called on La Avispa, but she hasn't been very cooperative about giving us any information concerning Dr. Wiecek.
You sure she's a friend of his?
Right now, we're not sure of anything. So, Steve, get over to Madrid. Talk to this La Avispa. Then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to find Dr. Wiecek. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly to Spain and find Dr. Wiecek. On the surface, it sounds pretty easy, but there are just a couple of small details that could make it not so. First, I'm sure to run into some boys along the line who'll be all out to prevent me from finding Wiecek. And second, I'm slated to tangle with a lady bullfighter known as the Wasp. And knowing the equipment wasps usually carry, I've got an uneasy hunch that her sting is going to be reserved for me. It's Sunday afternoon when my plane lands in Madrid. As soon as I get off, a little guy scurries toward me.
Mr. Mitchell.
Eh?
They told me you were coming. I have been waiting for your plane.
Who are you?
Manescu.
Oh, yeah, the commissioner told me about you. You're Dr. Wiecek's assistant, aren't you?
Yes.
Look, what's the deal? Have you any idea where Dr. Wiecek is?
No, none at all. And I'm quite worried about him. You see, Dr. Mitchell, when Dr. Wiecek and I decided to come to the United States, we realized there might be people who would try to prevent it, particularly in our own country.
Yeah.
So we decided to split up, to travel separately to Spain. We were to meet at the villa of this La Avispa. Dr. Wiecek left first. I followed a few days later. But when I arrived here in Madrid, I could not find Dr. Wiecek. And La Avispa could not give me any information about him.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I am not sure which.
Was Dr. Wiecek carrying his research notes with him?
Yes, but the papers themselves are worthless.
What do you mean?
The basic formula Dr. Wiecek did not write down. He kept it in his head.
Well, that means we got to locate him. I think I'd better have a talk with this La Avispa. Where's her villa?
Outside the city, but you will not find her there now. She is at the Plaza de Toros.
The bullfight arena?
Yes, the corrida or bullfight is in progress.
Okay, let's go to the arena. I'd like to see the Wasp in action. See just what kind of a sting she carries. Manescu and I head for the arena. It's packed, but we managed to find 2 seats. Next to me sits a skinny little guy in a loud striped shirt, complete with armbands and a collar button, but no collar. Every time something happens in the ring, he jumps to his feet, lets out a yell, and jams an elbow into my face.
¡Ay, bravo, bravo!
Hey! Watch it, will you, Buster?
Oh, I'm sorry, senor. It's just that I get so overcome with the excitement.
You sure do. What's going on down there, anyway?
You do not understand bullfighting?
I do not understand bullfighting. This is a crime?
It's an outrage. But I fix, senor. I fix. I'll tell you all about it. Mira. The banderilleros have just finished now.
The who?
They are the ones who flame the darts in the bull's neck. Now comes the suerte de matar.
Suerte de... Hey, now look.
That's the kill, senor. In a moment you go to... Hey, caray, la avispa! La avispa!
Hey, will you watch that elbow?
Lo siento. Sorry, senor. But that is la avispa who just come into the ring.
Hey, even from here, she looks like a pin-up girl.
Oh, I got what you call the most big crush on her. She's the most beautiful, the most brave. Oh, the most.
Yeah. What's she doing now?
It looks like she is making a speech to that person sitting in the box.
See, the bull she is about to kill. She dedicates her first to El Presidente of the bullfight. And now it starts. Now. See? She has turned her face to the bull.
Yeah. Hey, he's coming at her. Wow. Hey! Those horns couldn't have been farther away from her than an inch.
Senor, did you ever saw such a beautiful Veronica?
Veronica who?
Veronica, that's the name of the turn she just made to elude the bull. Now, see if you come again.
Oh, brother, that bull charges like an express train.
That's an Andalusian bull. They are the most fierce of all.
Mitchell, she has all the grace of a ballet dancer.
Yeah, she seems to be working the bull into a tighter circle all the time.
Look, the bull is just standing there.
Hey, is she crazy? She's turning her back on him and walking away.
Bravo! Bravo, bravissimo!
If you don't take that elbow out of my face, I'll bravo you, you runt.
Oh, sorry, but you see, the supreme moment has arrived. She has worked the bull into position for estocada.
What's that?
The death thrust. You see, now she take the estoque, the sword.
So that's the wasp stinger. Pretty effective looking.
See, now she has two choices. Either a voglio pie or recibiendo.
Don't start that double talk again, will you?
Oh, but it's quite simple, senor. Look, what I mean is, a voglio pie, that is the method in which the bull stands still, and the matador runs at him to deliver the death thrust.
But she is standing still. She is waving her cape at the bull.
Oh, wonderful. Recibiendo! She's going to let the bull charge her and deliver the thrust in his horns pass under her arm. The best way, recibiendo!
The bull has started for her.
He's right on top of her. She's not even moving.
Like a statue she stands. Now watch.
Wait, she slipped at the last moment and brought the sword home.
Oh, bravissimo, la Oh, senor, the bull is down. One thrust, he is done for.
Oh, boy, great thing to watch on an empty stomach.
Look. El president of the bullfight.
Yeah.
He is making the sign. Oh, it's too much. He awards to La Vispa the ears and the tail. It's too much.
You're telling me. What happens now?
They drag the bull away. Then come another bull, another matador. Oh, but for me, I have seen La Vispa. I have lived. It's all over. I go.
Yeah, I go too. Down to La Avispa's dressing room. La Avispa?
See? Who are you?
Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Oh? What do you wish of me?
A little information. You see, I'm a newspaper correspondent.
Oh, an interview.
Yeah, sort of.
Very well, but perhaps you will be kind enough to make it brief. I'm rather tired.
I shouldn't wonder. That must be quite a workout. How'd you happen to get into this business, love?
You may call me Consuela. With me, this is not a business. It's much more than that.
Oh?
But you, as a reporter, had better write down that I do it for money or for publicity. These things people understand. My real reason, this they would perhaps not understand.
What is the real reason, Consuela?
We all of us look for reality. We find it in different ways. I find it in the arena. In that moment, the bull charges me. I am alive.
You, feel alive by killing something, huh?
Well, that is one way of looking at it, I suppose.
But what do you do between times? I mean, you can't be fighting bulls all the time.
It's quite simple. When I finish fighting one bull, then I wait to fight another one.
Oh, no social life, huh?
To be a matador such as I, it is necessary to purify the mind, to purge it of all else.
Oh. Ever occurred to you that you might be missing a few things in life that way?
No, perhaps. If I ever found something, or someone who did for me what the charge of the bull does, well, then it might be a different matter.
Well, sounds like it'd be a pretty tough act to follow.
Huh?
I'll skip it. Another thing, Consuela, I'd sort of like an interview with your house guest, too.
I have no house guest.
I mean, Dr. Wiecek. I understood he was staying with you.
No longer.
Oh?
He left my villa a week or more ago.
Any idea where he went?
I understand he was going to the United States. I do not know.
I see. And you're sure he's not at your villa?
I have just told you he is not, senor. Now, if you will pardon me, I'm quite tired.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the interview, Consuela. I'll see you around.
What did you find out from her, Mitchell?
No more than you did, Minescu. She said Dr. Wiecek had left for the States a week ago, but I think she's lying.
Perhaps she is.
Hold it. Sounds like she's on the phone.
This is Consuela. A man was just here. Steve Mitchell. He claimed to be a newspaper correspondent, but I do not believe him. He may be an agent. You must be careful.
Who was she talking to?
I don't know, but I do know she's involved in the deal some way.
It is hard to believe. Dr. Wiecek considers her to be a good friend.
I guess you never can tell. Well, I guess I'd better find me a hotel, Minescu. Then I think I'll pay another visit to La Avispa at her villa. Come in.
You are Senor Mitchell, no?
I am Senor Mitchell, yes. Who are you?
Enrique of the hotel, senor. I have come to inquire if your room is in order.
Oh, yeah. Everything seems to be fine. I'm just getting unpacked. What's that under your arm?
A bottle of the finest Malaga wine, senor, with the compliments of the hotel.
Oh?
See, it is our way of extending to you the welcome.
I see.
And now, if you will permit, I will see if everything is in order in the bathroom.
Sure, go ahead. Desk, this is Senior Mitchell in 211. Is it the custom of the hotel to send a bottle of wine to each new guest? It isn't, huh? Thanks very much.
So, everything is in order, Senor Mitchell. I hope you will enjoy your stay here.
Just a minute, Enrique.
What is it, senor?
Well, as long as you were kind enough to bring me this bottle of wine, I'd like you to have a drink with me.
Why, it is very nice of you to offer, senor, but I'm afraid the hotel regulations forbid the employees to drink with the guests.
Oh, well, couldn't we make an exception?
No, I'm afraid not. Now, if you will excuse me, I must leave, senor. You are blocking the door.
You can leave, Enrique, right after you have a drink with me.
But I have told you it is impossible.
Funny. You're perspiring all of a sudden. Weather seems pretty chilly to me.
Senor, I must leave.
Couldn't be by any chance there's something wrong with this wine, could it?
I insist you let me by.
Like poison, for instance?
Get out of my way!
I dive for Enrique. He pulls a chair in front of me, and I go sprawling on the floor. He jerks open the door and lunges out into the hall. I scramble to my feet to follow him. When I get out in the hall, he's nowhere in sight. I turn a corner and run right into a fat boy who was waddling down the hall. Oh!
I beg your pardon, senor. I hope that I...
It's okay. Just let me pass.
But of course, senor.
Not that way.
Oh, forgive me.
Look, let's quit dodging each other.
But I am only trying to get out of your way, senor.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder.
Senor?
Skip it. Look, you stand still and I'll go around you.
But of course. I hope I have not detained you, senor.
I pound along the rest of the hall and down to the lobby, but no Enrique. The fat boy delayed me just long enough, and maybe on purpose. I go back upstairs, but the fat boy's gone, too. Great. But somebody's trying to take me out of the ball game, and that somebody could be Consuela the Wasp girl. I rent a car and head out of the city to her villa. I park down the roadway and start walking toward the gate. Just as I get there, I hear a car winding down the long driveway, so I duck into the bushes. As the car passes me, I spot the driver. It's Enrique, the boy who slipped me the bottle of poisoned wine in the hotel. I run back, get into my car, and start following him. He's heading toward the city, traveling fast. I keep well back. Finally, he pulls up at a large house on the outskirts of town. I park my car, climb the garden wall, and ease up to a window. Inside, I can see Enrique talking to an old man with white hair, whose back is to me. The old gent half turns, and I get a look at his face and do a big take. To make sure, I fish a picture out of my pocket and take a look at it. Yep, there's no doubt about it. I've finally found Dr. Wiecek. There's a lot about the deal I don't understand yet, but I'll soon find out. I wait until Enrique leaves. Then I go to the front door. Why the gun?
The gun is for you if you do not leave. I am not Dr. Wiecek. I've never heard of Dr. Wiecek. And if you do not get away from this house this instant, you will have to be carried away.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell.
Well, this is just great. I hear I bust my back trying to find Dr. Wiecek, and now he tells me he isn't. Looks like he's maybe not quite as anxious to come over to the States as the commissioner figured. I don't know why he's lying, but I'm going to find out. I didn't fly all the way over here to Madrid for nothing.
If you do not get out, I will shoot you.
I doubt you. Not much of a marksman. No. Now drop the gun.
No.
Drop it.
No.
There.
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell from the States. I was sent over here to find you. Why did you lie to me just now about not being Dr. Wiecek?
I had no choice.
What do you mean?
I've been waiting for my transportation. I have just learned it has been arranged. Tonight I leave for the East.
The East? You mean back to your own country?
Beyond my own country. Those are my instructions.
Your instructions? Look, you better start at the beginning. You're leaving me way behind.
Very well, Mitchell. But it will do no good. I am helpless. You see, my original intention was to come to your country and make available to your government
the results of my research in electronics.
Yeah, I know all that. You've developed a new kind of radio tube that we need in our radar equipment.
Yes, when I told my assistant Manescu of my decision, he asked to accompany me. It was decided that we should travel separately. My daughter and I first, Manescu to follow.
Your daughter?
Maria, 20 years old.
Oh, I wasn't told about your daughter.
But that is what this is all about.
Go on.
Manescu was to meet us here in Madrid, at Consuela's villa.
Well, what happened?
When my daughter arrived at the villa, Consuela was not there. Instead, there was a man waiting with a gun.
I see.
I was brought here. My daughter was taken somewhere else. I do not know where. I was told that if I wanted to see her alive again, I must discontinue my journey and return to the east.
You know, it's pretty strange that Consuela wouldn't be at her villa if she was expecting you and your daughter.
I naturally suppose she had been called away at the time.
Either that or she'd arranged to be away at the time.
Arranged? Mitchell, you asked me earlier if you were sure I could trust Consuela. What did you have in mind?
This boy, Enrique, the one who was just here to see you.
Well, he is the one who took my daughter and forced me to come here. What about him?
I followed him here from Consuela's villa.
What?
Yeah.
What? I cannot believe Consuelo could be involved in this.
Enrico's also the boy who posed at a bellhop earlier this evening and tried to kill me with a bottle of poisoned wine.
Mitchell, I do not know what to say.
Have you seen Consuela since you've been in hiding?
No, but I have talked to her by telephone. I wish to explain my disappearance to her.
I see. Look, what time are you supposed to leave for the east?
Enrique is to call for me at midnight.
Midnight. That gives us just 3 hours to find your daughter.
Mitchell, I will not consent to anything that might place her in danger.
Just give me 3 hours, Dr. Wiecek. You sit tight here. I'm going to pay another call on Consuela.
I do not quite understand why you have come here to my villa, Senor Mitchell. You have already interviewed me once.
Well, just put it down that I've gotten to be a fan of yours, Consuela.
Well, I'm quite flattered. May I offer you a glass of wine?
Malaga wine, by any chance?
Well, as a matter of fact, it is. How did you know?
Oh, just psychic, I guess.
Would you care for some?
Thanks a lot, but no thanks. Consuela, you told me you didn't have any idea where your friend Dr. Wiecek is.
See? It is exactly what I told you, and that is exactly what I meant.
Therefore, you wouldn't know where his daughter Maria is either.
But of course not.
And you haven't talked to either one of them lately?
How could I talk to them if I do not know where they are?
I see. How about your driver, Enrique?
Huh? What about him?
I was just wondering if he could know where they are.
Senor, if I do not know, how could Enrique know?
I guess you've got a point there, Consuela.
Senor, I suggest we conclude this interview. It appears to serve no purpose.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Consuela. It's been a very interesting interview. I'll be seeing you.
I greatly doubt it.
You never can tell. So I leave. At this point, it looks like Consuela is my grade A suspect. I don't think Enrique is the boss of the operation. I think he's taking orders, and Consuela is the logical one to be giving those orders. Of course, there's still the matter of the fat gent who detained me in the hall outside my hotel room when I was chasing Enrique. I don't know yet how he fits into the deal, but right now the important thing is to find Wiecek's daughter. I've got just 2 hours left, and I don't know where to start. Then a thought hits me. Why not start right where I am? I circle around through the grounds of the villa to the garage. Consuela's car is a large black sedan. I get in and crouch down on the floor of the rear seat. Then I wait. The minute ticks by. 11 o'clock, I start sweating. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. Then somebody enters the garage, eases into the car, and we start up. I get a look at the back of the driver's head. It's Enrique. He heads for the city. "20 minutes later, he pulls up in front of a beat-up rooming house on a side street. Enrique gets out and goes inside. I wait a couple of minutes, then I get out of the back seat. Then I spot a guy across the street. It's the fat boy, and he stiffens when he sees me. I know I haven't got much time now, so I dive inside, but I don't know which room Enrique headed for. There's no one in sight on the first floor. I start up the stairs. Then I spot Enrique at the top looking down at me. I dive to one side. The knife plunks into the banister. I scramble up the rest of the stairs. Enrique is disappearing through the window onto the fire escape. I pound after him and dive on him just as he reaches the ground.
Let go of me.
Oh, no, Enrique. You're going to tell me where you're holding Maria Wiecek a prisoner.
No, I do not know what you are talking about.
Okay, see if that wall behind you changes your mind. Which room is it, Enrique?
I will not tell.
Okay, this could go on all night.
No, stop.
I will tell you.
Let's have it.
The girl Maria Witchek.
Enrique! Enrique slumps to the ground. The shots came from the end of the alley. I take off after them. Then, around the corner, and there in front of me is the fat boy with a gun in his hand. I grab for it.
Let go of my gun.
Oh, no. I'll take it, Buster. You've already killed once with it. I'm not going to give you a second chance.
But you are mistaken, senor.
Save it. You killed Enrique just now to keep him from telling me where Maria Witchek is.
But why would I do that when I, too, am looking for Maria Witchek?
What? Now, look, Buster.
Gomez, if you please. If you would care to examine my gun, you will see that it has not been fired recently.
But... you're right, it hasn't. But who killed Enrique, then?
The shots were fired in the dark. I could not see. Perhaps it was you, senor.
Me? Now, look.
I believe it is time I inquired as to your interest in this matter. Who are you?
I'll answer then when I know who's talking.
Of course. I am Alberto Gomez of the Madrid police.
Police?
Si. And you?
Well, here are my credentials.
So. It would appear, then, that we are both concerned with the same matter. The disappearance of Dr. Witchek and his daughter, Maria.
I've already found Dr. Witchek.
Indeed?
Yeah. They kidnapped his daughter, Maria, and told him to stay undercover, but I think they've got her in that rooming house somewhere.
Well, in that case,
Hold it. Listen. Car pulling away out in front. Come on.
Perhaps it is Enrique's killer.
Here they come past the alley. A man and a girl.
The girl is Maria Witchek. I have a picture of her.
You got a car around here, Gomez?
Si.
Come on, we got to catch him.
We are almost up to them, Mitchell.
Yeah, but how are we going to stop him? I don't want to shoot the tires out.
No, the senorita might be injured.
Wait, I got it.
Mitchell, what are you doing?
Just getting out on the running board. Now come up alongside the other car.
What?
Come on, step on the gas.
Very well.
Okay, that's close enough. You can't drive and shoot at the same time, Buster. Maria, slam on the brakes.
All right.
Drop that gun, chum. I've got it bent towards you. Pull that trigger now and...
No.
Some guys are so hard to convince.
Oh, he shot himself.
He sure did. Who is he, anyway?
I do not know. He has been guarding me.
Mitchell, are you all right?
Yeah, but we're not much farther along than before, Gomez. We've got Maria, but we still don't know what's been masterminding this operation. This guy was just the guard, and I don't think Enrique was the boss either, which leaves just about one possibility.
What do you mean?
Enrique was Consuela's driver.
I know, but you surely do not think that Consuela could be involved.
Why not?
But La Vispa, she is a national figure. I cannot believe it.
I think I know one way to find out for sure, Gomez.
But how? This man is dead. Also, Enrique is dead.
First, let's take Maria back to town and put her in a safe place for the time being. Then, I want to make a couple of phone calls.
Phone calls?
Yeah. This calls for a celebration, Gomez, in my hotel room. I make my calls. Gomez and I wait in my room. Dr. Witchek is the first to show up. Then comes Minescu, and when he spots Dr. Witchek, his face lights up like a neon sign.
Dr. Witchek. Oh, what a relief to see you.
I feel badly about not communicating with you, Minescu, but I have no choice.
Oh, that is no matter. Now the important thing is that you are safe. And Maria.
She's safe, too.
Wonderful. Then we may continue our journey as planned.
Mitchell, I still do not see why you have arranged this meeting.
That should be our other guest, Gomez. Come on in, Consuela.
Senor Mitchell, may I ask, what is the meaning... Dr. Witchek?
Good evening, Consuela.
Does it surprise you to see him here, Consuela?
Why, indeed it does. But naturally I am delighted.
Are you?
What do you mean?
Skip it. Well, now that we're all here, I'd like to celebrate. The hotel sent me up this bottle of Malaga wine right after I arrived. I haven't had a chance to sample it yet, but now's a very fitting time, I'd say. Consuela, here's your glass. Minescu.
Thank you.
Consuela, don't you want your glass?
I am sorry, but I do not drink.
Ooh, I'm told this is a pretty special wine, Consuela.
Oh, but I have just told you. I do not drink.
But this is a special occasion. I'd like to propose a toast to a safe journey to the States for Dr. Witchek and Minescu. Surely you'll drink to that.
Mitchell, if she does not want to, perhaps we should observe the toast with water.
No, I do not wish to cause trouble. Give me the glass, Senor Mitchell.
That's better. Okay. Glasses up, everybody. Here's to... What's the matter, Minescu? Aren't you drinking with us?
It is not proper etiquette for those who are being toasted to drink the toast.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, we'll just toast Dr. Wiecek. Now you can drink to it, Manescu. Go ahead. What's the matter, Manescu?
I feel faint suddenly.
The wine will snap you out of it. Come on.
No, I...
Drink it.
Manescu!
He has a gun.
He had a gun. Yeah, I have it.
Monsieur, I do not understand.
It's pretty simple, Dr. Wiecek. Right after I arrived here, Enrique bought me a bottle of poisoned wine, and the only other person who knew it was poisoned was the one who told him to bring it to me, the brains of the operation. Your trusty assistant, Manescu.
Mitchell, you stand quiet, Manescu.
Manescu. All this time it was Manescu.
Yeah, looks like he didn't want you to bring your research to the States. I guess he had other plans for it.
Then it was Manescu who shot Enrique in the alley, huh?
Sure, to shut his mouth. But it's all over now, and I could use the drink.
Mitchell, you drank the poisoned wine.
Yeah, not bad, either.
The wine is not poisoned. You switched the bottles. It was a trick.
Yeah, sort of worked, too, didn't it? I guess it disproves the old saying, doesn't it, Manescu?
What are you talking about?
They say that what you don't know won't hurt you, but in your case, it looks like what you didn't know is going to kill you.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear The Big Show on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me depending for my life on the only weapon I've got, a mighty powder puff. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do. Steve, how would you go about firing a rocket if the firing mechanism was frozen?
What? You mean you dragged me in here just to try out a riddle on me?
I'm serious. Now answer my question.
Okay. So if the firing mechanism was frozen, I probably wouldn't be able to fire the rocket. I suppose that's the wrong answer.
No, it's the right answer, and that's what's wrong.
Right? Wrong? Hey, look, before we get into a vaudeville routine, I think you'd better start at the beginning.
Steve, as you know, the entire Arctic area is a potential battleground. But sub-zero temperatures do a lot of strange things to weapons of war, all the way from impairing their accuracy to rendering them completely useless.
So what am I supposed to do? Dream up a new plastic made out of pumpkin seeds to protect them from the cold?
You don't have to. It's already been dreamed up. I don't think it's made out of pumpkin seeds, but it's a liquid which does protect weapons and electronic devices from the effects of sub-zero temperatures.
Well, that's all very interesting, Commissioner, but I still don't see where I fit into the deal.
I'm coming to that. The private company which developed this new plastic has just concluded exhaustive field tests with it up in the Arctic. They learned under actual conditions just how much of this liquid is to be used, how it's applied, and how it affects the accuracy of the weapons. In short,
they found out a lot of pretty important information.
Vital information, Steve. Their field representative, a man named Holcomb, wrote up a complete report on it for the Western Hemisphere Defense Meeting, which is slated to be held in Quebec, Canada, tomorrow.
Oh, I get it. You want me to go up to Quebec and bodyguard this guy Holcomb?
I'm afraid it's a little too late for that. Last night, on a side street in Quebec, they found Holcomb's body. He was quite dead.
What?
And the report was missing. It's vital we get it back.
Any contacts in Quebec who might be able to help me?
One, Jack Manville, head of research for the plastic company. He's waiting for you in Quebec right now. Now, Steve, get up there, talk to Manville, and go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to find the report. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. In all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of flying to Canada to find a missing report containing secret information about Arctic warfare. The only hitch is whoever's got the report is already killed to get it, and it's a cinch he'll kill to keep it. All of which means happy times ahead for lucky me. Well, it's Thursday when my plane lands in Quebec. Jack Manville of the plastic company is waiting for me at the airport, and he hustles me into his car.
Looks like a real nasty mess, Mitchell.
Yeah. How much do you know about it, Manville?
Not very much, I'm afraid. Holcomb went up to the Arctic and made the tests. Brought a report back to present at the defense meeting. Last night they found his body, and the report's missing.
You're head of research for the company, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
But you didn't make the trip up north with Holcomb?
Oh, I couldn't get away. But I told him to wire me when he got back here to Quebec, and he did, so I flew up here to meet him. Looks like I got here too late. Holcomb was the best friend I had, Mitchell.
Yeah. You know, that report he had, I suppose you know it's worth a lot of money.
Money?
Yeah. I'm sure that certain interests would pay a big pile to get their hands on it, and wouldn't be too particular what else they had to do to get it.
Well, my job's developing plastics. I'm afraid I'm not up on the international aspects of it.
Sure. You happen to know if Holcomb was alone here in Quebec?
No, his secretary, Phyllis Baxter, was waiting for him here.
Oh, then I guess we'd better talk to her. See if she can give us any additional information.
I thought you'd want to talk to her. That's where we're heading now.
Oh, good. You know her pretty well?
Just slightly. Why?
She pretty trustworthy?
Sure, as far as I know. No, this is her apartment house here.
When did Holcomb arrive in Quebec?
Day before yesterday.
Yeah, and he was killed last night. Well, that means he was in town about 24 hours.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't get in until this morning. The way things turned out, I sure wish I'd gotten here sooner.
When did Phyllis Baxter arrive, do you know?
Several days ago, I think. This is her apartment.
Looking for Miss Baxter?
Eh? Yeah, I am.
Afraid you're a little too late.
What do you mean?
I'm Mrs. Gaines, the manager here. Miss Baxter moved out last night.
What? You know where she went?
Well, she didn't say. Left in sort of a hurry.
Oh, great.
Where could she have gone, Mitchell?
I don't know where, but I've got a pretty good idea why. Mrs. Gaines, have you had her apartment cleaned up yet?
Oh, no. I haven't had time.
Well, I'd like to have a look inside, maybe get some kind of a lead.
Uh-huh. You a policeman or something?
Or something. Here are my credentials.
Mm-hmm. I see. All right. Well, there you are. Help yourself. I'll be down the hall if you need me.
Thanks. Come on, Manville.
Right. Mitchell, I can't believe Phyllis could be involved in this thing.
Oh? Why can't you, Manville?
Well, it just doesn't seem like her. She's always been...
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Some ashes here in the fireplace. Yeah. A couple of pieces of charred paper.
You think that could be the missing report?
It might be.
I don't understand. If Phyllis did steal the report, why should she destroy it?
Because she was through with it.
Through with it? Well, look, man, she couldn't memorize a report like that.
That's not what I mean. Let's see. Not in the room anywhere. Let's try the closet. No, nothing but a few empty hat boxes and... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, here we are. A couple of white enamel pans, a bottle of hypo solution.
Oh, that's photographic equipment.
Yeah, there's your answer, Manville. She knew that report was too bulky to carry, so she transferred it to microfilm.
Where are you going?
Down to police headquarters.
Somehow I still can't believe it. She had anything to do with this.
Look, what kind of a description of her can you give me?
Well, she was blonde, about medium height, maybe 5'4", blue eyes. Pretty, but I guess that's about it.
Well, that isn't much help.
I know it's pretty general, but it's the best I can do. You want me to give you a list of police headquarters?
No, thanks. I want to talk to the manager here again.
All right, you call me if I can give any more help, will you?
I will. Mrs. Gaines,
Yes?
I'd like a little more information from you about Phyllis Baxter.
Well, afraid I can't help you much there. She was only here for a few days.
Did she have any visitors?
I wouldn't know. She came and went mostly by night.
Well, I guess my chances aren't too good. Trying to find a blonde girl with blue eyes is probably several thousand like that right here in Quebec.
Well, one thing's sure, you'll never find Phyllis Baxter if you're looking for a blonde girl with blue eyes.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, she was a brunette with dark eyes.
What? But Manville just told... Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better describe Phyllis to me.
Well, as I said, she was a brunette. Rather tall girl, quite beautiful. She always used a great deal of makeup, as I remember. Mascara and heavy lipstick.
I see. But thanks, Mrs. Gaines. Thanks a lot. So, Manville was lying to me, and at this point he looks like number one on my suspect list. I start checking on him, and what I find out makes him sound even more interesting. Then I go to police headquarters and talk to a Lieutenant Billings.
Well, Mitchell, I'll put out this description of Phyllis Baxter you've given me. See if any of my men can spot her.
Okay. Of course, she's had a 24-hour head start. She could be long gone by this time.
I know. You think Manville is behind the scheme, eh?
I don't know exactly where he fits in, Billings, but it sure looks like he's involved somehow. In the first place, he gives me a phony description of Phyllis. In the second place, he said he'd only know her slightly, and yet he took me right to her apartment. So after I got the real description of her from the manager, I started checking up on Manville, and I caught him in another lie.
Oh?
He told me that he didn't arrive here in Quebec until this morning, but I found out by checking the airport that his plane landed last evening.
I see. Well, want to make an arrest?
Not yet. It's more important that I find out where that report is, and to do that...
Come in.
Well, Manville.
Hello, Mitchell. I knew you'd be here. I want to talk to you.
Well, that's sort of a surprise, Manville. I thought you'd already done your talking.
I lied to you about Phyllis's description.
Yeah, I know. Why'd you lie?
Well, because Phyllis and I were... Well, let's just say I had it pretty bad for her.
Oh?
I just couldn't believe, and I still don't believe she's involved in this, but, well, I guess I was trying to protect her.
Well, that wasn't very smart, Manville.
Yes, I know that now.
You also lied about when you arrived here in Quebec.
Yes.
Why?
I came here earlier than I said so I could be with Phyllis, but for several reasons I can't afford to have it known that I was involved with her.
I see. Well, so far you haven't been what I'd call helpful in this deal, Manville.
Well, maybe I can make up for it with this. Here.
A snapshot.
That's right. A snapshot of Phyllis.
Huh. Mrs. Gaines was right. She does wear pretty heavy makeup. Okay, this is more like it, Manville. Lieutenant, I'd like you to have a lot of copies made of this picture.
Right.
We'll put them out at the railroad depots, the airports, and all bus stations. Could be we're not too late after all.
Summers, Lieutenant Billings, I'm sending a picture down to you. I want 100 copies right away. Send some to the airports, some to the railway depot, the rest all...
2 hours. We ought to be hearing something soon.
She could still be hiding somewhere here in Quebec.
Yeah, but I doubt it. Her job probably is to get that microfilm somewhere in a hurry.
Lieutenant Billings speaking. What's that? You're certain? I see. Right. I'm afraid we are too late after all, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
A girl answering Phyllis Baxter's description boarded a plane for Paris 3 hours ago.
Paris? Huh. Well, we've got an agent in Paris, Slater. Okay. I'll cable him to meet her plane, and I'll be on the next one. 15 hours later, I'm in Paris, but Slater isn't at the airport. I start walking towards the taxi stand, and then I spot a little guy hurrying after me.
Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell.
Huh?
Mr. Slater asked me to meet your plane. I recognize you from the description he gave me. I am Jacques Duval, European representative for the plastic company.
Oh, where is Slater?
At the railroad depot. He wants you to come there immediately.
What's he doing at the railroad depot? Didn't he grab Phyllis here at the airport?
She was not on the plane.
What? Oh, great. Don't tell me they made a mistake back in Quebec.
Come, I will take you to Slater. There is Mr. Slater over there, Mitchell.
Yeah, I see him.
Steve.
Hi, Slater. Well, what's the deal?
Merry-go-round, you mean? I got your cable and met the plane all right, but when it landed, no Phyllis.
I don't get it.
Neither did I. So I made a quick check and found out the plane landed in Ireland first.
She must have gotten off there.
She did get off there, Steve. I found that out, too. But from there, according to what I could piece together, she grabbed a plane for London, then a boat across the channel, and the boat train here to Paris.
That is the boat train just arriving over there now.
Boy, she's sure trying to cover her tracks. That was good work, Slater. Hey, wait, look. That's Phyllis who just got off. Come on.
Hey, she looks like she's trying for that other train standing there.
Yeah, what train is that, Duval?
The Orient Express. Its final destination is Istanbul.
Hey, wait a minute. Where'd she go?
She must have popped into one of those compartments.
No. Oh, there she is. She came out again.
Hey, not so loud.
Look, she heard us. She's taking off through the crowd.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mitchell. I did not realize how...
Okay.
Hey, Steve, there's a train coming along on that other track. Maybe she's trying for it.
No. She could not be. That is a through express train. It does not stop at the station.
Hey, wait. She doesn't even see that train.
Steve, she's right in front of it.
Come on.
Let us through, please. One side, please. Let us... Oh, Steve.
Yeah. Oh, brother.
Oh, sacre bleu.
Well, this is sure the end of the line for Phyllis.
Yeah. I sure hope she's got that microfilm on her, because if she hasn't, it looks like the end of the line for us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Phyllis Baxter's body is taken to the morgue. I give her purse and the rest of her effects a good going over, but I can't find the microfilm anywhere.
Monsieur Mitchell, perhaps Mademoiselle Baxter passed it along to a confederate before she reached Paris.
Well, if she did that, we're dead ducks. But that doesn't add up either, Duval. If she'd already passed it along, why'd she go to so much trouble to cover her tracks on the way to Paris?
Most perplexing affair.
It sure is. If I could only get a line on who her contact might be. Hey, look, you're the European representative for the plastics company. Has anybody approached you recently trying to get information about this new plastic?
No. As a matter of fact, the development of the new plastic was kept such a secret that even I did not know of its existence until after the report was stolen.
Well, it sure looks like we're up against the proverbial stone wall. That microfilm wasn't in any of her clothes, and it wasn't in her purse. Hey, incidentally, there was something else that wasn't in her purse either, and it bothers me.
Oh?
Steve.
What do you mean?
What is it, Slater?
Just got a code message from our agent in Istanbul.
Yeah?
According to the scuttlebutt there, the microfilm's been placed on the open market for sale to the highest bidder.
What? But the microfilm couldn't have gotten to Istanbul yet. Who put it up for sale?
He doesn't know.
And whoever it is must be pretty sure it's on the way. Hey, wait a minute. That train Phyllis was running for at the depot when we first saw her, Duval. You told me that was the Orient Express, that its final destination is Istanbul?
Oui, but when Phyllis saw us pursuing her, she jumped out of the compartment again.
That's right, Steve. Phyllis probably was planning to take that train. But she didn't, so where does that leave us?
I don't think she ever was planning to take that train, Slater.
Well, what do you mean?
I told you there was something else I didn't find in her purse, and it bothered me. Duval, there was no train ticket.
But in that case, she...
Wait a minute. I think I got it, Steve. You figure Phyllis jumped aboard the train just long enough to pass the film along to someone in that compartment, huh?
Yeah. Hey, what compartment was that, anyway?
Let's see now. Third compartment from the front, I believe.
Yeah, in the second car. Okay. Duval, what's the first stop for the train?
At the Italian border.
Okay, I can overtake it by plane. Slater, get me a reservation for that compartment. I'm getting on at the border.
Okay, Steve.
Mitchell, I have business in Trieste. I will accompany you there. Perhaps I may be of some help.
Yeah, you might at that. Okay, let's get going. Duval and I grabbed the plane for the Italian border. Our tickets are waiting for us there, and we jump into the compartment just as the train pulls out. There are 3 other passengers in the compartment. Sitting across from me, holding a few assorted travel folders in her hand, is a freshly scrubbed-looking girl with Holland written all over her, and the kind of complexion that lipstick and powder would be an insult to. Next to her is a loud-talking gent who's waving a hunk of salami around between bites, perfuming the air with garlic, and over in the corner, a smooth-looking boy is reading a newspaper. He's got a briefcase in his hand.
You like some of this salami?
Oh, no, thank you.
Oh, but this is the best salami you ever ate.
You mean I never ate? Thanks a lot, but no thanks. I'm not a salami fan.
Oh, It's a pity.
What's a pity?
Few people know what a wonderful thing is salami.
Oh?
The greatest thing is in the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Salami. It keeps me from catching a cold. It settles me in the stomach. And once, it even kept me from getting robbed.
Getting robbed?
See, a man came up to me once on the darkest street in Milano. It demanded all my money, see? But with my good friend, the salami, I overcame him.
You breathed in his face, huh?
No, I hit him over the head with it. Oh, it's good, the salami.
Well, it's powerful anyway. Look, would you mind not waving it under my nose?
Okay, I'll wave it in my mouth.
Oh, fine.
You like some wine?
No, thanks.
Well, how about your friend?
Oh, no, merci, no.
The little lady then, huh?
No, thank you.
Well, so nobody likes the Pironi's wine but Pironi.
That looks like quite a collection of travel folders you've got there, Miss...
Karen.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do not dream there are so many places in the world.
Oh, not much of a traveler, huh?
Oh, no. No, this is first time I ever leave home.
What part of Holland is home?
Why, Rotterdam. But how do you know I am Dutch girl?
Well, that freshly starched and scrubbed look is pretty hard to mistake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose if I am to travel, I should do as other women do. Mama would never let me wear lipstick, but now...
You're doing fine without it. You on a vacation?
No, I go to live with Uncle in Arabia. Last week, Mama passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, nice cheese, anybody?
Oh, brother, you must have a hollow leg.
Oh, no. Eat and drink is good when riding.
Yeah, how about when you're not riding?
Well, it's just as good.
Mitchell.
What is it, Duval?
That man in the corner reading the newspaper.
Not much of a talker, is he?
He has been watching you over the top of his paper.
Oh?
Look at the briefcase in his lap.
Briefcase? Hey, it's strapped to his wrist. Whatever he's got in there must be pretty important.
Microfilm, for instance.
Anything new in the paper?
Oh, no, only the usual.
Happen to know what our next stop is?
Why, no, I do not.
This your first trip?
Oui. Monsieur, if you do not mind, I am reading...
Yeah, so I see. Real friendly, isn't he?
It would be very interesting to find out what is in his briefcase.
Yeah, but how?
I still got some salami left.
Don't worry, we can smell it. I'm going out for some air, Duval. That garlic is killing me.
Very well. I will keep an eye on them when you are gone.
I go out on the platform between the cars. It's dark. I light up a cigarette, and then I hear the door open behind me. I start to turn around, but just then something hard connects with the back of my head. I hit the floor, stunned. I fight my way to my hands and knees, and then I feel a rush of air. The outside door has been opened. I feel somebody dragging me towards it. I try to hold back, but I'm still groggy. A final shove, and I slide out the door, but just as I do, I manage to grab the handrail. I'm swinging loose now, hanging on by one hand. Then somebody's foot starts kicking at my hand. I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, the kicking stops. I hear running steps. Then I'm being hauled back up on the platform.
Here, up with you.
What? Oh, the conductor.
I heard the commotion and found you hanging by one arm.
You spot the guy who tried to ease me out?
I saw someone leaving as I approached, but it was too dark to tell who it was.
I see. Okay, thanks for the lift, Buster. Oh, great. My watchdog. Duval. Duval.
Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell.
Your hand. It is bleeding.
Here, I got plenty wine. Pour some over it.
What happened, Mitchell?
Hey, where's the guy with the briefcase?
Wait, he left the compartment right after you did?
Oh, great help you are, Duval.
Oh, I am sorry, Mitchell. I guess the air in here made me drowsy.
Oh, here, I have handkerchief in my purse. I will bandage your hand with it.
Oh, Okay, thanks, Karen.
Yeah. There you are.
How about you, Peroni?
What about the Peroni?
Did you leave the compartment?
Oh, me? No. I've been busy eating.
Trieste.
Hey, where are you going?
Oh, I get over Trieste, but I leave you the rest of the salami. It's very good.
Mr. Mitchell, this Peroni.
What about him, Karen?
Well, he lied to you. He did leave the compartment after you did.
What?
Yeah. I was afraid to tell you in front of him.
Mitchell, and now he is getting off here at Trieste. We had better follow him.
I still want to know what happened to the gent with the briefcase. Well, speak of the devil.
Are you referring to me, monsieur?
I sure am, Buster. Where have you been?
Why, I do not see that it's your affair.
You could be wrong. I said, where have you been?
I was getting a drink of water, if that meets with your approval.
You sure you weren't out on the platform a few minutes ago slugging me over the head?
I do not know what you are talking about. I tell you I was getting a drink of water.
Pretty long drink of water.
Monsieur, I am certain these things are none of your business.
You were getting off here at Trieste?
Do I look as if I'm getting off the train?
Then where are you heading?
Istanbul. Now see here, monsieur. I have had enough of these impertinent questions. What is the meaning of this?
Skip it. Come on, DeVal.
We must hurry. The train will be starting up at any moment.
I'm staying.
What? But the girl has just told us that this Pironi lied about...
Call it a hunch if you want, but I'm going on to Istanbul.
But if this hunch of yours
That's
is
a
wrong...
chance I'll have to take. But we'll be covered one way or the other.
How do you mean?
You're getting off here at Trieste anyway.
But of course. Oh, oui. I can follow this Pironi.
Okay, go to it. But just one thing, though.
And what is it?
Try to stay awake, will you?
Ah.
DeVal scurries off the train after the salami kid, and I settle back in the compartment. The rest of the way to Istanbul, I keep my eye on the gent with the briefcase. He divides his time between reading his newspaper, taking a few naps, giving me an occasional nasty glance, and making a few mild pitches at Karen, who, in her wide-eyed way, seems thoroughly flattered by the attention. Finally, we arrive at Istanbul. Karen heads for a hotel, and the guy is close on her heels. I follow them into the bar and take a table near the corner where I can keep my eye on him. Then, after a while, he gets up. I follow suit, but much to my surprise, he heads for my table.
I think this matter has gone entirely far enough, Mitchell.
Oh?
I know exactly what you are after, but rest assured, you will never get it.
Well, that's interesting to know. Well, now that we understand each other...
You are obviously an agent.
Well, a matter of fact...
For a rival manufacturer. You have learned of our new creation.
Hey, wait a minute. An agent for a rival manufacturer? What are you talking about?
Ah, my friend, do not attempt subterfuge. It is obvious you have learned of our new creation. Learned that we intend to introduce in the Middle East. And so you followed me, thinking you would get a chance to steal it, so that cheap imitations could be attempted.
Cheap imitations? Hey, look, who are you working for, anyway?
As you know, for Henri Bonnet.
Whoever that is.
You do not know who Henri Bonnet
No,
is?
and I'm beginning to think I don't know what you've got in that briefcase either.
But you must have heard of the firm Henri Bonnet. In all of France, the most famous, the most exclusive creator of women's girdles.
Girdles? You mean to say that's what you're carrying in your briefcase?
But of course. Our new model. Exquisite and revolutionary. Not a two-way, not a three-way, but a four-way stretch.
Oh, great. A girdle salesman yet. That does it. Hey, wait a minute.
What is the matter?
I just remembered something I noticed on the train. It didn't make sense until right now. I'll see you later, four-way. I spot Karen just as she's easing out of the bar. I follow her upstairs and catch up with her just as she's entering her room.
What? Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell. Look, let's go inside. I want to talk to you.
Oh, but I...
Come on, inside.
What is the meaning of this?
I think the meaning of it is in your purse. Let's have it.
No, let go.
Thanks. Now we'll take a look.
I will call the police.
I don't think so. Ought to be here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. A compact.
Yeah, but of course. What is so strange about a woman's compact?
Nothing, except when it's carried by a woman who doesn't wear any makeup. I spotted it in your purse when you bandaged my hand with your handkerchief, but it didn't register until now. No, you don't wear any makeup, Karen. But Phyllis Baxter did. She passed this compact to you at the depot in Paris.
No, that is not true.
Oh, save the pretense, my dear.
What?
Yes, I will take the compact, Mitchell.
Well, what do you know, my friend DeVal? What'd you do, fly here from Trieste?
Precisely.
It's been you and Karen right from the start, huh?
Kill him, Duval.
Oh, presently. The compact, Mitchell. Give it to me at once.
You're the boy who slugged me on the train pretending to be asleep in the compartment was a good cover for you. Then Karen tried to throw suspicion on Peroni, eh?
Mitchell.
But I knew it wasn't him. If it had been, I'd have gotten a whiff of that garlic on the platform.
Mitchell, I will not ask you again. Give me that compact.
You know, hiding the microfilm in this compact's a good gag. Where have you got it? Inside this powder puff?
For your information, it is behind the mirror. Now.
Okay, you want the compact, but wouldn't you like some powder instead? You can't shoot when you can't see, bud. Sorry, you're not leaving, Karen.
Let me go.
Sit down.
No.
I said sit down.
You.
Temper. You know, you and Duval had a pretty neat scheme, Rig. And if you'd been wearing any makeup, I probably never would have tumbled to the compact gag.
Oh.
Yep. I guess you might say that would have put an entirely different complexion on the matter.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow, be sure to hear The Big Show on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to prevent a revolution with just one weapon, a box of busted bills. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Take a look at this map of the Middle East.
Uh-oh, I might have known.
Known what?
I read the newspapers, too. So they're having a little trouble in one of the countries over there. Right away I get elected, I suppose.
You do, and it's more than a little trouble. How much do you know about it?
Only that it's some kind of a scandal involving one of the bright young boys in their government, an ex-lawyer named Katouf.
Yeah, Katouf is the leader of the majority party there, and as such, he is, in effect, the strongest voice in the government.
Wait a minute. Seems to me I remember. He was accused of treason.
Yes, by a minor official named Matala. Shortly after Matala made his accusation, he disappeared. Bloodstains were found in his house. The theory is that Katouf killed him before he could furnish proof of Katouf's treachery.
So it sounds like Katouf's in hot water, huh? What's that got to do with us, Commissioner?
Plenty. You see, Steve, Katouf's government had already consented to sign an agreement permitting the United Nations to establish an air base in that country.
I see.
You can well imagine how vital such a base could be. But if Katouf's party falls from power as a result of this scandal, the control of the government is liable to fall into the hands of a highly organized minority party, who undoubtedly would like to prevent the agreement concerning the airbase.
From where I sit, it looks like a real sweet mess. But look, Commissioner, one thing I don't get. You say this Matala disappeared right after he accused Katouf of treason?
That's right.
Has his body been found?
No.
Well, then how can they hold Katouf? You can't convict a man of murder unless you produce the dead body of his victim.
They don't have to convict Katouf, Steve. The mere fact of Matala's disappearance under those particular circumstances is enough to discredit him. And that's what I think they're after. You see, there's an election coming up next week.
You know, the way you're talking, Commissioner, sounds like you figure this whole deal's a frame.
Get over there, Steve. Talk to Katu. Try to find out what really happened to Matala. Go anywhere and do anything you have to get to the bottom of this whole rotten mess. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of sticking my nose into a nasty political mess in the Middle East to try to prove that Katouf's been framed. All of which gives me an uneasy hunch that if he has, the same person who's out to kill him off politically will be trying his best to do likewise to me, literally. Well, it's Tuesday when my plane lands in the capital of the Middle Eastern country. I learn that Katouf is in a session of the legislature, so I wait outside in the hall, and from the sound of it, it's a pretty stormy session. Finally, it breaks up, and they start straggling out.
It looks bad, General. Our entire party is being discredited because of this lie about me.
We must not give up hope, Katouf. We will go on fighting it as we have done.
Excuse me, are you Katouf?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Steve Mitchell from the States.
Oh, yes, I have been expecting you, Mitchell. Allow me to introduce General Abba.
General?
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
And are you not going to introduce me to your friend, Katouf? This is Hassan, leader of the minority party, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh?
The minority today. Next week, who can say?
That is a matter to be decided by a popular election, Hassan.
You're quite right, General Abba. But there is little doubt of the outcome when the leader of the majority party is obviously guilty of treason.
That is a lie, Hassan. My record is completely clear.
On the contrary, my dear Katouf, I would say that at this point your record looks extremely dubious, and no amount of meddling by your friend from the United States will clear it.
Look, Hassan, I'm just here
it is quite clear why you are here, Mr. Mitchell. To whitewash Katouf. But unfortunately, your mission is doomed to failure.
Hassan, you are...
General, please. You really should watch your temper. And now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen...
Now, there's a real keen kid.
Unfortunately, he is making political capital of this situation, Mitchell.
Yeah, I can see that. Look, Katouf, you better give me all the background you can on this deal.
The background is one of 6 years of dreams, hopes, and ideals going up in smoke, Mitchell.
How do you mean?
It was General Abba here who sponsored my career in politics, Mitchell. Remember how ignorant I was, General?
But you have made great progress.
Yes. With the support of our party, I have brought our country a long way toward democracy. And now, to see all of that go by the board is a bitter thing.
Yeah. Now, look, as I get it, Katouf, you were accused of treason by a minor government official named Matala.
Yes. And it is very ironic that I should be accused of treason after all the overtures that have been made to me in the past year. Overtures which I always immediately refused.
What kind of overtures do you mean?
Veiled proposals made undercover, proposals that I would find it extremely beneficial financially to sell out my party.
Who was making these proposals?
I could never find out who was behind them. Naturally, I would not listen to any of them. And then when this Matala brought his absurd charge of treason against me, I concluded this was the next step in their plan. If they could not buy me out, they would discredit me.
It could figure that way, all right. But it's going to be pretty tough to prove the whole deal is a frame.
I do not think so, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I am not completely without friends, both in my own and other countries. It was reported to me this morning that the man answering Matala's general description was seen in Cairo, Egypt, 2 days ago.
What?
Katouf, I did not know this.
No, General. I did not wish to arouse your hopes until the rumor could be investigated.
Well, I guess I'm the boy to investigate it. Cairo, huh?
Yes.
Mitchell, if you can find this man, perhaps if you were to offer him money, he would return and clear Katouf. I personally am willing to pledge any necessary amount.
Yeah, if he sold out once, he probably could be talked into selling out again. But that's the trouble right now.
How do you mean?
Sooner or later, whoever hired him is going to realize that. They'll figure out that they don't want him running around loose.
Yes, that means they will be trying to find him also.
To kill him.
Yeah, it also means I'd better be heading for Cairo in a hurry. I grab the next plane to Cairo and check in at a hotel, and then I head for the street bazaar. Pretty soon I find the place I'm looking for. The Shop of 1,000 Bells. Just as I get there, a bunch of native kids come charging past and take a swipe at the bells with a long stick. The proprietor tears out and shakes a skinny fist at them.
Little barbarians! If I ever catch you, I, McCann, will personally show you how it feels to be jangled with a stick. I will. Well, good afternoon, Effendi. Would you perhaps like to purchase one of my fine bells?
What's the matter, Mikan? Don't you recognize an old buddy?
Steve Mitchell, it has been so long since these innocent old eyes have rested upon you.
Innocent old eyes? How are you old pirate?
As you see, Steve, still struggling to make a poor but honest living in the face of many difficulties.
Brother, you haven't changed a bit. Poor but honest. You've probably got more piastres tucked away in your sock than the Bank of Egypt. And 3 years ago, I had to buy you a dictionary to show you what the word honest meant.
And it's perhaps just as well I do not see you very often, Steve. You are very damaging to my reputation. But how may I serve you?
I think there's a guy named Matala hiding here in Cairo. I've written down his description. I want you to find him.
I see. You realize, of course, that this is a very difficult thing.
Yeah. I also realize that you and your 10,000 cousins and nephews can find him, if he's here.
And there is, of course, the consideration of expense.
Yeah, I know. How much?
Let us not think in terms of anything so crude as money, Steve. Let us rather appreciate the beauty of my bells.
Oh, no, not that again.
This bell, for instance, it is not beautiful? Ha! Such tone!
Well, not too bad, considering it's got a crack in it 1/2 inch wide. Look, the last time I wanted some information from you, I had to buy every cracked bell in your shop. Now, don't tell me...
And you would not believe it, Steve, how much breakage is involved in this business. Since I last saw you, I must have accumulated at least 100 more cracked bells. And for some reason, they seem to gain in value. I would say they are worth at least 50 piastres each.
50? Why, you will... Well, okay. Crate them up and send them over to my hotel, but you'd better find Matala or you're going to get them all back fast. Yeah.
McCann here.
Yeah, McCann.
You would not believe it, Steve, but since you left my humble shop 3 hours ago, I have found at least 20 more cracked bells, which I neglected to include in your first order.
Now, look, I'm not buying any more busted bells until you...
Oh, Steve, I forgot to add that I have also found this Matala.
What?
Yes, my third cousin, twice removed, located him. It appears he has dyed his hair and shaved off his beard, but we are certain it is the man you seek.
Good. Where is he?
The bells, Steve?
Okay. Send the rest of them over. I'll have enough cracked bells to put Liberty Hall out of business. Now, where's Matala?
You will find him at number 23 Esbakia Road.
It's after dark when I get to the address McCann has given me. It's a large house in the foreign residential district. I go up to the front door, but just as I'm about to ring the bell, the blast knocks me flat on my back. It looks like the whole house is going to cave in. I get back on my feet, still groggy, and shove my way inside through the wreckage. The place is filled with smoke and flames, and then I spot a body on the floor. I start dragging him out. The smoke's getting too much for me. Finally, I make it outside with him. The crowd is gathered by this time, and I put the body down and start there, weaving back and forth, trying to keep from passing out. Then a girl runs up to the body and stares down at it.
Matala, he's dead.
Then, all of a sudden, the sidewalk comes up at me fast. I've had it.
Mitchell.
Huh?
Mitchell.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Khalifa of the Cairo Police.
How did you know my name?
I examined your credentials while you were unconscious. What happened?
Well, looks like somebody beat me to Matala. Must have been a time bomb.
Matala?
Yeah, the boy I'm after, or I should say was after. He's lying right over there.
No, I'm afraid you have made a mistake, Mitchell.
Mistake? What do you mean?
The dead man, he is not this Matala, you see.
What? Well, then who is he?
He was well known to the Cairo police. A common house thief named Vardisian.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, this is just great. I bust my back trying to find Matala and end up by walking into a booby trap to pull out the wrong body. Then I remember the girl who identified the body as Matala, and I'm suddenly very interested in why she lied about it. I look around the crowd, but she's gone. Then I spot a taxi sitting at the curb. I go over to it.
Good evening, Effendi. My cab can take you to any part of Cairo you desire. Kindly step in and...
No, thanks. I don't want transportation. I want information. Now, look, Gabby, I'm in a hurry.
I am Sidis.
I'm still in a hurry. What I want to know is, did you see a girl slip out of the crowd a couple of minutes ago?
Liana?
You know her?
Almost everyone in Cairo knows Liana, Effendi. Such a dance she does. You would not believe it.
Do you happen to know where she does this dance?
Oh, but of course.
Okay, Sidis, you just bought yourself a passenger. Let's go.
Here is the club where Liana dances, Effendi.
Okay, come on.
One moment, please.
Huh?
Just putting the car keys in my pocket. You see, I had 2 cabs stolen from me before I learned not to leave the keys in them.
Hey, this place looks like a real hole in the wall.
One of the very finest, Effendi.
Oh, brother, you could cut this air with a 2x4.
Shall we take a table so that you may buy me a drink, Effendi?
Yeah, I guess we might as well, Sidis.
And now, the beautiful Liana.
Hey, looks like we're just in time, Sidis. Now, look, when Liana finishes her dance, I want you
but
to...
how can she finish it if she will not come out and start it?
Huh? Hey, yeah, where is she?
And now, the beautiful Liana. I think...
She still does not make her entrance, Effendi.
Wait a minute. She could have spotted me from behind that curtain. Come on.
But...
And now...
where are we going?
Outside.
I hope...
So, now we are outside. I still do not see why we are...
I'm going to circle around to the alley and... Wait, there's a car coming out of the alley.
It's Liana.
Come on, into your cab. I've got to find out where she's going. Come on. Fish those keys out of your pocket and get this bucket of bolts going.
Very well.
Come on, hurry up, will you? We'll lose them.
Effendi, may I observe that all this fast driving will put a great strain on my ancient cab, much more so than the regular fare will take care of.
Okay, so you're on salary. Looks like I'm going to need a steady driver for a while anyway.
That suits me to a W.
Tea.
No, thank you. I prefer coffee.
Oh, fine.
That is a joke I always say for the tourists. It works every time.
Yeah, I'll bet. Now quit making with the jokes and start making with that gas pedal. You better stop your cab here, Sidis. She just turned into that pier ahead.
Yes. She is parking her car out on the pier.
Yeah. She's heading for one of those houseboats, looks like.
What is it?
That's funny. She didn't seem to be trying to shake us.
Maybe she did not realize you were following her.
Maybe not, but I think I'll make sure she doesn't give me the slip again. You wait here for me. I go into a little restaurant near the pier, telephone Mekanada's shop, and arrange to buy another shipment of cracked bells from him. After my call, I wait about 15 minutes, and then I head for the houseboat on the pier. I go up the gangplank. But just as I step on the deck, I get a sudden chill. Funny how cold a gun barrel in your neck feels.
Get inside.
Huh?
You heard me. Inside.
Okay, Liana. Much cozier in here, anyway.
For you, it will not be so cozy.
Where's your boyfriend, Metala?
Ah, yes. You would like very much to know that, would you not?
Yeah, I would. I'd like to talk to him.
Talk to him. You wish to shoot him, but I will shoot you instead.
Now, look, Liana, you've got the wrong party. I'm not the boy who rigged that time bomb. I want to make a deal with Metala. And because of that attempt on his life, I think he's probably ready to talk turkey right now. Where is he?
That is something you will never know. Because right now, you are going to die.
Fendi,
I'll take that gun now, Liana.
Give it back to me.
Sorry. Thanks for the timely entrance, citizen.
When I observed her forcing you into the cabin at the point of a gun, it occurred to me that here was an opportunity to increase my value to you. And, of course, my prize.
Of course. Now, look, Liana. Your boyfriend, Metala, was hired to bring a phony charge of treason against a political figure named Katuf in a country east of here. He was also hired to disappear and make it look like Katuf killed him.
No, that is not true.
Save the innocent routine. I want to talk to Metala and find out who hired him.
He will never tell you.
I think he will, because whoever did hire him realizes now that he doesn't want Metala alive anymore. He tried to get him with that time bomb. Next time, he probably won't miss.
But
Metala's liable to wind up dead unless he makes a deal with me.
What is this deal?
I'll give him protection if he'll tell me who it was and come back to his own country with me to clear Katuf.
I see. Very well, Mr. Mitchell. I will go to Metala with your proposal.
Let me go with you.
No. You must wait here. I will bring his answer to you in 1 hour.
Might I make an observation, Effendi?
What is it, citizen?
2 hours have now passed, and there is no sign of her. Obviously, she has no intention of returning.
I guess you're right, citizen. Looks like I'm pretty stupid, doesn't it?
What good will it do you to wait here in the houseboat?
Listen, I don't think I'll have to wait any longer. Come on out on the deck.
A small truck on the pier. Mitchell, you think she has returned after all?
No, I don't think that's Liana. Mikan?
Yes, Steve?
Mikan, where'd Liana go when she left this houseboat?
I followed her to a small hotel out of the city away.
You arranged with this man to follow Liana?
Sure. I telephoned him before I came aboard the houseboat. Liana made no attempt to shake us on the way here, and that made me figure she wouldn't be leading us straight to Metala. So I arranged with Mikan to take over for me.
And all the things I was thinking about you. Sometime I learned to keep my mouth shut, Effendi.
You lead the way in your truck, Mikan. We'll follow in the cab.
That must be the hotel Mikan meant, Effendi. He stopped his truck in front of it.
Yeah. This the place, Mikan?
Yes.
You wait here in the cab for me, citizen.
Will there be violence?
Could be.
Then I will be happy to wait here in the cab. It suits me to a...
W. Come on, Mikan. You find out which room she went to?
No, but as you see, it is a small hotel. You should not have much difficulty in locating the room.
Yeah, it really is a small hotel, not even a desk clerk. Well, we'll check the rooms downstairs first.
Steve, look! At the head of the stairs!
Liana and Metala.
Who's Metala? Darling, hold.
Come on, Mikan. We pound up the stairs. Liana tries to block our way, but we shove past her. Metala makes the fire escape and heads for the roof. We follow. Halfway across the roof, he turns and throws a shot at us.
Watch out, Steve!
Yeah, I can't shoot back. I want to take him alive.
Look, he's heading for the fire escape on the other side of the roof.
We pound after him, but just as we get to the fire escape...
Oh, he is shooting at us again.
No, that shot wasn't at us. Look, down there.
Oh, it is Metala, lying in the alley.
We climb down the fire escape to the ground, but Metala's dead. We grab his body and start carrying it out in front.
Oh, it is very heavy, Steve.
Hurry it up, Mikan. I want to get his body out of sight.
Oh, Steve, I do not understand. I did not shoot Metala. You did not shoot him, but he is dead.
Well, Liana could have done it. But if she was about to double-cross Metala, I don't know why she should have waited until now. Here's the cab. Okay. Let's get the body in. Wait a minute. Where's Sidis?
He is not behind the wheel.
Here I am, Effendi.
Eh? Hey, what are you doing down there on the floor?
When I heard all the shooting, I decided that down on the floor would be the best place for little Sidis.
Okay, dump the body in the back, Mikan.
Very well. There.
Look, we got to get out of sight for a little while.
Well, there's a deserted warehouse around the corner. I will lead the way in my truck.
Okay, go to it. Come on, Sidis. Get this baby cranked up and follow Mikan.
Very well. Here are the keys.
Hurry it up, will you? Start it.
Yes, Effendi. I do not understand all this.
Look, I'm sure that whoever plugged Matala is still around here someplace and would like to get this body away from me. Here, turn here.
Look, that must be the warehouse. McCann has already driven his truck
turn
in.
in, Sidis. Okay.
What are you going to do now, Steve?
Well, here's the way it adds up so far. I didn't get Matala alive, but his dead body is still enough to clear Katuf of his murder, if I can get to the police station in Cairo with it.
I do not understand how producing a dead body clears anyone of murder.
Look, we know Matala was killed a few minutes ago here in Cairo. That means Katuf couldn't have killed him last week in another country, doesn't it?
Ah, but of course.
So if we can get the body to the police station, I'm okay. But that's the hitch. Whoever bumped off Matala will be trying to prevent that, so we'll have to work a switch.
Switch? What is this word switch?
Have you got any tarpaulins in that truck of yours, McCann?
Yes, Steve.
Good. We'll rig up a dummy and cover it with a tarp in your truck. You take off from the warehouse and go anywhere you want to. We'll leave the body in the cab, and after we've given you a few minutes head start, Sidis and I will head into town for the police station.
Now I understand. McCann will lead your enemies on what you call the wild goose chase.
Yes, Sidis. You go on outside the warehouse and keep watch while McCann and I rig up the dummy. If you see anyone, let out a yell and make sure we hear it.
Do not worry, Effendi. Such a yell I will let out will cause the Sphinx himself to turn his head in our direction.
Sidis goes outside, and McCann and I make the necessary arrangements with the dummy. I fill him in on exactly what he's to do, and he takes off. Sidis comes back inside. He and I wait a few minutes, and then pull out of the warehouse in the cab and start heading to the city.
Effendi, I cannot say I care to be carrying a dead man in the back seat of my cab.
Don't let it bother you, Sidis. You don't even have to look at him. McCann and I pulled a tarp over him.
Even so, I don't...
Let's see. We're on the outskirts of the city now. Nobody's following us either. Well, so far, so good. Hey, why'd you turn off the main road?
It is shorter this way, Effendi.
You sure?
Quite sure.
Hey, look, this isn't the police station. It's just a big house.
Exactly. And we are going inside.
Huh? Hey, why the gun?
Get out.
So you're my boy, Sidis.
Out?
Okay. Guess I should have figured it. You're the boy who planted that time bomb.
Exactly. I waited in my cab outside to see whether I would be successful.
Then, when you realized that you'd missed and I was after Matala, too, you figured you'd string along with me and let me lead you to him, huh?
Which you did, Effendi. Inside.
Well, what happens now?
That is not for me to say. It is up to my superior.
You ever... General Abba.
Sidis, you fool, to bring Mitchell here.
Well, Katuf's closest friend and political sponsor turns out to be the big boy in this deal.
Sidis?
I had no choice, General.
Well, I guess it all figures. I remember Katuf telling me how ignorant he was when you gave him his start in politics. You were figuring on making a puppet out of him, but he started getting ideas of his own, didn't he?
Too many of them.
So you made undercover overtures to sell him out, and he wouldn't. Then you rigged this frame to discredit him.
It would have worked if it had not been for this blundering fool, Sidis.
But you are wrong, General. It will still work. I killed Matala, and Mitchell was trying to get his body to the police station. But if that body does not get there, the suspicion against Katuf still stands, does it not?
What are you trying to say?
Simply that the body is now in the back of my cab outside.
You know, I got a nasty surprise for you two kids.
What do you mean?
Matala's body isn't in the cab.
You're lying.
Am I? You were outside the warehouse on watch when McCann and I rigged the dummy, remember? We put the dummy in the cab and the body in McCann's truck. I'm sure it's safe at police headquarters by this time.
Sidis, you
But you
fool.
do not understand. I could have sworn that
You see, I had you pegged right after Matala was shot, Sidis. When we brought his body back to the cab, you had to fish your keys out of your pocket to get it started. That meant to me that you had been out of your cab. I remembered you telling me earlier that you always took your keys with you.
I will deal with you later, Sidis. Right now we must kill Mitchell and get out of here.
You're a little too late, General Abba. This place is surrounded right now by the Cairo police.
You are bluffing.
Wait. I heard a car outside. He must be telling the truth. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. You are the one who killed Matala. I am in the clear.
Let go of me. I am getting out of here.
Sidis pulls away from the General Abba and dives for the window. Abba jerks a gun out of his pocket and lets Sidis have it in the back. I dive for Abba. He swings his gun towards me, but it's too late.
Oh,
shooting. Every time I'm with you, Steve, there is shooting.
Well, it looks like it's all over now, Mikon.
Well, I did as you instructed me, followed you, and Sid is here.
You were almost too late. What kept you?
Well, you see, Steve, I had to stop off at my shop to break... I mean, to see how many broken bells I could find.
Yeah, you probably were right the first time. You and your hammer. Well, you'll be interested in knowing I just passed you off as the Cairo police force.
You what?
Yeah, I know. It must be quite a shock.
Oh, Steve, it puts a severe strain upon our friendship.
Well, don't worry. You'll bill me for it. Or maybe I should say bell me for it.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear Danny Kaye on The Big Show on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with a native bandit giving me a big break by heaving a knife at me. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. And don't bother to sit down. Your plane leaves for Malaya in 1 hour.
Malaya? Look, I just got out of one jungle. Don't tell me you're sending me back into another one.
That's just what I am telling you, Steve.
Aren't you sort of stretching my luck a little?
That's the right word for it, all right.
Stretching?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Rubber.
A jokester yet? Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, take any list of vital war materials. Rubber's near the top.
So, what am I supposed to do? Go over to Malaya and tap a few rubber trees?
You don't have to. They've quite a few thousand natives on the job already over there. No, it's what's happening after the rubber is harvested that we're interested in.
Just what is happening?
A gang of so-called bandits has been raiding the various plantations, Steve. They're organized and equipped like a small army. They've been setting fire to buildings, terrorizing the natives, and in general interfering seriously with the entire operation over there.
I see. Look, isn't this a matter for the British?
Well, they've asked our cooperation in the matter, Steve, and I think the main reason is there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
What?
To our knowledge, nobody's ever gotten a good look at this leader, or at least lived to tell about it. Well, Steve, it's vital to both countries that we smash this gang.
Whom do I work with?
A British intelligence agent named Willoughby. He's waiting for you in Singapore right now. Steve, get over there. Work with Willoughby, and then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to put these bandits out of business for keeps. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, There you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of scouring the Malayan jungle to find out who's been burning up a few assorted rubber plantations. And I've got an uneasy hunch that whoever it is has a king-size hotfoot reserved for me. It's Friday when my plane lands in Singapore, and I head for the office of the British agent Willoughby.
Thoroughly nasty mess, Mitchell.
I understand there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
Yes, that's the rumor. What it's worth, I don't know.
None of the bandits has ever been captured, huh?
Not one of the blighters, no. We've set several traps for them, but they've avoided them very skillfully.
What sort of traps, Willoughby?
Well, we've doubled our patrols in the whole area. We've also converted several of the plantations which haven't yet been attacked into miniature fortresses. Concealed machine gun emplacements, troops hidden in foxholes, and so on. But they always seem to know which plantations are guarded and which aren't. As I said, their information appears to be amazingly accurate.
Yeah. Has anybody ever gotten a good look at this bandit leader?
Well, I'm not sure, Mitchell. There's one person who may have.
What do you mean, may have?
It's the little chap in the next room. Mr. Perkins, would you step in here a moment, please?
All right.
This is Steve Mitchell, agent from the United States, Mr. Perkins. Steve, Mr. Perkins, an importer.
How do you do?
Mr. Perkins?
Would you mind repeating your story to Mr. Mitchell, Perkins?
Very well. As Mr. Willoughby told you just now, I'm an importer, Mr. Mitchell. And in the course of my business, I make frequent trips into the jungles to the north of here.
I see.
Now, last week I was staying at a friend's plantation deep in the interior. And suddenly this gang of bandits attacked the plantation about midnight, as I remember.
Go on.
My friend ran out of the house as soon as he heard the shots. He was killed on the spot. Well, apparently the bandits didn't expect there would be anyone else in the house, so they didn't enter immediately. They set fire to the outbuildings, and during the excitement, I was able to crawl out of the window and into the jungle.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your experience and the loss of your friend, Perkins, but I don't quite see what connection this has with...
Well, it was after my return here to Singapore that my real troubles began, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
Well, 2 days ago, I was almost run down in the streets. Well, I'm convinced it was a deliberate attempt on my life. Well, last night I was fired upon.
What?
Yes, it appears that someone is quite anxious to put Mr. Perkins out of the way, Mitchell.
But why?
Well, it's my theory that Perkins may have seen the bandit leader in action.
But how did they know you were there at the plantation during the raid, Perkins?
Well, my coat. In my haste to escape, I left my coat in my room. You see, it had my name in it.
I get it. They found the coat and figured out you must have been there and must have seen them. Perkins, did you see any of them?
Yes. Well, there was a lot of confusion, of course, but after I slipped into the jungle, I saw several figures in the clearing.
Well, now, don't panic about it. Did you get a good look at them?
Only a brief one.
Was one of them an American?
Well, I really couldn't say. Remember, it was in the middle of the night, and the only illumination came from the fires they'd set.
You think you'd recognize any of them if you saw them again?
Well, that's the same question Mr. Willoughby asked me. And all I can say is that I might. I don't know.
You know, Willoughby, it's pretty obvious to me that this bandit leader is somebody who's known in the interior.
It's my notion, too, old boy.
Yeah, he could figure that Perkins would be making other trips into that country and might spot him, all of which gives me the idea what our one chance of finding him is.
You have in mind a trip into the interior for the three of us?
Yep.
Yes, I've already broached the subject to Mr. Perkins, but he doesn't seem to think very highly of it.
Oh?
Gentlemen, I'm sure you understand my position. Frankly, I'm not a particularly courageous man, and there have already been 2 attempts on my life right here in Singapore because of this. And to return to those jungles, it seems to me I'd be inviting my own murder.
Yeah, we understand your position perfectly, Mr. Perkins, but I hope that you understand just how important this deal is.
Well, I
These
do,
bandits are seriously interfering with the production of a raw material that's vital to both of our countries.
I know that, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that
Right now, you're apparently the one man who can put the finger on their leader.
I don't know.
Willoughby and I'll give you all the protection that's humanly possible if you make this trip with us.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I'll second that. How soon can you be ready?
Oh, it shouldn't take me long to pack my suitcase. Not more than an hour, I'd say.
Very well. We'll leave in an hour, then.
We go part way by train, take a jeep as far as we can, and then start out on foot through the jungle. It's hot and damp, and Willoughby's in front, Perkins in the middle, and I'm bringing up in the rear, and all three of us are trying to look in every direction at once.
These bandits could be hiding anywhere around us.
That's a possibility, of course, but I rather doubt it. It seems more likely that their main camp is farther in the interior.
Oh, but they may have scouts watching this very trail. Look, why can't we take a boat up the river?
We get out in the middle of that river? We'd really be making targets of ourselves. No, it's safer here in the jungle.
Oh, dear. What was that?
Oh, a bird or an animal sounded like.
Oh, it sounded like somebody getting killed.
Take it easy, Perkins. How much farther to the first plantation on our list, Willoughby?
Oh, it can't be more than a mile or so.
Another mile of this jungle? Oh, I wish I'd never agreed to make this trip. I can't get rid of the feeling that I'm walking into a death trap.
What an optimist. Perkins, 5 will get you 10. We'll make it to the plantation safe and sound.
You will pardon me if I do not accept your wager, Mitchell, but I certainly hope you're right.
Hey, watch out.
What is it?
Up in that tree. I got him. Mitchell.
I told you to have scouts watching.
Get your head up out of the dirt and take a look, Perkins. That was no scout, unless they're wearing snakeskins these days.
What? Oh, dear. Python.
15 feet if he's an inch. Thanks, old chap. Looks like the rascal had zeroed in on me.
Great. We've not only got bandits to watch out for, now it's snakes yet. Come on, let's speed it up a little, huh?
Well, here's our first plantation.
Well, we made it after all.
Yeah. Hey, quite a spread. Who owns it?
Absentee Corporation, old boy. The resident manager's a chap named Hartford. He's standing there by the trekking shed.
British?
No, American.
Oh?
Hello, Willoughby.
Afternoon, Hartford.
Still poking around the bushes looking for the bandits?
Quite. Hartford, I'd like you to meet Mr. Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent.
Pleased to meet you, Hartford.
A little off your beat up in this neck of the woods, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know. My beat's where there's news, Hartford. And these attacks on the plantations come under that heading, I think.
Troops arrived yet, Hartford?
Yeah, they're dug in around the edge of the plantation. Say, according to that meeting all of us had 2 weeks ago, you were going to put some extra patrols in this area.
That's right.
Any of them around here?
Oh, here and there, old boy.
Okay if I nose around the plantation a little, Hartford?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Brown.
I'll tag along with you, Mitchell. Yeah, make sure you don't get lost.
Okay.
We'll check with you before we leave, Hartford.
Okay.
Willoughby.
Huh?
What's this meeting Hartford was talking about?
Oh, it was 2 weeks ago, Mitchell. We called in all the plantation owners and managers to outline and set up plans for the defense of the plantation against these attacks by the bandits.
Then Hartford or any other plantation owner or manager knows the defense plans for all the plantations?
That's right.
Perkins, do you recognize Hartford?
I couldn't be sure.
Say, Mitchell, do you think that Hartford could be involved in this?
Right now, I don't think anything, Willoughby. I'm just trying to find out. Brother, look at those machine gun emplacements.
Oh, the bandits would surely not attack a place as heavily armed as this.
Maybe they would, if they knew just where the machine guns were located. Perkins, any of those workers over there look familiar to you?
Huh? No. I've been looking at all of them very closely, but I don't recognize a single one.
Yeah. How far to the next plantation, Willoughby?
Oh, it's 2 hours easy travel. There's a native village between here and there and a well-marked trail.
Who owns it?
A Dutchman, Van Voorhees.
Okay, we better get started. I've got no hankering to be caught in the jungle after dark.
Welcome to my plantation, gentlemen.
Thanks, Van Voorhees.
After you.
Thanks, old boy.
Thank you.
You arrived just in time. Another hour, and it will be quite dark. And in these times, it is not wise to be out after dark.
I hardly agree with that.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well.
My wife, Sukala, gentlemen.
Hello.
I am honored.
Well, I should say my bride. 3 months now.
Yes.
The 3 of you will, of course, spend the night here.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
You, from this part of the country, Sukala?
No, I am not. If you excuse me, gentlemen, I will give the necessary orders to our cook.
Would you care for a drink, gentlemen?
Oh, a little later, maybe. Right now, I'd like to take a look around your plantation, if I might.
But, of course, I will be glad to show you around. I will tell Sukala that we will be back shortly.
Willoughby. She must be at least 20 years younger than he is.
The wife?
Yeah, and she's not from this part of the country either. How long ago did these raids start?
Oh, they've been going on for between 2 and 3 months now.
Uh-huh. And 3 months ago, she married Van Voorhees and moved into this area. Interesting thought, isn't it? We nose around the plantation. It's fortified just like the other one, but Perkins doesn't recognize any of the workers. We have a late dinner and turn in. Perkins' room is between Willoughby's and mine. I don't know how long I've been asleep when all of a sudden... The racket jerks me out of bed to the window. Tongues of flame are licking at the outbuildings. In the light of the fires, I can see guys running around shooting up the place. So here we've been breaking our backs to find the bandits. But the way it's turned out, the bandits have found us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I run to Perkins' room and jerk open the door.
The bandits, Mitchell, they'll kill me.
Not if you stay under cover, Perkins.
Oh.
I'm going outside and see if I can lend a hand.
Over here, Mitchell! Okay. You got your gun?
Yeah. Where's Van Voorhees?
Right here. Sukala, get back inside the house at once.
Very well.
Every building is on fire except the house.
How could they have gotten through the defenses, Willoughby?
They must have known exactly where they were and infiltrated between them. They've already blown up 2 machine gun emplacements with hand grenades, and they've killed the troops at the 3rd over there.
Okay. Round up what troops are left, Willoughby. I'm going to make a try for that machine gun. I start circling towards the machine gun. Suddenly a native looms up in front of me, an ugly scar on his cheek, and in his hand, a long knife that's even uglier. I drop to one knee. The knife whistles over my head. I dive for him, but he scrambles into the bushes. I throw a shot after him. I don't know whether it takes effect. Then I spot another bandit drawing a bead on me. This time I don't miss. I finally get to the machine gun and I swing it around. The rest of the bandits melt away into the jungle, but by now the damage has been done. I join Willoughby and Van Voorhees on the front porch of the house.
The house itself is untouched, but that is the only thing that is. The plantation itself is a complete loss.
Well, it was an infernally well-organized attack, Mitchell. They got right into the machine.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Perkins, come on. I want to make sure he's okay.
Well, where was he during the shooting?
I went into his room, told him to stay under cover, but those bandits seem to know everything else. They could have known he was on the plantation, too. Well, here we are. Perkins, Hey, where is he?
He's nowhere in sight.
Perkins! Oh, great. If they've gotten him, we're licked.
Well, he might have done what he did during that attack before, escaped through the window.
It's closed. I'll try this closet, then we better... Perkins.
Is it all over?
Yeah, it's all over, Perkins. You can climb down off that closet shelf.
Well, you told me to stay under cover, Mitchell.
Yeah, you sure took me literally. And I guess it's just as well. Come on, Willoughby. Let's go talk to Van Voorhees.
Right.
Mitchell, isn't there someplace else where we can stay the rest of the night? I don't...
Look, this plantation is probably the safest place in the world right now for you, Perkins. The bandits have already done their job here.
And quite completely, too. I'd give a year's pay to know how those blighters are getting their information.
Yeah.
There, my dear. The plantation is a complete loss, but we are still unharmed. And that is the important thing. Oh, gentlemen, my wife is quite upset over this. I've been trying to tell her that...
Gentlemen, if you will excuse me, please.
What are you going to do, Van Voorhees?
I think the only thing to do is to get out of here. I've been trying to talk my wife into leaving, but she thinks we should stay and try to rebuild.
Oh? Tell me, Van Voorhees, had you known your wife long before you married her?
Why, no. Only a short time. Why do you ask?
She came here to live about 3 months ago, and it was shortly after that these raids started. Raids that are obviously based upon inside information.
Hey, Mitchell, I have extended to you the hospitality of my house, but I have not extended to you the right to make accusations against my wife.
I'm not making accusations, Van Voorhees. I'm just trying to find out who's heading up this gang of bandits.
I would stake my life that my wife is not involved in such a thing.
I see. What would you stake on your neighbor, then, Van Voorhees?
Neighbor?
The American, Hartford, manager of the next plantation back.
Hey, Mitchell, the only thing I know about this Hartford is that I do not trust him.
Why not?
I do not know. I simply do not trust the man.
Mitchell, you pointed out earlier that Hartford had complete information on the defenses of these plantations.
Yeah.
Hartford also knew we were coming to this plantation. Perhaps he recognized me, and that is why...
Visitor at this time of night? Hartford.
Well, speak of the devil, Willoughby.
Quite.
I heard the shooting, saw the flames on Voorhees, so I headed for your plantation here to see what the trouble is. Well, looks like I got here a little too late. Sure made a mess of the plantation, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, Hartford. Amazing how they knew just where the defenses were located, isn't it?
Sure is. It must be pretty smart, all right.
Either that or somebody's giving them pretty smart information.
Yeah, could be. Got anybody in mind, Mitchell?
Yeah, could be.
You know, you seem to be taking quite an interest in this deal for a newspaper correspondent. Funny thing about a newspaper correspondent, they do a lot of traveling around, visiting plantations.
Sometimes it's a pretty neat cover to accuse somebody else, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning skip it, for now.
Well, gentlemen, I, for one, have had quite enough excitement for one night. And if you don't mind, I'm going back to bed.
Okay, one thing, though.
What is it?
Might be a good idea to lock your door, just in case. Perkins heads for his room, and I go to mine next door. I stretch out on the bed and light a cigarette. At this point, Hartford is high up on my suspect list. He's in a perfect spot to have engineered the raids, but I can't forget Van Voorhees' wife, Sakala, either. She could fit into the deal somehow, too. Finally, I guess I doze off. A faint sound starts pecking at my brain. At first, I think I'm dreaming, but finally it pulls me awake, like a rustle of papers or a faint crackle of flames. Then it stops. I head for Perkins' room in a hurry. Perkins! You all right? Perkins! Locked. Perkins!
What is it?
Mitchell, open up.
Oh, very well. What's the matter?
Hey, you okay?
Oh, why, yes. Sleeping like a baby, as a matter of fact. Why?
Did you hear a sound a moment ago?
Sound?
A faint crackling-like sound.
Why, yes, but I thought I was dreaming.
Let's take a look out the window.
Huh?
Hey, look down there on the ground just below the window.
Oh, a cigarette. Still burning. Mitchell, that crackling sound you heard, it must have been the rustle of these bushes outside my window. Somebody was trying to get into my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look out the window. Over there across the clearing.
Oh, two people. Why, it's Hartford talking to Van Voorhees' wife.
Yeah, comparing notes, maybe. Or setting up the next raid. Okay, throw your things in your suitcase, Perkins.
What? But why?
We're leaving.
Now?
Yeah, right now. Come on, get packed.
Oh, dear.
I go back to the living room. Van Voorhees and Willoughby are sitting there drinking cognac.
I have finally persuaded my wife that we should leave the plantation, Mitchell.
Where is your wife?
She went to bed half an hour ago.
I see. Willoughby, any of your roving patrols in this area?
Yes, one of them arrived here just a few minutes ago, Mitchell.
Good. Let's have them escort us back to Hartford's plantation.
Now?
Yeah.
But it'll be light in just a couple of hours.
And it may be too late. I'll explain later, Willoughby. Right now, I want to get started.
Very well, old boy.
Mitchell, as long as Sakala and I have decided to leave the plantation, we may as well accompany you. That way we will be sure of protection.
Okay, Van Voorhees. You and your wife pack up, and let's get going. Half an hour later, we shove off. Van Voorhees and his wife, Hartford, Perkins, Willoughby, the patrol, and myself. A little after dawn, we reach the native village that's halfway between the two plantations and start walking through it.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
You told me that you saw Hartford and Van Voorhees' wife talking together.
That's right. They could have been cooking up another raid.
Well, is that why you want to get us and the patrol back to Hartford's plantation? I mean, you think the raid is scheduled for there?
Could be.
Why, what's the matter?
Keep walking. He doesn't see me.
Who doesn't see you?
Over there in that bunch of natives, the gent with a scar on his face. That's one of the bandits. He chucked a knife at me last night.
What?
Go on without me. I'll join you later at Hartford's plantation, and don't let anything happen to Perkins. The rest of the party moves on. I drop out of sight in the bushes where I can keep my eye on the village and the native with the scar on his cheek. After a while, he eases away from the village. I tail him through the jungle, keeping well back so he won't spot me. An hour later, he reaches a small clearing, and I know I found the bandits' main camp. There must be 24 of them lying around, and in the center, there's a guy trying to raise someone on a walkie-talkie.
Hello. 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 Hello.
He's not having any luck, but I am, because a lot of things have suddenly fallen into place. I turn and start to leave. Then I freeze. One of the bandits is coming along the trail to the clearing. He'll pass right by me and be sure to see me. I've got to get the jump on him. I wait until he's right up to me. Then I dive for his neck. He drops his gun, claws at his throat. I know if he lets out one peep, I'm a dead duck. I increase the pressure. Tighter. Tighter. Finally, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. I drag him under the bushes and take off. It's the middle of the afternoon before I get to Hartford's plantation.
And I was getting worried about you, Mitchell. About to send the patrol back to find you.
I'm glad you didn't. Where are the others?
Well, they're all inside the plantation house.
Good. That patrol leader around anywhere?
Yes, he's right over there. Lieutenant Sheffield.
Yes? What is it, Willoughby?
Mitchell wants a word with you.
I've located the bandits' main camp.
What's that? Mitchell.
Yeah. Let's see. It's 3 p.m. That ought to give us time enough.
Time enough for what?
We're going to cook up a little gag, Willoughby. If it works, we're not only going to get the whole gang, we'll also nab their leader.
Not that I mind furnishing the liquor, Mitchell, but I don't quite see the reason for suddenly having a cocktail party.
Oh, just felt like a little celebration, Hartford.
I do not think there is cause for any of us to be celebrating right now. My husband and I have just lost our plantation.
My dear, you must reconcile yourself.
I, for one, will feel more like celebrating when I'm safely back in Singapore, Mitchell.
Oh, cheer up, Perkins. The worst is over. That's why I want to celebrate.
But celebrate what?
Let's see. It's exactly 5:30 p.m. right now. In just 10 minutes, those bandits will all be captured.
What are you talking about,
It's
Mitchell?
very simple. You see, I located their main camp.
You found their camp?
That's right, Mrs. Van Voorhees. Lieutenant Sheffield and his patrol are closing in on them right now.
Hey, Mitchell, my heartiest congratulations.
Thanks, Van Voorhees. Well, come on, Willoughby. Let's go outside and tell the rest of the troops they can knock off.
Right.
Okay, Willoughby. Around to the back.
Yes. You think it'll work, Mitchell?
I don't know. It's our only chance of pegging the leader.
But I still don't see how you intend to find out just who it is.
Okay. Hold it here. Now we'll just listen for a while.
But listen for what?
Quiet. There it is. Coming from that corner room. Come on. In the back door. Now, down the hall. And keep it quiet. Here we are. Door is undoubtedly locked, but it's flimsy. One push ought to do it. Come on. We'll rush it together.
Sort of get back for a running start, hmm?
Yeah, come on. Ready?
Right.
Let's go. Perkins! Complete with walkie-talkie. Trying to warn your boys.
What?
Perkins?
He's going for his gun.
You'll never make it, Perkins.
Let go of me.
Sit down, Perkins. I said sit down.
I got his gun, Mitchell.
Hey, what's going on?
Very simple, Hartford. We just grabbed the bandit leader.
What?
This man?
Yeah, Perkins.
I do not understand.
Posing as an importer gave Perkins a good excuse to travel this area, picking up information, but when the plantations were fortified, he realized he needed more accurate information.
So he rigged up his story about being an eyewitness and the attempts on his life to give him an excuse to be brought to these plantations.
Yeah, put him in a perfect spot to transmit information about the defense to his boys by means of that walkie-talkie he kept in his suitcase. You see, Perkins, I heard one of your boys using a walkie-talkie in the jungle, probably trying to get in touch with you. It made a faint crackling sound, just like the one I heard last night.
Why,
and speaking of last night, Hartford, what were you talking to Mrs. Van Voorhees about?
What's that? Relax, Van Voorhees. I knew you didn't like me, so I decided to talk to your wife instead to warn her about Mitchell.
Me? Oh, now look, I'm not that big a wolf.
I don't mean that. You didn't sound like a newspaper correspondent to me, so I was getting a little suspicious of your connection with this.
Well, that's the switch.
Sheffield to Mitchell. Over.
Oh, it's a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, let's have it. Thanks. Mitchell to Sheffield. Go ahead.
3 bandits captured 10 minutes ago.
What? Only 3? What happened to the rest of them?
Dead, you know.
Okay. Good work, Sheffield. Over and out. Well, I guess that's the crop. And, Perkins, after you face the court of law for the various murders you're responsible for, I don't think you'll have much time left. Yep, you had a pretty neat scheme going, but I guess you forgot the ancient Malayan proverb.
What are you talking about?
Man who tried to do bad things with walkie-talkie, when law gets through with him, will do neither one.
Neither one?
No walkie, no talkie.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, enjoy The Man Called X and your hit parade on NBC tonight. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve my trying to hold an Eastern European country together with my finger ring. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve.
Well, where do I go this time?
To jail.
Let's have that again.
You heard me. I'm sending you to jail.
Now, look, so maybe I did pad my expense account a little last month, but that isn't enough reason.
Seriously, Steve, there's someone in jail I want you to talk to. A woman.
Oh, well, you're sounding better by the moment.
I'm afraid you don't get the point.
Okay, what is the point?
The point is on the end of the KRONER cutlass, and it's a sharp one.
Look, jail, sword points. I think you better start at the beginning, Commissioner.
Take a look at this map, Steve. See this little country in Eastern Europe?
What about it?
Politically, it's on the fence right now. And as you know, that country has had a history of violence stretching back hundreds of years.
Wait a minute. The KRONER cutlass, isn't that regarded as a sort of symbol of unity in that country?
Whoever has had it in his possession has always been able to rally the country behind him, yes. The KRONER cutlass has been a symbol of unity, or rather was.
What do you mean, was?
Just before the end of the war, the KRONER cutlass was given to a U.S. Army lieutenant for safekeeping by one of their national leaders. Shortly after that, the lieutenant was reported missing in action. And neither he nor the sword has ever been located.
I still don't see what all of this has to do with my talking to a lady in jail, Commissioner.
That lady is the missing Army lieutenant's wife. This morning, the police got an anonymous tip that she had in her possession a jewel from the handle of the KRONER cutlass.
What?
That's right, Steve. They picked her up and brought her in. The jewel was in her purse.
You trying to tell me that the Army lieutenant's really alive and has been sending jewels from the sword back home one at a time for his wife to sell?
I'm only giving you what facts we have at this time, Steve. But I think there's a lot more to it than appears on the surface.
Oh, for instance, maybe this whole thing's a frame, huh?
I think it is. But thinking it and proving it are two different things. Naturally, that country is clamoring for the return of that sword.
Well, we've got to find it before we can return it.
Right. And I think you know there are interests in that country who would prefer that the sword not be returned, or if it is, that they're the ones who return it.
Yeah, that figures all right.
The most important newspaper over there is hooked up with these same interests, Steve.
The story of this woman's arrest has already leaked out, and they're making capital of it. That's why we've got to act fast. Now, Steve, get down to the jail. Talk to the lieutenant's wife and get her story. Then go anywhere and do anything you have to find that sword and deliver it to the proper officials. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of trying to locate an old beat-up sword, but the difference is that this particular sword could determine the fate of an entire nation. And I know that somewhere along the line, I'm sure to tangle with an outfit who'll be trying their best to give me that sword. Right in the neck. So I mosey down to the jail and talk to the Army lieutenant's wife, Mrs. Rogers.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Mitchell. Maybe you'll believe me. Nobody else around here seems to.
Well, suppose you start from the beginning, Mrs. Rogers.
All right. 5 years ago, my husband was reported missing in action. I was convinced that he'd been killed. I still am.
Go on.
In the last letter I received from him, he mentioned something about having a valuable sword in his possession. The Kroner something or other.
Kroner cutlass.
Yes. He said that it had been entrusted to him so that it wouldn't be captured by the enemy. That was the only thing he said about it. And I never heard from my husband again.
Then how do you account for having one of the jewels from that sword in your possession?
This morning a man came to my door. He handed me a small box and said it was for my husband. Before I could recover from the shock, he'd gone. In that box was a jewel.
I see.
Well, I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to go to the police. But on the way here, I was arrested. I guess they didn't believe I was coming here to give it to them. Later, they told me that jewel had come from the handle of the sword.
Yeah.
You believe me, don't you?
I'd like to. Look, you say a man came to your door and handed you that jewel this morning. Had you ever seen him before?
No, never.
Can you describe him?
Well, he was short and dark. Well, that's about all I remember.
That's not much to go on. Can't you remember anything else about him?
I'm afraid not. Wait. His clothing.
What about it?
He was wearing a pea coat and dungarees.
Could have been a sailor. Well, that's still not very much to go on, but guess I'll have to do with it. Thanks for the information, Mrs. Rogers. I'll see what I can find out. Well, at this point, I don't know whether Mrs. Rogers is telling me the truth or not, but there's only one way to find out, so I start checking. Then, 23 cab drivers later, I find one who remembers picking up a sailor from Mrs. Rogers' address and taking him to the waterfront just in time to catch a freighter that was pulling out, the Golden Star. I check further and find that the Golden Star is now en route to Liverpool, England, so I fly to England. And I'm waiting on the dock in Liverpool when the Golden Star pulls in.
Pity some people can't learn to stay at home and mind their own business.
What? Look, Oh, well, my old friend, Inspector Barrett.
Hello, Mitchell.
How's Scotland Yard these days?
Still doing business at the same address, thank you.
What are you doing here in Liverpool?
Oh, just dropped down to see what you were doing here. Last time you came over, as I remember, you were looking for microfilm.
Yeah, this time it's a sword.
My. You should have quite a collection of trophies when you finally round out your illustrious career. Anything I can do to give you a hand, old boy?
Thanks, but I doubt it, unless you want to stand here and watch every seaman who comes off that freighter that's just docking. All I know is that the one I'm after is short and dark, which is going to make it pretty tough.
Oh, not really tough at all, Mitchell. Here.
What's this?
Just a photograph of the man you're after, old boy.
Huh? Hey, how did you get this?
Quite simple, really. Your commissioner told us you were coming and why. The Golden Star is a British freighter. So we sent a wireless to the skipper, asking for the name of the seaman who almost missed the ship in the States. He sent us the name, and we nosed around in the hiring hall files and got this picture. Chap named Perkins. Oh, really nothing to it.
Oh? Well, I got a hunch it wasn't quite as simple as you're making it sound, but thanks anyway. Hey, look, coming down the gangplank.
Righto. Perkins himself. And he looks to be in a bit of a hurry. Want to nab him?
No, not yet. I'm more interested in seeing where he goes and whom he reports to. Let's tag along after him and find out. We follow Perkins off the pier. He grabs a cab and starts taking side streets, obviously trying to shake off anyone who might be tailing him, but Barrett and I stick. Finally, Perkins' cab pulls up in front of the railroad depot, and he disappears inside. We jump out and follow him, but when we get inside, Perkins is nowhere in sight.
Well, quite a disappearing act the lad pulled on us, Mitchell.
He's got to be around here somewhere, Barrett.
Yes, but where?
He may try to get on that train that's pulling in.
He'd have to be pretty speedy to do that. That's a through train. Doesn't stop here.
Oh. Hey, look, that crowd over on the platform.
Yes, I got a glimpse of the blighter, too.
Come on.
Mitchell, he's trying to get through that crowd. Seems to be running from someone. Mitchell!
Brother!
Fell right into the path of the train.
Feller got pushed.
One side, please. One side. Let us through, please. One side. One side. Stand back.
Hey, not a very pretty sight, is he?
No. Looks like we were a bit too late. Well, come along. I say, Mitchell.
Oh, okay.
Praying over the blighter is all very well, but...
I wasn't exactly praying, Barrett.
Well, I saw your lips moving, and I'm quite sure you weren't carrying on a conversation with him.
No, I wasn't. But someone from a distance might think I was.
I say. The chap who pushed Perkins, for instance.
For instance?
I say, aren't you sticking out the well-known Nick? If the killer thinks you have any information, he's liable to take a try at you.
Well, that might give me a lead, and right now I'm fresh out.
Strikes me as a rather grim way of getting a lead. Well, where does all of this leave you now, Mitchell?
Right in the middle of nowhere.
Looks a little embarrassing for your government at this point, doesn't it?
It sure does. A United States Army lieutenant gets a symbolic sword entrusted to him and disappears. Then a jewel from the sword turns up in his wife's possession. Not exactly conducive to good relations between our country and theirs, particularly when the leading newspaper of their country is hooked up with the interests which would like to take over.
Yes, I imagine that paper is making quite an issue of the incident.
You know, Perkins' murder just now convinces me more than ever that this whole deal is a frame. Perkins was probably hired to deliver that jewel to Mrs. Ford. He outlived his usefulness and was killed to shut his mouth.
Nice theory, if you can prove it. Oh, incidentally, where is that jewel?
In my pocket.
What?
I'm going to turn it over to the Royal Museum. That's where the sword used to be kept. I guess that's my next stop. When can I catch a plane across the channel?
Weather's a bit thick for flying right now, Mitchell. Better take the channel boat.
Okay. Well, thanks for everything, Barry.
Righto. Oh, it was really...
Yeah, I know. It was really nothing. Well, see you later, I hope. So I board the channel boat. It's dark and foggy, and as usual, the crossing is rough, and I stand out on deck at the rail, and pretty soon a sad-looking little gent is standing beside me.
Oh.
Little hard on stomach, huh?
Oh, 15 times I crossed this channel. 14 times I am seasick.
What happened the 15th time?
I fly across.
Oh, better that way, huh?
No, that time I got airsick.
He wanders down the deck and disappears into the mist. I stand there a few minutes more. Then suddenly I hear a little noise behind me, and I start to turn. Then I hear someone running at me. I drop to one knee. A knife flashes down at me. I grab a wrist and heave. He goes flying. I don't even get a look at the knife artist. My hunch is that it was C6 Sam, but at this point it doesn't matter, except that having missed me once, they'll probably try again. I get to Paris and take a plane east to the country that the sword belongs to, and I head for the Royal Museum and the curator's office.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Well, hello. I was expecting to find someone with a long gray beard. This is quite an improvement.
Thank you, but I am not the curator. Dr. Marzak is. I'm his assistant, Anna.
Anna? Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mitchell. We have been expecting you.
I'm supposed to turn over the jewel from the KRONER cutlass to the curator.
I know. A very unfortunate incident, isn't it?
It sure is.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm convinced that this is a deliberate plot on the part of those interests which would like to create a rift between our two countries.
Well, it's good to hear someone else say that, Anna.
Dr. Marzak is quite anxious to talk to you, but he's busy right now. If you care to wander around the museum and look at the exhibits, I will call you when he is free.
So I nose around the museum. It's a typical collection. A few fig leaf characters, a bunch of spears and crossbows on the walls, and a plaster statue of a general on horseback holding a sword in the air.
One of our heroes, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, I didn't hear you come up.
His name is General Krufer. He lived 2 centuries ago, and he was as devoted to our country as I am.
Oh, well, speaking of names, what's yours?
I am Gabor, the editor of the newspaper here.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of your paper, Gabor.
And let me assure you, I have heard of you, Mr. Steve Mitchell from the United States.
You seem to. So your newspaper is devoted to the welfare of this country, huh?
Completely.
Sure.
And has your interventionist government sent you over here in a feeble attempt to explain away this defamation of our national symbol, the KRONER cutlass?
You know, I'll bet you took those words right out of one of your editorials.
The fact remains that your noble army lieutenants feel so little respect for our country that they steal our symbol and sell the jewels from it.
Look, Gabor, according to our information, the army lieutenant to whom that sword was entrusted was killed in action several years ago.
Obviously, he's alive and in hiding. You could have easily falsified the records.
Oh, sure. Tell me, is there by any chance an election coming up in this country soon?
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, of course not. I was just asking.
Do not attempt to cloud the issue. The very fact that you have in your possession a jewel taken from the KRONER cutlass is proof of our suspicions.
Yeah. I must admit it does look sort of bad for us.
You pretend to be unconcerned, yet I see you wringing your hands with nervousness. But you have indeed good cause to be nervous.
You're so right, Gabor.
Mr. Mitchell, Dr. Marzak will see you now.
Thanks, Anna. Well, see you around,
Indeed
Gabor.
you will, Mr. Mitchell. I intend to give your visit here the widest publicity.
I'm sure of it.
Right in here, Mr. Mitchell.
Ah, Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Marzak?
I am happy to make your acquaintance. Although I wish these circumstances were more pleasant. Sit down.
Thanks.
Dr. Marzak agrees with us, Mr. Mitchell, that this could be a plot.
That is what I would like to think, Anna. But we cannot close our eyes to facts.
I know. And here's fact number 1. The jewel from the KRONER cutlass.
Oh, wait.
What's the matter, huh?
Let me see that jewel. Mr. Mitchell, this is the jewel you brought with you from the United States.
It sure is. Why?
But this is just a piece of cheap onyx.
What?
Oh, no.
It's true, Dr. Marzak. See for yourself. This jewel was not taken from the KRONER cutlass.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Look, are you sure this stone didn't come from the KRONER cutlass?
Of course I'm sure.
Let me see it, Anna.
Here you are, Dr. Marzak.
Why, Anna is right, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, my theory is that this deal is a frame, but I hardly think the interest behind it would be stupid enough to give us a phony jewel. Wait a minute.
Where are you going?
I've got a little errand to do, Dr. Marzak. I'll check with you two later.
Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Gabor. Good thing you're still hanging around.
What do you mean?
Go on into Dr. Marzak's office. I'll bet he's got an interesting story for you.
Thank you. I'm certain he has. As a matter of fact, I have that story all set up in print and ready to run.
Don't count on it. Gabor disappears into Marzak's office looking like a cat after a 7-course dinner. I get over behind the statue of the sword-holding general on horseback because if my hunch is right, if Gabor and his outfit are behind this deal, he's going to come out of Marzak's office in a hurry, looking like a sick chicken. And 2 minutes later, he does. I follow him outside to a phone booth where he puts in a quick call. Then he heads for a little bar. He downs 3 drinks in a hurry, looking more nervous by the moment. 10 minutes later, a fat gent comes in and waddles over to him. I slip the bartender a buck and learn that the fat guy's name is Kratz, the publisher of the paper that Gabor edits. I stroll over to them. Hello, Gabor.
Oh, Mitchell.
So this is Steve Mitchell from the United States.
That's right, Mr. Kratz.
You know my name.
We all have our sources of information. You publish Gabor's newspaper, don't you?
Your information is quite accurate. And how is your mission coming, Mitchell? I imagine you're having great difficulty explaining this incident.
Oh? You mean Gabor hasn't told you yet?
Tell me what?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Told me what?
That jewel didn't come from the KRONER cutlass.
A very feeble joke, Mitchell.
It's no joke. Ask Dr. Marzak or his assistant. They ought to know.
You see, I was going to tell you I hadn't had time yet.
You perhaps felt it was not important, Gabor.
That is... This whole thing is a trick, Mr. Kratz. I'm sure of it.
You don't sound very sure to me, Gabor. You know, without mentioning any names, it could go together something like this. Someone hires a merchant seaman to deliver a jewel from the KRONER cutlass to a woman in the States, but the seaman pulls a double cross and switches jewels, keeping the real one. That make any sense to you, Gabor?
Of course not. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, there could be some heads rolling for a deal like that.
I tell you, this whole thing is a trick, Mr. Kratz.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Mitchell, I believe Gabor and I should have a little talk.
But, Mr. Kratz...
Sure, go right ahead. See you later, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Anna.
Dr. Marzak began to think you were not coming back. He left a few minutes ago.
I'm sorry my errand took longer than I thought, but it was worth it. It's nice to have the pressure on somebody else for a change.
I'm not sure I understand you.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Would you like a ride home?
Oh, well, yes, thank you very much. I'll be with you as soon as I finish soaking my hands. Work around these old relics is not conducive to a good manicure.
Yeah, I can imagine. Here, your hands are all wet. I'll get the phone.
Oh, never mind.
No trouble. Hello? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter?
I don't know. Nobody answers.
I'll take it.
Here you are.
Hello? Hello? Oh, it was probably a wrong number.
Oh, I wonder.
What do you mean?
I think I know where that call came from, Anna. I could hear a balalaika playing in the background. It could have been from the bar I just came from. There was a balalaika there, too.
But who could be calling me from a bar?
That's a good question. Well, come on.
It's very thoughtful of you to take me home, Steve. Here, I'll turn out the lights.
Dark out here in the main hall.
Yes. Be careful not to bump into General Krupa's horse.
You think he might kick me?
If he did, it would be quite an event. Turn to the right here.
Okay. I guess you have every square foot of this place memorized, huh?
Just about. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I left my gloves in the office. It'll only take me a minute. Wait here.
I stand there in the dark, waiting. Several minutes go by, and I'm just about to go back to the office to see what happened to Anna when I hear a faint creaking sound to one side of me. I hit the floor. Something plunks into the wall over my head. I get to my knees and start circling in the dark, but the room is empty except for a heavy crossbow lying on the floor.
Steve?
Over here, Anna.
Oh, wait, I'll turn on the lights. There. Are you all right?
As far as I know.
What happened?
Somebody took a pot shot at me with a crossbow.
What?
That surprise you?
Oh, yes, of course. What do you mean?
You know, it took you a long time to find those gloves, Anna.
What are you talking about?
Long enough for you to have come back here in the dark and gotten that crossbow down off the wall.
Steve, whatever put such a ridiculous idea into your head?
Let it go for the time being. Come on, let's go.
This is my apartment just ahead, Steve.
Okay.
You still suspicious of me, Steve?
I guess right now I'm a little suspicious of everything, Anna.
Perhaps if you were to come up and let me mix you a drink, Steve, you might find out that your suspicions were completely unjustified.
I might, at that. Okay,
Oh, what is it?
Nothing. Look, I don't think I'll be able to make it, Anna.
Oh, but
I just remembered something I have to take care of right away. I'll be seeing you. What's changed my mind is a glimpse of a figure standing across the street in the shadows. I get in my car and drive around the block and come back. The guy is gone. I look up at Anna's window and the lights are out. Suddenly, it hits me. I pound upstairs and down the hall to her door. There's a faint smell of gas. I start throwing my shoulder against the door. windows are closed. The gas is on, full tilt, and Anna's lying on the bed. I turn off the gas and open the windows. Anna. Here, I'll get you over to the window. Don't try to talk until you get some fresh air in your lungs. There you are. That's better?
Oh, yes. Yes, Marge.
What happened?
Oh, someone knocked on my door. And when I opened it, whoever it was hit me. I didn't get a chance to see who. That is all I remember.
Well, at least this attempt on your life sort of takes you off my suspicious list.
But why would anyone want to kill me, Steve?
I don't know, unless... Hey, wait a minute. Put it together this way. Only 3 people outside the enemy's camp know that the jewel is a phony. You, Dr. Marzak, and myself.
Oh, so?
So, first an attempt is made on my life, that crossbow gag at the museum. Then an attempt is made on your life just now. Sort of looks like the opposition is trying to keep that jewel switch a secret, doesn't it?
Oh, Steve, that means...
That means they'll probably try next for the 3rd name on the list, the guy who has that phony jewel right now.
Dr. Marzak.
Do you know his home phone number?
Oh, yes. I'll call him right away.
Tell him to lock himself up in a hurry. These babies we're up against believe in moving fast.
I know they... hello? Let me speak to Dr. Marzak, please. What? How long ago? Do you know where he went? Oh, I see. An appointment. Oh, thank you.
Where is he?
Well, according to the butler, Dr. Marzak had a 10 o'clock appointment at the museum.
Who with?
Someone who telephoned him earlier in the evening. The butler doesn't know who.
Someone who phoned him? Yeah. Could be the same guy who called the museum when I answered the phone, and in my book, that adds up to Gabor.
Steve, Gabor will try to kill Dr. Marzak.
That looks that way. What time is it?
10 minutes to 10.
That gives us just 10 minutes to get there. Come on, let's go. You got a key to the front door of this joint, Anna?
Yes, right here.
Good. Haven't got any time to waste. Hey, who's that gent roosting in front of the door?
I don't know. I've never seen him before.
What do you want?
Get out of the way. We want to see Dr. Marzak.
The curator does not wish to be disturbed.
Oh, who told you that? Dr. Marzak or Gabor?
Get away from here before I...
Go! Sorry, Buster. Come on, Anna. Get this door open.
Yes. They are probably in Dr. Marzak's office. I hope we're in time to prevent Gabor from killing him.
So do I. Where's that turn in the hall?
It's right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look. There's a crack of light under Marzak's office door.
There was a crack of light, you mean? The lights just went off.
Oh, shall I turn them on out here?
No, I don't want us to be silhouetted when I open that office door. Well, there we are. Now, get down.
All right.
Here goes. Then I hear a back door slam. I open it. There's a flight of stairs. I start up. Then I see a figure coming down at me. I drop to one knee and throw a shoulder into him. He goes flying. It's Gabor. He hits the bottom and lies still. There's enough light to tell me that the stairs I'm on lead to a balcony which overlooks the main hall of the museum. I start up them again. Then a voice from above stops me.
Who is it?
Steve Mitchell. Where are you, Dr. Marzak?
Above you, on the balcony.
Are you okay?
Yes. I'm quite all right, thank you.
One slug hits me in the shoulder, bouncing me back against the wall. Now, at last, I know who the real leader of the opposition is, Dr. Marzak. I flatten myself against the wall and inch up the rest of the stairs. He's shooting blind, and if I've counted correctly, his gun is empty by now. I reach the balcony, then I see a glint of metal. He's coming at me with a battle axe. I duck just in time. Axe cuts the air an inch above my head, and I let him have a left. Brother.
Steve, are you okay?
Yeah, he just winged me. You can turn the lights on now.
All right. Oh, Steve, look.
Yeah, that statue of General Krupa. Marzak must have fallen right on top of the sword in the general's hand. Oh. His weight broke the sword off, and he fell to the floor. Not a very pretty sight, is it?
Oh, no. Steve, wait.
What's the matter?
That sword. That is the Kroner cutlass.
What?
Yes. There's a coat of plaster over it, but some of it cracked away. It is the Kroner cutlass.
Well, how about that? Marzak must have had it hidden right here all the time in the general's hand. Well, I gotta hand it to him. He couldn't have picked a better hiding place.
But why, Steve?
Oh, it's pretty simple. Marzak and his outfit probably figured that after thoroughly discrediting my country with that stolen jewel gag, they'd produce the sword along about election time and win enough votes with it.
But I don't understand why Marzak was stupid enough to use an imitation jewel.
He wasn't.
What do you mean?
Here's the real jewel from the Kroner cutlass, Anna.
Oh.
I've had it right here in my pocket all along.
But that jewel you showed us.
That one I pried out of my finger ring. You see, when I was talking to Gabor outside Marzak's office, I realized he was counting pretty heavily on the fact that the jewel I had came from the sword. So I figured it might put the pressure on him a little if I substituted a phony stone. It did.
Well, I hope Dr. Marzak realized before he fell on the sword that his treacherous plans did not succeed.
Oh, I'm sure he did, Anna. Matter of fact, you might say that Dr. Marzak finally got the point.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, was written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and was produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. Enjoy The Man Called X next, and later it's Dennis Day on NBC.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with a native bandit giving me a big break by heaving a knife at me. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. And don't bother to sit down. Your plane leaves for Malaya in 1 hour.
Malaya? Look, I just got out of one jungle. Don't tell me you're sending me back into another one.
That's just what I am telling you, Steve.
Aren't you sort of stretching my luck a little?
That's the right word for it, all right.
Stretching?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Rubber.
A jokester yet? Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, take any list of vital war materials. Rubber's near the top.
So, what am I supposed to do? Go over to Malaya and tap a few rubber trees?
You don't have to. They've quite a few thousand natives on the job already over there. No, it's what's happening after the rubber is harvested that we're interested in.
Just what is happening?
A gang of so-called bandits has been raiding the various plantations, Steve. They're organized and equipped like a small army. They've been setting fire to buildings, terrorizing the natives, and in general interfering seriously with the entire operation over there.
I see. Look, isn't this a matter for the British?
Well, they've asked our cooperation in the matter, Steve, and I think the main reason is there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
What?
To our knowledge, nobody's ever gotten a good look at this leader, or at least lived to tell about it. And Steve, it's vital to both countries that we smash this gang.
Whom do I work with?
A British intelligence agent named Willoughby. He's waiting for you in Singapore right now. Steve, get over there. Work with Willoughby, and then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to put these bandits out of business for keeps. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of scouring the Malayan jungle to find out who's been burning up a few assorted rubber plantations. And I've got an uneasy hunch that whoever it is has a king-size hotfoot reserved for me. It's Friday when my plane lands in Singapore, and I head for the office of the British agent Willoughby.
thoroughly nasty mess, Mitchell.
I understand there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
Yes, that's the rumor. What it's worth, I don't know.
None of the bandits has ever been captured, huh?
Not one of the blighters, no. We've set several traps for them, but they've avoided them very skillfully.
What sort of traps, Willoughby?
Well, we've doubled our patrols in the whole area. We've also converted several of the plantations which haven't yet been attacked into miniature fortresses. Concealed machine gun emplacements, troops hidden in foxholes, and so on. But they always seem to know which plantations are guarded and which aren't. As I said, their information appears to be amazingly accurate.
Yeah. Has anybody ever gotten a good look at this bandit leader?
I'm not sure, Mitchell. There's one person who may have.
What do you mean, may have?
It's a little chap in the next room. Mr. Perkins, would you step in here a moment, please?
All right.
This is Steve Mitchell, agent from the United States, Mr. Perkins. Steve, Mr. Perkins, an importer.
How do you do?
Mr. Perkins?
Would you mind repeating your story to Mr. Mitchell, Perkins?
Very well. As Mr. Willoughby told you just now, I'm an importer, Mr. Mitchell. And in the course of my business, I make frequent trips into the jungles to the north of here.
I see.
Now, last week I was staying at a friend's plantation deep in the interior, and suddenly this gang of bandits attacked the plantation about midnight, as I remember.
Go on.
My friend ran out of the house as soon as he heard the shots. He was killed on the spot. Well, apparently the bandits didn't expect there would be anyone else in the house, so they didn't enter immediately. They set fire to the outbuildings, and during the excitement, I was able to crawl out of the window and into the jungle.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your experience and the loss of your friend, Perkins, but I don't quite see what connection this has with...
Well, it was after my return here to Singapore that my real troubles began, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
Well, 2 days ago, I was almost run down in the streets. Well, I'm convinced it was a deliberate attempt on my life. Well, last night I was fired upon.
What?
Yes, it appears that someone is quite anxious to put Mr. Perkins out of the way, Mitchell.
But why?
Well, it's my theory that Perkins may have seen the bandit leader in action.
But how did they know you were there at the plantation during the raid, Perkins?
Well, my coat. In my haste to escape, I left my coat in my room. You see, it had my name in it.
I get it. They found the coat and figured out you must have been there and must have seen them. Perkins, did you see any of them?
Yes. Well, there was a lot of confusion, of course, but after I slipped into the jungle, I saw several figures in the clearing.
Well, now, don't panic about it. Did you get a good look at them?
Only a brief one.
Was one of them an American?
Well, I really couldn't say. Remember, it was in the middle of the night, and the only illumination came from the fires they'd set.
You think you'd recognize any of them if you saw them again?
Well, that's the same question Mr. Willoughby asked me. And all I can say is that I might. I don't know.
You know, Willoughby, it's pretty obvious to me that this bandit leader is somebody who's known in the interior.
It's my notion, too, old boy.
Yeah, he could figure that Perkins would be making other trips into that country and might spot him, all of which gives me the idea what our one chance of finding him is.
You have in mind a trip into the interior for the three of us?
Yep.
Yes, I've already broached the subject to Mr. Perkins, but he doesn't seem to think very highly of it.
Oh?
Gentlemen, I'm sure you understand my position. Frankly, I'm not a particularly courageous man. There have already been 2 attempts on my life right here in Singapore because of this. And to return to those jungles, it seems to me I'd be inviting my own murder.
Yeah, we understand your position perfectly, Mr. Perkins, but I hope that you understand just how important this deal is.
Well, I
These
do.
bandits are seriously interfering with the production of a raw material that's vital to both of our countries.
I know that, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that
Right now, you're apparently the one man who can put the finger on their leader.
I don't know.
Willoughby and I'll give you all the protection that's humanly possible if you make this trip with us.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I'll second that. How soon can you be ready?
Oh, it shouldn't take me long to pack my suitcase. Not more than an hour, I'd say.
Very well. We'll leave in an hour, then.
We go part way by train, take a jeep as far as we can, and then start out on foot through the jungle. It's hot and damp, and Willoughby's in front, Perkins in the middle, and I'm bringing up in the rear, and all 3 of us are trying to look in every direction at once.
These bandits could be hiding anywhere around us.
That's a possibility, of course, but I rather doubt it. It seems more likely that their main camp is farther in the interior.
Oh, but they may have scouts watching this very trail. Look, why can't we take a boat up the river?
We get out in the middle of that river? We'd really be making targets of ourselves. No, it's safer here in the jungle.
Oh, dear. What was that?
Oh, a bird or an animal sounded like.
Oh, it sounded like somebody getting killed.
Take it easy, Perkins. How much farther to the first plantation on our list, Willoughby?
Oh, it can't be more than a mile or so.
Another mile of this jungle? Oh, I wish I'd never agreed to make this trip. I can't get rid of the feeling that I'm walking into a death trap.
What an optimist. Perkins, 5 will get you 10. We'll make it to the plantation safe and sound.
You will pardon me if I do not accept your wager, Mitchell, but I certainly hope you are right.
Hey, watch out.
What is it?
Up in that tree. I got him. Mitchell.
I told you to have scouts watching.
Get your head up out of the dirt and take a look, Perkins. That was no scout, unless they're wearing snakeskins these days.
What? Oh, dear. Python.
15 feet if he's an inch. Thanks, old chap. Looks like the rascal had zeroed in on me.
Great. We've not only got bandits to watch out for, now it's snakes yet. Come on, let's speed it up a little, huh?
Well, here's our first plantation.
Well, we made it after all.
Yeah. Hey, quite a spread. Who owns it?
Absentee Corporation, old boy. The resident manager's a chap named Hartford. He's standing there by the checking shed.
British?
No, American.
Oh?
Hello, Willoughby.
Afternoon, Hartford.
Still poking around the bushes looking for the bandits?
Quite. Hartford, I'd like you to meet Mr. Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent.
Pleased to meet you, Hartford.
A little off your beat up in this neck of the woods, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know. My beat's where there's news, Hartford. And these attacks on the plantations come under that heading, I think.
Troops arrived yet, Hartford?
Yeah, they're dug in around the edge of the plantation. Say, according to that meeting all of us had 2 weeks ago, you were going to put some extra patrols in this area.
That's right.
Any of them around here?
Oh, here and there, old boy.
Okay if I nose around the plantation a little, Hartford?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Brown.
I'll tag along with you, Mitchell. Make sure you don't get lost.
Okay.
We'll check with you before we leave, Hartford.
Okay.
Willoughby.
Huh?
What's this meeting Hartford was talking about?
Oh, it was 2 weeks ago, Mitchell. We called in all the plantation owners and managers to outline and set up plans for the defense of the plantation against these attacks by the bandits.
Then Hartford or any other plantation owner or manager knows the defense plans for all the plantations?
That's right.
Perkins, you recognize Hartford?
I couldn't be sure.
Say, Mitchell, do you think that Hartford could be involved in this?
Right now, I don't think anything, Willoughby. I'm just trying to find out. Brother, look at those machine gun emplacements.
Oh, the bandits would surely not attack a place as heavily armed as this.
Maybe they would, if they knew just where the machine guns were located. Perkins, any of those workers over there look familiar to you?
No, I've been looking at all of them very closely, but I don't recognize a single one.
How far to the next plantation, Willoughby?
Oh, it's 2 hours easy travel. There's a native village between here and there and a well-marked trail.
Who owns it?
A Dutchman, Van Voorhees.
Okay, we better get started. I've got no hankering to be caught in the jungle after dark.
Welcome to my plantation, gentlemen.
Thanks, Van Voorhees.
After you.
Thanks, old boy.
Thank you.
You arrived just in time. Another hour, and it will be quite dark. And in these times, it is not wise to be out after dark.
I hardly agree with that.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well.
My wife, Sukala, gentlemen.
Hello.
I am honored.
Well, I should say my bride. 3 months now.
Yes.
The 3 of you will, of course, spend the night here.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
You from this part of the country, Sukala?
No, I am not. If you excuse me, gentlemen, I will give the necessary orders to our cook.
Would you care for a drink, gentlemen?
Oh, a little later, maybe. Right now, I'd like to take a look around your plantation, if I might.
But of course, I will be glad to show you around. I will tell Sukala that we will be back shortly.
Willoughby. She must be at least 20 years younger than he is.
The wife?
Yeah, and she's not from this part of the country either. How long ago did these raids start?
Oh, they've been going on for, between 2 and 3 months now.
Uh-huh. And 3 months ago, she married Van Voorhees and moved into this area. Interesting thought, isn't it? We nose around the plantation. It's fortified just like the other one, but Perkins doesn't recognize any of the workers. We have a late dinner and turn in. Perkins' room is between Willoughby's and mine. I don't know how long I've been asleep when all of a sudden... The blanket jerks me out of bed to the window. Tongues of flame are licking at the outbuildings. In the light of the fires, I can see guys running around shooting up the place. So here we've been breaking our backs to find the bandits. But the way it's turned out, the bandits have found us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I run to Perkins' room and jerk open the door.
The bandits, Mitchell, they'll kill me.
Not if you stay under cover, Perkins. I'm going outside and see if I can lend a hand.
Over here, Mitchell!
Okay.
You got your gun?
Yeah. Where's Van Voorhees?
Right here. Sukala, get back inside the house at once.
Very well.
Every building is on fire except the house.
How could they have gotten through the defenses, Willoughby?
They must have known exactly where they were and infiltrated between them. They've already blown up 2 machine gun emplacements with hand grenades, and they've killed the troops at the 3rd over there.
Okay. Round up what troops are left, Willoughby. I'm going to make a try for that machine gun. I start circling towards the machine gun. Suddenly a native looms up in front of me, an ugly scar on his cheek, and in his hand, a long knife that's even uglier. I drop to one knee. The knife whistles over my head. I dive for him, but he scrambles into the bushes. I throw a shot at him. I don't know whether it takes effect. Then I spot another bandit drawing a bead on me. This time I don't miss. I finally get to the machine gun and I swing it around. The rest of the bandits melt away into the jungle, but by now the damage has been done. I join Willoughby and Van Voorhees on the front porch of the house.
The house itself is untouched, but that is the only thing there is. The plantation itself is a complete loss.
Well, it was an infernally well-organized attack, Mitchell. They got right into the machine.
Hey, wait a minute.
What was the matter?
Perkins, come on. I want to make sure he's okay.
Well, where was he during the shooting?
I went into his room, told him to stay under cover, but those bandits seem to know everything else. They could have known he was on the plantation, too. Well, here we are. Perkins, Hey, where is he?
Wait, now we're in sight.
Perkins! Oh, great. If they've gotten him, we're licked.
Well, he might have done what he did during that attack before, escaped through the window.
It's closed. I'll try this closet, then we better... Perkins.
Is it all over?
Yeah, it's all over, Perkins. You can climb down off that closet shelf.
Well, you told me to stay under cover, Mitchell.
Yeah, you sure took me literally. And I guess it's just as well. Come on, Willoughby. Let's go talk to Van Voorhees.
Right.
Mitchell, isn't there someplace else where we can stay the rest of the night? I don't...
Look, this plantation is probably the safest place in the world right now for you, Perkins. The bandits have already done their job here.
And quite completely, too. I'd give a year's pay to know how those blighters are getting their information.
Yeah.
There, Mikey. The plantation is a complete loss, but we are still unharmed. And that is the important thing. Oh, gentlemen, my wife is quite upset over this. I've been trying to tell her that...
Gentlemen, if you will excuse me, please.
What are you going to do, Van Voorhees?
I think the only thing to do is to get out of here. I've been trying to talk my wife into leaving, but she thinks we should stay and try to rebuild.
Oh? Tell me, Van Voorhees, had you known your wife long before you married her?
Why, no. Only a short time. Why do you ask?
She came here to live about 3 months ago, and it was shortly after that these raids started. Raids that are obviously based upon inside information.
Hey, Mitchell, I have extended to you the hospitality of my house, but I have not extended to you the right to make accusations against my wife.
I'm not making accusations, Van Voorhees. I'm just trying to find out who's heading up this gang of bandits.
I would stake my life that my wife is not involved in such a thing.
I see. What would you stake on your neighbor, then, Van Voorhees?
Neighbor?
The American, Hartford, manager of the next plantation back.
Hey, Mitchell, the only thing I know about this Hartford is that I do not trust him.
Why not?
I do not know. I simply do not trust the man.
Mitchell, you pointed out earlier that Hartford had complete information on the defenses of these plantations.
Yeah.
Hartford also knew we were coming to this plantation. Perhaps he recognized me, and that is why...
Visitor at this time of night? Hartford.
Well, speak of the devil, Willoughby.
Quite.
I heard the shooting, saw the flames, Van Voorhees, so I headed for your plantation here to see what the trouble is. Oh, Looks like I got here a little too late. Sure made a mess of the plantation, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, Hartford. Amazing how they knew just where the defenses were located, isn't it?
Sure is. It must be pretty smart, all right.
Either that or somebody's giving them pretty smart information.
Yeah, could be. Got anybody in mind, Mitchell?
Yeah, could be.
You know, you seem to be taking quite an interest in this deal for a newspaper correspondent. Funny thing about a newspaper correspondent, they do a lot of traveling around, visiting plantations.
Sometimes it's a pretty neat cover to accuse somebody else, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning skip it, for now.
Well, gentlemen, I, for one, have had quite enough excitement for one night. And if you don't mind, I'm going back to bed.
Okay, one thing, though.
What is it?
Might be a good idea to lock your door, just in case. Perkins heads for his room, and I go to mine next door. I stretch out on the bed and light a cigarette. At this point, Hartford is high up on my suspect list. He's in a perfect spot to have engineered the raids, but I can't forget Van Voorhees' wife, Sakala, either. She could fit into the deal somehow, too. Finally, I guess I doze off. A faint sound starts pecking at my brain. At first, I think I'm dreaming, but finally it pulls me awake, like a rustle of papers or a faint crackle of flames. Then it stops. I head for Perkins' room in a hurry. Perkins, you all right? Perkins! Locked. Perkins!
What is it?
Mitchell, open up.
Oh, very well. What's the matter?
Hey, you okay?
Oh, why, yes. Sleeping like a baby, as a matter of fact. Why?
Did you hear a sound a moment ago?
Sound?
A faint crackling-like sound.
Why, yes, but I thought I was dreaming.
Let's take a look out the window.
Huh?
Hey, look down there on the ground just below the window.
Oh, a cigarette. Still burning. Mitchell, that crackling sound you heard, it must have been the rustle of these bushes outside my window. Somebody was trying to get into my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look out the window. Over there across the clearing.
Oh, two people. Why, it's Hartford talking to Van Voorhees' wife.
Yeah, comparing notes, maybe. Or setting up the next raid. Okay, throw your things in your suitcase, Perkins.
What? But why?
We're leaving.
Now?
Yeah, right now. Come on, get packed.
Oh, dear.
I go back to the living room. Van Voorhees and Willoughby are sitting there drinking cognac.
I have finally persuaded my wife that we should leave the plantation, Mitchell.
Where is your wife?
She went to bed half an hour ago.
I see. Willoughby, any of your roving patrols in this area?
Yes, one of them arrived here just a few minutes ago, Mitchell.
Good. Let's have them escort us back to Hartford's plantation.
Now?
Yeah.
But it'll be light in just a couple of hours.
And it may be too late. I'll explain later, Willoughby. Right now, I want to get started.
Very well, old boy.
Hey, Mitchell, as long as Sakala and I have decided to leave the plantation, we may as well accompany you. That way we will be sure of protection.
Okay, Van Voorhees. You and your wife pack up, and let's get going. Half an hour later, we shove off. Van Voorhees and his wife, Hartford, Perkins, Willoughby, the patrol, and myself. A little after dawn, we reach the native village that's halfway between the two plantations and start walking through it.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
You told me that you saw Hartford and Van Voorhees' wife talking together.
That's right. They could have been cooking up another raid.
Well, is that why you want to get us and the patrol back to Hartford's plantation? I mean, you think the raid is scheduled for there?
Could be.
Why, what's the matter?
Keep walking. He doesn't see me.
Who doesn't see you?
Over there in that bunch of natives, the gent with a scar on his face. That's one of the bandits. He chucked a knife at me last night.
What?
Go on without me. I'll join you later at Hartford's plantation, and don't let anything happen to Perkins. The rest of the party moves on. I drop out of sight in the bushes where I can keep my eye on the village and the native with the scar on his cheek. After a while, he eases away from the village. I tail him through the jungle, keeping well back so he won't spot me. An hour later, he reaches a small clearing, and I know I've found the bandits' main camp. There must be 24 of them lying around, and in the center, there's a guy trying to raise someone on a walkie-talkie.
Hello. 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 Hello.
He's not having any luck, but I am, because a lot of things have suddenly fallen into place. I turn and start to leave. Then I freeze. One of the bandits is coming along the trail to the clearing. He'll pass right by me and be sure to see me. I've got to get the jump on him. I wait until he's right up to me, then I dive for his neck. He drops his gun, claws at his throat. I know if he lets out one peep, I'm a dead duck. I increase the pressure. Tighter. Finally, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. I drag him under the bushes and take off. It's the middle of the afternoon before I get to Hartford's plantation.
And I was getting worried about you, Mitchell. About to send the patrol back to find you.
I'm glad you didn't. Where are the others?
Oh, they're all inside the plantation house.
Good. That patrol leader around anywhere?
Yes, he's right over there. Lieutenant Sheffield.
Yes? What is it, Willoughby?
Mitchell wants a word with you.
I've located the bandits' main camp.
What's that? Mitchell.
Yeah. Let's see. It's 3 p.m. That ought to give us time enough.
Time enough for what?
We're going to cook up a little gag, Willoughby. If it works, we're not only going to get the whole gang, we'll also nab their leader.
Not that I mind furnishing the liquor, Mitchell, but I don't quite see the reason for suddenly having a cocktail party.
Oh, just felt like a little celebration, Hartford.
I do not think there is cause for any of us to be celebrating right now. My husband and I have just lost our plantation.
My dear, you must reconcile yourself.
I, for one, will feel more like celebrating when I'm safely back in Singapore, Mitchell.
Oh, cheer up, Perkins. The worst is over. That's why I want to celebrate.
But celebrate what?
Let's see. It's exactly 5:30 p.m. right now. In just 10 minutes, those bandits will all be captured.
What are you talking about,
It's
Mitchell?
very simple. You see, I located their main camp.
You found their camp?
That's right, Mrs. Van Voorhees. Lieutenant Sheffield and his patrol are closing in on them right now.
Mitchell, my heartiest congratulations.
Thanks, Van Voorhees. Well, come on, Willoughby. Let's go outside and tell the rest of the troops they can knock off.
Right.
Okay, Willoughby. Around to the back.
Yes. You think it'll work, Mitchell?
I don't know. It's our only chance of pegging the leader.
But I still don't see how you intend to find out just who it is.
Okay. Hold it here. Now we'll just listen for a while.
But listen for what?
Quiet. There it is. Coming from that corner room. Come on. In the back door. Now, down the hall. And keep it quiet. Here we are. Door's undoubtedly locked, but it's flimsy. One push ought to do it. Come on. We'll rush it together.
Sort of get back for a running start, huh?
Yeah, come on. Ready?
Quiet.
Let's go. Perkins! Complete with walkie-talkie. Trying to warn your boys.
What?
Perkins, he's going for his gun. You'll never make it, Perkins.
Let go of me!
Sit down, Perkins. I said sit down.
I got his gun, Mitchell.
Hey, what's going on?
Very simple, Hartford. We just grabbed the bandit leader.
What?
This man?
Yeah, Perkins.
I do not understand.
Posing as an importer gave Perkins a good excuse to travel this area, picking up information, but when the plantations were fortified, he realized he needed more accurate information.
So he rigged up his story about being an eyewitness and the attempts on his life to give him an excuse to be brought to these plantations.
Yeah, put him in a perfect spot to transmit information about the defense to his boys by means of that walkie-talkie he kept in his suitcase. You see, Perkins, I heard one of your boys using a walkie-talkie in the jungle, probably trying to get in touch with you. It made a faint crackling sound, just like the one I heard last night.
Why,
and speaking of last night, Hartford, what were you talking to Mrs. Van Voorhees about?
What's that? Relax, Van Voorhees. I knew you didn't like me, so I decided to talk to your wife instead to warn her about Mitchell.
Me? Oh, now look, I'm not that big a wolf.
I don't mean that. You didn't sound like a newspaper correspondent to me, so I was getting a little suspicious of your connection with this.
Well, that's the switch.
Sheffield to Mitchell. Over.
What, the walkie-talkie?
Yeah, let's have it. Thanks. Mitchell to Sheffield. Go ahead.
3 bandits captured 10 minutes ago.
What? Only 3? What happened to the rest of them?
Dead, you know.
Okay. Good work, Sheffield. Over and out. Well, I guess that's the crop. And, Perkins, after you face the court of law for the various murders you're responsible for, I don't think you'll have much time left. Yep, you had a pretty neat scheme going, but I guess you forgot the ancient Malayan proverb.
What are you talking about?
Man who tried to do bad things with walkie-talkie, when law gets through with him, will do neither one.
Neither one?
No walkie, no talkie.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, enjoy The Man Called X and your hit parade on NBC tonight. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with a guy I'm looking for shoving a gun in my back, and me doing my best to help him. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve.
Well, where do I go this time?
I'm not sure.
You're not? Let's have that again.
You heard me. I'm not sure.
Okay. So what do I do when I get there?
I don't know.
Now, wait a minute. You're not sure where I'm going. You don't know what I'm supposed to do when I get there. Well, okay, if you want to play 20 questions. Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Mineral. And I'll save you the other 19 questions by telling you it's a buzz bomb.
Buzz bomb?
Steve, I'm sure you remember how proficient the Nazis were in the last war with buzz bombs.
Yeah. As I remember, they sure remodeled the London skyline with them.
That's right. Perhaps you also remember that we had strong indications that the Nazis had a complete set of plans for a new buzz bomb. One which apparently is equal or superior to the guided missiles we're working on right now. Those plans disappeared, and we've had no line on them whatsoever up until last night.
What happened last night?
For some time, one of our agents in Berlin has been on the trail of a man he was convinced was involved. Last night, in an alley, he finally found the man with a knife in his back.
So now we don't have any more line on it than before.
Well, I wouldn't say that. You see, the dying man lasted long enough to admit that he and a friend of his had stolen the plans around the time of the fall of Berlin.
Did he say who his friend was?
A man named Froelich, who brought them to this country right afterward. Their scheme was to sell to the highest bidder, but the dying man hadn't heard from Froelich since he came to the States 5 years ago.
5 years ago? Well, why hasn't Froelich tried to peddle the plans before now, then?
We don't know. That's what I want you to find out after you find Froelich. And, Steve, remember that whoever killed Froelich's partner in Berlin knows as much about it as we do. That means from now on there's going to be a race. Every minute counts double. Get on it, Steve. Locate Froelich wherever he is. And above all, bring back the data on that buzz bomb. Yeah? That's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of locating a guy named Froelich who came to this country almost 5 years ago and getting some buzz bomb plans away from him. On the surface, it sounds just dandy, but there are a couple of little things that occur to me real quick. In the first place, Froelich obviously doesn't want to be found. And in the second place, there's already been one murder committed over those plans. That means I've got to try to prevent the second one, namely my own. I head for the immigration office and start checking their files. 5 hours later, I find a record of Froelich docking at New York, May 13th, 1946. I head for New York to follow it up. The local office digs out the file for me, and I find that Froelich listed as his next of kin a cousin named Julia Sachs in the Bronx. I copy down the address and go over.
Yeah?
Julius Sachs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, what happened to you? Your face looks like you'd tangled with a meat grinder.
What affair is that of yours? Who are you?
Hey, you better take a look at my credentials.
I see. Come in, please. Now then, what can I do for you, Mr. Mitchell?
I'd like to talk to your cousin.
My cousin?
Yeah, Furlick.
But I'm afraid you're much too late for that.
You mean he skipped town?
No, I mean Freilich has been dead for almost 5 years.
What?
Yeah. He was killed in a traffic accident the day after his boat docked from Europe.
Oh, great. There goes my one lead.
Huh?
Oh, skip it. Look, did Furlick ever mention anything to you about any valuable papers he had?
No. You know, it's strange that you two should ask this question.
What do you mean, me too?
You observe the condition of my face. Well, last night I was almost beaten to death. My cries for help drove my attacker away and saved my life.
Who was he?
I do not know. I've never seen him before. A man with bulging eyes. He kept asking me strange questions about Freilich's papers. Questions which I was unable to answer.
Brother, they're sure not losing any time. Hey, look, Freilich must have brought some luggage with him.
Yeah, a trunk. I kept it in the attic for some time.
You still have it?
No. Last month I cleaned out the attic. When I came to the trunk, I realized I'd misplaced the key. So I sold the trunk.
To whom?
To a junk dealer.
Oh, fine. Great chance I'll have of finding it now. But,
what could be so valuable about Freilich's trunk? It was empty.
You sure about that?
Of course. Freilich unpacked all of his clothes as soon as he arrived.
What did you do with his clothes after he was killed?
Oh, I gave them away.
Well, that settles that. Of course, those papers would be too bulky to hide them in clothing anyway.
What papers are these that everybody is suddenly so interested in?
Skip it. Look, Julius, do you remember which junk dealer you sold the trunk to?
Oh, yeah. A copy is it's down if you like.
I like. Remember what the trunk looked like?
Well, let me see. It had a rounded top, as I remember, and brass bands.
Not much to go on, but I'll give it a whirl.
Mr. Mitchell, I still do not understand why this trunk is so important to you.
Maybe it isn't, Julius, but I won't know until I find it.
But this junk dealer, he's undoubtedly sold the trunk by now. And to find one trunk in a city as large as New York...
Yeah, I know, Julius. If I ever bet with odds that heavy against me at the racetrack, I'd be on relief.
Trunks. Have I got trunks, he asks. Mister, does a fish have scales? Come with me.
Huh? Hey, where are we going?
To the back room here. You're going to see trunks. There.
Oh, no. At least 50 of them.
52, friend. Take your pick. $2 each. $3 with keys.
Look, the one I'm interested in you bought about a month ago from a guy named Julius Sachs. You happen to remember it?
Mister, in my business, it's not the names that count. It's the merchandise. Sack, schmacks.
Well, this merchandise had a rounded cover and brass bands.
Oh, an old baby, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I get a lot like it with it. Hey, wait a minute.
You remember it?
Hey, it seems to me I sold a trunk like that about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I remember now. I had a couple of keys made for it, and I sold it to a doll down in Greenwich Village. Let's see, Alice Chambers.
I thought you didn't remember names.
Hey, mister, you see her, you'll remember her name, too.
You happen to know where she lives in the village?
Rooman House, I think she said.
Okay. Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter?
So you come in here asking about trunks. I give you a good price, $2, $3 with keys. And all you're fishing for is a doll's address. Hey, you know, this sort of thing does not help me further my career.
Okay, career boy. Here's $5. Have a couple of trunks on me.
With keys?
Yeah, here's another $1 with keys. So I head for Greenwich Village. I know what I'm following is strictly a hunch, and I'm just hoping the hunch doesn't turn into a wild goose chase. Steve Mitchell, government agent, shagging around New York after a beat-up second-hand trunk yet. When I get to the village, the usual array of characters are floating around. The gent on the curb carving statues out of soap. A guy with hair down to his shoulders sawing away at a fiddle. The works. I nose around inquiring about Alice Chambers. Finally, I learn that her rooming house is just around the corner. I turn the corner. Then I spot a crowd in front of the doorway with a couple of cops pushing them back. On the edge of the crowd stands a tall, skinny gent wearing a long black beard and a long white toga. Excuse me, I'd like to get by.
Ah, my friend, you disappoint me.
Huh?
As I watched you approach, I thought, here is a man of character. Surely he will not stoop to this. Yet here you are, yielding to the same morbid curiosity which is the common denominator of the ignoramuses which our crass and materialistic culture spews forth upon our sidewalks in ever-increasing multitudes.
Look, save the lecture, Professor.
I do not remember making your acquaintance, yet you seem familiar with the title which my earnest but unfortunately too few students have bestowed upon me.
Just psychic, I guess. Hey, what's going on, anyway?
Merely another unfortunate instance of man's inhumanity to man.
Will you skip the double talk? Hey, does Alice Chambers live in this rooming house?
A very profound question, my friend.
What's so profound about it?
A question which has occupied the minds of philosophers and theologians for centuries. Whither doth the soul take flight when the body...
Soul? Body? Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
This Alice Chambers...
What about her?
It would appear that at some time during the course of the night, she was murdered.
So all of a sudden the trail's heating up fast. Now I know my hunch was right, that the trunk is pretty important. That means just one thing. A false bottom and in the secret compartment, the plans for the buzz bomb. I shove past the professor into the rooming house and check with the police. We give Alice Chambers' room a fast frisk, but no trunk. That puts me right back where I started from, which is nowhere. I turn to leave, but out in the hall I spot the professor, toga and all, heading for the next room. I catch up with him at the door.
Ah, my friend of the morbid curiosity.
Yeah, and speaking of same, I noticed you were right there in the crowd taking it all in, Professor.
I, sir, am a spectator of life.
You live here next door to Alice Chambers' room, huh?
As you see. It is an humble abode, but it serves me. After all, life is of the mind, not
Yeah. Look, I'd like a little information.
You have indeed come to the right man, my friend.
Oh?
Yes. To some, it is given to build things. To others, it is given to tear them down. But to me has been granted the highest function, that of spreading a little...
You couldn't have used a better word, Professor.
Sir?
Oh, skip it.
Yes. As I was saying, if I can but momentarily pierce the black cloud of ignorance with the pure light of knowledge, then I feel that this humble life shall not have been lived in vain.
Then how about piercing my ignorance?
If it were not for one thing, I would be delighted, sir.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I, unfortunately, suffer from a delicate condition of the throat. To impart information, I am required to speak at length. This has a tendency to dry out the sensitive throat membranes, and thus
I get it, okay. Is there a bar around here?
Strange that you should ask, because there does happen to be a delightful place but a few paces down the block, a haven where the weary traveler may find refuge and refreshment.
Well, that's the fanciest description of a saloon I've ever heard. But come on, let's go.
I'm afraid that is quite impossible at the moment, my friend.
What? Now, look.
Indeed, for me to stir from this very spot at the moment would be to defy various laws of physics. And, of course, there is the matter of modesty also.
Modesty? Look, what are you talking about? Boil it down, will you?
Very well. To reduce it to the vernacular, you are standing on my toga.
So, this is the quiet haven for the weary traveler, huh?
Is it not delightful?
Professor, I've got to hand it to you. You've got a great imagination. Now, look, are your tonsils oiled up enough so you can tell me a few things?
I shall strive bravely, between libations, of course. What would you like to know?
Did Alice Chambers have a visitor last night?
Yes.
What time?
Shortly after dinner.
Did you see him go into a room?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
You knew him?
Quite well.
Well, who was it?
Myself.
What?
It was my custom to call on her to exchange a few pleasantries at the close of the day.
Oh, great. Now, look, that's not what I mean. Did you see anybody else near her room?
No.
Well, I guess that's that.
Of course, the rather questionable-looking ex-ophthalmic individual who asked me for directions to a room later in the evening might have been somebody who would...
Well, wait a minute. Let's have that again.
I was taking my usual evening stroll, a short ex-ophthalmic...
Oh, reduce it to the vernacular, will you?
Very well. His eyes protruded slightly.
Oh. Could be the same button-eyed gent who slugged Freilic's cousin Julius Sachs.
Freilich? Julius Sachs? I'm afraid I've not had the pleasure of either of these.
So Button Eyes was trying to find Alice Chambers. Looked like he found her all right and killed her. Well, that still doesn't help me much. He obviously got the trunk, so...
Trunk? What trunk?
It used to belong to a gent named Freilich. His cousin Julius sold it to a junk dealer who peddled it to Alice Chambers. And now 5 will get you 10. Button Eyes has it, and I'm too late.
Oh, but I assure you that is quite impossible.
What do you mean?
Well, it is a well-established law of physics that an object cannot be in 2 places at once.
I still don't get you.
How could your ex-ophthalmic friend have possession of the trunk when Alice Chambers sold it 5 days ago?
Sold it? You know, Professor, trying to get information out of you is like riding the merry-go-round. I have to go 3 laps each time before I grab the brass ring.
A colorful analogy.
Who'd Alice sell it to?
A friend of hers, a dancer named Yvette.
Ballet dancer?
In a manner of speaking.
You know where Yvette is?
I do.
Good. Give me her address. I'll run over and talk to her.
Oh, but I fear that would be quite impossible. To run over and talk to Yvette would be to defy several laws of gravity.
Don't start that again. Where is Yvette?
4 days ago, she left for London.
London? Oh, brother. This is really turning into an obstacle race. Okay, Professor, thanks. We finally made it.
The pleasure was all mine, sir. It has been a most stimulating conversation. I hope that we may look forward to another one.
Sure. Sometime when I've got 3 hours to kill and I want to find out what day it is, I'll be around. I grab the next plane for London. When I arrive, I check the newspapers and finally find the name of the theater where Yvette is dancing. It's in the seamy section of the city, and when I get inside, I realize why the professor said she was a ballet dancer in a manner of speaking. I slip around backstage while she's doing her dance and find her dressing room, but there's no trunk. So it looks like Button Eyes is still ahead of me. I turn to go out, then I see something hurtling through the air at me. A flat iron. I drop to one knee and it sails past me into the mirror. Hey.
Hey, yourself.
Ah, hello, Yvette.
What is this, Grand Central Station?
I'm sorry to barge into your dressing room like this, but
Look, I'm getting a little tired of this routine.
What?
Twice already today there have been guys snooping around my room.
Twice?
Yeah.
Wait, was one of them a short guy with button eyes?
I don't know. I didn't get a decent look at either of them. But if they're friends of yours, you tell them for me that I don't like it.
They're not exactly friends of mine, Yvette. Here, you'd better take a look at my credentials.
Oh, so you're a government agent, hmm? But I still don't see why you're snooping around my dressing room.
I'm looking for the trunk Alice Chambers sold you back in the States last week.
Oh, that. I lent it to Joe Feeney the night before last.
Whoever he is.
He's my boyfriend. He's with the Flying Feenies, acrobats.
Oh, I see. Well, where are they acrobating now?
Denmark.
Oh, brother. This trunk has really got legs.
Thanks. But what's with the trunk, anyway?
Look, the junk dealer back in New York told me that he'd had 2 keys made for the trunk.
Yeah, Alice gave me both of them when she sold me the trunk.
You still got them?
Sure, one of them. I gave the other one to Joe when I lent him the trunk.
Well, I guess my next stop is the Flying Feenies in Denmark. Now, look, these 2 characters that you saw snooping around your dressing room earlier.
Yeah?
You think they would have any way of knowing that the trunk is in Denmark now?
How could they if I don't even know them or know who they are?
Well, then it looks like I'm one jump ahead of Button Eyes for a change, but I still don't get who the other snooper could be.
Well, I still don't get what's so hot about that trunk.
Hold it.
What's the matter?
Quiet. What stopped me is a slight sound outside the dressing room. I ease over to the door and jerk it open. Then I spot a little guy scrambling away. There's enough light to tell me it's Button Eyes. I take after him. But he pops behind some of the flats backstage, and when I get there, he's gone. I scour the whole backstage area, but there's no sight of him. Finally, I give up, start heading back to Yvette's dressing room, and then suddenly I hear something swishing through the air. I look up. A sandbag is hurtling down at me. I dive to one side, but it hits me a glancing blow on the side of the head. Sends me down for the count.
Listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. Oh, Steve.
What? Oh, Yvette.
Oh, Steve, you're lucky.
You want to bet?
Oh, if that sandbag had hit you square.
The way my head feels right now, it couldn't have made much difference, believe me.
The guy you were chasing got away,
Yeah, he's got a head start on me again.
Oh.
Incidentally, you mind telling me where you were when that sandbag dropped on me?
Why, in my dressing room.
You sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Why?
Skip it. Brother, this head of mine will probably be throbbing louder than the engines on that plane.
What plane?
The one I'm taking to Denmark to talk to the Flying Feenies.
The Flying Feenies. This is an act? It is a catastrophe.
So their act doesn't stop the show. Look, all I know is that when I arrived here in Denmark, I learned that you'd booked them here at your theater, and I want to talk to them.
You are wrong when you say that act does not stop the show, Mr. Mitchell. It stopped mine cold. With the Flying Feenies, I could not draw flies.
I still want to talk to... Hey, wait a minute. Are you trying to say that they're not here anymore?
They lasted just one performance. Then I gave them, as you say, the hammer.
Oh, great. So now I'm on the merry-go-round again. You wouldn't happen to know where they're playing now.
Such an act as this, you would not peddle to your worst enemy.
So?
So I peddle him to my worst enemy.
Who?
Max Gruber. He runs a traveling carnival. I have never forgotten the so-called talking dog he booked here once.
Where is his carnival now?
Somewhere in Holland, I think, if the Flying Feenies haven't put him out of business yet.
So I hopped down to Holland. So far, this deal's been strictly a 6-day bicycle race with Button Eyes always one lap ahead of me. Now, I've got somebody else to worry about, the other guy that Yvette said was snooping around in her dressing room in London. I start checking in Holland for the Feenies, and at this point, it wouldn't surprise me to see him swinging on the nearest windmill. Well, 4 hours later, I locate the traveling carnival in Rotterdam. I find their tent, and I go inside, and there at last are the Flying Feenies in front of me, racked up in a pyramid, practicing their act.
Hi.
Quite a pyramid. Which one of you is Joe Feeney?
I am. Here on the bottom. Hey, Henry, that's my backbone.
So, what do you want from me?
So get up on my shoulder a little. What can I do for you?
Well, my name's Mitchell, a government agent from the States. Where's that trunk you borrowed from Yvette in London? I don't see it around this tent anywhere.
It's over at the hotel room, the Forling.
Have you got a key to the trunk?
Sure, right here in my pocket. Yeah, I'll get it.
Hey, Joe, I'm leaving.
Hey! Oh!
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I step over the sprawling Feenies and head to their hotel room in town. The room is dark. I start to search for the light switch, but before I can make it, something awfully hard connects over my left ear. And for the second time in 24 hours, I take a dive.
How about this character? He wants to come over the room to look at the trunk, so I let him, and what happened?
Joe Feeney.
I thought there was something fishy about him in London, Joe.
Hey, Yvette.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing here in Holland?
I decided to come over and soup up the act a little.
Pretty convenient time for you to arrive.
Oh, what do you mean?
This is the second time I've gotten conked on the head, and both times when I come out of it, there's little Yvette.
Hey, look, don't change the subject, buddy. If you got any private little murders to commit, that's your business. But I don't like you using my room for them.
Murders? What are you talking about?
For instance, that corpse over there in the corner.
Huh? Hey, wait. So, I finally caught up with Button Eyes. And from the looks of that knife in his back, I'd say I was about 4 inches too late.
Like I say, buddy, if you had it in for the guy, well and good. But...
Just hold it a minute, buddy. I don't see that trunk in this room anywhere.
I should be in the closet.
Yeah, here it is, all right. But I'm too late again. The trunk's open and empty, including the false bottom.
False bottom? What are you talking about?
That surprise you, Yvette?
Why shouldn't it?
Hey, look, I don't know what this is all about.
Joe, did you keep this trunk locked?
Why, yeah.
Well, what's the matter?
If the lock on this trunk had been picked, there'd probably be a few small scratches on the metal around it.
So?
So there aren't any scratches. That means the trunk was probably opened with a key.
What are you getting at?
I'll start from the beginning, Yvette. Button Eyes was after the trunk right from the start. He knew what was in that false bottom. But it's beginning to look right now like somebody else had dealt himself or herself into the deal along the way.
Look.
Somebody who figured that whatever was in the trunk must be pretty valuable.
I still don't see what that's got to do with the keys.
I'm coming to that, Feeney. This trunk originally belonged to a gent named Freilich. His cousin Julius Sachs lost the key in New York, so he sold the trunk to a junk dealer who had 2 more keys made. Alice Chambers gave you both keys when she sold you the trunk, Yvette.
Sure she did, but...
Joe here gave me one of the keys a little while ago. But you've still got the other key, and that sort of puts the finger on
Now,
you.
wait a minute.
Now, look, buddy. Yvette couldn't have killed this guy. She was with me when we discovered you here on the floor just now.
Well, the two of you could be working together.
You know, you're talking like you've got a hole in your head. I told you there was a second guy snooping around my dressing room in London. He's probably the one you're after.
Yeah, you sure there was a second guy, Yvette?
Yeah.
Or did you dream up that story for a good cover?
Now, look. I heard in London that Joe and his act weren't doing so hot. So I came over here to join him, figuring maybe I could help. As soon as my plane landed, I came right here to the hotel. Then I ran into Joe in the lobby just as he was coming upstairs to the room. So, even if I knew what this is all about, I couldn't have had time to knife that guy and take whatever was in the bottom of that trunk.
Okay, Yvette, maybe you're telling me the truth and maybe you're lying. Right now, I'm going to find out which. I pick up the phone and check with the airport and the desk clerk downstairs, and my case against Yvette falls right on its face. She didn't get to the hotel until after I'd gotten hit over the head, and the same holds true for Joe Feeney, too. So now I'm fresh out of Leeds. Then a wild idea hits me. I start thinking of a character back in New York. I put through a call to the commissioner back in the States and tell him what I want him to check. A half hour later, he calls me back, and what he says doesn't surprise me.
Looks like you had the right hunch, Steve. We found out that he left for Europe right after you did. Looks like he's been on your tail all the way.
Yeah, he finally caught up with me in Button Eyes here in the hotel room.
You think he's got the buzz bomb plans now, Steve?
5 will get you 10, he has.
Any idea where he is?
Probably waiting for the next plane out of here. See you later, Commissioner. Joe, you got a car outside?
Yeah.
Warm it up. I'm going to call the airport to check on some departing planes.
Are you going somewhere?
No, and I want to make sure that somebody else isn't either.
Hey, Mitchell, there's a plane over there getting ready to take off.
Yeah, that's probably the one I'm after. Thanks for the lift, Joe. Passenger's still getting on.
Looking for me, Mitchell?
What? Ah, hello, Julius. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was.
I thought you might be, so it seemed better for me to find you. I feel much safer with my gun in your bag.
Needless to say, you've got those buzz bomb plans in your satchel there.
But of course, come on.
Where to?
On the corner of the building.
Okay. Sure all figures, Julius. You didn't realize your cousin's trunk was so valuable until Button Eyes beat you up trying to find out where it was. Then you decided to follow it up yourself. You caught up with Button Eyes in the hotel room and killed him?
And I am quite certain these plans I took from the trunk can be sold to interested parties at a very fat price. Here, this is far enough, Mitchell. We're in the shadows now, and with the noise of the airplane engines, I doubt that one small shot from this automatic will even be heard.
It was a key that pegged you, Julius. Yvette had one, I had the other. Then I remembered you telling me that you'd lost the original key.
By that time, I had also realized the trunk must be of considerable value, Mitchell. You should hardly expect me to reveal that I still have another key. Would you?
Hardly, Julius.
Mitchell, my plane is taking off momentarily, and I regret that I must terminate our little conversation right now.
His gun jams harder against my back, and I know that he's going to pull the trigger any second now. Then I remember what he said a minute ago. The gun is an automatic. That gives me an idea, a real long shot, but my only chance. Suddenly I throw my weight backward, driving him against the wall. Behind him, the gun is wedged between my back and his chest. I strain backward, keeping the pressure on the muzzle with my back. An automatic won't fire when the slide is pushed back.
Get away from me, Mitchell.
Sheriff tries to shove me forward, but I brace myself. I know that the instant the pressure is taken off the gun, it'll fire. I start sweating. I can't keep the pressure on much longer. My feet are slipping on the concrete. Suddenly, I raise one of them and let him have a heel in the shin. He relaxes his hold on the gun for an instant, just long enough. I bend over, reach back between my legs, grab his foot, and yank it forward. The slug whistles over my back, and Julius' head plunks back into the wall. I'll take the gun now, Julius. Hand the satchel.
My head.
Yeah, I guess that wall must be pretty hard, all right, but you've got no kicks coming.
What do you mean?
After all, you had me bucking a stone wall all the way in this deal. I'm just returning the compliment the hard way.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. For more mysteries, stay tuned for The Man Called X on NBC. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to have me playing a friendly little game of who's who. The only trouble with it is that the guy who loses gets killed. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do. Steve, suppose you had a secret code.
Yeah?
And you suddenly found out it wasn't so secret.
What?
Suppose you found out that a hostile country had succeeded in deciphering it. What would you do?
Well, I'd quit using that particular code.
Would you?
Well, wait a minute. No, I don't. If I knew that they'd broken the code, but they didn't know I knew, I think I'd keep on using it.
Why?
Well, that way I could send a lot of phony information that'd probably tie their strategy in knots.
That's absolutely right, Steve, and that's just what's been going on for the last 6 months.
What?
Yes, 6 months ago we found out from a very secret source that a certain country had broken one of our diplomatic codes, one we've been using with the French government.
And we've been using that same code since, sending false information?
Yes, we've managed to mislead that particular country on several vital issues during that period.
Well, it sounds like a pretty neat little racket.
It is indeed, and we'd like to keep it going as long as possible, but obviously the success of it depends on their not knowing that we know they've broken our code. And that's why the whole thing is hanging in the balance right now.
You mean they found out we know?
Not yet. But unless we can prevent it, they're going to find out very soon.
How do you mean?
Somewhere along the line here in the States, there's been a leak, Steve. Somebody's found out our little secret. And right now is en route to a meeting with a representative from that other country to sell them that secret.
Oh, great. Who is this guy and where is he now?
We think that he or she's in London at the moment.
He or she?
Well, Steve, we haven't the slightest idea who this person is.
Oh, you're really giving me a lot to go on, Commissioner.
Well, right now, that's all the information we have.
Do you know where this meeting is to take place?
No.
Huh. You say you think this character's in London. Have we any agents there?
Yes, Slater's in London right now working on the deal. He's staying at the Regency Hotel. Get over there, Steve. Work with Slater. Try to find out who this person is, and above all, prevent that meeting from taking place. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Find somebody, we don't know who's on his way to a secret meeting, we don't know where. A real breeze. Well, it's Wednesday when I get to London. I head for Slater's hotel room.
Sure glad to see you, Steve. I've been chasing so many smoke rings on this deal for the last few days that I'm groggy. But all of a sudden, things are looking up for us now.
What do you mean?
An old friend of mine blew into London from Eastern Europe last night. Triflis.
Oh, yeah, that little international information peddler, huh?
That's right. What I found out from him cost me plenty, but it was worth it.
What'd you find out?
The meeting is to take place in Athens, Greece, tomorrow night.
Athens?
Yeah. According to his information, our boy is going to be on the plane that takes off in 2 hours.
Oh, Triflis seems to know just about everything else. Does he know who this party is?
No, you know how these things go, Steve. You can find out a lot about events in this business, but as to the names of people involved, well, that's a different story.
Yeah. One more thing. Do you have any information on where in Athens the meeting is to take place?
No. As I understand it, Steve, the boy who's peddling the secret is to be contacted in Athens by their agent as soon as the plane lands. Presumably, the agent will set up the meeting with him then.
I see. Well, I guess I'd better arrange myself space on that plane to Athens. Good work, Slater. See you in Athens.
Right, Steve.
shots came from Slater's room. I run back and jerk the door open. Slater's lying on the floor.
The window, Steve. Window.
I head for the open window. There's a fire escape leading down to the alley, but there's nobody in sight. I go back to Slater, but one look and I know he won't be able to tell me who shot him. Slater is dead. So now I'm strictly on my own. The boy we're after was onto Slater, all right. Now I'm asking myself, is he or she onto me, too? I've got an uneasy hunch that sooner or later that question will be answered one way or another. But right now, I know the killer's going to be on that plane to Athens, which means I've got to be on it, too. I cable our agent in Athens, and then I head for the airport outside London and buy my ticket. I've got half an hour until takeoff, so I drop in at the bar just off the waiting room. There's only one other customer at the moment, a girl down at one end of the bar. I slide onto the stool beside her.
Hi.
Hi.
One for the road, huh?
Yeah, how about you?
Where I'm heading for, I'll need more than one.
Oh, where's that?
I got a job waiting for me in Arabia. Secretary to the boss of an oil company there. But you know, little Marty's having a tough time talking herself into taking it.
Yeah, that's pretty rugged country.
Yeah. So I'm keeping my eyes open. And if I find anything more interesting along the way, I'll take it.
You mean a job?
Leave us not limited. Well, now you've heard the story of my life. What's yours?
Oh, just knocking around. Heading for Athens in about 20 minutes.
Oh, good.
Huh?
We'll be playmates.
What? Look, I thought you said you were going to Arabia.
Sure. By way of Athens.
I see. A little out of your way, isn't it?
Maybe. But I'm in no hurry. Like I told you, if I run into anything more interesting on the way, well...
Yeah. Well, who knows, Marge? Maybe you will. I'll see you on the plane. 20 minutes later, the plane takes off. I get a passenger list from the steward and start checking off the names and the faces in my mind. Quite a few of them I can eliminate right off the bat. Some British Army and Navy officers, a Senate committee. Finally, my list narrows down to 4 passengers. Marjorie, the girl who's looking for something interesting. A tall, sinister-looking gent named Stryker who's sitting next to her. A nervous little Frenchman named LeBlanc, and a fat gent named Fabian who's sitting next to me. Fabian's the happy tourist type, and his supply of bum jokes is apparently inexhaustible.
Then he says, why, that's nothing. I can't even find the room. Oh, that's pretty good, huh? Well, that reminds me of the one about the fellow who decided How do you like that? Won't even let me start it. Now, that's the trouble with these foreigners, you know. No sense of humor at all. You know what I mean?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Now, you're different. You're a fellow American. You know what I mean?
I guess so.
I mean, you got a sense of humor. Now, this joke I was about to tell...
Yeah. You've got quite a stock of them, haven't you?
Listen, when you're a traveling salesman, it isn't long before you find out just how important jokes are. You know what I mean? I mean, when it comes right down to it, you're not selling your product, you're selling yourself.
Well, in your case, I'll bet you must be quite a salesman.
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you. I'm not sure I get you, friend.
Oh, skip it. What else do you sell besides yourself and your snappy sense of humor, Fabian?
Oh, the right fountain pen, friend. Surely you've heard of us and our slogan.
Slogan?
Yeah. Right's right.
Oh, fine.
And that, of course, reminds me of the story about the woman who used one of our pens. Hey, aren't we turning off our course?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
We're over the south of France right now, and it's fogging up on us quite a bit. We'll probably be down for a few hours.
Well, that suits me all right. I can sell as many pins in the south of France as I can anywhere else. I
can see one guy it doesn't seem to suit.
Huh?
A tall gent sitting next to the girl. He seems to be doing a little fancy fidgeting.
Hey, say, I didn't notice before. The little lady. She's quite a looker, isn't she?
You mean Marjorie?
Oh, you know her?
Uh-huh.
You think I could make any time there?
Well, she said she was looking for something interesting.
Well, in that case, we ought to get along just fine together. Because if there's one thing I am, it's interesting. You know what I mean?
No, but keep me in the dark. Know what I mean? The plane lands at a little emergency airfield. Nearby, there's a French village. All of the passengers troop in and head for the nearest bar.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Hi, okay, Marjorie. You know, I've got a guy who's just dying to meet you. His name is Fabian.
Oh? Well, I hope he's more interesting than the tall gent who's been sitting next to me. His name's Stryker. But I had to practically beat that fact right out of him. Yeah, I don't think he said more than 6 words all the way.
I noticed he didn't seem too happy when the steward told us we were going to land here.
Yeah, I noticed that, too.
How about a drink?
Oh, sure. As soon as I freshen up. I'll see you a little later.
Okay.
Oh, my apologies, Monsieur Michel.
I didn't see you behind me. Something you wanted, Lubeck?
Well, no. I was merely passing by you when you turned around.
Funny, you were awfully quiet about it.
What do you mean?
Also funny that you should know my name.
No more so than you should know mine, monsieur.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that makes us even one way or another. How about a drink?
Merci, but I prefer not.
LeBlanc scurries outside. Fabian over at the bar gives me a big grin and waves me over, but I've had enough of his know what I mean and lousy jokes to last me for the rest of the trip. After a while, I get tired of waiting for Marjorie and inhaling all that smoky air, so I go outside. The fog is swirling thickly around the place. I start walking, trying to fit together what I know so far, which isn't much. LeBlanc the Frenchman, Stryker the tall, silent guy, Fabian the jokester, and Marjorie. It could be any of them, or it could be none of them. Yeah, right now I'm beginning to wonder if I've taken the wrong plane. Then I hear it. Just a little sound, but enough to tell me I'm not on the wrong trail after all. The sound of a gun being cocked somewhere in the fog. I hit the ground fast. The slugs fan past me. I scramble to my feet and take off in the direction I think they came from. Suddenly I'm wallowing around in a muddy field. I can hear somebody else running, but in the fog I can't tell where. The mud gets gooier, but I keep going. Suddenly a hand shoots out and grabs my ankle. I spread eagle in the air. Too late, I see the rock on the ground under my head. I make a perfect 3-point landing.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I don't know how long I've been out, but when I come to, I'm all alone in the muddy field, so now it looks like whoever I'm after knows a lot more about me than I know about him. But what I don't get is this. Why didn't he finish me off? I head back to the bar, but all the other passengers are gone. I find out from the bartender they've gone back to the airport. So I get there on the double. The plane's up at the end of the runway, all set for the takeoff. I make it aboard just in time.
Well, Steve, we were beginning to think you missed the plane.
Yeah, looks like somebody was trying to arrange for me to miss the plane, Marjorie.
What do you mean?
Oh, skip it.
Mitchell, my friend, I hope you don't mind if I desert you for a while.
Well, I'll try to be brave about it.
I thought it was high time that this little lady and I got acquainted. You know what I mean? So I talked that guy Stryker into changing seats with me for the rest of the trip.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah.
Well, I see you didn't miss the plane, LeBlanc.
Aye? But why should I, Monsieur Mitchell?
Well, that's a good question. Excuse me. I said excuse me.
Oh, sorry. A bit wrapped up in my book, I guess.
You mind if I squeeze by you? This is my seat next to the window.
Oh, quite.
Thank you. You're Stryker, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
Mine's Mitchell.
Really?
Fabian said he'd talked you into trading seats with him.
I say, old boy, if you don't mind, I am trying to read.
Sure, not a bad idea. Let's see, I think I left my newspaper here on the floor.
Yeah.
Here it is. What stopped me cold is Stryker's shoe beside the newspaper on the floor. There's mud on it. It's the same color of mud as that in the field where I was chasing the person who shot at me. So Stryker at this point has just been promoted to number 1 on my suspect list. It's a long haul to Athens, but I don't close my eyes for a second all the way. Sitting next to a guy you think could be a killer is not exactly conducive to snoozing. Finally, the plane lands in Athens. I get off first and hurry into the waiting room. According to what Slater had found out before he was killed, this is the spot where the contact is to be made. I look around the waiting room. Several people are lounging around, 2 guys over in one corner, a third standing in front of a poster, a woman with a baby. Any one of them could be the agent. Now the rest of the passengers file into the waiting room. Marjorie's first. She doesn't talk to a soul, but heads straight for the newsstand, picks out a magazine and starts looking at it. Next comes Fabian, the fat boy. He walks straight through the waiting room and into the limousine outside. Stryker follows him directly to the limousine. Then comes LeBlanc, but he stops in the waiting room and talks to one of the men there. The gent turns and leaves. LeBlanc starts out the door. I catch up with him outside.
Let go of me, Mitchell.
So you're my boy, LeBlanc.
I said let go of me.
What? Well, complete with gun, huh?
Oui, complete with gun. And now to keep you in order, my friend.
Handcuffs? Hey, what is this anyway?
Since you seem to be aware of my identity and attempted just now to detain me forcibly, it follows that you are undoubtedly a criminal, wanted in one country or another. Now I will investigate and...
Criminal wanted? Hey, look, who are you?
Inspector Leblanc of the French Sûreté.
Oh, great. And here I've been thinking that
Now,
maybe...
monsieur, perhaps you will be good enough to identify yourself?
Well, my credentials are in my pocket, but it looks like you'll have to fish them out yourself. These handcuffs are a little confining.
Very well. These?
Yeah, that's it.
What? Agent from the United States?
That's right. Looks like we've sort of been working at cross purposes, doesn't it? Now, would you mind unhandcuffing me, LeBlanc?
Oh, but of course. You know, I feel somewhat embarrassed, Monsieur Mitchell.
Oh, that's okay. I guess I did look a little suspicious to you.
Oui, and then when I learned of the attempt on your life in that muddy field in the south of France...
Hey, wait a minute. You saw someone shooting at me?
No, I was outside walking around when I heard the shots. I saw you run across the field in pursuit, then I heard you fall.
Ah, that explains why I wasn't killed then. The killer must have heard you and took off.
Mitchell, it is obvious that we are working on the same assignment.
The code proposition.
Oui.
Yeah, well, according to our information, LeBlanc, whoever is out to sell the secret was on that plane. He or she was to be contacted at the airport waiting room.
Oui.
Now, with you off my suspect list, that narrows it down to 3 people, Stryker, Fabian, and Marjorie.
But none of these 3 people spoke to a single person in the waiting room.
I know it. That's what bothers me. Incidentally, who was that guy I saw you talking to, LeBlanc?
Oh, that was one of my men, Mitchell. I had ordered him to try and discover who was to contact one of the passengers, but he was unable to do so.
I don't get it. None of them did talk to anyone. They got in the limousine and...
Mitchell.
What's the matter?
The limousine! While we stand here talking, we have let them slip right through our fingers.
You mean the contact might be made in the limousine?
Oh, at some other point. Any one of them could have the driver drop them off at the meeting place.
Well, matter of fact, I sort of hope that's what happened, LeBlanc. Makes things easier for us that way.
Easier for us? Are you insane, Mitchell?
Not more than usual. Come on, let's go to the hotel, LeBlanc. I'll show you what I mean.
Oh, Mitchell, I still do not understand what you mean by... Oh, wait. That man sitting over there in the center of the lobby, is he not the driver of the limousine?
Looks like him. Come on.
I beg your pardon, monsieur.
Hi, Steve.
Bill?
Steve... Bill? Do you know each other?
Sure. This is Bill Donner. He's an agent of ours, LeBlanc.
What? But how did you arrange for him
I cabled him before I left London. Told him to be at the airport here in Athens when the plane landed.
I figured the logical thing for me to do was drive the limousine.
Oh, I see.
Anything of interest happen on that trip from the airport here to the hotel?
Nothing, Steve, but really nothing.
All 3 of them come to this hotel?
No, Stryker wanted off at another hotel a few blocks away.
Mitchell, perhaps that is where the meeting is to be.
Don't worry. I asked for the cooperation of the Athens police. They've got a boy over there keeping an eye on Stryker. As for the girl and the fat boy, what's his name?
Fabian.
Yeah, Fabian. We've got their rooms watched. Nobody's been to see them, nobody's called them on the telephone, and they haven't tried to make any calls or contacts either.
Well, good work, Bill, but that's the trouble. It's almost too good.
What do you mean?
We've got all 3 of them bottled up tight. Maybe the contact's already been made.
Well, there sure wasn't any contact made after they left the airport waiting room, that's for sure.
And, Michel, how could any contact have been made inside the waiting room? We observed all 3 of them. They did not talk to a soul. The 2 men went directly to the limousine. The young lady paused only long enough to glance at the magazine at the newsstand.
Hold it a minute. Wait a minute. Magazine, newsstand. Hey.
Steve, you think she could have gotten a message out of the magazine she was looking at?
I don't know. They'd really have to be sure she got the right magazine, but what I'm beginning to wonder is if the contact might not have been a visual one.
Visual? I don't follow you, Mitchell.
Well, something in that waiting room that would give whoever was looking for it a clue as to the meeting place.
But what could it be?
I don't know, maybe nothing, but it's worth a chance anyway. I'll see you later. I head back to the airport waiting room. At this point, I don't even know what I'm looking for, but I start walking around. The newsstand is piled high with various assorted magazines and newspapers, and if the clue to the meeting place is somewhere in the stack, it's a cinch I'll never find it. Then I notice some posters around the walls. Most of them are in Greek, so I motion to one of the porters. He comes over. You speak English?
Like a citizen.
Good. How about doing a little translating for me?
Translating? Sure. What's to translate?
That poster there on the wall, what does it say?
This movie poster, my favorite.
Huh?
Bing Crosby, picture his name of Birth of Blues.
Birth of the Blues, brother. That's a real old one.
Oh, frequently we do not get picture here until 15 years after they are made.
Yeah, we got the same system in the States, only over there they call it television. Well, I guess there's nothing in that poster that'll help me.
This picture, name of Birth of Blues, have you seen it?
Oh, yeah, quite a few times over the years.
He's quite a huge favorite of mine also. Like especially man who has small part of trumpet player, actor name of Brownie Donlefit.
That's an interesting pronunciation.
You ever hear of him?
I think he was a child actor in those days. Let's see. How about that poster over there?
Let me see. Oh, that is about United Nations Children's Fund, organization to help underprivileged children of all countries. Money is requested.
Well, that sounds like a worthwhile cause, but I don't think that'll help me either. Matter of fact, I'm beginning to think I'm barking up the wrong tree. Whoever I'm after probably can't understand Greek either, so how could he get a message from any of these posters? Well, there's for your trouble, Buster.
Oh, so thanks. You got any more trouble I could get into at these prices?
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
Hey, just a minute.
Something else is troubling, I hope?
Yeah. That poster behind you, it's in English.
So for this you need translation, too?
No, I can read it all right. Wilson conducted tours of Athens. Bus leaves at 12 each day, returns at 6 each night. Tour includes the Acropolis and other ruins, waterfront, tickets 8.
So if it is tour of city you want, I can give you better one than that. Show you places that you won't believe.
No, never mind, thanks. Well, I guess that poster's no help either. It's just that for a moment there was something familiar about it, something that reminded me of... Oh, I don't know what.
Maybe you got date to go sightseeing.
No. Well, never mind.
Okay.
Hey, hold it.
So, make up your mind.
I think I just did.
Huh?
Yeah, I remember now. When I got off the train and came in here, there was a man standing in front of this sightseeing poster, just where you are now.
So?
So he was blocking out part of the poster with his body, and what was left was here. Here, move over just a little.
Sure.
There, that's it. Now I'll read the part of the poster that's still in sight. 12, night, waterfront 8. Well, what do you know?
This is something of interest?
It sure is, Porter. It's the most interesting thing I've seen since I left home.
12, night, waterfront 8.
That's it, LeBlanc. And when freely translated, it means Pier 8 at midnight in my book.
But if you are right, Mitchell, if this is the contact message, then the person for whom it was intended would not need to stop in the waiting room or talk to a soul.
Which means it's open season on all the suspects again. Where are they now?
Fabien is drinking alone in the bar. The girl is up in her room. And Stryker is over at the other hotel under the surveillance of your man, Bill Donner.
Let's see, it's 11:15. If that message off the poster is the real McCoy, whoever it was intended for will be leaving for the waterfront before long.
Mitchell, look, coming down the stairs.
Yeah, Marjorie, heading for the bar. I think I'll join her.
Very well. I'll remain here in the lobby.
Hi, Marjorie.
Drop dead, will you?
Well, sounds like I just lost a fan. What's the trouble?
You sick that jerk Fabian onto me, and then you ask me what's the trouble?
Oh, I didn't hit it off so well together, huh?
Only one thing I'd like to hit off with him.
What's that?
His head.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Well, that's the best news I've had all day.
Marjorie! Mitchell! Over here! Over here!
Oh, Grace. What are you, Fabian's agent?
Not exactly. Come on, one drink with him won't kill you.
You want to bet?
Well, now, this is just fine. I was hoping a friendly face would come along and have a drink with me.
Heard any more jokes lately, Fabian? Ouch!
So sorry, Steve. My foot must have just bumped into your shin.
Well, how about a nice drink for all of us? Then we'll get around to the jokes. I've still got a million of them that you haven't heard.
I doubt that very much.
What?
Skip it. What time is it, Steve?
11:25. What?
I was just thinking. It's that time I turned in. I think I'll just skip this drink.
Oh, sort of sleepy all of a sudden, huh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe,
What's the matter, Steve?
Nothing. I'll see you kids later. But right now, something is the matter. Standing there in the bar, I can see out into the lobby, and I suddenly notice that a chair out there is empty. It's the chair LeBlanc was sitting in. I go out into the lobby, but he's nowhere in sight. The clerk tells me he went out just a minute ago. Suddenly, I get a wild idea. I head for Pier 8 at the waterfront. It's a few minutes before midnight when I get there, and out near the end of the pier, I see a cigarette glowing in the dark. probably the foreign agent with a fistful of dough waiting to buy the information about the code. I slip into the shadows and wait. A couple of minutes later, I hear it. Steps on the pier coming my way. This could be the person I've been after, at last. Then I see a figure looming up out of the dark. I wait until it's right beside me. Then I jump. LeBlanc.
Michel.
So that wild idea wasn't so wild after all.
What are you talking about?
You, mostly. I suddenly noticed that you'd left the hotel, and it occurred to me you might be my boy.
What? Michel, that is absurd. I had a perfectly good reason for leaving the hotel in a hurry.
Oh? What was it?
Your man Donner sent word from the other hotel that our suspect there, the man called Stryker, was checking out. I proceeded over there immediately and followed Stryker to the airport. But when he boarded a plane for the Far East, I realized that he could not be our man, since he had as yet made contact with no one.
I see.
I returned to the hotel, but you were gone. Then I remembered the message on the poster you had told me about, so I proceeded here.
Well, your story sounds all right, LeBlanc.
But of course, because it is true. Oh, no, Mitchell, do not let your imagination play tricks on you.
I'm trying not to, LeBlanc.
What is it?
Hold it. Yeah, somebody else coming. Get down behind these crates. There. Wait. The steps stopped. They must have heard us.
Well,
LeBlanc, get back. You okay?
Oui. Michel, where did those shots come from?
The foreign agent. Farther out on the pier, he must think the first shot was aimed at him. That's our boy again. You know, LeBlanc, this is working out just fine. With luck, they may kill each other off. Hey, sounds like the agent got hit.
Listen.
Yeah, I'll wait until he gets close. Now! Fabian! Let go! Drop the gun, drop it! I will kill you! I've got your wrist locked. Pull that trigger now and you'll...
Michel, he shot himself.
Yeah, trying to do likewise to me.
Are you all right?
Yeah. So Fabian the jokester was our boy. Looks like in the long run the joke was on him, but at least he turned out to be a very obliging guy.
Obliging?
Sure. He killed the goose who was going to lay him the golden egg, and then he killed himself. Come on. I want to take a look at this other guy.
Well, Mitchell, it appears our secret is still safe.
Yep. Both seller and purchaser of same are out of business. Well, here we are. Shine your light down on the pier.
Very well. Oui, I recognize him. He's a well-known foreign agent.
You mean was? Yeah, I've seen his picture before. Wait a minute. This envelope in his hand. Hey, pretty bulky.
Damn, Michel. American money. The envelope is bulging with it.
$1,000 bills. 15 of them. They really must have figured that Fabian's secret was worth plenty, all right?
At a time like this, it would be convenient to be soldiers of fortune rather than government agents, Michel.
Yeah. It'd be a tiny little sum to slip into our pockets, wouldn't it? But I've got a much better idea, LeBlanc. A poster I saw in the airport.
Poster? Oh, you mean the one of which you read the message about this meeting place?
No, another one. Advertising the United Nations Children's Fund, an organization to feed and clothe underprivileged and displaced children. According to the poster, they need dough, and here's $15,000.
No, that is a splendid idea, Mitchell. You know, I am certain that this dead agent's government could have no possible objection if this money were used for such a noble purpose.
Well, after all, LeBlanc, they're always yapping about how interested they are in the little people. So we're just taking them at their word.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, and music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Theater Guild on the Air brings you Hamlet tomorrow on NBC.